Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another day of the Western Europe Div 2 DPC. It is, of course, MLP Dota, joined by the very handsome Danog. Danog, are those pineapples in your t-shirt that I'm seeing?
They are, I went on sale and I made sure to buy this. It's around the right time to be able to do it as we're heading into winter down here. So you got to grab a good deal, especially if I get to cast with your handsome self.
Oh, thank you so much, Dana. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be casting with you once again, so it has been quite a while, and it's good to see we both got similar attire, to say the least. John would never do that, so I'm very happy to see you've done your research, you've done your homework. So we've got some great Dota ahead of us, Danog, a huge day, in fact, ahead of us. I believe 3 best-of-3 series coming up today. But before all that, we can look at a recap of what happened on our previous DPC day for Div 2. Of course, for Western Europe, we started off with Secret up against, I believe it was ITB. A 2-0 victory here for Secret, which I can't say is too surprising. Danog, any key highlights from this matchup?
I mean, not really. They just looked completely dominant from start to finish. Secret haven't been challenged all too far yet. I mean, Into the Breach, they're no slouches, but they've been made look... not quite as that top level by Secret and a number of other teams now so far in this tour of the DPC as well. So I really think a lot of more teams need to be respecting Boom. He's made that transition to the offlane on, his Rat, Zoo, whatever you want to call them, style heroes very well.
He certainly has. You see the Spider just causing so much chaos here in the in Game 1 highlights, and very, very annoying hero to have to play against, as we very well know as Australians. And like you kind of said, Secret, they haven't really had much of a challenge so far, going 2-0 in each of their series. I believe the previous one was against Alliance, so another easy win for them. One kind of trend I've been seeing a lot, at the very least in their drafts, is 3 out of 4 games that they've had so far, they've picked Monkey King, and whether that's a POS 1 or a POS 4 is kind of debatable based on the game, but nevertheless, they seem to be finding a lot of value in this hero at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just to be able to have that on Yamich, he's been playing amazingly as well. Like that's the great thing about Secret. Honestly, the team that Secret are playing up against today in D2 Hustlers, they've kind of gone down a similar sort of route of, you know what? Yeah, there's a lot of talented people in the Western European region, but there's a lot of talented people coming from elsewhere as well. Secret, they've been able to pick up our boy Armel, of course, from the Southeast Asian region. They've got Yamich, who we just mentioned, from Eastern Europe. And then we've got D2 Hustlers. They've got some NA representation. They've got SA. They've got Eastern Europe. Like, it's crazy the amount of variety that both of these teams have.
Yeah, that's the thing with D2 as well. Like, the multiculturalism in this team is kind of ridiculous. I actually, if they did end up winning and we got to do an interview with them, I wanted to ask how they actually communicate with each other. Though, nevertheless, next series, of course, a recap here between Alliance and PUCCHAMP. Alliance able to take a 2-0 victory. It was one of those days, of course, where we just got 2-0s all day. Anything to speak of from this one, Dan? Anything special happen?
I mean, to me, it was just... I've been really impressed by Chuen and how he's been able to play all throughout. Even the series against Secret, he was dominant. I nearly went as far as giving him the MVP for his Storm Spirit game against Team Secret, despite the fact that they lost. You know, he was that instrumental to them even having a small chance in this one. And, well, unfortunately for PUCCHAMP, they were actually one of my my tips to potentially make it out into Division 1, but they haven't even been able to pick up too many wins.
A bit unfortunate. Yeah, they are currently 0-2 in terms of series. I believe they've actually only won one single game so far, so a bit of a rough start for the boys. But yeah, there's plenty of Dota to go for them. The very least, good news for Alliance because they had a pretty rough start to the DPC. Of course, they had to play up against Secret in their first matchup, so they ended up losing 0-2. But they get themselves a 2-0 victory here in this matchup against PUCCHAMP. And well, like you said, it was another kind of dominant affair here from Alliance and Chuan just kind of popping off for his side, and
it's probably the
PUCCHAMP just not off to the best start.
Secret's probably the one team that you can afford to lose to, right? Because they just seem a little bit too far ahead. I mean, we'll see. D2 Hustlers might have something to say about that. Ancient Tribe have somehow been able to start 3-0 as well. And speaking of them, this is one of their wins when they actually went up against Old G. And, you know, a lot of people went into this. I remember watching a few of the community streamers as well, being like, oh, they would be able to claim this one easy. But Ancient Tribe, they're really surprising a lot of teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing is as well, like, I was one of those people that said Old G should be able to just go to Div 1, like, with the names they have and the receipts they have. Like, you'd think they just kind of stomp everyone, but like you mentioned, Ancient Tribe surprising everyone so far. 3-0 in total for Div 2 of the DPC so far for Ancient Tribe, so they haven't even dropped a series yet.
Nope.
Very, very impressive indeed. And even in this series,
trio.
it was another 2-0 victory. And I mean, quite frankly, they did make it look kind of easy, whether it was based on their drafts or just the overall just better gameplay. But it didn't really seem like they struggled too much against Old G.
No, definitely not. I mean, to me, this particular game one was a huge draft victory coming from them. You know, they're going up against the Abaddon, who, of course, borrowed time is a big part of the strength in your team fights, and then they've got a Disruptor and a Viper to be able to play with. So they just make sure he's in the Static Storm, they plant down the Nether Toxin, he's broken, he can't activate it unless he's got BKB, and then you're just useless. You know, you die in a single life.
Pretty rough affair for sure for the boys on Old G, but nevertheless, you know, plenty more Dota for them to go as well. Shout out to the boys there from Ancient Tribe, just looking absolutely fantastic so far in Div 2. And I'll tell you, Dan, like with the way they're going, you wouldn't be too surprised seeing them qualify to Div 1. Like, nope. I know it's still fairly early, but the fact that they're 3-0 already, like, it's the best start you could have asked for, and we get to see the kind of the leaderboard right now here. And of course, Ancient Tribe is at the top, having played basically the most series, apart from Old G, who have also played 3 series themselves. But Ancient Tribe currently undefeated. D2 Hustlers right behind them with a 2-0. Secret 2-0 as well. So the top 3 are currently undefeated. And that is going to change today because our first series is going to be between Secret and, of course, D2 Hustlers. I can only imagine how these standings are going to change, and we do get to see the schedule here. Of course, right after that matchup, PUCCHAMP against Ivy, and then ITB against Alliance. But Danog, this first series, the one we're going to be casting, Secret versus D2 Hustlers, like, I need the information, I need your input here. Like, what are we expecting from these two teams?
Well, what I'm expecting from Secret is to be able to play around having the first pick, perhaps, because it's going to give them the advantage of being able to pick that Broodmother a little bit more freely, you know, not being able to have the counter, and something that D2 Hustlers do. I mean, I've been looking at them, of course, in the DPC, but also in some of these third-party tournaments. They play quite heavily around having an Ember Spirit or having a Timbersaw, and those really aren't heroes that you want to be picking with second pick, because they're very counterable in that first phase. They try and pick one of them up right towards the end of that first phase. So if you can have first pick, you ban out the big counters, and then you can rely on Adzantic or Divine Llama to be able to carry you through to victory.
With that, of course, before we do get into our draft for game one, I've got to give a shout out to the boys at esportsbet.io who have just launched an exciting new feature that you won't want to miss out on. Their brand new watch to earn platform. You can now earn 3,000 free tokens, which is roughly the equivalent of 3 USD per hour, by simply watching your favorite Dota 2 matches on esportsbet.io. You did hear that right. You can earn tokens just by watching matches you love without even placing a bet. It is really that simple, and it's all free. Of course, esportsbets.io is committed to providing our users, of course, with the best possible experience, and we're excited to offer this new way to earn tokens and engage with the Dota 2 community. So what are you waiting for? Head over to the esportsbet.io and start watching to earn your free tokens and more exclusive bonuses. But Danog, game one, D2 Hustlers versus Secret. You've kind of already gone over it. Can't wait to see this draft popping off, because I think there are a couple heroes that are going to be in contention here between these two teams. Again, both these teams are undefeated as well, so it's a pretty hype matchup. I'm going to ask you straight off the bat, are we going to 3 games in this series?
I hope so. Like, I think all today it's going to be 3 interesting series, right? Because you've got the top of the table, you got the mid-table, and then you've got the battle to avoid relegation in order, I believe. So this is certainly the one that you need to be tuned in for, of course, with, people get to see your handsome face, but also, it's the cream of the crop, the ones that could potentially be in Division 1 next tour. And when we had a look at the leaderboards so far, it really did start to feel like there was a bit of a, top 4 versus bottom 4. And I think a lot of people would have probably swapped Old G and Ancient Tribe leading into this season as to where they would be positioned, but Old G, they've fallen down to some really solid drafting that some teams have been able to put forward.
Yeah, I think it goes back to the fact that Western Europe Div 2 just seems really competitive. Like, this is the one region where you could really make the argument that Div 2 does just look like Div 1 in any other region. So give props to Western Europe, even though I love to hate on these guys, Danog. But I've got to be honest, this Div 2 region, it's amazing here in Western Europe, and I can't wait to see how this does break out. Again, one of these teams has to lose today. So one of these teams is not going to be undefeated after this series. And I mean, if you do pull off this win, chances are one of these teams is probably going to make the run all the way to Div 1, purely based on the fact that you aren't going to be defeated whatsoever for the first 3 series as Ancient Tribe is. And that's enough of me rambling on, Dana. We do have a draft on our hands. Game 1 between Team Secret and, of course, D2 Hustlers. What are we thinking? What's going to happen?
Well, we do get to see that Team Secret have the first pick overall, so I'm wanting to see how much emphasis they put onto that. They also go for that Timbersaw ban that I was talking about. I think especially important against D2 Hustlers, right? They can play it both on Divine Llama as well as its antics, so you even have that layer of flex to be able to play around with. And we're seeing a lot more Timbersaws go this build where you either skip reactive armor altogether or you just get like a couple of points into it, just because it still gives you the value that you need, but you can get a lot more active early on and really be like a space creator by making havoc happen rather than just plant yourself in a lane and slowly take a tower,
Yeah. No, I do get you. The thing is, Dana, like these patches recently, right? Like the metas we've been seeing, I feel like offlane has been so important for at least a couple years now. It just feels like offlane's become the new safe lane in some sense, and it almost bothers me. I kind of miss the days where offlane was just, you had to 1v3. You were all about sacrificing your game, and now it's like, now you're almost the secondary carry.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I wonder what this Rubik ban's all about, because D2 Hustlers, they love playing on the back of the Rubik. Against Old G, actually, that series was really close, the way that they were able to claim it. But Theolacor had a game-winning Black Hole steal on his Rubik as well. So interesting that they're going to look to give this one up for free. But, I mean, a Disruptor's a pretty good response to the Mirana as well, just by, get the Thunderstrike onto her, get the Glimpse back. And there's really no real way to be able to break that. I suppose that is one of the ways to be able to counter the kinetic field a little bit, right? Is with the Rubik Aghanim Shard, you can lift people out of that. So maybe they just wanted to take away a little bit more of that defensive tool.
Yeah, I mean, it makes enough sense. I'm kind of more curious about the actual Dragon Knight, because I've been seeing this pop up a lot as of late, like in this patch. It just feels like DK suddenly is a really popular pick. Do you attribute that to this whole Meteor Hammer build-up, Danog? Do you feel like there's some kind of other attribute to the hero that makes it so strong all of a sudden?
A little bit. I mean, I think it depends where you're playing the hero, right? I think if you're playing it mid, you need to be scaling a lot more. mid in response to like an Ember Spirit, for example. You're going to dominate the lane, and then it's all just about, you could probably even afford to go Midas, right? Because it's going to give you that really efficient attack speed. It's going to allow you to get into those big, get the splash damage, get the slow coming through from the Elder Black Dragon, and it's going to ensure that you don't need to go like Fireball, for example, instead. It just lets you pick up a lot of that early farm. But also just when you're playing in the off lane, it kind of does replace the Fireball as well, because you've got good sustain just out of the Meteor Hammer. The Void Stone component just lets you push even more strongly and gives you the ability to not be useless when you get to the later stages of the game, just because, DK is probably one of the best heroes when it comes to super late.
Yeah. Be honest with me, Dano, because I haven't seen your match history as of late. Are you a Meteor Hammer enjoyer? Are you one of those sickos?
Well, I'm a support player, so I can't really get around it. I am a Witch Doctor 5 enjoyer though, and I'm actually maxing out the heal, which it works. I'm really surprised more people aren't trying it. It just become incredibly hard to be able to take out. And we'll see. We'll see if teams are going to look to bring in the Danog tech. Probably not, but we'll see.
Oh goodness! I mean, I remember the Witch Doctor. I think the first time I saw it come out in NA Div 1 was mid Witch Doctor by Dendy. Yeah. And then Moose started running into the Pons 3 role, and it was just actually sickening how much heal he could provide. IO? Yeah, it was with and without the IO. Regardless of which way it was, it's like still stupidly strong. But then when you combine the IO with it, it was actually the most disgusting thing I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm. You just run it down. I remember hearing people tweet about it like months before it was picked in competitive Dota. So, there are a lot of things that are working in pubs that just still haven't filtered their way through to pro Dota. It's just a matter of time. And, well, I mean, we're not going to have too much longer on this patch, thank God. I mean, I'm so tired of this one. Give me a new map. Give me a new anything to be able to play around with, Mike.
Oh, tell me about it. We're due for one. I'm sure it's coming very soon, Daniel. Very, very soon. Trademark that one, of course, as we are going to have the final bans coming out here between these two teams. It's like both sides are focused on a variety of things, POS 1s, POS 2s, whatever. Team Secret, they'll get rid of the AM here. The Ricky, of course, Monkey King is highly contested, at least for Team Secret, so very, very unsurprising that D2 Hustlers do get rid of that Monkey King that has shown up 3 out of the 4 games for Team Secret so far. And of course, the Lycan ban as well. And you kind of already pointed that out earlier. Boom's been doing a fantastic job on these, I want to say zoo off-lane heroes like the Broodmother and the Lycan. So just get rid of that. Don't cause yourself that kind of headache, because it's never fun playing against those kind of heroes. Final ban to go, though. Team Secret, they'll get rid of the Ember. D2 Hustlers, one more for themselves before we can continue.
I wonder what you could look to go for here. I mean, I really wouldn't hate seeing like a Beastmaster on either side, to be honest. I think it gives good value for both, right? If D2 Hustlers are able to pick it up, then it means that they've got even stronger push. You've got a Roar for an early BKB buyer in the Primal Beast, and you get that potential for the Glimpse back as well off of the Hawk vision. But on Team Secret's side, it also gives you that vision of the Disruptor, who we know is so vital to a lot of these team fights. So if you're able to find that quick jump, take him out, because he is still going to be relatively squishy, then you can oftentimes just continue to ball on forward.
Absolutely. Well, third pickup here, D2 Hustlers. Maybe just another support to be picked up. Maybe just pick up the POS 4 if you are D2. Not too much time to think about it. They'll dive into the reserve time for this one.
Clockwork could be fine.
I do wonder where they want to kind of head. Like, their drafts they have had a lot of variety in their drafts so far, so it's kind of hard to predict exactly where they want to go, but they are going to go down the Clockwork route, which makes enough sense. Yep. Obviously, the flex between the Clock and the Disruptor as well, because you can kind of just mix and match the POS 4 and POS 5. And Clockwork, thankfully, still seems to be a powerful hero in this current meta, so very thankful about that.
I know you're a Melee 4 enjoyer, Mike. Your Earth Spirits, your Clocks, your Tusks, anything that you can get away with, you're happy about. And I think it's a great Clockwork game, right? Into the Primal Beast always feels good. This is probably going to be Armel playing the Primal Beast, just because that tends to be how they allocate their heroes. He spams it in pubs. He's doing a great job so far for Team Secret, by the way. But even just, I mentioned the Beastmaster combination together with the Disruptor, but Rocket Flare kind of acts in a similar sort of way. They're trying to run away, just a quick rocket, glimpse them back, then you picked up another kill.
It's a pretty nice combination. Like, just any kind of vision game with the Disruptor always makes sense, as Team Secret, obviously, you see Puppy having a bit of a conversation with his team, trying to figure out this draft here. I mean, obviously, chances are it's just going to be another support to be picked up. But no, as I say, that Bloodseeker will come out here from Team Secret.
Okay.
I believe Crystals does enjoy playing his POS 1 Bloodseeker, so not overly surprising seeing that pop up. But do you see inherent value that I'm missing here, Danog, with this hero?
I mean, I guess you're considering that it's going to be going up against most likely a Clockwork in the position 4, so any kind of melee hero you do a pretty good job of being able to trade against. Mirana as well does quite a bit of damage in the laning phase, so does the Primal Beast, and eventually you have the capability of scaling. I mean, you're an early BKB buyer as well on the Bloodseeker, which does feel pretty nice against the Disruptor. I'm just thinking, like, when can you afford to get the Aghanim Shard, and when can you afford to go a Blink Dagger? Because I really feel like you can't just run into a lot of these team fights. You're going to have to run through too much, you know? And then if you're having to pop a BKB to get out of a kinetic field, maybe you get cogged, then the duration goes down, and it's kind of this big snowball effect from there. So I'm interested to see what else they can have to be able to initiate these team fights, and Tusk fits the bill pretty well.
Yeah, it certainly does. Team Secret going right into the Tusker. Cheeky combo later on as well. If you get the Ags up on the Tusk, just kick him away with the Rupture. Always a fun little combination here for Team Secret to run. Obviously, a lot of roaming potential as well with this support duo of Team Secret. Like if you are running Tusk Mirana supports, just so much roaming potential and so much fighting capability early on. Already feels like a draft from Secret that just wants to kind of run at you and not hold back at all, really. Like once you hit past that laning stage, it's just all action here from Secret. D2 Hustlers, I could kind of say the same thing from them. Like you look at this draft and it just seems like once you've passed the laning stage, they're ready to go. They can take T1 towers easily with this Dragon Knight. Their support duo loves fighting. I wonder if they just keep it up. Like, are we going to have one of those really brawly kind of games? It seems like we may, because now they have a Viper.
Yeah. The thing is, though, it is a Viper into a decent amount of physical damage, right? With all of the right clicks that Bloodseeker's able to get off, with the tag team, good ways to be able to gap close as well, and not the greatest mobility. So these things like the Mirana, the Tusk, they should be able to get on top of him quite easily, and there's no, like, cookie save or anything like that. So I'm expecting the Clock to have to go into a 4-staff to assist with Viper's Hurricane Pike that he's eventually looking to go into, just so that he's not super vulnerable to a lot of these ganks that are going to be coming through.
Yeah, certainly. So we'll see these last ban-outs come out before we can see the drafts completed. POS 1's being banned out here from Secret. D2 Hustlers naturally lacking a POS 1, as it seems like Hustlers also assuming maybe a position 3 lacking for the side of Secret, so they'll get rid of the Beastmaster. Just seems like they just want to make sure they don't get kind of zooed by Secret, which makes enough sense.
Yeah,
I'm wondering, like, do you see a POS 3 for Secret that you think really fits the bill? Do you want to make one of your famous Danog predictions?
Oh, here we go. Let's see. I mean, they don't have the Brood, they don't have the Lycan, they don't have the Beastmaster, they don't have the Death Prophet to be able to play around with. DK has been picked up. I think they might even be considering just putting this... DK is probably mid, and it's going to be Viper in the offlane, I would say. What could Secret do here? I don't think it's an Enigma game, just because you've got a good amount of cancel for the Black Hole, despite the fact that you're going to have a Tusk very effective in the lane to be able to counter that out. Is it a Visage game? Kind of. I wouldn't really hate the Visage. A lot of Soul Assumption spam this game. They're looking to take away a lot of these cores that are able to blow you up if they're just able to get in on top of you. And it's really only the Viper that you're too concerned about with that Gravekeeper's Cloak. So I wouldn't hate a Visage in this game for Team Secret.
Could you go Prophet? Like, what if your Nature's profited here for Secret?
Yeah, I think it's possible. I mean, I was mentioning anything that's going to be able to get in onto those backlines, I'm happy with, right? Visage can do it kind of with the Familiars. You can harass with the Soul Assumption. But Prophet just gets there immediately. I guess you're a little worried about D2 Hustlers just getting a little bit too aggressive against you. And they do ban the Enigma. Okay, I thought they had just a little bit too much cancel for that. I mean, the one downside is that D2 Hustlers, with whatever Team Secret go with this last pick, whether it be a Prophet or a Visage or something else that we haven't considered, they're going to have a response to it. So, with the position 1 we're assuming still yet to come, I wonder what they could be looking to consider.
Let's see, Team Secret. Final pick up here. They could also just go, your standard pos 3, just get something tanky with a stun, just don't make things too complicated for yourself. But we'll see what Boom's thinking. So it doesn't seem like Boom's really said a word to his team here. He's just quietly allowing Puppey and Heen to do the work. And they're going to go Necrophos.
Okay,
All
no
right,
joke.
so...
I was thinking, could they Necro, but it's into a Viper. how confident are you with all of that? Whatever they pick, it's got to be a Nullifier builder on D2 Hustlers, right? That is going to be so key for them to be able to get anything out of this game, because I think Viper, the way that they build it, tends to be a little bit more of that pure right-click style. I don't think it's a great Aghanim Scepter game this time around for the Viper. So we'll see. We'll see what they look to do to respond to this.
My immediate the immediate hero that came to mind here from Hustlers is probably like, oh, never mind. The Pugna comes out here for D2 Hustlers.
Yeah. So
that's.
I mean, it is magic damage, and Xantic absolutely popped off in one of his games when he played it, and it ups the tempo, which I think this is one of the weaknesses of Team Secret's draft. I've mentioned that Bloodseeker can be very, very effective when he has, like, 2, maybe 3 items, right? He needs his phase boots, he needs his Maelstrom, and he needs a BKB. But until then, you really don't do all that much. So that's their main concern. It's really going to put up a lot onto Armel, Yamich, and Puppey to be able to get a lot done in the first, 15, 20 minutes of this game. But you're going up against some pretty hardcore early game heroes. Pugna can take towers pretty easily, DK takes towers pretty easily, and Viper dominates the lane. And that's going to slow down Bloodseeker's timings a little bit. So I think this game just comes down to if D2 Hustlers can win in 30, 35 minutes or less, or if Secret can look to try and delay it off the back of a few fights where even if they just trade evenly, I think they're going to be pretty happy about that.
All right, well, we're going to get into it rather soon. Game 1 here between D2 Hustlers and, of course, Team Secret. You've told me what the win conditions are for both teams, but Danog, I need a prediction from you. Which team is going to pull off this game 1 purely based on draft? Forget about the team names. Just tell me based on draft who's winning this game.
You know what? I like fast Dota, so I'm going to say D2 Hustlers have a shot.
Okay. All right, I like it. It's a spicy prediction. I was leaning towards Secret, but I'm an idiot, Danog. Let's go with the experts.
No, don't undersell yourself, Mike. You're a genius.
Moving into it. Game 1 here. T2 Hustlers, Team Secret. One of these teams has to lose. One of these teams goes undefeated for their third series. Can't wait to see it, as we are going to head into Game 1 rather soon. And I'd love to see D2 Hustlers put off an upset. Like, you saw the odds here from esportsbet.io. Like, they weren't the greatest in the favor of Hustlers, but nevertheless, I still think they've got a great chance to.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the one questionable spot a little bit is this position 1 Dragon Knight. I don't really think it's set up to have a good time in the laning stage. I mean, you're going to be going up against a Necro, most likely. I'm assuming Boom's just roaming around the mid lane for now, but I mean, I don't think Armel can just rotate to the off lane. Nah, he's got the bottle queued anyway. But yeah, Necro should be having a pretty free time in this bottom lane. That's the one lane I expect to go incredibly well for Secret. It's just, can he get up into a lot of this stuff that enables him to just stand in front of the early push quick enough before Hustlers really come online?
You see Hustlers kind of looking for a team fight very early on as well. Roaming as a unit, all 5 heroes together. They weren't able to really sneak up behind Team Secret, but they did get some deep vision in that dire jungle, so that might pay off a little bit later on. It's keeping tabs on what Secret are doing in that dire jungle as Armel. It's going to be spotted here by Hakoda, but he's just going to casually back off, and it should still be a 2-for-2 trade. 1 bounty rune left down in the bot rune spot, but does seem like the E2 Hustlers should be able to get away with it.
I think so. I mean, that ward is really important, though, right? Because we, when I was casting TI regional qualifiers with Ares, it was Topson Primal Beast, and he was making rotations to the side lanes at 3 minutes with the bounty rune to be able to put a lot of that early pressure on. We know how much a Primal Beast is able to do just at level 3, level 4, level 5, not even needing the ultimates to be able to do it. The downside of doing that movement, though, is that he's going to be going up against a Pugna that can really start to chunk down your tower if you leave him alone, even just for a little bit. So with that ward, you're going to see when your squishier hero is vulnerable. I say that, but they've actually put Yuma up on this top lane. So really looking to avoid that really bad matchup that I was talking about with the DK into the Necro. So I like it.
Yeah, that makes enough sense. Yuma should have a pretty good time here against Chrysalis. Of course, you were mentioning that mid lane as well. Like, you're already seeing Armel taking a lot of harassment here from Xantic, and I appreciate the point you made as well, because if Armel does want to rotate very early on, you do at least have a hero that can do so much damage to that tier 1 mid tower, and that's just a tower you really don't want to lose early on if you can avoid it, even as Team Secret. Like, you might want to fight, but you need to control the map the best you possibly can. So I can appreciate these drafting choices by T2 Hustlers, kind of taking into account that Primal Beast is probably going to be very aggressive early on as bottom lane. Bit of action here from Theolacor already. Boom is there to protect on the Necrophos, so it seems like he's going to have to back his way up. And speaking of the Devil, Boom right now on the Necrophos, top CS. So even against the Viper, at least for now, not struggling.
Not struggling, but I think the thing is, Devi Lama should be at least able to get his farm in this lane. That's the downside, right? You never really want to be playing a melee core into a Necro. He's just going to dominate you. Theolacor might be
getting very low.
Looking
mid lane again. Go on, Donald.
No, I was just about to say they're influencing these lanes, and yeah, might be able to get the kill.
Oh, looks like they have Boom able to secure first blood.
Maybe
even avoiding the neutral creep trying to stun him as he might die, but no. He'll survive through it. Just way too much heal coming in. As Yamich, he's going back after Devi Lama, but eventually will back his way up.
But yeah, Armel is always going to be taking a lot of damage in this lane, right? I mean, the other thing is, the Necro, the changes to it, right? Like, they don't really have a nullifier build. That's the main area of concern that I have for D2 Hustlers, that Boom could just take this game over, despite playing in the offlane. And I know it's something that you mentioned you didn't really like, seeing these offlaners just have the freedom to be able to not play this uber sacrificial game, but, I mean, if there was anyone for that, it's this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's just having a great old time so far here, Boom, and just doing what he needs to do is... Well, top lane, I guess we haven't talked about it too much. Yuma, Hakoda, going at it here with Crystallis and, of course, Puppey. I mean, this kind of just seems like an even trading lane. I feel like I say this every time there's a Dragon Knight in the game, where it's just nothing tends to happen in the lane with a DK standing, and it seems to kind of be the case, though he's somewhat slowing down the farm of Crystallis, but I don't think Secret's threatened in any way down at this up at this top lane.
No, it's kind of like a Chaos Knight lane, right? Like, you're going to sustain both of them. One of them's got the Dragon's Blood. What, Devi Lama? Is he going to die here?
Ooh, just within fog. Boom even getting pushed back towards him for a moment, but he barely survives. Thing is, though, this Viper, like, he's not having the dominant lane he wanted.
No, definitely not. I mean, you're generally happy enough if you just get levels on the Viper, because that's going to allow you to harass out the Necro every time you hit up onto those odd levels. And I guess the other good thing against the Necro is you're not really casting that many spells on the Viper, especially, you know, no points Nether Toxin. You're not spamming out these waves. You want it as close to your tower as possible so that you can get this early farm. The downside is that they're actually out of regen, so they're faring a little bit over to themselves now, even just having that boost of speed, so you get the sense that maybe they're looking to try and get a kill with Theolacor onto this Necro sometime soon, but he's looking pretty healthy, and he's even gone for the casual cloak really early on, not emphasizing the energy booster or the Ring of Health, which I quite like.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're just kind of nullifying the Clockwork Viper altogether, as we are going to have a quick pause coming out here from Yamich. This is one of those Clockwork games, like, where I would feel really sad, because I feel like there's just nothing I can do to help this lane at all. It's kind of like you hit level 3, you hit that nice power spike with Battery Assault where you basically get over double the damage. And then it's just like, yeah, but he's got a cloak now. And we're behind in levels. And chances are the Necrophos is just going to heal up through all of it anyway.
Yep.
Like, we'll see if it does pay off, because he should hit level 3 rather soon. I just don't think it's going to matter with the way this lane's gone here down at the bot lane. I feel like Boom's still just going to walk out scot-free.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, it's just how much is Viper going to be able to get, and I think that's what Theolacor is setting himself up for, right? It's not necessarily how active can you play, but how much can you protect Devi Lama so that he at least gets into that early little bit of farm.
It's a good way of looking at it. Still very depressing, though, let me tell you, Danog, as a Clockwork spammer myself, that's most depressing way to have to play this hero, but sometimes necessary, as they are going to try and rush towards Boom. Pings were out from Theolacor. He saw an opening with the creep wave approaching the Necro, but couldn't quite close the gap, and obviously they're not looking to dive the tier 1 tower if they can avoid it, so they'll just have to let that one go. But it is at least good to see D2 Hustlers, like, they are aiming to try and take that man down. Not anywhere near it yet, though.
Not yet. I mean, they've got a little bit more regen. Viper now has the boots to be able to play with. He's very close to hitting level 5, so... Oh, wasn't expecting to see Crystallis dying on this top side.
Yeah, very nice harassment being pumped out here by a Disruptor. Hakoda just dishing out so much with the level 1 Thunderstrike, and then of course the level 2 Glimpse back was more than enough to get the job done, so... Huge kill here for the side of D2 Hustlers. And I'm kind of like you, I was not expecting that to happen, but... Crystallis kind of getting caught with his pants down there for a moment, and well, bottom lane, bit of action breaking out here as well. Boom, in a bit of danger. He's going to back his way off. Gonna be all right.
So I almost wonder if they commit onto that.
Protecting his Viper with the cogs, and
yeah,
this bottom lane's starting to get a little bit spicy.
It is, and I think they might have just gone for it like one creep too soon. Viper was 1 kill away from being able to get that 3rd point into the poison attack, and well, with that, maybe they look to make a play now. It was more just about burning the mana. You can look to pop the Mango here, go for the kill, because he doesn't have the active on the hood anymore. Not going to be able to TP away from this either.
Does pop the Ghost Shroud. It's probably not going to matter, though. It only amplifies the damage there from Thea Lacoste. They do make it happen as mid lane. In the meantime, Xantic goes down. Armel able to secure a solo pick-off on his own. At least I believe it was solo, because... Well, Puppey was running towards him, but I don't believe he did anything.
We know what our boy Armel is capable of. He's been impressing in the SCAC for quite some time. And, I mean, this is one of the advantages that you have against the Pugna, right? Is that there's no stuns to be able to stop him from just running at you with that trample. So, very clearly, I mean, even if you use the Decrepify, you end up taking more damage yourself. He's even going to look to take some of this additional farm so that he gets into his next item just that little bit quicker.
Yeah, I love this hero, right? Like, he's literally stomping the ground with his feet, and it's magical damage for some reason. So Xantic just no escape for himself on the Pugna, though he is applying a lot of pressure. And this is something you pointed out just a few moments ago. Every time you leave the lane, this tier 1 tower is going to suffer. Hell, even while Armel's here, the tier 1 tower is suffering. And I'd say maybe an extra minute, this tower's gone. In fact, Thea Lacour is going to rotate. They did.
Oh,
Sentry's down. Thea Lacour, he's going to go for it. Glimpse is back. And Armel, he'll try for the Pulverize, trying to deny the kill away from Xantic. Still trying to find a way out, but is not going to make it. Yamich, though, he's rotated, but it doesn't seem like he could try to go for a kill on his own. And while all that was happening, Boom even goes down to Divine Llama solo. Massive kills happening across the map, and the mid-tier 1 tower is now officially down for Secret.
This is it. This is the early tempo that I was talking about, right? Like, Xantic, Grandmaster on the Pugna, and he even gets a regen rune to be able to play around with as well. And that's one of the big weaknesses of the Necro as well. No stuns, no escape potential against that Viper, and you're very slow despite having the boots of speed when Viper's able to get that that Viper strike in onto you. So I think he might have just decided to try and stay in man fight against the Viper, but, well, certainly can't look to do that with 4 points in the poison attack.
Absolutely not. I mean, still second in net worth is Boom, but definitely a great sign here for Hustlers. Of course, top net worth right now being Xantic on the Pugna. Already has the Aether Lens up now, and this is where the hero starts to feel really darn strong. That roaming potential suddenly skyrockets for the Pugna as Thea Lacour needs some help right now. Shard's a little bit off the mark. Nice cogs from Thea Lacour, gonna force them back as Xantic is now there to back him up. Very nice. Another blast coming in as Thea Lacour trying to give more vision for his side, but it seems like they've gone a bit too far. Still, they do try to trade as Yamich will go down for Thea Lacour. So I'd still say overall, it just feels like a better trade for Hustlers.
Yeah, it's an alright one. At least Puppey's going to be able to get this D ward off. You had Yamich standing up there on the high ground when he went for that move off the back of the Observer ward placed down previously. Hakoda can't really afford to just die for free, though. Not really sure what he was doing that deep, to be honest.
Yeah, I was about to say, I thought he was going in to play some wards, but he had no wards available in his bag, so... Yeah, I mean, just a bit of a suicide mission here for the old Disruptor.
Must have clicked the minimap, you know, it happens to all of us.
Right, it certainly does. I've done it a fair too many times, I think, as well. Still 5-4. Very slight net worth lead the way of Hustlers. Nothing to write home about quite yet. Mid lane, Xantic will find Puppey. Meanwhile, Armel and Yamich, they are rotating towards the top side of the map. So it looks like they are going to try and secure a kill into this Dragon Knight. Yuma has stuck around on his own for quite a while, and pings are coming out. They know exactly where he is, and the thing is, he's got no help incoming. They're trying to walk up the river, but it's way too late. They've lost the Dragon Knight, but they are still looking for the fight.
Could get a glimpse back.
He'll rush forward.
It's just about the vision.
Chrysalis does get caught by the decrep. They have hook shot of... No, they don't. He's still level 4. Chrysalis gonna get caught anyway. The Cogs catches him out. Chrysalis is down. Armel will at least find some revenge here by taking down Theolacore, but now Yamich is dropping rather quickly, but is barely gonna survive though. Hakoda
2, 1.
does see him. Glimpse is available. That might be... No, Snowball is gonna buy a little bit of time and juke out the damage. Very nice little play from Yamich. Still, they do find Chrysalis.
They do find Chrysalis. They would have felt so much happier about that on Secret if Chrysalis was just able to spot out that Dragon Knight and use the Rupture on him first to try and bait out the TP and then connect through with the rest of the gang squad. But instead, he just dies a single time. Sure, it sucks, but at least he's able to TP back towards that mid lane. We got to remember that this is actually the quote-unquote carry DK coming through here from Yuma. So the fact that he's able to just get right back out there and continue to farm is a big deal. And there's that Midas.
And they do group up top. Pulverize was just used by Armel to farm some creeps. In fact, he's using all his spells to farm these creeps, just trying to find a way out now. Theolacore does not have level 6, but does have some vision for a glimpse back onto Puppy, but it's only going to just buy some space for Xantic to take that tier 1 top tower. So they don't really find a kill. They do get the top tier 1. Suppose, you know, objectives are generally more important than these kills anyway. And Hustlers, they are going to take the dire side jungle at the very least. Secret, they don't seem to really mind just backing off them farming another side of the map, though.
I think they need to mind a little bit, though, right? Because this tier 1 bottom tower has barely taken a lick of damage for D2 Hustlers, and that's really what's going to open up the map for Crystallis to be able to play around with. You've got a Necro playing alongside you as well. Two pretty greedy cores for the very start of the game. You need items before you have that same level of effectiveness as someone like a Viper. You know, Viper doesn't need much. It's all in his toolkit.
It certainly is. So far, so good. 1k advantage for D2 Hustlers. Nothing too crazy, but they've got kind of the fundamentals down pat now. 12.5 minutes in, 2 tier 1 towers down, and certainly looking to get very aggressive across the map as Puppy will get caught. Hakoda just locking him into that kinetic field. Leap is still there just in the nick of time, though. He had those one charges as bot lane. Another fight to break out. Yamich is trying to fight Theolacore. Meanwhile, Yuma will make his way onto Boom, and they find him. That's a huge kill once again onto the Necrophos. Is Theolacore somehow still alive, giving the vision onto Yamich. So they will find a secondary kill for the side of Hustlers. And at this rate, this Necrophos, he's just not going to have a game.
No, that's the thing, right? You just need this map to open up because you're just farming in too many predictable spots. That's the main issue that I'm having with this one. And, well, I mean, Theolacore has been pretty on point with a lot of these rotations. You even had the Dragon Lance on the Viper at that time as well, so able to just keep them away from afar. I mentioned that Secret's main weakness is that they need some sort of way to be able to immediately get in onto those backlines. You can't afford to just try and walk through a Cogs, a kinetic field, even just the decrep is going to slow you down a fair amount until those BKBs start to come. Huge plays already. Secret really need to kind of just back off and try to find some farm, but they are going to smoke up, head down towards the bot lane where they did see Divine Llama. And the Viper is on his own right now. Mind you, he does have the protection of his tier 1 tower, so there is a nice point to rotate and help out if D2 Hustlers find that it's necessary. Secret, they desperately want it. When they're heading down, it's not a safe gank at all, though. There are plenty of heroes ready to go from Hustlers. Hakoda doesn't have a TP, though. That's the one downside here. They've got a smoke that seems like they're about to pop, and if they're able to move very quickly, they might be able to get down towards this bottom side of the map, but it seems like Hustlers, they really want to fight this. They don't want to give this up if they can afford to. Divine Llama, he avoids the gank altogether with the tumblers. That little tree line, they didn't check, and now the hook shot is there. Nice snowball to buy up a little bit of time, but they're trapped within the Cogs. Meanwhile, on the side, Hakoda is in a little bit of danger. Should drop. They have got Puppy at the least, but they're going to lose Theolacore. They're going to lose the Disruptor. Problem is, Boom has been left behind. So they lose the Necrophos once again.
at 2 for 2, but still in the favor of D2 Hustlers. And the worst part about that was the fact that they never found the Viper. He was one tree away from being spotted, but it just wasn't quite close enough.
That close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, unfortunately, and yeah, it just goes to show how little of a difference it is. It's off the back of that Tumblr's toy, right? And that's the thing with this Xantic Pugna. It just lets you stay out on the map. I mentioned that they needed to play a really aggressive, fast-paced draft to have a chance here on D2 Hustlers, and they're doing just that. All Tier 3 towers gone, a Tier 1 tower's gone, excuse me, but they've got the exact start that they've been wanting.
A spectacular start here for Hustlers, really proving that they want to be in contention for that Div 1 spot, and they look like they deserve it based off this early game.
They'd have to change their name,
we're only 15.5 minutes in, but a very strong start.
Will they become D1 Hustlers? What goes on then if they make it?
I mean, I didn't want to say it, Dan. Oh, my goodness. You had to go there.
I'll take the easy one anytime I can get it.
Oh, mid lane. Bit of a group up, Mel. Oh, he's going to onslaught in as well. They're going to get the vision. Hawkshot is there. Glimpse back, he's kind of being thrown all across the map, but it won't matter. They hold him in that static storm, so the Cogs actually pushes him out, but it doesn't matter because he gets locked in anyway. A very aggressive kind of wave push here from Armel, but it really does cost him heavily.
I love this, that the team just looks to connect up onto this top side as quickly as possible. You've got Divine Llama with that Dragon Lance hitting into the tower. You're using the Rocket Flare to keep bottom lane pushed away. They're just trying to get understanding of, all right, well, where is Crystallis farming? Is he ready to join in onto this? Because when they went for that last team fight, he didn't have the BKB. He only had just picked up the Maelstrom, and it really felt like he was, I don't want to say useless, but this Bloodseeker hero just doesn't do anything until you've got at least the Maelstrom and the BKB.
I mean, I always talk trash about this Bloodseeker Pos 1, and, you know, I know it's a favorite of Crystallis's, but it certainly doesn't look too good until the BKB is certainly up, and he's getting there, he's getting close enough, but so far, just no cigar here for Team Secret as D2 Hustlers, they'll hold on to a 2k advantage. All 3 cores, top of the net worth here for D2 Hustlers on the Radiant end of things. And they are kind of hanging around the Roshan pit, sadly for them. They don't really have a great Roshing lineup, but they certainly have a lineup that can kill Armel again.
He's got the BKB
not too careful.
He picked it up just before he died. So there's your cope right there, Secret fans.
Oh, Onslaught committed. Hookshot is out. Cog's pushback is going to be there. He will pop the BKB though. Armel going to try off the Theater Court. Does get a nice pulverize off. And they'll even commit the Reaper's Scythe just to ensure he dies. Get those extra stacks up on Boom.
But that's all you really want, right? You just don't want to give up these free kills anymore. You're happy to drop that sort of thing because a lot of your push depends on the initiation coming through from the Clockwork. DK, yeah, he's got the Blink Dagger, but he doesn't feel super confident in being the first one to go into these fights because you are still the position 1 at the end of the day. You need that safety net in the BKB to be able to back up your Blink Dagger initiation.
12-9 now. Still a very close game. Crystallis inching closer and closer to the BKB. Can't afford the Mithril Hammer now at the very least, so getting close to that stage where he can start fighting back. The T2 Hustlers, like, I wonder if they feel as though they need to start making more plays across the map because, well, they have got all 3 Tier 1 towers, but you go back to the draft and what you were talking about, like, this is a draft that wants to play early. You didn't have too much faith in the POS 1 DK, and neither do I, quite frankly. I just wonder, like, do they feel that kind of intensity to try and make something happen? And as I say that, bottom lane, they are kind of setting up here, Team Secret. But Yuma, he's just going to TP away.
Yeah,
but what are you thinking, Danog? Are they doing enough?
D2 Hustlers doing enough?
Yeah.
I think they're doing a fine enough job. I mean, these free kills are always going to feel really nice just to be able to get the outnumber there. Puppy doesn't have any leaps, unfortunately, to be able to play with, and Theolacore just serving him up on a silver platter. I really want to see them put a lot more emphasis up towards this top lane, though. They had used the glyph previously. You've got a Pugna that's just able to keep himself out there on the map. He's got the Arcane Boots to be able to play around with. They don't take towers that quickly on Secret, so I really don't feel like this bottom tower is that big of a deal. And, I mean, you got to make sure that you're locking down Boom. You can't let him get into this 4-star, for example, to get out of the cogs or get away from the Pugna life drain.
Yeah, there's still those timings that are very strong for Secret as Team D2 Hustlers. heading towards the bottom lane again, but there is a big group up top lane. Armel, he's rushing towards the Violama. Again, the Tumbler's Blade coming in clutch, but it's not going to be enough, I don't think, as Armel, he'll go for a Pulverize out. He is taking a hell of a lot of damage, but it won't matter. Reaper's Scythe, it'll get the job done once again, and that's a big one. You got that Viper.
You got the Viper, you got the kill bounty as well, giving it over to Boom. I said at the start, no nullifier builders, it really not a ton of magic damage to be able to play around with outside of that Pugna, so Boom could be set up to have a really solid game if you just keep funneling the net worth into him. And the way to do that is by maintaining your towers. So the fact that he gets picked off solo and they're not getting anything in exchange, in fact, it's the net worth slowly creeping back in Secret's favor, is a big plus for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Now the blink up on Armel. Mind you, as I say that, Azantic, he has a full Octarine core up on the Pugna. He's absolutely huge on this hero. The spammability of these spells now is just kind of ridiculous on Azantic, but nevertheless, slowly but surely, Secret, they're getting to those item timings, and it's going to start getting a little bit concerning, I think, if you are a D2 Hustlers fan, as Azantic. Go on to Armel, won't really amount to too much. In fact, an arrow does connect onto the Pugna, so Armel, he's going to jump in. Pulverize is there. Theolacour, he will get a nice hook shot off. Azantic is still alive, still trying to fight back with the BKB, but the Rupture, it's going to force him to slow down, as he does still BKB TP away. He's alright. Theolacour, maybe not so much though. He will get taken down, and suddenly, you're seeing the tide slowly shift back the way of Secret.
You are, for sure, but I mean, what a hook by Theolacour, right? That could have been an absolute disaster for D2 Hustlers. You take out that Pugna, then you're able to open up the map by taking the tier 1 mid. You give more space for Crystallis to be able to farm. He's got that BKB now. Wasn't forced to pop it. Rupture was enough just to be able to force them back, and, well, they might be able to pick off Divine Llama once again. Where is he with the blink on Armel?
It's a vision. Yeah, they've got him. Pulverize, tag team activated, just in case they needed it. There is no way out. Divine Llama going to get Reaper's Scythed again by Boom. More stacks the way of the Necrophos.
They think they can get a pick off here.
They are rushing right towards Secret in that dire jungle. Boom's going to avoid being spotted first. They do make the jump in onto the Tuscan now. They'll try onto the Necrophos, but Boom, he's still pretty healthy. He'll heal up. Now Secret, they bring in the cavalry. They've already lost 2. Azantic is down on D2 Hustlers. They'll even get Hakoda. Oh boy. And so it begins, a triple kill for Boom, and suddenly Roshan is open for Secret.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of an odd choice, right? To continue going in after you just had your Viper get picked off a huge portion of your damage in this early stage of the game. They just continue to go on forward, fairly blind. And well, with that 4v5 into the enemy's jungle, it's going to give away this first Roshan as well. And, well, we know how important that is for, I was about to say the Bloodseeker, because he really wants to be able to get that free Aghanim shard from the second Rosh, but he's actually bought it up for himself already. You just see the importance of the Necro being the one to get a lot of those early kills, right? He was able to shrug off the early attempts. He had the Greaves for himself. He has the the Hood for himself. He's able to use Force Staff to be able to get away from the Cogs. All this stuff, I don't mind Boom playing a very selfish game this time around because he needs to.
Absolutely. So far, it's really just starting to pay off here. It's a 1k net worth lead now the way of Secret. Azantic and both Yuma are still top of the net worth board, but not by much. And now Secret with those timings, they're smoking up, they're ready to go.
Are they going to kill Divine Llama in the same spot for the third time in a row?
On these spells. Divine Llama, BKB immediately.
Tusk's there, man.
Can he get out though? Walrus Punch committed. No TP available. He just has to stand his ground. Hope his team backs him up, and they are incoming. They'll try onto Armel first. The Primal Beast, he is perfectly fine. They're not going to back Theolacour up. They'll let him die for this. In fact, Yuma's also in danger. He got Walrus Punched. They're still trying to just chip away, but Armel jumps in with the Pulverize onto the Viper. Lifesteal is helping the Llama stay alive a little bit longer. In fact, maybe now, maybe they can fight back, but no. Reaper's Scythe from Boom ensures he goes down. And they're just forced to TP away again.
Any chance that you can get to force them to play on the back foot instead of the front foot is a huge win for Secret. And the thing that gives them the chance to do that, of course, is that Aegis of the Immortal. They're fearless right now, and they've been able to pick up a few of these more group up and go items that Secret love to play around. They've got the Pipe, they've got the Guardian Greaves, even just the passive magic resistance from the Pipe, I think is severely underrated. 30%. just from having the item. You know, even if you're being chain stunned, a lot of the damage coming through from D2 Hustlers at this stage is still going to be that magic.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge itemization from Boom, really starting to pay off, and D2 Hustlers now looking a little bit lost here as to what to do in this game. Again, this kind of goes back to the fact that this draft is so orientated around setting at a tempo and kind of holding on to the map control that allows you to have, and suddenly they are lacking all of that. The Secret are more than happy to oblige to every fight.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to like try and oversimplify this, but I really feel like it just goes down to they didn't push their advantage when they had it. You know, it was what was the gold lead? Like, it was only 2-3k, but it was still in a position where you didn't have these big team fight items available on Secret, and then you just let this tier 2 tower stay alive. It hasn't taken a single lick of damage on the top side ever since they popped that clip, and I feel like that's a big mistake.
No, it certainly feels like it now. Maybe they can hunt down Armel top lane, but he's the one actually hunting. Jumps right into the Violama. Thing is, he does have BKB up, and it does pop it at the exact right time as the Violama. He's going to cop the Pulverize. The hook shot was blocked off by his own Viper. Sophia Lacour's going to drop. The Violama's probably not going to make it out either. No TP available.
He wants to shove in another wave. Oh, the courier. He'll take that.
He does at least get that, but it was empty. No items available. Reaper Scythe again from Boom, going to lock him down. Oh, it's just so tough to watch after such a great start. It seems like there's just such a low chance of winning these fights now.
Yeah, I mean, Gaben says it's 30% for Hustler. I would say, you know, even if the net worth stayed exactly the same differential, as the minutes go by, it's just going to tick 2% every single time. And, well, I mean, the plus side is Yuma, he's level 18. He's getting a lot of levels for himself, so now he's at least got that that blue dragon that we very rarely see these days. Normally it's the ancient black dragon by this stage, but he's just died a couple too many times. I think he might be just a little bit short of being able to pick up that Aghanim Scepter for himself. So maybe then you could look to put yourself a little bit more onto the front lines.
Yeah, I mean, it has been pretty tough for the DK like Yuma. 0-1 and 4. Like you said, the Ag's timing not exactly the pace you'd kind of like it at, and Team Secret already looking towards that bottom tier 2 tower now. Still 30 seconds on the Aegis as well. So feeling more than confident to take this one out, take the outpost, and try to secure your position for the next Roshan if you can. I think Secret, I mean, maybe you don't even think about the next Roshan yet. Like, there's still plenty of time for that. Maybe just keep up the aggression. No real need to slow down, it doesn't feel like anymore. As the Violama.
Oh, no,
bottom lane, punches there. Armel is there to back him up. Boom also around, forcing the BKB already. Yamich does get caught by a static storm. They'll pop the Rupture on the Viper. He's going to try for the TP up, but it's too late.
That's a big suck.
The BKB wears off.
Oh, we're able to get away from the quad suck.
I mean, I appreciate how aesthetically pleasing that look from Exantic, but sadly, it doesn't really matter if your Viper's already dead.
Yeah, you need someone to be able to, like, anchor the fight around, basically, you know? Like, he's got plenty of cast range to be able to play off the back of it, to be able to put it down in a good spot on Exantic, but yeah, feels a little bit lacking for now.
Here we go, mid tier 2 tower. It kind of forces Hustlers to try and fight this one out, as we are seeing them suck the life out of Boom, but he doesn't seem too concerned by it. He's got plenty of passive regen, and of course back to the pipe as well. The magic resist really paying off here for the Necrophos. Team Secret, they will play it safe. They're not going to try and force anything too rash here. They're going to back off for a little bit, secure some more items. Why the hell not? Like, you know you have the late game drafts. There's just no reason to try and make risky plays. D2 Hustlers, on the other hand, they have plenty of reasons to try and make those risky plays. They are going to group up and go for a 4-man smoke up. They are running right into Puppey, who should be able to break the smoke very nicely and pops the Moonlight immediately. They got the stun off with the hook shot. It's off the mark. The Static Storm lands on nothing apart from Puppey. This is all for a Marana. Reaper Scythe will take down Hakoda. Divine Llama is desperately trying to fight back. Chrysalis, in the meantime, already finds Xantic on the Pugna, and everyone's just so healthy. Nobody's dying on Secret. Everyone's healing up. Triple kill for Chrysalis. This game, I don't like to call it this early, but it is looking very over already.
Oh, Yamich has even found Yuma.
Oh no. Well, Yuna, he cops the pulverize. He's going to try and just run his way out. With the Black Dragon, he can do so. No terrain is a problem for this hero anymore, but sadly, I mean, 3 go down again. In fact, that was a 4 going down with buyback from the Disruptor. This game just continues to get more and more challenging here for D2 Hustlers.
Felt like a bit of a desperation play, didn't it? With just going out into no vision. They just wanted to set some stuff up for them to be able to farm, but I mean, part of that's just on Poppy as well, right? In a really solid position himself. He's got a pipe too, so who cares that you've doubled up a little bit? But that's going to be just fine.
Yeah, amazing play so far here from Secret and Hustlers. I want to find some way for them to find a win condition in this game. You know, I want to see a pathway to how D2 Hustlers pull off this victory after such a great start. Like now they're 13k behind. Coach Danog, if you were there right now coaching the team, what would you be saying?
We're going to go out for ice cream later, boys. Make you feel real good. Make you cheer up your spirits a little bit. I mean, in reality, it's about fighting around the second Roshan, right? It's still going to be a minute 10 away, but it doesn't make sense to go onto the bottom side of the map anymore. There's no objectives there for you to be able to claim. You don't have any vision, and I feel like taking this outpost is a pretty big goal for them. So the fact that Hakoda's just been able to walk up and pick it up for himself is a pretty big win in its own right. He's also got the Glimmer Cape as well, so depending on how low the hero is that gets gone on by Boom with that Reaper Scythe, you might be able to get a quick save there.
Here we go. Mid lane, they're rushing right towards them. They saw Divine Llama. Instead, they'll go for the Alacorb and a nice
the damage!
Oh, the Rupture! Crystallis, right in the nick of time, finds the Rupture, even gets the Pulverize here thanks to Armel onto Divine Llama. They do at least glimpse him back. But Divine Llama, he's still in dire straits. He's got nowhere to go. They'll just pop the tag team, miss the arrow, but what does it matter? The Viper's down. In fact, they even found a cherry on top. Hakoda's gone.
Well, they got that gem. Armel a while ago, before that pass fight, by the way, in the Radiant jungle, had picked up the Aghanim Scepter as well. So you got the break against the Corrosive Skin, you got the break against the Dragon Blood. Feels, heroes are a lot squishier off the back of Armel, just being a ballsy man and running in onto the front lines.
They're doing exactly what he needs to do here for Secret, as Roshan did spawn up about 6 seconds after that fight ended. Secret, they will have a double damage room. We like to call that Gaben's Blessing, and I mean, if they can spot up this Roshan, it could be a very good time for them to take it. I mean, usually the best time is right now if you see Roshan available, and there you go. Yeah. Crystallis does see it. He'll go right away.
Pops Gaben's Blessing. And most of the time, you need a key to be able to unlock that, but well, they'll be able to take this one down pretty quickly with that tag team, of course, enabled by the Blood Rage. Roshan just melts so quickly. And without the Disruptor, you don't feel confident taking this fight.
There's nothing you can do about it either. Like, even with the Rocket Flare vision you're giving your team, it's like, well, they're not in position. Even if they were, we're not 100% sure we could actually take the fight. In Secret, well, they're happily going to take the Aegis here on Crystallis. Shards available as well. And they want the fight. They're running right towards the bottom where they're going to find the Alacorb. Great shards out by Yamich. And that'll be your Clockwork once again dying, as Yamich will secure the kill himself. At the very least, everyone else from Hustlers does get their way out for now. The Hakoda was spotted in Armel. He's rushing right towards him. BKB pop just for his beautiful, beautiful faces. Hakoda is gone.
He is indeed. I mean, most of the time you're like, it's only supports, but it's getting to the phase where they're going to be going up onto your high ground and you're going to be without a disruptor for that. I mean, you at least have level 18 and the Aghanim Scepter plus the Shard completed on the Pugner, so you've got a lot more damage and actually damage reduction coming through from that Pugner as a result of that, but I mean, you need something to be able to take advantage of it. You need to be able to drop down. Honestly, it feels like Kinetic Field is one of the most value items, spells for D2 Hustlers to be dropping right now, because it's going to force BKBs. It's going to force them to back away. It's going to force them to either take the damage or let you take the next successful team fight.
18k advantage here. Mid T2 tower now under siege. It booms frontlining for the team. The problem is they can't see anyone else from Secret at the moment. Crystallis will show. Llama even trying for the deny on the tier 2 tower. Won't find it. We do have another smoke to come out here from D2 Hustlers, but it still seems very desperate. Maybe just a warding mission here for Hustlers. Try and get the ward down into the Radiant jungle. Buy yourself a little bit of time and space.
Patrolman Puppy, though.
And it seems like that's exactly what they'll do.
Yeah. I mean, he was just pathing back and forth between those staircases, wanting to basically say, there's no way you're coming up into this without going through me first. And, well, all they could do is to just get out onto the map. And, well, what Secret are going to do is just force them back, keep that mid lane pushed in. Top lane isn't in the greatest position. I thought Armel might have been able to at least get the creep waves hit in with those illusion runes, which he has just started to do now. I mean, you got to split up to try and recover a net worth deficit, and we know how much of a kill threat they've got with this Blink Dagger on not just the Primal Beast, but the Tusk as well.
Octarine core up on Armel to boot. It's just... It just gets so tough. Like, this hero's cooldowns are already so low as it is.
Yeah.
You just give him an Octarine on top. Like, why the hell not? Here we go. Mid lane Hakoda. Oh, we're not even going to find the courier. They make sure it's immune. They'll find the Disruptor. Hakoda, Reaper Sight immediately by Boom, who's not hesitated once to pop that ability. Just why the hell not? Get more stacks up. Is Armel having a hunt around for more. Heads towards the bottom lane.
He's
not going to find anyone quite yet. They are all hiding, but it's a very scary time for Hustlers as the Vile Armor got spotted there for a moment. But Yamich not going to be able to find him in time.
He's just a minute away from that buyback on the Disruptor, so luckily enough, they weren't able to go up into the high ground. It's very important. It's just about, again, delaying out that game that little bit longer. Viper's actually going for an Abyssal Blade, just to provide them with a little bit more lockdown to be able to keep them in place, I'm guessing, during the suck from Atlantic. That's all I can really think about.
I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do. You know, it might look silly to us, but he's got a plan. Steelacore also had a plan. He will TP away from the rupture that was from Chrysalis, of course. Meanwhile, Yuma just split pushing the top lane, trying his absolute best not to get caught out, as Yamich gonna have a look around here on the Tusk.
I was really expecting them to at least take this
the Dragon Knight's there
2-2.
somewhere.
Yeah, they do. I mean, Yamich, I'm sure, is just going to be looking to throw around that Ice Shards whenever possible to be able to potentially snag him inside. Oh, he blinked the wrong way.
Oh no. He was right next to him too. Unfortunate. Oh, it happens. The 14 to 30, it's not like you're gonna really mind anyway. 20k advantage the way of Secret. Dota Plus sitting at a casual 93% right now for the side of Secret, which, you know, you'd have to agree with. And
You would
Secret,
indeed.
I mean, Puppy not getting caught down in this bot lane. Like, Hustlers, they are really struggling to find an opening here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the thing is that the way that Hustlers are playing, it's basically, if Elder Dragon form is popped, I feel safe enough to be able to push out some lanes. Maybe the rest of the heroes can go out onto the map as well. That's where Hakoda's been making these really deep plays, but, well, he's not going to be able to do it anymore, and I really want to see him get a little bit more of an escort, because he's holding the gem right now. If he walks up and just hands that back over to Team Secret as well, that's going to be a pretty big deal. Looks like he'll be able to get away.
Very close arrow there from Puppy.
Yeah.
Secret. I appreciate the way they do this, right? Like, they start smothering the enemy team when they know they've got an advantage. It's just, don't let them farm. There's no space on the map they should have. They are going to find some in the Radiant Triangle now. Armel immediately just blinking in with the Pulverize will just delete Hakoda. Like you said, gem available now for Secret, even though they already had one. Why not make it two? And now they will.
Yeah. You got 2 eyes, 2 gems needed. I think Puppy's sending his courier now just to be able to bring it back to base. No real point in if somehow the next team fight doesn't go well for you. Armel might actually scout out Theolacore and Yuma. Theolacore is actually in that position where you can see out, but they can't see in. I wonder if he sees that he got caught by the break
as well.
Yeah. I can't see it still. I have to say, like, I have been impressed by how Hakoda and Theolacore have been playing this game. Like, Theolacore in particular, always on point. You mentioned that it's not the greatest clockwork game for the laning stage, but almost every single hookshot has been on point to instantly respond to that pulverize on Armel.
It is kind of annoying though that that spot still exists where you just cannot see them. Because bottom, Atlantic gonna get caught. We'll try for the BKB TP play. We'll make it out.
So what do you do now? Maybe Puppy gets an Abyssal Blade in response to the just the decrep and BKB TP away.
Not much to be done. I mean, the thing is, it feels like it doesn't really matter, right? Like, he gets away, that's fine, but it's like we still control the whole map. Poke up here from Secret. They know they're in the Radiant Triangle somewhere. Armel's already scouted them out, though. Armel's taking a lot of damage, but a nice snowball from Yamich gonna help him reposition, and it could be a perfect position as well. Atlantic is down. Secret will rush towards the side of D2 Hustlers. No fear in the world. Pulverize back out on Divine Llama. That's your Viper gone. Yamich, perfect setup for his team. He will get stunned up and he might just die, but it won't matter. They'll just keep chasing Hustlers. Yuma, he's gonna hide in the ridge. Snowball will be there. Starfall doesn't land. High fives happening. Pulverize will land from Armel. The D2 Hustlers, I mean, I'll give them props because they are still playing and they have not called it. But this game is just getting worse and worse as time goes on.
Yeah, they're stalling out, but buybacks have already been expended. You ever try and hide in that little river spot that Yuma attempted? Yeah, it's a little bit cheeky. Looks to be able to stop any kind of like physical prevention, but of course with that Octarine core on Armel, he's even got the fact that it pierces spell immunity now for them to have to deal with.
Santic pops his BKB. Yamich this time around may have gone a bit too far, but he's actually a very tanky boy. Armel gonna move in with the Pulverize. Ends up finding the Pugna. Yamich is somehow still alive. Oh, he's actually gonna make it out. Yuma the one to drop, I think, as he tries to BKB run. He will make it. They're still just trying to chip away at somebody. Boom is just fine. Yamich again caught. Will go for a BKB. Giga chants it up. Goes in onto Hakoda. Finds the Disruptor. They'll find the Clockwork. The Lacour's down. Divine Llama's down. They've had enough. GG is called. What a way to end for Team Secret. Yamich just popping off.
He is indeed. He might die at the end. Never mind. He even brought up the Ghost Scepter at the very end so he could go for the Fountain Dive. I mean, that is Yamich just going absolutely bananas that game. He created so much space for the rest of the boys, and like we were saying from the very start, this was a game that if you get Necro out of that laning phase, then he is going to have a very, very good time. I think he ended up with 17 kills, just the 4 deaths on Boom, and he certainly did it for the team.
A really interesting game one, right? Like, Hustlers, they were off to such an amazing start. Like, I feel like this is where it all started to fall apart. Like, maybe not this exact moment, because it seemed like things were still going pretty well here for D2 Hustlers, obviously finding Boom on the Necrophos, and I believe that may have been the third time he died during the laning stage, but it feels like once you approach, say, that 20-minute mark, Hustlers, they just started to fall off a little bit, maybe not taking full advantage of the lead that they had. And Team Secret, once they got those key item timings, which were basically just the BKBs, it just felt like it was all over. They just started rushing towards them every team fight. And no matter how well Hustlers tried to play the game out, with the BKBs up, they just couldn't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got BKBs on all these vital heroes, you basically are only doing a little bit of damage on the Viper, and DK is basically your only consistent damage source, right? Yes, you are much better at scaling, but you need someone else there with you to be able to do a lot of the grunt work, so... Well, clearly that wasn't the case this time around. We saw in the order of those replays, the play down bottom happened at like 12, 13, 14 minutes. Didn't work out too well. And then the next time we saw them even try to venture up towards the top side was 22 minutes, where they took that unsuccessful team fight because Secret had just been able to come back in time. So, yeah, I think Hustlers just took their foot off the pedal for a couple minutes too long, and Secret took full advantage of it. Big props have to be given over to Armel for, I think it was 3 rotations in a row onto Divine Llama, farming on that top side of the map, where they were able to pick them off, slow down the game, let Crystallis get into that next item that he needed, let Boom have the space that he needed as well. It was a really solid game, a team game coming out from Team Secret.
Well, if there's any kind of MVP you'd like to call out, Danog, I mean, I know you just said it was a team game, but is there an MVP that you think deserves the title here for Team Secret?
I would say Boom, but I feel like the hero kind of played itself, so I'm going to say Armel. You know, you got to give it to our boy.
Okay.
A lot of those early rotations worked out incredibly well, and he was even able to do a decent job. I mean, he got the solo kill onto the Pugner in the mid lane as well, didn't he? So we can't forget that, really setting up his team for success.
Yeah, he's just done a fantastic job. Of course, Armel doing a great job of kind of adjusting to the Western Europe playstyle. And I mean, you and I, we knew. I mean, we were casting SCA for so long. We knew how great this guy was, and
been saying it for years.
Popping off here. Yeah, I mean, just fantastic here is Armel, and well, that's why they call him the Chief. A fantastic performance. Maybe the KDA doesn't look amazing, but the impact certainly was. You see that kill participation, 75% here for the Primal Beast. Yes, some people will argue the hero is quite busted. I personally also believe the hero is completely broken, but nevertheless, a great performance for Armel. And I gotta say, like, from what I've been seeing from this man, he is fitting into Team Secret quite well, at least for now.
For now, we'll see. We'll see. You know, Puppy might have to sharpen the machete at some point. But when we had a chance to be able to interview Puppy, he basically said as soon as Yamich and Amel joined the team, he's like, "Tell me everything you know about Dota. Tell me about your region. Tell me about the way that you think about it, because you know it's those little differences that." If you are able to combine them together and refine them and bring it to like Team Secret style Dota, that will take them that next level above. And well, Armel, he's just been a super consistent mid laner for the past, what feels like 4 or 5 years, and he's doing it again in Western Europe too.
Well, thank you for that, Danog. Of course, we are going to head off to a very short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our Game 2 draft between Secret and, of course, the side of D2 Hustlers. Don't go anywhere. right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are heading into Game 2's draft here between Secret and, of course, D2 Hustlers. Dan, on Game 1, it was a great game for both sides, but, of course, Secret taking it pretty convincingly once you hit the mid-game. I'm going to ask you straight off the bat. Like, we're going to head into this draft really soon. I want you to tell me what you want to see changed from D2 Hustlers to force us to a Game 3.
Okay, they can go one of two ways, right? If you're going to do a similar sort of draft where it's like, we're going to end the game in 35 minutes, we're going to back it, because they were in a really good spot. Like, don't get us wrong, right? They hadn't lost a single tower. They'd taken all tier 1 towers, but then they just stopped. I don't know why they stopped. I think they just got to continue to commit onto it, or you just need to go a little bit the other way and give yourself, like, an insurance policy, let's call it, right? To be able to go into that 40-plus minute mark of the game, and really didn't feel like the Viper, the Pugner were all that, you know? They had the Greaves, they had the Pipes, they had the BKBs, just to be able to shrug off a lot of that damage. And, well, Yamich played a pretty amazing game as well, that even when they try to pop BKBs on D2 Hustlers, he was right there with the punch, ready and waiting.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you saw the odds just then as well from esportsbet.io. Obviously, the Secret were the favorites in Game 1, but going into Game 2, it seems like the odds have just kind of increased in their favor, so I wouldn't necessarily disagree with those odds either, seeing how Game 1 went. I am still very, very curious, though. Like, D2 Hustlers, this is a great team. I really want to see exactly what they're planning to change up here in this draft to try and put a nail onto this Game 2 for themselves. And we are going to see very similar bans coming out early on, the Broodmother Timber, the Tusk Death Prophet, but this time around, D2 Hustlers, no messing around, they go right into the Rubik pickup.
Like it. I mean, I just want to see them play D2 Hustlers Dota, and for me, that first phase is going to be Rubik, Ember Spirit. So maybe Team Secret are going to look to try and think of how they're going to address that. To me, it's instant ways to be able to get onto the backlines and a quick amount of lockdown. So it's not going to be the Tusk, but I really wouldn't even hate seeing a Clockwork in this first phase, but just because Yamich can play it, Puppy can play it, you've got a decent amount of flexibility for it. And then I don't know if you could preemptively do DK. They do in anyway, just because I think that they're thinking that this Ember is going to come, and then you'll just put it mid lane if that's the case. So we'll see what D2 Hustlers are going to do in response to this, because they haven't had too much success when they've had to veer away from the Timbersaw or the DK route.
10 seconds remaining.
Or the Ember route, excuse
Why not?
me, not the DK.
The DK just so powerful right now. Just go ahead and first pick it immediately. We are kind of seeing the brains behind the operation here. Of course, Puppy always talking, always trying to communicate with the coach, trying to figure out what they're going to do. As they go for a Pugner themselves now. So seeing the potency of this hero, obviously, like with the DK, we saw it last draft. Like, it's very, very fast push potential. It's just a matter of being able to really assert your dominance after you've got those initial tier 1 towers. Well, Secret obviously not going to have the exact same draft, but very curious to see what they do with this opening as D2 Hustlers into the ODs where they go.
Not sure how strongly I feel about this. I mean, yes, it's a very good matchup into the DK. It just ignores all of that armor. You're able to save people as well from that Blink Dragon Tail stun, as long as you're not the one being stunned. But I have issues with, like, what are you going to be able to do if the Pugner's there as well? And in addition to that, this is a very fast draft by Team Secret. When I was interviewing Puppy a couple of series ago, I asked, like, well, describe Team Secret Dota to me. Is it fast Dota? Is it, slower paced? Does it depend on the game? And he's like, look, I feel like good Dota is fast Dota. So, heroes like the DK and the Pugner are going to enable that. So I'm just thinking that D2 Hustlers, their main priority needs to be picking some of these heroes that are going to just plant themselves in front of these towers and not let Secret take them for free. I mean, we could see the Cuckoo Mancer come out. You never know. But even then...
Don't say that.
You never know, Mike. You never know.
Don't say that, Dan. I'll go. I've been out of sea for the past half a year, and if there's one thing I don't miss is the Cuckoo Mancer coming out. So very happy to not have to see that. Hopefully here today. I know you in particular. There was a patch where you were a super Veno spammer. I remember. On 5, yeah, you were. I think it's the Plague Wards, right, that you really liked. The vision they provide and just how annoying they are to deal with.
I mean, it's kind of like, obviously Disruptor has a lot of other things now, but you can use the kinetic field to get up onto the high ground for providing that vision, right? It lets you have better sentry coverage. And in teamfights, realistically, all you need to do is hit a good Poison Nova, and you've done your job as a 5, right? You just need... And
right.
you don't need to commit that high value of a hero to be able to set up this
10 seconds.
barricade, basically, to be able to stop a lot of pushes happening, right? Just get the Plague Wards maxed out, place them down. They don't need to do the most damage over time. They just need to be survivable, basically, so that you're not feeding a lot of net worth over to the other team. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see if the Kukumatsu comes out. I want to see us pan over to the D2 Hustlers cameras soon, because have you seen how Yuma plays Dota? However he is during the draft, with his feet up on, I don't know what it is, a table or something, that's how he plays Dota. If we ever look at the player cams, it looks like the most uncomfortable golem get ye gone, spine-crunching thing I've ever seen in my life.
Well, before we get to see Yuma, we're going to have a look at Boom, who, by the way, has a fantastic haircut. I'm a big fan. Big fan of the... I like to call it the anime haircut, you know?
I call the mad
looks
scientist.
I'm not going to say the... He's not the bad guy, but he looks like the super strong guy in an anime.
5 seconds.
True. You got any references there that you're pulling from?
I want to say... No, I don't, but... Oh, I'm trying to... You're going to make me sound like a complete weeb when I figure out the answer.
No,
here,
no,
Devon,
no,
so
go on.
I might just avoid the answer altogether. As Team Secret, they are going to go for a Mirana pick up third pick, which makes enough. I mean, it's great setup here with the DK. Why the hell not? Mirana just so powerful right now.
Doesn't reveal everything about the lanes either, right? Like, now you can look to potentially do, for example, DK off lane, 5 Mirana, 4 Pugna. Most of the time when they pick this Pugna, it is on Yamich. He's just, again, very versatile with what he's able to bring. Back when, you know, after the Pugna nerfs, where it wasn't just reducing magic damage overall, it was just really... no one picking it, and Eastern Europe probably was the one region that was picking that hero along with like techies. You know, that's the great thing about being able to pull from a lot of these different regions. You get those like niche picks coming in that you can then implement in your lineup.
10 seconds.
Oh, Slark comes out for D2 Hustlers.
Like it a lot. So now they're covering basically, if DK goes off lane, Slark's going to be there. If DK goes mid, OD's going to be there. So he doesn't really have the easiest way to be able to go about these lanes. What I really do want from D2 Hustlers is either this Rubik to be 5, so that you've got some level of stun, or some sort of slow. Something that's just going to prevent Pugna, if it is a 4, from being able to... pull waves to be able to prevent an off-lane DK from having to lane into the Slark, right? Pugna's already very fast on his own, but if you've got a slow or a stun to be able to stop him from making that pull happen, then it becomes a little bit more difficult. You know, look at Yuma. Look at those feet, man.
Goodness me. Is that really how he plays?
Yes, that's how he plays.
There's no way. There's no way. Like, that's not even
I've seen
possible.
the player cams during, like, a game-winning team fight, and he has not moved an inch from that position.
What?
Yeah. You thought I was exaggerating with a golem get you gone, didn't you?
10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some crazy ones, right? Like, we've seen some players, and they play in some crazy ways, but this is just next level. I mean,
Team banned.
how do you even do... Like, how is he even seeing everything on the monitor? Well, what's happening?
His thighs in the way, basically. I mean, here's a bit of a weeb reference for you. Like, does it feel like L from Death Note? You know, the way that he sits to be able to allow himself to think.
It kind of does, actually, now that you mention it. Oh man, that's actually... You know what? I hope Hustlers get to a LAN just so we can see him do that live on LAN. Like, let's see if it's really just a 24/7 thing. It's crazy.
Make a special request from the organizers as well. Like, hey, could you give me like some sort of desk just to put my feet up onto, please? that would be amazing if they could get to that. Like this TA pick a lot, right? Like into the OD feels really solid. They might just choose to put this mid. Amel, we've seen him play obviously the Space Makers. He's great on the Spirits, and he plays a pretty mean TA as well.
That he does. If there's anything I remember about Armel is his TA play. It's quite devastating to have to go up against. And I appreciate the flexibility as well, right? Like, you don't always need Chrysalis to carry the game. You can just give, Armel the carry sometimes. And on a hero like TA, he can just kind of make that happen. I want to say as well, Daniel, I don't know if you've noticed, I'm a big Spirit Breaker fan as well. So I'm very happy to see D2 Hustlers picking that one up. Do I think it's good in this game? Maybe not. But I'm happy to see it.
Team banned.
Now, I did say you enjoyed your melee pos 4 styles. You know, I listed off a bunch,
You
and
did.
Spirit Breaker wasn't, so he's even slipped past my my guard. I gotta say, man, look at these bans from Secret. They're getting rid of a lot of these damage over time heroes that like to stand in front of towers. The Cuckoo heads that could be coming for D2 Hustlers. That's all I gotta say. It might be the Viper again, you know, but I'm telling you, it's a possibility. It could happen.
I mean, if it does, I will call your prediction god, Dan. If it comes out, I will actually smile ear to ear if I see a Venomancer here for D2 Hustlers. I'll feel sad because they're probably going to lose the game if they do pick it up, but I'll smile.
All right, let's try and predict what Secret are going to go for as well. Does Secret have a last pick overall? They do not. So that's the advantage of having this TA, right, is that you kind of leave them guessing a little bit for now. But what other hero can they really look to do that provides that same level of, you know, that it's going to look to give? I mean, is it... Can you afford to do like a Leshrac or something? Just, again, to pick up the pace even further. It's one of Slark's big counters. Could you even Bloodseeker? Just because... Oh, no, it's banned. It would have been pretty nice into the Slark, into the Spirit Breaker, just looking to charge around.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm kind of mesmerized at the moment by Xantic's haircut as well, by the way, Dano. He's got
Give
that
it high school
classic,
memories?
high school memories, but also the classic mid player, right? The 3-minute loathers on SF during Warcraft 3 days. Like that's what he's telling me by this haircut. It's bringing back some PTSD of that one time I went to a LAN and actually tried to play competitive Dota against some Oz players. And let me tell you, the guy with this haircut, he did not make my life very fun that day.
It just gives me My Chemical Romance, man. That's all I think of every single time I see his hair. But you know what? Some people are not blessed with hair as glorious as his. So, you know, go off, King.
That's right. I had that haircut once upon a time, believe it or not. I've got the receipts to prove it as well one day.
My best mate had that haircut.
Final pickups. Final pickups. Offlane's being banned out, D2 Hustlers. You pointed out the Cuckoo Manta. It's going to be a Darkseer, thankfully, coming out. So, I mean, nice little combination, right? Like with the SB, Iron Shoulder, the Spirit Breaker, hope for some lucky bashes, tends to pay off. I don't know if I like this draft overall, like looking at what D2 Hustlers have got. It feels like there's going to need to be a lot of coordination to make this kind of draft work. I don't know. What are you thinking here, Daniel? Do you like it?
I'm just thinking, like, I still want something that's going to buy a nullifier this game, and I think TA can do it. The thing with Secret, I think you just need to be very quick to punish whenever Spirit Breaker leaves that lane, because I still think this is a TA mid, right? So it's going to be put the Ion Shell onto the Spirit Breaker, get him to charge mid. If you've got the Meteor Hammer timing on the OD as well, great. And then you can get stun into a lot of damage over time, break the refraction, and kill the TA. That's going to be very important for D2 Hustlers, but what can Team Secret do when they look to try and make that happen? Either get vision up so that you know that's happening every single time, and B, go for the kill when they look to make that. And, well, I feel like Doom's kind of decent. It's a pretty good response to the OD as well, right? As long as you can get it onto him.
No, I like it. Like, Doom still proving to be very potent right now. Just kind of fits the bill, makes the Slark's life a living hell, makes the OD's life a living hell. Not much in the way of countering the Doom this game either. Like, sure, you're against the Slark, which is going to be kind of annoying, but I think the Doom overall is still just going to have a decent lane, considering he's going to go devour Midas. You know, it's like there's not really much else to it. He's just going to have a good time. And I'm looking forward to this game too, but I got to tell you, Dan, straight off the bat, I'm kind of leaning towards Secret's draft again.
I am as well, but again, D2 Hustlers have a draft that comes together. You can see what it wants to do, right? They just want to run at you constantly, and it's just about getting Yuma up to those early arms. It is a position 1 Doom. Okay, I like it. I think D2 Hustlers are going to need to make sure that they're blocking up a lot of these camps. You cannot let the mana burn creep get free on this one, because it's just going to make Devi Lama's life so horrendous if you're having to contest against that with no way to be able to get your Iron Shells off and be able to pick up a lot of that early farm. So we'll see. I'm favoring Secret as well, but I can see a universe kind of like, you know, Doctor Strange, where there's a universe that exists where they're going to be able to take the W.
Oh, absolutely. I hope they do, in fact. You know, I love myself a Game 3, Mr. Danong, so we'll see if D2 Hustlers can make it work, of course. This is for the sake of being undefeated or remaining undefeated for both these two teams. Secret currently 1 game ahead in this best-of-3 series. Obviously still looking to be the favorites as well, going into this game number 2. both you and I, we like the draft better, but like you said, there's certainly like some beautiful aspects here of D2 Hustlers draft, and if it comes together, it comes together, and if it doesn't, it kind of just falls flat. So let's see if they can make it work. Again, they're off to clearly the skills there, because the first 15 minutes of that last game was all theirs. So if they can kind of maybe do it again, but this time around apply the pressure they need to, or maybe just keep farming because they have a much better late game draft, maybe we could see a game go their way.
Do they though? I mean, Darkseer late game feels kind of nice, but I feel like you give TA time to farm, especially an Armel Grandmaster TA. You give Doom, who's probably going to be going into a Midas, time to get value out of it. You give a Dragon Knight, who might be looking to go into a Midas, time to get value out of it. I'm not sure if late game is where you want to be on D2 Hustlers up against all this. I think they can't take their foot off the gas this time.
No, certainly not.
That's an Initial D reference right there, if you want more weeb stuff.
That was a great anime. Mm-hmm. That was a great anime. That was my childhood right there.
Last time I went to Japan, I went to Hakone, where they did the drive down the mountain.
Oh, that was the time you invited me to barbecue, right? And I was busy? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just too busy. You're a man about town, Mike. Sometimes I got to send the invites there, but I respect the fact that you're a big star.
Yeah, the funny thing was, Danog, like, we actually went to barbecue that same night.
Oh, I know.
Except
I heard about it.
It was my wedding anniversary. There's no way I could have told the wife, "Hey, let's go out with the boys."
Uh-huh.
No way. So that's a death sentence in marriage life, sadly.
Teach me, senpai.
Boom. Arrow not gonna land. Hakoda trying for a deny, actually gets it. Very cheeky deny of the banner in there. And it seems like they pretty much got away with all banner ins apart from one. So a 2-to-1 trade in the favor of D2 Hustlers is already off to a very nice start.
Okay, that's good. We know that they need to start off well, right? Like, this game really is going to reach this fever pitch where you're not going to have, for example, a Lincoln's to be able to protect the OD against the Doom, and Doom's going to have that Blink Dagger to be able to come into you if it gets to that, let's say, 30-ish minute mark. I think that's the real sweet spot coming for Secret.
Yeah, we're gonna start with that mid lane here, of course. Armel and Xantic going at it here. Xantic had a pretty damn good lane last time around. What do you think, though, like, with this kind of matchup against the TA as an OD, do you feel like Xantic has an advantage here with this hero matchup, or do you think Armel kind of has the slider upper hand?
Armel, he knows how to play this matchup. I say that as he gets a range creep denied right in front of his face. But, he's a very skilled player. The thing is, you're still going to have a rough time to be able to get through a lot of those refraction instances. You're not going to be able to harass quite as easily. Good use of the orb, though, just to see if he could potentially get some of those tower right-clicks in onto him. Xantic is constantly going to be counting the number of defensive refractions available for Armel, but Armel, of course, is going to look to use the side leads whenever he can to try and get some harass onto this OD before he's able to get into that ring of health. I wonder as well...
Oh, what about those side...
Ooh, I was about to say, like, lanes? Look at Puppy.
Yeah.
I want to... He's hunting for if there's that courier there with the ring of health, but he's wisely placed it on the cliff towards the top side of the secret shop, so won't get that one sniped out there.
They're very, very kind of forward-thinking here by the OD. That's for sure. I mean, for a fact he's going Meteor Hammer build in this current meta, so... Definitely smart. As he even gets a tip from Divine Llama. Maybe Divine Llama realizing what he was up to, just hands the tip over. Speaking of that bottom lane, of course, Divine Llama and Thea Lacour against Chrysalis on the Pos 1 Doom, and Puppy on the position 5 Mirana once again.
Oh, no.
In terms of harassment, like, they are rushing towards them, and they are trying their absolute best to be very annoying as Puppy and Chrysalis both get backed in.
Mike, do you see what's breaking this lane for D2 Hustlers? I'll give you a hint, it's on the Doom.
The mana burn creep, I
That's
assume
not
you want
mana
me to
burn,
say?
it's purge. He's going to purge off the Ion Shell.
Of course it is.
Oh, man. He went hunting for it as well. I think they've done a pretty good job of just blocking up the small camp up until that 2-minute mark, but he just went hunting. He was like, oh, there it is. We're going to be able to claim that one and basically give this Darkseer an incredibly tough time in the lane.
That is so annoying.
Yep.
That is actually so incredibly annoying. Like, the fact that he can't Surge or Iron Shell without it just getting purged off.
Even Bulldoze, gone.
Oh, it even works on Bulldoze. Oh my god. That's actually kind of revolting.
Yeah, so when you're actually wanting to put a lot of pressure onto this melee pos 1 as your dual melee lineup with Ion Shell, you just can't. You just cannot. So you're forced to be able to go back towards the jungle, and I wonder when he's going to get rid of this creep. You know, because it's going to give so much value all game, and you've got stuns on other heroes.
And we'll see. We'll keep tabs on Crystal. See what he is going to get up to, as they are going to chase down Divine Llama as we speak. Chrysalis, I mean, he's not going to be able to secure the kill, but he's certainly kind of establishing his dominance here in this bottom lane, and there's literally just nothing they can do. They'll try to chase down Puppey a little bit, but he has a leap charge. In fact, he has 2 now. Charges there. Very lucky bashes from the Theolacore, but not lucky enough because he's the one to drop. Puppey's securing first blood on the Mirana. And this bottom lane, it's just dead.
Yep.
The Hustlers have got no chance with Chrysalis having this purge. Literally nothing they can do.
Nothing at all. And I mean, it's 2 melee heroes against a ranged hero as well. So all the while, Puppey's just going to be up in their face, getting a bunch of right clicks. They got incredibly lucky with all of those bashes that they were able to do in lane. But even that wasn't enough to be able to secure the first blood. I mean, I think that was basically the only recovery option for them, was if they were able to somehow get that first blood onto Puppey.
Well, let's talk about the top lane for a moment as well, because this is the one lane we haven't really mentioned at all yet. Of course, you have Yuma on the pos 1 Slarker against Boom on the position 3 DK. Hakoda there on the pos 5 Rubik, excuse me, and Yamich on the pos 4 Pugna. It doesn't seem like there's really much in the way of harassing out the DK at all. Like, Boom is still just casually standing his ground, making sure he soaks enough XP, getting his CS. Sure, Yuma's having a really good time as well. In fact, as I say that, he does get jumped, but will be okay to survive through it, as Hakoda was there with the lift up. But this top lane, like, the fact that Boom is able to just sit here as a DK and just farm casually against the Slark, it does feel like a little bit of a win.
Yeah, I'm not sure what really happened to the lane equilibrium that allowed him to just be sitting back here, being able to pick a lot of that up. But it also meant that Yamich was able to get a bunch of stacks off inside of the Ancient camp as well. So Armel's going to be able to use that to snowball with as well, which obviously feels great for a TA to be able to give up the lane to one of these supports that, I mean, how well do a Mirana and a Pugna scale just off the back of levels? You don't really need any items at all.
Oh, nice charge onto Puppey. He'll still be able to leap away, but Theolacore just being as annoying as humanly possible. In fact, he even cuts off Puppey for the courier. Puppey, though, does get the items, and the courier does barely survive, as Theolacore will not dive the tier 2 tower. Meanwhile, in the river, Hakoda has been spotted. Will go for a TP play out. He's going to be just fine. There was no way to cancel anyway, unless Puppey had thrown an arrow about a second earlier, and well, that just wasn't going to happen without the vision.
Yeah.
So 1-0 still standing the way of Team Secret. I mean, big issues, though, for the side of D2 Hustlers is it just feels like they're not really finding the farm they require, as Armel getting jumped mid lane is going to be perfectly fine.
Yeah. I mean, at least Divine Llama's been able to pull this wave. He's been farming the neutral camps all the while inside of the jungle, but this is the definition of free farm for Chrysalis, which you absolutely did not want to have happen. Puppey might die here. Ends up popping the Fairy Fire, so it's actually Divine Llama getting that as well. So nice little wave for the Darkseer to be able to get into that next item for himself. He's just doing the standard thing. Just don't lane into a horrible laning matchup. Make it work somewhere else. And, well, Darkseer, luckily enough, is one of the heroes that has that capability.
Theolacore is getting so ridiculously lucky with these bashes, by the way. Like, he just bashed again at the perfect time on Puppey.
He's got
to allow him to finish off that kill. And I mean, Fogged was complaining to me, because Fogged watched a couple of my SB games, and he was complaining that I bash too often. And Theolacore is literally bashed perfectly every single time. Even I'm getting jealous of this.
I'm gonna message Fogg to be like, hey, check this guy out, though.
They're rotating now as well. Like, the strength of the Iron Show SB is online. He'll get another charge. Xantic gonna set up for a charge here, but they do not land the stun as they don't time it perfectly. Is Puppey going to be okay to leap his way out?
I really don't think you care all that much, though, if they're making that rotation onto a Mirana, right? She's going to be able to get away. the DK's farming underneath his tower. Yeah, he's a level behind the Slark, but, I mean, Doom free farming again on the bottom side. It's going to allow them to go perhaps this little bit of a greedier build. Does that Korea have the Midas on it? I don't know. He's sending it off the map to be able to get to him on the bottom side, so I can't actually click into it.
Hey, I mean, you literally cannot see that courier right now. It is quite literally off the map. I mean, if there's one thing you don't want to lose is a Midas recipe, so you'll be able to pick it up very, very soon. But Theodore is going to hang around, make sure he's being as annoying as humanly possible here to Chrysalis. Doesn't even... Oh, he didn't even get that creep. It was actually taken by the Scorched Earth damage, so... Chrysalis still finding everything he could ask for, and now with the Midas up, his farm is set to escalate very, very fast, as it certainly does on a Zoom with Midas.
So
meanwhile,
I think
Yuma... Oh. I mean, never mind. I mean, he's going to try for something, but there's no way he has the damage on his own.
I don't think so. Keeps getting the denies off. It's pretty important that you're trying to slow down Boom's level 6 timing as much as possible. Like, Yamich is obviously going to be there to be able to land the Nether Blasts in onto the tower. Looks like he's securing a few of these lane creeps for himself. Maybe it's just to try and get the wave pushing back towards Secret side. Just because, again, you can't one into the Slark. He's falling a good amount behind in levels now. And, well, maybe now with the fact that Rubik's not in this lane, Yamich is looking to go for this creep pull.
Oh,
but...
Puppy! Well, he saved Chrysalis for just a moment there with the arrow. Does find Theodore, but a huge pickup now for D2 Hustlers, picking off Chrysalis. That is, of course, off the back of the rotation from Atlantic. It did take 3 heroes to get that done. Nevertheless, though, a massive kill for Hustlers.
It is indeed. They've also got the Meteor Hammer finished up, so you're going to start putting some pressure into this bottom tower. This is exactly what they needed, right? They needed to push the Doom out of this bottom lane if possible. They might be ready to turn around and fight this one, though. He still, of course, has that Purge. He's got the Doom available. Didn't TP anywhere. Might be pinging out the fact that, hey, you can look to just TP back into this lane now. But does anyone else really want to connect in onto it? I feel like Boom needs that Blink Dagger to truly be enabled alongside the Pugna and the Mirana.
Coda going to go down here mid lane as Yamich able to secure the kill. They are applying a lot of pressure onto that mid tier 1 tower now, while the rest of the side of Hustlers were pushing down bot tier 1. The Hustlers, they are grouping up around that mid lane now, making sure that this can't happen freely, though as I say that, it is still happening.
Yeah.
Armel just casually attacking the tier 1, so here come the rotations. Theodore with the charge is going to land on the TA, is still just casually walking out, but they'll drop the wall right on top of his head. Now the Astral into the Meteor Hammer, it's all going to land. Armel finally goes down, as Hustlers able to pick up a huge kill for themselves, and now they look towards that tier 1 mid tower.
They do, and it's all with that damage over time, right? It didn't have much duration left on it, but that's all you really need. Just that little bit of an Ion Shell on Theodore. They had the damage over time from the Dark Pact. They had the Meteor Hammer as well, and Armel, he's still a ways away from being able to pick up the BKB for himself. So until that point, unless we get some really lucky bashes for Theodore, he is going to be constantly watching over his shoulder, basically, as to, you know, where are they actually looking to go for these ganks onto me.
Well, great start again is D2 Hustlers. Like we saw this last game around, they're just very, very powerful, taking these early tier 1s and just starting to slowly take map control. And they can hold on to this advantage that they have, as it's only less than a 1k net worth lead, but it's all about the map control that you've gained now. Allow that time for Yuma to farm up and get to that point where the Slarks are a real problem. But can they keep it up? Like, do they want to slow down a little bit? Do they want to keep the aggression up is the question, because you've still got Chrysalis who's farming really effectively on the Doom. Armel's farming very well himself on the TA. It's Hustlers trying to get a little bit aggressive. Theodore, he'll go for a charge into Armel, but Armel going to be okay to just casually walk out again. No problems here for the TA.
Wonder if that gives him any information about this observer ward that Hakoda had placed down previously, just getting understanding of where Armel is looking to farm. And that just increases the importance of them actually securing that kill onto the tier 1 tower mid, right? It just means that all of your movements need to take an extra 4 or 5 seconds, and we know how fast TA can take these ancient stacks, so if you're able to just move a more efficient route towards the TA, maybe you pick them off, maybe you steal away a few of those creeps as well. Really are babysitting Boom up top here with Yamich. Very important for them to be able to secure that Blink Dagger for himself. Even willing to sacrifice some of these other core farms to be able to do so. But we know that, I mean, Mirana, DK, Pugna can kill anyone that gets caught out.
Mid lane, jump in. Theolacore is going to drop. So they do find an SB here in the mid lane. Team Secret now starting to slowly group up as they've even got a blink timing now on Boom, who might want to join his team and get aggressive here with this blink up. Hakoda, he's slow here by Armel as he'll try to make a run, but it's very challenging to get away. Still, he does take the traps for himself, so he is able to slow them down and get out just fine. His Team Secret,
Yeah.
they'll wrap around with the Moonlight Shadow up towards the top lane, see if they can pick off Yuma instead. Keeping in mind they do have the Doom available with a blink up on Chrysalis.
There he is.
He shows himself. Stun is there from Boom. Perfect timing. And they'll just commit the Doom immediately. No hesitation. It's the pos one you really wanted. And Yuma is down. As D2 Hustlers, they are going to smoke as 4. This
Okay.
feels like a risky team fight.
Maybe they feel confident knowing that there's not going to be a Doom available. I mean, you did just finish up the Guardian Greaves on Devi Llama, but that arrow is going to provide a little bit of vision. Although Puppy, he's putting himself in the right place, right? Oh, actually, we'll still be able to get away, we think.
Fine.
All of his leap charges, though. But he knew where they were
Also,
coming from.
by the way, Dan, on update, Chrysalis still has that damn Purge spell available on the so
It's been 11 minutes.
it has. Devi. Looking to move in onto Puppy. No leap charges available quite yet, but he still looks just fine. Like, he's got his teammates right behind him. Almost daring them to move up his top lane. Theolacore, charge, Yamich. Actually just going to continue going back at Theolacore. He's not afraid, just not backing off whatsoever, knowing Boom was right behind him. E2 Hustlers nowhere nearby to help out Theolacore, so Secret, they kind of just get away with everything.
I'm sad to report that he's taken a Centaur creep now, so, you know,
Oh no.
very understandable considering he's got the Blink Dagger and, you know, obviously you want that chain locked down onto either the OD or the Slark or, honestly, even the Darkseer, right? You can't surge yourself if you're just chain stunned or doomed, so it's going to be basically as effective, but, you know, rest in peace. The Sadio Mind Stealer? I'm not sure what the creep is called, actually. The Mind Stealer is the Mana Burn one.
Who knows? Who cares? Really, that damn small creep. Who the hell cares? Oh, there it is. There's one on the map. Satyr Banisher.
Banish.
I found out for you.
It needs to be
There you
banished.
go. Top lane. Hustlers. A lot of vision around the area for themselves here, so they'd be willing to take a fight, but Boom's the one to make the jump in immediately onto Theolacore, and he's just dead. Nobody
roaming
backs him
trio.
up.
It's so devastating. Anyone that gets caught out is going to die. And, like, I don't want to say that almost feels like a necessary death, but it's necessary to be able to protect your vision, right? You just have to worry that it's not necessarily the death that's the biggest issue. It's the fact that TA and Doom are farming for free this entire time, and you're not getting any kills in exchange. So, that's going to be a big deal. You know, this DK doesn't necessarily need to scale as much as the mid DKs that we see, you know?
Hustlers. Group up again, this top lane. Yamich is still just casually pushing the top wave. Charge is there. He's gone too far this time. Decrepify is out. Boom right by if necessary, though he might just let the Pugna die, but no, never mind. He jumps in. Life Drain is out. He's barely surviving. Finally going down. Boom is forced to back away. It kind of goes to show you the state of the game. Like, the fact that it took them that long to find this pulse for Pugna is a little bit concerning, as Zantic does not get the Astral he was looking for, or the combo with the Meteor Hammer. They are trying to find some straggler, and they are going to make the jump in on Chrysalis. It's a huge pick-off if they can get it, and Chrysalis is gone. Nice pick-off here for Hustlers. 2 now down. Can they keep going?
They want to. They want more. Yuma feels confident enough to be able to play behind this tower, and it's going to be so important for him to get that Aghanim Scepter at a pretty reasonable timing as well, just to be able to, again, get in onto the backlines, prevent Mirana from leaping away every single time, prevent the Pugna from just having that decrep available.
6-5 now, very slight net worth lead the way of Secret, but still anyone's game here between these two. Roshan being scanned out here by Secret. Nobody going to be there from Hustlers. Again, they're kind of in that same boat where their Roshing potential with this draft isn't amazing. Hustlers. Just hanging around the mid wave, just trying to control the map the best they possibly can. You're almost at the Ags timing now for Yuma, so massive timing for him once he does have that up. And I think that's what they'll wait for. Just wait for the Ags and maybe smoke straight up afterwards.
It's certainly a possibility, but you got to be careful of like what item Armel is going to be going into, because it's still going to be at this stage where the only one that can do damage into BKBs right now is Slark. You know, the OD is going to be useless, the Darkseer is going to be useless, the Rubik's going to be useless. SB might get a few lucky bashes, so yeah, Theolicore's on point already. And well, speaking of Theolicore, he's going to get this charge in onto Boom on the top side.
Be another big pick off, Boom. Surely no way out of this one. He'll go for the stun, but the Sanity's Eclipse will get it done. Meanwhile, toward the south, Puppey also gets caught out. He's going to drop with the Marana. As Yuma going in deeper for a little bit more. Not going to be able to continue going, though. Zarmel was there to back up Yamich. But now Roshan might be open, and they are going to try for this.
I mean, OD probably one of the better heroes at being able to do it, right? All that pure damage coming from the Arcane Orb really starts to rip through it, especially if you're looking to use a Drums charge, and really don't see any reason for them not to do it here on Theolicore. Maybe just feeling, he does, just on the retreat outside of the pit, just to be able to secure it with the death time is still quite low on Secret, so big pickup for them. It's going to enable Yuma to play even more fearless on the front lines. And they see Marmel.
No.
They're going to get a D-ward off, but is it going to be a little bit too late?
Marmel charge. Moonlight Shadow going to be popped, but they got the pounce off. They got the arrow as well by the Rubik, and well, he's still alive. Life Drain's going, but no, he's going to drop. Another huge pick off for Hustlers. We'll even find Yamich as a consolation. Now Secret really starting to fall behind. Top net worth is the Darkseer Divine Lama. And suddenly Hustlers, they just continue running at them. So they want a little bit more. Charges out on Chrysalis top lane. They know exactly where he's going, but Theolicore cancels. They seem to not really want to dive too deep.
You've got such a little window for mistakes, right? They've, at this period, kind of like last game, where they're so strong. They're so incredibly strong. They've got the Aghanims, they've got the Darkseer, they've got the Spirit Breaker, OD into that Blink Dagger as well, so they could find those quick pickoffs. But if you die a couple of times, this better scaling draft that Team Secret have is going to punish you. And, I mean, that's really what you want for Armel. You want him to get into that BKB. You want him to feel unkillable in a lot of these early engagements.
Smoke up, Team Secret. They're going to try and make some form of a play. Lines being drawn out towards the dire triangle, but nobody hanging around from Hustlers. But they are slowly making their way over to that area.
They might actually pass
But it is
by.
as a unit.
Yeah, it's as a unit, but the way that Secret are smoking as well is that they would have to take a really long way to be able to get towards the TA. And, I mean, again, this is time that TA is spending farming, and you're not really doing all that much with the same amount of time on D2 Hustlers. It's a Hurricane Pike actually finished up by the OD, so that could be a big deal to be able to just create that little bit of space away from the TA, but they're setting up. They want to go for this. They might even be looking to bait out the vision. Oh, what a leap!
And Boom immediately pounced on Yuma. Perfectly bound as Theolicore charging in. Still, Boom is alive as they're going to try and put the partner. Walls are dropped. They've lost Theolicore. Boom, he is dropping very, very quickly. And Xantic gets the job done. Yuma, he was dropping to boot, but he barely makes it out as Chrysalis in the meantime was dooming up and chasing the Darkseer. But the Divine Lama is still perfectly fine. Jukes out the arrow. Dakota even stills the life drain to make sure he remains healthy. And really, the only person to die was the SB.
I have to wonder if they feel confident in going in though now. Like, you don't have the Shadow Dance, you don't have the hammer drop from the OD, you don't have the wall, and Arbel just got his BKB delivered. They're actually looking to go for a charge in onto him from the base, but he'll have that defensive tool available, but the rest of the boys got to be there to back him up.
Well, there's the Astral Imprisonment. Xantic Meteor Hammer is going to land. Vacuum there just in case as Armel has his BKB, will pop it, but the charge still stuns him up. They've got to try and fight now. Theolicore, he's going to be the target. Yuma's around though. He pounces right in. He's got Boom. Life Drain only helps so much. So he will be lifted up and brought back, and now Chrysalis forced to pop his own BKB, but Yuma is not stopping the chase. Nevertheless, the BKB TP away going to prove to be enough for Team Secret. But they do lose their pos 3 DK. And D2 Hustlers, they are still well and truly in control of this game.
And it does show what happened to these DKs that don't have any of those farming accelerants, right? He has no Aghanim Shard, he has no Meteor Hammer to be able to push in towers, he has no Midas either, so he is falling well behind the rest of the cores in this lineup. And I think the big issue for Secret is just who they're able to find the engagement onto. 99% of the time it's been Theolacore, and well, with that bulldoze he's just very, very survivable, able to walk off a lot of the pressure, of course helped out by Hakoda with the defensive life drain in that last fight, and then Hakoda was even able to steal the Dragon Tail so that they could secure the kill onto the DK, turning his own weapon against him.
Incredible game so far here by the dire end of things. Hustlers looking to maybe go after the mid tier 2 tower now. Armel showing. Xantic looking for this. Astral will not find it. Arrow in the meantime. Barely avoiding their Xantic is. Oh! That's a lot of DCs.
I was getting a tiny bit of lag before. I'm not sure if it was just me. I'm not sure if it's a Dota thing. I'm not sure if it's a European thing. Let's see. Who's not DC'd? We got Boom and Yamich. So,
yeah,
no real correlation there. Quick reconnects, at least.
It's always a worrying sign when that many people DC at once. But at the very least, they're all reconnecting with seemingly no problems. As Divine Lama's asking for if it was a DDoS. I mean, I guess you never know, to be honest. It's pretty rare to see 8 players on both teams just getting deleted from the game.
Must not have renewed their Dota Plus. That might have been the issue. Gaben sending a message.
Very important. I bought myself an annual subscription to that damn Dota Plus.
It renewed today. That's why it came to mind initially for me. I just saw my emails and I'm like, oh god, not again. But it's so worth it for the avoid feature alone.
That's literally the only reason I have it. It's just the avoid list.
Have you expanded it? Have you expanded it?
Oh, of course.
What are you up to? I'm at 41. And every single one is super value. I have no idea the number.
It's just, whenever I have enough shards, I will expand it. Every single time, without a doubt.
I did like the last trade. So,
where's the number at?
You go to just manage avoid players. So click on your Dota Plus icon on the top right, manage avoid players, and then it should say number out of number avoided players at the top.
Let's see. Oh, I've only got 32. That's a bit sad.
Gotta build up those stonks, those battle points. They're not actually useless.
Gotta pump those numbers, man.
I even bought a few of the chest keys with battle Dota Plus shards. There were some nice ones in that set. I'm very sad, even though I'm not an IO player, that I didn't get the IO set. That's one of the coolest sets I've seen in quite some time.
I tried as well, Dan, for those damn chests, but I didn't get anything good either, sadly. It was very depressing, honestly.
The tier 2 ones were even pretty good. I got a few of them.
Yeah, but the IO is what everyone wants.
Oh, for sure.
Everyone wants a damn IO. Even though none of us play it.
Yeah. I mean, his face even turns from happy to sad when he's really low HP. Mid lane.
That's Pong. Puppy, he's a happy man. Charges there, though. Yamich, maybe left behind. They'll pop the Moonlight Shadow. They might try to fight with the vacuum wall. It's perfect from Divine Llama. Do they have the follow-up? Puppy's in trouble. Puppy's gone.
Bash.
Oh, no. Oh, he gets bashed mid-TV. Oh, that's unfortunate. Theolacore. He is bashing on command.
Getting the
There's
tips.
just nothing they can do about it.
See, this is what I expected them to do last game, you know? This is why I said, you know, D2 Hustlers game 1, they got this. Because, and then they just stopped doing it. But ever since they've hit this timing, I think that's going to be a big lesson from them, you know? You might have lost game 1, but the learning that you got from it, look, we committed to this draft. Let's do what we can to be able to make it work. And they haven't stopped. Ever since that Aghanim Scepter came out on the Slark to enable him to just consistently go, it's just been Ion Shell and Theolacore. The second anyone reveals on the map, especially if it's on the Team Secret side of the map, we're going to get a kill and we're going to progress that into another area of map control. They're actually slowly losing that little bit of information on Secret. And they're already going to have such a rough time, right? You're playing against a Slark who's holding onto the gems. So he's just going to have full understanding of how to break your vision throughout the map and how they're going to have that vision advantage themselves.
It's just getting worse and worse for Secret. It's it's pretty tough, right? Because your TA's just not gotten to the point where it's actually able to snowball. Still yet to get a Desolator up, and Hustlers are just doing such a great job shutting them down every single time they see each other. Big props to Theolacore once again this game. Really proving to be such an asset to this side of D2 Hustlers. And just not slowing down, like it's just the classic SB gameplay. Just you see someone, you charge.
Hands off the keyboard.
At the very least, you're going to give vision.
Yeah. Just go. That's all you really need to do. And I mean, Armel's item progression has stalled completely. He has had these few items for the past at least 6 minutes. And they're just looking to try and keep the harassment in onto him.
That's the thing, like, you just cancel right before the charge is meant to hit, right? But you get so much information of what the player is doing, and it's just so annoying to have to play against, I'm sure.
You might force a defensive TP, and then you can go for a kill elsewhere, you know?
And even now, like, it's just the max bulldoze allows him to basically just do whatever the hell he wants. He's just still hanging around very aggressively. So you can see the odds really starting to favor D2 Hustlers now in this game too, and I can't quite blame them for that. Chrysalis, even on the Midas Doom, just third in net worth, falling very far behind now as the Doom, and that's not something you'd like to see if you are the team with the Doom on your side. As Secret, maybe trying to use that Doom as bait, they do smoke up again.
Oh, the illusion gives vision of him, and that's all you need to be able to get the charge off. But they end up cancelling.
And he's coming. The whole team is behind him, though. It could be bait.
Yeah.
Question is, can they actually win the fight? Because the rest of D2 Hustlers are coming. It should be a 5-on-5 engagement here at this top side. Chrysalis does reveal himself, still trying to force them in. They'll try now. Lift is there. They found the Doom, but he gets the BKB off in time.
Found
still Theolacore just controlling him up. So many bashes coming out. Chrysalis almost down, finally is able to walk away as Hakoda. He's the one to go down first in the Rubik. Hustlers
still
in the
available.
meantime going back after Armel. Lifeframe will save for now, but Yuma's right back in. Onto the TA. They've got him down. They are still just trying to deal with Theolacore, but this man is not backing off. Yuma, he'll keep going. Xantic finds Boom. Yamich is down. It's just, it's so tough now to take these fights.
Theolacore is the core, man. That's maybe he needs a bit of a name change because he is just putting himself up in the front, and there's nothing they can do about it. The instant response coming through from the Darkseer, of course, he's got the pipe. They even, I think, threw the Lotus Orb onto him briefly, Guardian Greaves, and, well, they tried to make a bit of an attempt onto Xantic, and they nearly got the full combination there, but he was not stunned, not chain stunned completely, that he was able to get the Astral Imprisonment off, and then it's just a full reset from there.
Even this, like, he's just charging bot now. Look at this. Stun is out, but he knows he's not going to die. Arrow? Maybe if that had connected, they could think about it, but not really, because Yuma was on the high ground. It's just with the bulldoze up, you just know you're not dying. Like, it's, I'm not going to die. He even has the Nether Shore.
Not just that, he's got a planar pocket as well. So, against the Doom, seems pretty good to me. Against the DK stun, feels pretty good to me. I've got bulldoze, you might want to land your Elder Dragon Form stun, but who cares? It's going to last for about 0.2 seconds on me.
It's a huge itemization here from our SBs. Secret can't even approach that Radiant Triangle now, going back towards the east of the map, trying to farm the Radiant Jungle. They're just so desperate for farm at the moment. Like, this TA is just fallen so far behind.
This would be a big kill.
They're going to move in. Theolacore does get caught out this time around, and they will take him down. So at least they're able to punish this damn SB for a little bit. But even without him up, can you actually try and force another fight as Secret?
I don't think you can. I mean, they just desperately want to be able to get up onto that high ground as well. They know Roshan's just about to come up, 15 seconds away, but they're actually going to go for an aggressive attempt. Puppy.
Yep, Puppy. Going to be saved by the Decrepit 5 Yamich. Meanwhile, Boom trying to jump in, but immediate lift up by Hakoda. Instead, they'll try after Xantic, but he had the Lincolns. Doom is still 5 seconds on cooldown. Chrysalis, he needs some time. They're going to try and go on to Divine Llama instead. The Astral will buy the time he needs, so instead they'll Doom up the OD. Puppy, in the meantime, he went down, but he buys back. He needs to be in this team fight. They're still trying to chase the OD. Chrysalis does take him down, but Yuma, he's the real problem. He'll just keep moving in. He's found Armel. Chrysalis, he is still trying, but it doesn't seem like the team fight they need is the vacuum. Once again from Divine Llama. Gonna drag them all back. Oh boy, they are getting wiped. Puppy, He will die back immediately as the damn Marana. I just don't know what you do anymore as Secret. They're just too far behind.
Yeah. The old Tavai Lama skips away. Love that DS taunt, by the way. Just able to use it to really rub salt into the wound, and Gaben's blessing right in front of the Roche pit as a bit of a reward for a job well done. Gives it over to Yuma, level 20. And just with all of those Essence Shift stacks that he's still got, this is going to melt pretty damn fast.
It certainly will. Very, very fast process here for D2 Hustlers. Roshan, it'll go down. Shards, Yuma will probably just take that for... No, he already has Shards. He can hand
Three
it
of
over
them
to somebody
already
else.
have it. It's only OD and Darkseer that don't. So...
Okay.
I don't even know who you give it to. I guess OD?
I mean, OD?
Yeah.
OD's kind of pog, because he's just walk away in the damn Astral. It's kind of ridiculous, actually.
Radiant's top tower.
Especially if
Even
someone's
the,
getting doomed.
the Surge, like, the Shard with the Darkseer is not actually that bad.
Do you actually move away at full speed?
As far as I'm aware, like, it's the slow that it leaves behind that's kind of ridiculous.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I thought you meant you surge someone and then you get OD Shard Astraled. Can you move away at full speed?
No.
Maybe.
I don't know if that works, but no.
It'd be hype if so.
They are going to give it to the OD, though. So, you know, we'll get to see maybe if that is the case, but I highly doubt it. It would be pretty funny, though. Secret. Remaining grouped up, trying to farm some tier 3 items here. Still very far behind in net worth, though Armel almost has enough for at least his Desolator. In fact, he's going to sell some items here to be able to pick up the second Mithril Hammer. So maybe they can make some magic happen with this added damage here from the TA.
It does feel like they've
Doom
been
up as well.
a tiny bit short, doesn't it? Yeah, almost every single time.
Yeah. They've got to try with this item. Like, they need something, because this game is looking so over if they can't make this fight work.
Chrysalis has even got the mana burn creep just to be able to get through that Lincolns as well. All of the main key targets have the Lincolns, right? The OD's got it, the Slark's got it, and the Slark's in. Even has a nullifier of his own.
He just take a few stacks away from the DK immediately. D2 Tower gonna go down basically for free. So hard to fight the Slark right now without the Aegis up. Oh, excuse me, with the Aegis up rather. Even has the full nullifier available on the Slark, and just in full control of this game too. It is D2 Hustler's game to throw right now. 15k advantage their way, 33.5 minutes in. Well, for Secret, I mean, they're not out of the game, but they're gonna need a few team fights. It's Chrysalis.
Bash?
Oh, he doesn't see him. Luckily.
He got perfect value out of the drums, by the way, into the Boots of Bearing, using every single one of the drums charges before finishing it up, which, yeah, you always love to see it. Even just looking to get tanky with a lot of these value items as well. I think he's got the cloak just coming out to him on the Spirit Breaker. Feels nice to be able to have that. I mean, the main question for me for Secret is, who do you even go on here? Like, you can't go onto the Slark because he's got Aegis and Lincolns. You can't go onto the OD because he's got Lincolns. It feels like it almost has to be Darkseer. Who's going his own Lincolns, by the way. He's still about 1,000 away.
Of course, Yuma found another double damage room, by the way.
Oh, of course.
As is tradition, just hand the winning team the DDs. Fair enough.
It's like, whenever I'm casting a core Tiny game, Titan Sliver every single time. There was not a single time that it did not happen.
Still a group up here from Secret. Moonlight Shadow was popped. Trying to get a few wards down while they can. Hustlers, they're ready for a fight. Like, they're waiting for them to move in. And they will not.
Wards against a Slark with Gem, while you have complete vision and Aegis and high ground control? That ain't gonna happen most of the time. When you're playing as a TA with that Psionic Trap, you're the ones that have a little bit of the edge. Armel got the Shard as well, which is going to be pretty important. You know, if you could get it onto the Darkseer, maybe force him to use the Guardian Greaves a bit early, but it still, to me, feels like Divine Llama is the one that has to die. He's going to walk under a trap now, but they're just not in a position to be able to punish.
Try again, Hustlers. I find Puppy at the least. He is currently outside, but no, he's going to go for a TP up. Problem is, though, it's...
Goodbye, Ward.
Yeah, immediately taken out by Yuma. And they'll kind of realize now he's got a gem up, so there's just no chance of that happening again. Lift up. Oh, they found the DK. Boom. He'll be forced up to the high ground. Thealacor in danger, but there's your Astral. He is walking really fast in that Astral.
I'm pretty sure it was the... Is it the Boots of Bearing buff? No, it had been off for too long.
I mean, he's at 427 movement speed just without anything, so...
I mean, I guess, yeah, you move at 60% movement speed, right? So it's still plenty fast on an SB.
Jeez. That just seems not... Like, it seems unfair. So it does work with Surge then, right?
Yeah, I guess so. It would work with Boots of
Wow.
Bearing as well. It's kind of like CM ulti. How you actually move at full speed.
Yikes. Bottom, Yuma, starting the fight. Great charge out from Thealacor. Going through right four of them. Thealacor trying to run. Arrow. He'll be on the mark here as... Let's give an arrow away, back the way the Rubik, so Hakoda. That utility for himself now. On the brighter side, Armel has picked up an Orchid, so a bit more damage, a bit more utility on himself for the TA, but D2 Hustlers still the ones in the driver's seat here as Secret. They are just relegated to defending this high ground. Like, there's no other way.
Is under attack.
They've just got to hold high ground the best they possibly can, though. As I say that, they are going to pop Moonlight Shadow. Octarine Core was just picked up by Chrysalis.
Is this just a plan of like, oh, they're going to scan and they're going to not see them coming up the high ground, and they're actually forced to back off a little bit here? Not sure who made that call, but it feels to me like they're going for a bunch of these different smoke and Moonlight Shadow attempts just in an attempt to hope that the right target is just served up to them on the platter. Like, they desperately want Divine Llama, but I'm not sure they know that he's got this Lincoln Sphere to be able to play around with now, so it could be another disaster if they think, finally we caught him, and then Doom wasted once again.
What's the Secret? Like, they're just waiting for the opening right now.
Yeah.
Crack it wide open when they see it, but
They only have
Hustlers,
one
they're
star.
not allowing it at all. They're just waiting for maybe the next Roshan.
Yeah. They've only got the 1/4 staff on Hustlers, but you've got the Shard on the Rubik, right? So even if you get like a Aghanim's Doom, for example, he's just going to lift the important target away and then you don't care.
Just keep holding the triangle, just keep farming. Secret, I mean, it is buying them time to allow their TA to get to a point where he's actually a bit of a problem.
Yep.
But, you know, the problem is, like, everyone on D2 Hustlers is already a problem. Like, that's kind of the issue I'm seeing. Like, you
The
give
biggest
yourself a
problem is
fighting
the
chance with these
overcore.
items here on the TA, but
Oh.
compared to, say, like, Yuma, who's just going straight for an Abyssal Blade now, it's looking a bit tough.
So, in my mind, the ideal target, I mean, you would love to have Nullifier on Armel. Not going to happen. Is anyone else going to be able to get into it anytime soon? Doesn't seem like it. Because if the Thealacor dies, and the only way he's going to die is if you get rid of that Bulldoze onto him and, you know, any kind of Surge or Force Staff to get himself away, then he doesn't have buyback. And Roshan has the potential to spawn, well, it's 2.5 minutes away, but it has the potential to spawn now, right? So any chance that they get to be able to find that Spirit Breaker, they're going to take with both hands. It's just a question of, are you going to be able to hold him in place? I'm not sure they're going to have the potential for it. They're even popping the Lincolns onto him anytime he's just being the one to force out these lanes consistently. Again, it's just Thealacor's the one pushing the lanes with the Iron Shell, with the Lincolns. It's crazy.
There's nothing they can do about it. Literally nothing. Like, he's just happy to just do this freely, and they even pop the Lincolns on him just to make sure they don't have that great initiation they're looking for. Secret, they will venture to the low ground for a moment. Another double damage rune's gonna spawn up, by the way.
Oh, right before Roche. What a surprise.
Classic. Now
No,
a
of
full
course.
Bloodthorn up on Armel.
Yeah, it's been long enough that Thealacor actually has his buyback up now, so, you know, good luck with trying to think of taking him out of the fight. They're still going to go on him,
They
though.
jump in. Oh, bit of a caster's curse, but not really. Astro Imprisonment
Never in doubt.
is going to save the day.
They didn't.
That's a warning, Danon.
It
That's
is
a warning.
Uh-huh. I guess they did pop the Elder Dragon form. I was about to say they didn't commit all that much to be able to claim that one, but, you know, neither did Hustlers, right? Defensive Telekinesis back. Astral, who, by the way, Aghanim Scepter on Xantic as well. So multiple ways to be able to go for those saves. Crystallis is desperately trying to get into an Aghanims for himself, and well, I was about to say they found Puppy, but he's got the Force Staff to get away from the leash. Looks like he'll be able to get back to base as well, but Crystallis is basically only leaving the base to be able to use Midas and use Devour, and other than that he's like, well, I'm gonna die if I leave, so not gonna risk it. But he needs
Absolutely
that
not.
Aghanims. He needs it desperately.
Amel gonna avoid the gank top lane. Yuma gonna show himself, but again, he's just casually farming towards the Abyssal. Almost has the enough gold for the full item. Props to Amel, he actually somehow ends up top of the net worth board on the TA. So he's found farm even though they control no sides of the map.
Uh-huh.
Roshan though.
Chrysalis is using the ninja gear just so that he can farm in the Dire's Ancient camp. I like this idea, you know. Maybe they'll get a little bit sus when he doesn't reveal on the bottom lane as is tradition. But, well, at least he's going to get himself a little bit closer towards that Axe for himself, but not before they get a refresher shard here from Roshan. Yuma looks like he's the one holding it for now. He's even got the tome available for use, so breaking out into that level 25 is the way that he wants to go with an Arcane Rune. Now he's... Well, is he looking to chase? Could he see if Crystallis is farming?
Well, Scan is out. Pings are out. They seem to have an idea he might be there. So let's just blink onto the high ground, TP away. Pings are still coming though. Hustlers, they're going to have a look around here. Chrysalis, not looking for the TP out yet. Seemingly just safe as Divine Llama now going to show up. The blink back towards the north though. Chrysalis, he's going to be alright.
I gotta
Spice
say,
him a little bit of
Crystallis'
space,
reaction
and now-
speed has been fast on those blink daggers. Twice in a row now. He's like, he blinked away before and Odie was able to blink Astral him, and that time, the split second Hakoda was in range, he actually gets it off. That's that Zoomer reaction speed. He's only like 21.
You saw Secret straight afterwards. Like they were trying to find a straggler, find someone on their own, but nobody was there sadly for them. As instead, they are going to smoke up.
Oh, I wonder if the
Moonlight Shadow
Oracle being
last
away
time
from the
around.
lane might make them feel confident to be able to go forward. SP's finally not with the team. They're just not confident yet.
It just doesn't take him long to get there. That's kind of the issue. Yuma. He's not really the target you want to jump on first, unless it's a free kill, because he does have that secondary life. It's a Coda. To move in onto Armnell. Yuma, stun, boom, is going to lock down the Rubik, but the Astral is going to make sure he's okay. Meanwhile, Yuma is kind of zoning them out to make sure they can't keep chasing down this Rubik. Now, trying to chip away at Yuma's HP pool, but it's a slug. Like, he's going to go into the fog for a moment. He's going to reset. He's still going to have the Aegis, and now they smoke up.
Gonna commit onto the high ground. Still a little bit until the level 25 on Yuma, but look at this. They're just chain casting Lincoln Sphere, Lotus Orb onto him, even the Glimmer Cape to provide him with that little bit of extra regen before he goes back up onto the high ground and finds Puppy.
Staff's going to break the pounce. They have a Swift Blink now on Armnell, but he's saved himself no buyback gold, so he's basically gone all in for this defense. So tough when you've got this Astral Shards, Aghanim Scepter build up from Xantic. Like, if he's on point, he's always going to save his teammates. As it seems like Chrysalis may have been spotted, but no, nice quick blink away again. Does
That's
get his
the
way
thing
out.
about D2 Hustlers, they're so non-committal with a lot of their saves, right? Oh,
All jump in. Armel. Pounce on again. Yuma really wants to try and for this kill. Armel going to be okay to back his way out as Yamich now going to try and turn with the Dragon Tail stun to set up a passive vacuum wall. Divine Llama, he got 4 of them. Puppy's the one to go down first. Sanity's there on Yamich, making sure they find another. Secret, they will buy back on at least Puppy. Yuma,
Radiant's middle tower is under
we're going to continue onto that tier 3 bottom tower.
it's 25 as well with the Abyssal.
Oh, jumps in again, has the Abyssal Blade this time. Theolacore still believe he was saved throughout all that, so he's alright. Room out.
Armel's just dead.
The Axe Doom is there on Chrysalis. They even found Yuma with that. Yuma still so many Lincoln saving him, but not quite. They do get the Aegis. That's the first life. Can they get him a second time? He's going to pounce in. He's going to invite them to try and fight. But I don't think they really can try to go after the Slark. It's the call with the target. But Boom is down. And without Armel around, without the buyback, you don't have the damage.
You don't have the damage, you don't have the Doom. Doom's even got the Ogre Smash stolen away, just trying to go for that big 3-second stun play, but feels like a little bit of a meme at this stage as Yuma. He's unkillable with all the boys backing him up.
I mean, Chrysalis, he'll take the Ice Armor instead. He'll try to creep skip. But Hustlers, they're more than happy with the creep wave going through bottom lane. They'll just keep pushing through the mid-racks. And there's no outer towers left. Like, they can go right for the Megas if they want. Maybe if you're Team Secret, you have one team fight left in you once Armel's back up. But even then, this game is just looking so over now. This Slark is just way too huge. And everyone on Hustlers, they're on the same page this game. Like, everyone's doing their job perfectly. Secret, they've just not found themselves an answer. Jump in. Boom. He's going to try. There's your Doom out as well from Chrysalis. He's got the AoE Doom going, but they don't seem to mind. They'll just jump in. Doom is still going, but Human might be happy to just keep fighting as the Astral does buy him time to get out once again. Chrysalis instead will go after Advantic, try and get the OD down, but it's not enough. Advantic's fine. They're on to Puppy now. The Mirana's gone. Boom is a sitting duck, and the GG is called. They have seen enough. Hustlers, they forced this series to a game number 3 here against Secret. And they looked fantastic this game too. Very, very clean gameplay.
You get your wish, Mike. You get your wish. We get a game number 3 between these two undefeated squads going up against each other. I mean, it was a night and day difference, right, between game number 1 in terms of how much they were playing together, you know? A lot of the times when you think, oh, you're going to group up as 5, you can look to find pockets of farm around the map, but they were playing ahead with a Slark, with Aegis, with Gem, and a Spirit Breaker. So if anyone shows on the map, you're just going to instantly close in onto him with that Shadow Dance movement speed because you don't have any vision to be able to play around with. He's always going to be moving max movement speed. And then you can surge yourself to get there faster. The Spirit Breaker is going to be able to even interrupt some BKB TPs back. It was just the complete team performance from D2 Hustlers. And this is what I wanted to see. This is what I expected to see. And they're doing it so well.
They certainly did. I mean, props to Theolacor in particular. I think you and I both agree the man just set up so many great team fights for his team, and we're going to see some highlights of that right here. I mean, look, as an SB player, I can tell you this man got extremely lucky with those bashes at times. But the charges were always perfect. Like I feel like we saw this constantly throughout this game. These 3-4-man stuns with the charge setup, constantly paying off for his team, and they just couldn't kill the guy. Like, I think he died 6 or 7 times, but the amount it took to make sure this SB was dead, it was just too much.
Yeah. They needed a nullifier, as simple as that, right? Like, he won't have the Pipe Aura, he won't have the Bulldoze, he won't have even just the Planar Pocket status resistance would have been able to be removed as well. So, I mean, it's a lot of little things that add up, but they just had nowhere to be able to get any sort of farm. So you could say they need these items, but where are you going to get them from, you know?
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, obviously D2 Hustlers again. I think a real damn fantastic game number 2. I'm very, very happy to see it. Well, like you said, I got my wish. We have a game 3 here between these two teams. And again, neither side, in terms of series, is defeated yet. They are both undefeated so far during Div 2. One of these teams has to leave with a loss tonight. Now, I can only imagine because Secret, they look so strong game 1. But now D2 Hustlers pull off a very clean game number 2. And it's just, it's so hard to predict what happens next in this game 3. It really is.
Are we giving the MVP to Theolacor? I think Devi Lama, as you see it there on the screen, big claps, big happy face. 0 deaths is the most important thing for him. Like the amount of huge vac walls he was able to land, the fact that he was able to get out of a lane where Crystalis had the purge creep on the Doom. He did the right thing, right? You had the Spirit Breaker moving away. Maybe Hakoda could have stuck around him a little bit more, sorry, not Hakoda, maybe Puppy could have stuck around him a little bit more to get some of that additional harassment off onto him, just so he wasn't able to, find multiple creep waves into neutral camps. Is that right? Is that 100% kill participation for Divine Llama? I mean, you can't blame it, right? It's 32 kills, 11 assists, 11 kills, 21 assists, because every single time that Ion Shell was on the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give it to him. If he's got 100% kill participation, he definitely gets the MVP. I mean, my God. It was a hell of a game. Like, I'm praising the SB, but the amount of, 3-4-man vac walls we saw throughout this game, I can at least count 3 of them throughout this whole game, too. And considering the landing stage he had as well, right? Like, playing into that Purge creep that got devoured, where he just could not Iron Shell, he could not Surge. It's the fact that they made it out of that lane and he had so much impact in this game too. Really incredible. As much as I wanted the SB to be the MVP, I mean, what can you do? Divine Llama just played even better. And with that, again, we get a game 3. I can't wait to see what the hell happens.
He was top of the net worth from 18 minutes to 31 minutes on the Darkseer because of how effective he was able to manipulate those lanes to be able to farm away from the supports. Again, maybe he could have got a little bit of attention from the secret supports to prevent that from happening, but I think they were just trying to put a little bit more emphasis perhaps onto the OD to be able to try and shut him down, but even then, its Antic only died the one time, so this was a really solid performance coming through, and again, I love that D2 Hustlers learned from their game 1. They had it in the palm of their hand, they just weren't able to finish the job. This time around, Aghanim Scepter Slark, we basically are going to never leave your side of the map from here on out, is what they said to Team Secret, and, well, they executed it damn well.
It was a really fun game. With that, though, let's head off to a break, and of course, right after that break, we're going to be back with our Game 3 draft between Team Secret and, of course, D2 Hustlers. We'll see you there.
Fight, guys, fight.
Good, good. Yeah.
You can, man. You could be.
I have no Lincolns. They help.
I'm running. Kill them here. No BKB.
Help me.
Temper. Kill everyone. Help me. Help me.
Back. Have Lotus for you. Give Lincolns.
Wait.
Fight.
Yeah, I will.
Fight you.
Nice. Kill the Doom.
Kill them all.
Give me his. Check rush.
Let's go.
We can go high ground.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our Game 3 draft here between Team Secret and, of course, D2 Hustlers. Down on Game 2 going the way of D2 Hustlers in quite convincing fashion, I want to say, as they really pull off this draft in quite a fantastic manner. What do you now want to see from Team Secret going into this draft? What do you want to see changed up to try and get them a victory here in this best of 3?
Well, I've been wrong about almost everything so far today, except the Necro popping off in the late game of game number 1. But I want to see them perhaps respect the fact that D2 Hustlers have twice now shown them in the first 15, 20 minutes of the game they've been able to be on top, right? So maybe just something that's going to be able to respond to that a little bit better, maybe something a little bit more fast-paced for themselves, because we just saw there, if everything didn't work out perfectly with their greed, they just lost their map so quickly. I almost wonder if they're even going to consider going into like a Slark ban in this second phase of bans, just because of how effective it is at closing out the map.
Let's see. First up, Primal Beast pickup is here from Team Secret, so it looks like they want to just secure that immediately. Obviously, you know, arguably should be the Armel hero, but can be flexed into the support if necessary. D2 Hustlers right into the Clockwork, which we've talked about. It is the direct counter towards the Primal Beast. Makes enough sense. To be fair, though, Game 1 we did see the clock against the Primal Beast, and that did not really pan out in their favor, but nevertheless the hero still tends to work pretty well.
5 seconds remaining.
They can just disrupt it here. I'm not the biggest fan of picking both supports in the first phase, but I think it's fine. Yeah.
And they will.
Why not?
Very,
Rubik's
very
banned
good.
out as well, so I always thought that that's the the avenue that they would be looking to go towards. So it's a solid enough start. Yes, there's no flex involved with it, but again, you've got the last pick of the next phase and the one after that. So, I mean, the only other prediction that I can really have is that DK's lost twice now. So the team that picks DK is the team that loses, perhaps. I mean, I wouldn't hate D2 Hustlers still going for it, to be honest. I think it's decent enough to go into that mid lane, especially considering the big Primal Beast counters for mid have been removed. The only other one that we really see is like Shadow Fiend on mid lane. I think I saw...
5 seconds.
who was it? Makoto absolutely stomped the Chris Luck Shadow Primal Beast, I think, playing Shadow Fiend. I might be wrong. It might have been Bob. I think it was Bob, actually. Bob stomped it,
Okay.
like gave him no lane at all. And I think the only way to be able to go up into that Primal Beast is either a slow, some kind of reposition, or you just completely shred him with damage. And, well, they've removed the 2 heroes that do the latter. Like this Timber Saw, this OD, they're who you want laning up into that. So I wonder if they are going to go down that route, or if maybe the Tusk has scared them off a little bit.
Turn to ban.
We'll
I love that they're
see.
still respecting the Ricky. So they play it across 2 positions, position 2 and 3 on teams on D2 Hustlers.
That's the thing. Like this Ricky hero, like they nerf the shards quite a lot, and it just doesn't matter now because Meteor Hammer's so powerful all of a sudden. It's just so much utility in this hero. Just having that itemization just kind of fits the bill in every single way. And just get rid of it, especially against a team like D2 Hustlers that know exactly what to do with this hero and just have the variety with their players. They'll get rid of the Viper as well. I mean, I'm kind of curious now to see if they do go into that SF pickup here for D2 Hustlers to try and deal with the old Primal.
I think it's a possibility. If they go, it's not exactly meta, but if they go like a Mars ban, for example, or maybe even a Kunkka, I would consider like, are they going to go some sort of... Because we haven't really seen Boom play his full-on like Zoo, Rat, push style, whatever you want to call it, right? Like, he was playing the DK that time, but didn't really itemize for full-on push. He was itemizing for pick-off instead. So Viper's great against summon heroes just because you get the Aghanim Scepter and you don't really care about all of them. You're going to disarm everything. It makes you a lot tankier yourself if you go into the Bloodstone because there are more units that you're hitting as well. So I really wouldn't hate to see like a Beastmaster come out here for Boom, to be honest.
5 seconds remaining.
So I love the contrast between these players. Like, you see Devi Lama going absolutely ham, just making so many hand signals as he's talking and just almost screaming into the mic, and you look back at Xantic and he's just chill. Just sitting back like, yeah, all right, I get you.
Just chilling with his Master Sword in the background as well. I think I didn't see that at Xantic. I know, I can see these sorts of things.
Oh. Very, very nice. Final bans to come out before we can see the drafts continue.
Ban.
Then we'll see the Death Prophet being removed here from Hustlers. Oh, excuse me, from Secret.
I guess
Hustlers.
it's an alright hero into the Primal Beast as well, right? Can't really go for the dives quite so easily. You can get back underneath the tower, use the Spirit Siphon. Man, Xantic is just chilling. He even lets out a yawn. And Yuma, there we go. The feet go up once
That
again.
is ridiculous, man. How? We can't even see the camera, it's that high. Like, how do you play like that?
Lots of practice.
Yeah,
Lots of late
it's-
nights in Dota.
It's ridiculous.
Secrets turn
It's
to
just-
pick.
Oh, I mean, I respect it. I honestly do. Third pick here for Team Secret. Do they want to go for another support? Probably. Let's see. I mean, the Ember was picked up here by T2 Hustlers, so that's probably going to be up against the mid Primal. Again, though, I think Secret can easily just kind of switch the Primal Beast position if they wish.
Seconds
Not too big of a deal.
I'm just thinking what they actually want to go here on Secret. Like, what's not going to reveal too much? Like, you might just say Mirana, but Mirana doesn't feel great into the kinetic field. You don't exactly have the best overall setup. 2 melee feels kind of awkward, but I wouldn't hate a tiny as well. But just because it is somewhat versatile if you weren't wanting to run this Primal Beast mid. I was actually interviewing Yopaj earlier today about the Primal Beast versus Ember Spirit matchup, and, well, he didn't really reveal anything. He said that it's very much based on the individual player which side is favored, because, if you're able to manipulate the lanes, I think the Ember that we saw didn't put a single point into the Searing Chains, which is very odd to me, just because that's all you really need to be able to stop him from running at you with the trample, so we'll see. We'll see how Ads is going to look to play it.
Well, there's the IO coming out from Secret. You and I, we kind of talked... In fact, never mind. They do go down the Abaddon route. I was going to say, I would love to see that IO Witch Doctor combo coming out here from Team Secret, which it could still kind of happen. Instead, though, IO Abaddon also extremely potent, and that should be the POS 1 Abaddon we're looking at as well. Really hard to get away from this hero with the Curse of Avernus. It's just so easy to proc when you've got an IO tethered with Overpower. It's... or rather overcharges. It's not going to be too easy here for D2 Hustlers to try and deal with this Abaddon.
Sure, but counterpoint, you've got Cogs, you've got Kinetic Field, which IO is not going to be able to run through. Abba doesn't really buy an early BKB, and even if you relocate in, you can just get glimpsed back if you don't know exactly where the disruptor is. So I'm not sure I feel as confident about this. Like, yes, if it gets uber late, this is just going to be able to shred through towers if you take a successful team fight. But in terms of damage, what is an IO Abaddon providing early before you get into, at least the Manta style after the Radiance? That's the issue that I'm having for Secret.
That's a good point. This Disruptor pick, just so much value this game. It's like, who do you even glimpse though? Like, there's so many options. It's like the Primal... Do you want the IO? Do you want the Abaddon? We'll see. Hustlers' 4th pick for themselves now. 2 more cores to come out. Maybe just the offlane to be picked up here by Hustlers. Maybe they decide to save Divine Lama's hero till last, because he did just pop off that last game.
Secrets turn to ban.
Morphling will be the pickup.
Okay. Again, just quick burst damage onto a IO always feels great. You're able to... morph into the Primal Beast, probably one of the better morph targets as well, which feels quite great, just to give you a little bit more utility. It's kind of like why the Slark is... the Morphling is a bit of a counter pick towards the Slark, because not only do you get the Dark Pact, but you get the 2 charges of the Leap, so you can save your waveform for a rainy day and just have so much mobility in these fights. Primal Beast kind of acts a similar sort of way, right? You get into the onslaught to be able to just quickly get in onto those backlines, and then you can use waveform a little bit more defensively.
The final ban adds to come out.
Team Secret.
I'm gonna
See
need
that
high
the
damage
Dark Sea being
from
respect
Secret.
ban, which is fair enough.
High damage. Stuff that does things is what I want from Secret. And I know that's kind of vague, but I need high damage and I need a tower hitter. Because that's what's going to create space for Secret to be able to make plays. Right now, I'm not sure if a Primal Beast and Tusk is going to be able to do it solo. Could they consider maybe a Nature's Prophet for themselves? I wouldn't hate to see that. You know, ups the tempo, high damage. You can look to go into like a Gleipnir if it's being played in the offlane, or an Aghanim Scepter just to keep those lanes pushed away from you. Provides a nice route for the Ember Spirit as well. I wouldn't hate that. Don't really want to go into the Lycan against this, even though it's something that Boom really loves to play. They're
They're actually
banning
banning
out
up themselves here.
I mean, because it would have upped the tempo, right? Like I've mentioned before, Abaddon is going to be scary eventually, but what do you do until then? So you just got to try and delay the game as much as possible. So what heroes are left that do a lot of the pushing? The DK's in the pool, but there's no Beastmaster, there's no DP, there's no Lycan, there's no Timbersaw, there's no Broodmother. Not sure if this is the Visage game. Not against Radiance and Trample.
I don't think Boom wants to go back to the Dragon Knight this game.
No.
It's I don't think he had the worst performance in the world last game around, but it's I don't think he's going to be too happy playing that again if he's forced to get it. I mean, it does fit the bill. It like kind of ticks all the boxes that you talked about, though.
It does. But, like, you got to make sure that you're not hindering your late game by just going full on into pick-off. Primal Beast is your pick-off and your damage, and you've got Tusk for that. So I really want to see him go down, like, even a Meteor Hammer route, I wouldn't hate, just because you've got enough to be able to guarantee that, that hammer. They're almost out of reserve time, though.
Dire team pick.
Oh, here we go. They'll go for the
There it
profit.
is. Okay, I liked it.
So you have the split push, you have the tower push, you have the damage. Is this draft good from Secret? Like, are they lacking anything? Like, oh, the Vile Armor, I'm not sure what he's upset about right now, but he's doing those hand gestures again, Daniel. He's not looking too happy.
No, he's definitely not. I mean, I wonder if it's a case of, like, how can we let this hero through? It's the one that was left in the pool. It's the one that we wanted to pick, perhaps. They've given us so much global. I guess it really just comes down to, like, who feels more confident with their late game. Because I think both teams have kind of, like, banned out for that. Both teams are banning out these pushing heroes. So clearly D2 Hustlers feel... damn it, I was about to say Underlord. Because with them slowing the game down, they clearly feel confident in the Yuma Morphling, especially against the Primal Beast, right? So what's going to slow the game down to do that? Underlord. It's probably the best hero that was left in the pool. Outside of maybe the Tide Hunter, but you also get a little bit of global presence, right, of your own with the Fiend's Gate. So both teams seem to think that their 4 Protect 1 style is going to favor them with the 1. Obviously, Team Secret are going to have a little bit more potential for scalability because you've got a Nature's Prophet to be able to play around with, but I don't know, this seems pretty even to me across the board. I'm still a little bit worried about the lack of damage coming from the Io and Abaddon for the first 20-ish minutes of the game, 15-20 minutes of the game. But if Boom's able to have a decent time in lane, which I feel like he should, then maybe he can be the one that gets active around that Wrath of Nature timing to be able to find some of those kills and get them in a good state where you're not just going to get run over before that stage.
So are you telling me that Secret came out with a better draft here, Mr. Danog?
Oh, you put me on the spot here. You know what? Sure. Yeah,
all right.
Let's go with that.
I like it. You don't look happy about it, but I
no,
respect
it's even.
You know...
I'm telling you, it's even. And what more could you want out of a game 3?
Well, let's get into it. Game number 3 here between Team Secret and, of course, D2 Hustlers. One of these teams leaves undefeated here tonight. The other has to take their first series loss. Both teams have been playing fantastic, though, putting on a hell of a series for us here in this best of 3. Because so much Dota on tonight as well for Western Europe. So even after this series, we've still got some hype series coming up. But before that, let's finish this one off, shall we? As the Good Luck Have Funs are coming out. And Game 3 is now officially underway between these two. I want to see some broken stuff. Io Abaddon always scares me. Like, this hero combination just feels so disgusting to have to play against. I feel like I'm going to be rather disgusted this game 3.
What, just off the back of, like, how quickly you're able to apply the curse?
Oh, absolutely. I think it's absolutely ridiculous.
I
Like,
wonder
once
if
this
they're
hero's
going to
online
go...
with an Io behind him, it just looks like one of the most broken duos in Dota. I mean, it kind of is right now, to be fair.
Yeah. It's just a question of when can you actually come online. Is this Treant going to scout out a lot of their movement? I don't know if they see it just yet, and they're actually going to place it down and avoid the little tomato man. As he looks to run away. What's this? I don't even know what that cosmetic's called.
Well,
Prolific
nice ward
planter.
placement here from Hustlers. Looks like they want to try and set up for a level 1 team fight.
I mean, yeah.
Hold the
if you
high
can-
ground for a little bit. Maybe try and bait with somebody.
Yeah,
Secret,
you can
they're just
catch
hanging
them as
around
they're
the
running up into
mid-tier 1
you.
tower now together. And it seems like they might avoid the fight altogether as well, which is good game sense here from Secret to not end up on that side of the map. The puppy seems like he's a little bit afraid to go up the high ground to secure the bounty, but Boom will do it. Meanwhile, towards the bottom lane, Chrysalis is going to get glimpsed back here by Theolacore. Bit of damage being dealt here to the Abaddon, and they're just trying to be annoying as humanly possible. Even Divine Llama now shows up and goes right after the range creep. He just wants to secure it immediately.
Even up top, they were doing the same sort of thing. Io was tethered together to the Tusk. You had the Nature's Prophet standing with them as well. It forced Yuma to actually TP up to this lane so that he couldn't run here.
Oh.
Lots of crazy stuff going on around the map.
Well, sadly, that range creep we talked about got denied off. I think the good thing is, because Hustlers are going to push in this bot wave, you are going to have the creep equilibrium just going right back towards that bottom tier 1 tower of the Dire side. So it makes perfect sense for them to do this, but you did lose the range creep XP. It's not the most amazing feeling, as Chrysalis is basically going to get all the creeps himself.
Yeah, you would think so. And again, this is what you do against lanes that you feel are quite strong. Just don't lane into them. But Theolacore takes the long way around, and so the range creep is going to get caught by that, let's call it the tomato as well. The neutral creep tomato. That's able to pick them off there. But the important thing is Divine Llama, he's going to avoid that difficult period at the very start of this game, which is like the first couple of levels on the Underlord. Level 3, you generally feel alright.
What about that top lane? Like, the other side lane here is Yuma and Hakoda against Yamich and Boom. Any action to break out here, Danog? Do you expect many kills from this top lane?
I mean, Hakoda's prioritizing just trying to right-click a few of these treants down, make it a little bit easier for Yuma to be able to secure those last hits, but I really don't see him getting too much out of this lane, right? You can't really commit your body with a battery assault because you're just going to get gone on with all of the treants. Obviously, it does a little bit more damage to them now than it used to, but that's why he levels up the Rocket Flare level 1, just to be able to secure a range creep and get Yuma to that all-important level 3 of his own, just so that he's not super vulnerable in the laning stage.
The mid lane, a real kind of one-sided affair right now for Xantic at the very least. Like, in terms of harassment, he's able to just get so much out as the Ember, and in terms of CS, he's 2 CS ahead right now. Armel's still doing a really good job of just kind of making sure he keeps even with the Embers. Can't really do much in the way of trying to harass the Ember back, obviously. Just decides to not skip the creep wave, but rather just force it in. Secure the whole wave and maybe try to give harassment back that way, as he does have creeps to back him up.
It's very deep. Has to be
Towards
quite
Xantic.
careful about staying too long, otherwise he could just get chained underneath the tower and have that do a lot of the damage.
Well, at least for now, though, Xantic's having a very strong start here on the Ember. It's always a good sign if you are a D2 Hustlers fan. Divine Llama also having a very good time down at bot lane, 15 and 3 in terms of CS. The duo of Abaddon Io. And they're trying to get aggressive now. Chrysalis going to Theolacore, but can't really do too much against him. Just gets glimpsed back every time.
Yeah, again, like, the lane is going to naturally push in towards you if you're Hustlers, right? If you constantly look to put pressure onto Chrysalis, because they're just going to explode that Aphotic Shield over and over again. Divine Llama is going to get those early levels, which he really needs. He's actually even put the second point into the Atrophy Aura early on, just so that you are able to maintain that right-click advantage over the Abba, which is pretty important for him to have.
No first blood's being drawn yet from either side.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
Both side lanes just more than happy just farming up. Of course, the mid lane, you don't really expect many kills to come out here between these two, as Thea Lacour gonna show up here in the mid lane against Armel.
They might look to go for a kill here. And Xantic's looking to join together with him with the glimpse.
Very nice glimpse out. The onslaught was already committed as well, so Armel really has no way out of this. Chains out from Xantic, and Thea Lacour, of all people, is the one to take the kill on the Disruptor, but a very nice rotation nonetheless.
Oh, absolutely. The kill wouldn't have happened without him, so very well worthwhile for him to be able to get that. And again, this is just a flow-on effect from what I was talking about before, right, of being able to chain use those firestorms onto the Abaddon, because you know that there's not a ton of kill threat while you're right next to the tower. So the wave pushing into them is going to feel very important as well. They just miss out on the catch there inside of the kinetic field. It's going to be a pretty decent combo, though, this game, isn't it? There's a lot of stuff to be able to lock people in place so that that Firestorm gets full effectiveness. And, again, the kinetic field, not something that you can force stuff out of either.
No, absolutely not. Top lane, bit of aggression breaking out here. It's like Yamich going to be in a bit of danger. We'll get chased down here by Hustlers. Shards will block the way, though, so he is able to make his way out. Nice little Shards play by Yamich. Not much Hustlers could do to try and play around that, sadly, so they'll have to let him go. Yuma, of course, got to focus on the creep wave. Can't stick around too long trying to chase down the Tusk. There was also a little bit of action that broke out bottom, but it doesn't really amount to a kill. There was a glimpse back on Puppy, but he's going to be just fine.
Even just this mid lane. I know Armel is a full level behind the Ember Spirit, but it's important that he's... Oh.
Yeah, they've got the Lacour here. No way out for Boom. He'll get glimpse back if he does make it out. So Yuma, that's a pretty big pick off. Thea Lacour, he'll get a tip here by Hakoda. And he really has been all across the map, this Disruptor. Like, he's making so many plays happen. There's mid. Xantic. Force a snowball out from Yamich. Doesn't really have another chance to throw out. And won't be willing to dive the tier 1 tower. We'll just let him go.
And Xantic's just playing this mid lane so well, though. Obviously, getting that assist from the Disruptor early on, but able to set up the wards very effectively, be in the lead in terms of last hits. He's top of the net worth. He's been able to secure the bottle as well with the haste. So now he can really look to make some of these early rotations. I would say onto Boom is going to be the highest priority, but just have a look at the ward set up by, well, that's actually Armel's ward on the Radiant side of the river. It's going to protect against a lot of those rotations that Ember Spirit is surely wanting to do. Even just Armel, he's level 6 now, so a little bit of solo kill threat for himself, and at every opportunity, he's just going to try and shove this lane out as quickly as possible. This isn't going for a kill. This is, well, actually, are they going to be able to get a kill on Armel?
He's in danger. Armel, he'll go for the Pulverize, but the Glimpse was there to cancel it off, and now Hakoda showed up. With the Battery Assault, there is no way out for him. He's gone. Huge kill onto Armel. And, I mean, that was his 6th timing. Yep. Now it's Xantic, level 7, 1 full level ahead. And he just wants to hunt. He's heading straight up top lane. Problem is, they did spot out the ward was there to watch him doing that.
That's the plus side. They see it coming, but the thing is, this is what I've been talking about all throughout this series. It's thinking like that additional step ahead. You know that the haste rune is up on the Ember Spirit, so you know that he wants to make a rotation up top. Oh, he gets glimpsed back to the base as well. That never feels good. And yeah, Theologo, I think he's probably the most tipped player so far this series. For good reason as well, not
he's
even
doing a great job
for memes and flame.
He's doing a fantastic job every game. I mean, I just keep wanting to give the guy MVPs, but nobody allows me to. You know, poor old Theo, he's been robbed, I think, this series so far. He's going to find a double damage rune. Xantic going to pick it up. Oh, this is a perfect setup. Chains around, kinetic field to hold them down. Snowball's going to buy time, though. Armel, he'll make the jump
Another
in.
glimpse.
The glimpse was there. It's going to buy them the time to take down both supports. As Xantic gets the double kill, gets the tip from Hakoda. But, you know, if it wasn't for that glimpse back on Armel, they might have been able to turn it.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Right place at the right time. Disruptor's kind of low. That's the big thing about Disruptor as well. It's not just that you can glimpse back. Oh, they've even got vision, so they're not going to commit in too deep. It's the fact that Glimpse and Onslaught basically have the exact same cooldown. That glimpse back is going to be dodged by the Snowball at least, so nicely done, Yamich. But it does mean a bunch
Very
of
nice
TP
indeed.
rotations that don't really accomplish anything.
It's 0-5 now, 3k advantage the way of D2 Hustlers. Like, they are just seemingly so strong at the moment. Mid lane was a complete wash the way of ads. They even, I mean, you look at that bot lane, Divine Llama's had the freest laning stage of his life. And even the Morph, like, Yuma's not having a bad time. He's 4th in net worth, now 3rd. And this is a very scary place for Team Secret to be in with this style of draft. They've not been able to take off early. Armel is expected to make a lot of space, I think, in this game 3, and well, so far he's just 0-2-0. Zero impact in the game thus far. His bottom lane now, they are looking towards Crystallis. Thealacor just waiting in the tree line. Xantic is going to rotate.
Radiant's top tower.
Not an easy kill by any stretch, but if they can somehow secure this one, it'd be huge. But instead, mid lane, they'll run it back towards Armel. They'll take the Primal Beast instead. Puppey has no relocate, and he does get glimpse back as well. So Armel goes down, he'll cop the tip. Chains will not land, at least on Puppey, so he is able to tether away. But man, oh man, I mean, they got the mid Primal again.
I just don't think you can afford to give up Disruptor Clockwork together. Like, it is such a good combo. What one is weak against, the other is strong against, right? You get BKB to counter one of the area containment spells, but it's useless against the other. You get 4 stuff, then it's useless for the other. They're even going to find Boom.
Hustlers moving in, boom. He won't get trapped in the kinetic field, but he's as good as dead. But there is rotations coming in from Secret, but this looks a little bit desperate. They're going to try and secure Thealacor. They've got the Disruptor at the least, but there's so much damage being dealt. Luckily for Secret, it's D2 Hustlers that back off as Xantic was a little bit low on mana, so he does not want to stick around. But it's 1-7. That was the first kill for Secret to pick up. And it was onto the Disruptor of all things.
And it even
Still a
required Crystallis to
5k
be able to come.
advantage sitting the way of Hustlers.
Yeah. Required Crystallis to come. He tried to make a stack happen, wasn't successful anyway, but there was a ward blocking it anyway, which Puppey gets rid of. And the important thing is, all while that was happening, Divine Llama's just sitting bot, spamming out that Firestorm and looking to push in towers. He's even got the Vanguard, so there's no real reason for him to leave this lane until they come and boot him out.
He's just jumping in. Relocate will be forced out. Divine Llama even shows up here, as Yamich is going to get caught in the pit of malice there for a moment. Adds. Oh, Sleight of Fist change not going to be enough because he did have the stick charges earlier. Puppey's the only one left behind, and he's just going to tether away to Boom. But he has bought so much space that they find the tier 1 mid tower as Divine Llama. He tried to go through the Fiend's Gate. It does wear off, but they don't feel confident trying to jump the Underlord. So he'll just casually walk back towards the bottom lane.
Kind of feels like another one of these situations where you're slowly going to be losing the map to be able to play around with. That's another D ward that Thealacor is able to get. Even just that commonality between the Disruptor and the Clockwork, right? You've got the kinetic field for that high ground vision, you got the Rocket Flare, you got the Cogs that can provide you that same sort of thing. It's just such a strong duo together.
Dire's top tower
Really
under
is.
attack.
Hustlers, again, I mean, really all they need to do is just maintain this lead. Looking back at Crystallis, he's still trying to go towards that Radiance build up, and the timing's not going to be awfully bad, but definitely not as fast as he would like.
Man,
Yuma in
Ads
the
has-
meantime.
Ads
Yep.
has a Maelstrom coming out to him, in addition to an Orb of Corrosion and a Phase Boots. He's 5-0-1, 12.5 minutes in. This man is farmed to hell.
That he is. Armel. Gonna get jumped, has no way out. Onslaught even on cooldown. Chains, not gonna land though. Snowball back the way of her Coda. So they do at least get themselves a Clockwork kill. The Sprat is gonna be there on Xantic as well, but he's okay to back his way out. So you get yourself a clock. It does cost you a lot of rotations to make that happen for Secret, but again, it just seems like they've got to play like this. They've got to play together.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And even just with that Maelstrom, Xantic is like pushing waves out. You've got a bunch of people up here that can't really do anything. This is what you see in pubs a lot of time, where there isn't that same level of connection, right? Everyone seems to be clumping around the one space when in reality you want to be splitting out.
Armel. Oh, this guy just could not catch a break. He'll try
tried
to
to
go
go
through
in
the
the portal.
Fiend's Gate. I mean, you gotta try. It was his only play out.
And then Yuma's like, well, thank you for that. Now I've got this bottom side of the map to farm. Didn't even need to use the TP to be able to do it. He's just the recipe away from the Manta style as well, I believe, if he's going to go into that one. And, I mean, with how well the game has been going, he hasn't needed to use more than one charge of the raindrops, so doesn't really need the Falcon Blade either. He could just go straight Manta.
No, he's huge as Morph at the moment. It's just not a fun place for Secret. They see the itemization of the Morph, they're just like, oh, this guy's getting really far ahead at the moment. And it's just not slowing down, because again, Hustlers, they found a way to just control the map. Like, this Primal Beast is just not having a game whatsoever. Maybe once the BKB's up, things will change, but it's a while away for the BKB to even be up on the Primal. And another group up mid lane, Divine Armor. D-Ward out. Shards are there. He knows he can't die anyway.
I mean, he's got 2,000 health, 14.5 minutes in. Vanguard, a casual cloak. Atos, of course, providing all those stats. Nigh unkillable. Even looking to go into the Crimson Guard as well, just to provide protection against the Nature's Prophet Treants, against all the physical damage they've got, because a huge amount of Secret's damage is that physical component.
Tell me someone saw that.
Radiant are scanning.
So I was about to say,
How
like,
much do you think the game changes once this Radiance is up on Chrysalis? Like, do you think anything really changes here for Secret?
No, but also I feel like the Aghanim Scepter on Boom is going to be pretty important, even like for team fights, obviously, but just having that lower cooldown to keep the lanes shoved out. He's probably going to have level 10 by that period as well, so you get that additional base damage coming out from the Wrath of Nature, so it just clears out creep waves so easily. What I've been wanting to mention is that a lot of the time, why we see Boom have a successful time is that he's able to use his solid micro skills to be able to get some of those units out onto the map to provide information to the rest of his team. And, well, he's just had such a rough time on that top side of the map, and nothing's really been happening via Armel, that he's forced to be a little bit more selfish, and really only the Treants are giving him a little bit of extra farm so that he can get into that Aghanim Scepter a little bit quicker. I don't think he's left the south side of this tier 2 tower on the bot side for the past minute and a half. He's just letting the Treants do everything. That's how scared they are right now.
Yeah, it's a very frightening position. If you are Secret, like, Xantic's just been so active on this Ember. You don't even need him anymore. Like, you've got so many ways of initiating. Divine Armor with his Rod of Atos, Hakoda with his hookshot, top lane. They're looking to try and make a play onto the Ember, but Xantic just too quick. All remnant away. TP's out. Go for a reset. No need to stick around. And Secret, I mean, they are buying a lot of space at the very least for their Abaddon. Like, Chrysalis is freely farming that triangle. Puppy making sure he farms it as soon as possible. It's all their faith now is in the Abaddon. Like, this POS 1 Abaddon has to pop off.
I'm going to say it again, though. They've got pretty good area denial. It's the kinetic field, it's the cogs, it's the pit of malice, and then you've got your 2 cores with the potential to just get away if they're not perfectly CC'd. And I wouldn't say they have an overwhelmingly high amount of CC, would you, on Secret?
No. Kind of the one thing I was going to point out in the draft as well. Like, they just... You've got, like, 2 stuns, basically. That's pretty much it.
Maybe a root soon on Boom, but... You still feeling so careful, even just hiding behind that single tree while he last hits, thinking it's going to provide him a little bit of safety, but...
he's gone. The trees will not help out Boom at all. He's just dead. I mean, they're going to try and make a play here with the relocate. They'll go on to Divine Llama. He's just such a tanky target. They will eventually... Where the hell did he go? Oh, he's in the snowball. He's going to survive, at least for now, but maybe not for long. Though I say that. He's still going. Hook shot will save. Oh, no. He needs to leave him. They finally got him down, but what's it going to cost? It's a full team wipe. I mean, they get it Xantic at least. Chrysalis gets something. Maybe he makes it out, but the glimpse is there. Theolacor gonna drag him back.
Radiance? Nah.
Full team wipe for the side of D2 Hustlers.
You get a 6-kill streak on Chrysalis. That's important, you know, and I don't know how many levels they would have gotten from that, but it would have been a lot. I mean, Abaddon himself got 2.6k experience just from that one there to be able to bring him up to level 13, and, well, it's a little bit of cope, but it is very important to get up onto that level 15, right? It just goes to show that if Puppy's able to get in here with that overcharge going, Chrysalis, even just with the Naked Radiance, was able to get a lot done. And with the kill streaks being taken away, that was a Manta now finished up as well for the Abaddon. Sorry, not a Manta, a Yasha. And if he gets into the Manta plus level 15, maybe they turn around that next team fight. Again, that was without the Aghanim Scepter on the Nature's Prophet as well.
Yeah, you gotta give massive props as well to Yuma in the middle of that team fight. Like, he morphs into the Tusk and gets the Snowball. And really just buys so much time for Divine Llama so they can figure out what they were gonna do. Just made all the difference, it felt like, because that Underlord, his presence is just so annoying for the side of Secret. But there is certainly signs of life now for Secret, at least. Like, just getting that pretty big streak away from the Ember, giving it all to Chrysalis obviously makes a huge change now for the Abaddon. As he's working towards that Manta style into the Blink. There's your Ags up as well for the Prophet, so boom. Now has that Wrath of Nature root, or rather the Entangle.
Are scanning.
And they are going to smoke up right off the back of this.
What are they going to be able to get, though? I mean, Primal Beast, he's going into an Ags. He still needs to be the one to lead the charge. I would almost prefer to see him just go into a Blink Dagger on Armel so that whoever he catches out, they can look to confirm the kill. Again, they're lacking that reliable lockdown. You need to be so perfect with your initiation. And, well, you can just see here, every single time there's that sound cue, he just gets out. Even from the fog, you're going to get it. So I don't necessarily see the value in going for those kills until you've got a Blink on Armel, or at the very minimum, Yamich.
Boom. The Fiend's Gate comes in, he gets rooted in place. He does have the help, but a great Static Storm off the setup of Divine Llama. Yuma is just going to clean up. Armel, he is trying. They brought back on two. They're making their way back into the team fight, trying to protect their Primal Beast. Armel's still alive, but not for long. Yuma, he's found a triple. They want a little bit more than that. A huge Pit of Malice. Divine Llama holds down three of them. Chrysalis, he's trying to run, but the chase is on. They'll take him out. The Abaddon has no chance. As Puppy, he will die back immediately. An ultra kill for Yuma. Can they get this man a Rampage? I think they just may. Pulverize, it buys a little bit of time, and
Two ultras.
Oh, two ultra kills out. No Rampage, but two ultras. It's just as good.
Three diebacks as well. One onto Armel.
Oh.
He has just crippled his net worth, and, well, now you're not going to get that Blink Dagger that I was wanting anytime soon. How do you lose this game at this point? I think, does Morphling have the Aghanims completed off the back of that? Yes, he does. So now you're having to compete against this level of farm.
The Divine Llama, like these last two games, he's been impeccable. Like these Pit of Malices this game, or rather this team fight, just huge. Like he starts off with a 2-man, then finds a 3 to 4-man Pit of Malice. And mind you, of course, they did group up and lump up, but nevertheless, he's just setting up so perfectly. It's just so hard to fight into this.
Kind of like game 2, where we were like, well, who does Secret actually go on here to be able to start things out? Divine Llama is tanky as hell, can't be him. Yuma, he's got a crazy amount of farm as well, and I'm assuming that he's going to use that morph into the Primal Beast, so he's going to have that additional stats. He's going to have some extra status resistance as well, so not even all that worried about the limited stuns and silence that they're going to be playing against on Secret.
Another incredible performance so far here from Hustlers. Team Secret backs against the wall, trying to figure out a way back into this one as Armel. He's had such a rough game. Forced the BKB, still gets hookshot. He's going to try for a TP out. Oh, it's just not enough.
And they do use
now
that morph
Yuma's
onto
the
the
Primal
Primal.
Beast.
Yep. He's even got the Ags as
balanced.
well, right? So he's going to be able to have that that break component coming out from the Uproar. Feels kind of nice against the Abaddon. Oh man, that would be such
Just
a
jumps
next level
right in
combo.
after Puppy.
Yeah.
Chrysalis does make it out at the least, but Puppy is going to have to sacrifice himself for this. And eventually Xantic will just happily take the kill on the Ember.
So I'm pretty sure
I
it
don't know,
works. I'm happy to be wrong if it doesn't, but if he's able to... Oh, look at this. They're going for another kill onto Boom.
Oh boy. It just happens too quick. Like, you just have one person set up, and with the Fiend's Gate, they're just there so fast.
Alright, so you ready to hear my combo that I really want to see D2 Hustlers pull off?
Go on.
Alright, Morphling morphs into the Primal Beast, is able to get off the... is it the Enrage? Uproar. The Uproar to be able to send out the break thingos, whatever you want to call them, and then you get a static storm on top of that. So even if he wanted to, Crystallis can get 100 to 0 and not be able to pop the borrowed time manually because he doesn't have a BKB.
That does seem pretty busted.
Would be nice.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Let's see what happens. I mean, I'd like to see it now too, now that you've pointed it out.
He's got the Manta too.
Hustlers?
On oh, you
Puppy.
careful about where he's pathing this courier.
The puppy's gone. Yuma just blows him up. Rod of Atos. Crystallis, he's going to be able to purge that off with the Euphonic Shield.
Radiant's middle tower.
But in terms of fighting back, like you're 19k behind now. You're against this Morphling who's just out of control. Xantic's been out of control practically the whole game, and Divine Llama's been just playing this Underlord to perfection. They morph into the Abaddon. Curse of Avernus, thank you very much, he says.
Dire's bottom
And it's like, well, how do you defend this now?
Radiant structures.
I don't think you do. I think you got to give this one up. You got to give up one lane with the hope that you're going to be able to get into this BKB on Armel. He's still just so close to finishing it up, and well, with the Clockwork TPing back, he didn't feel safe enough to be able to stick around there on that side of the map.
Dire's bottom tower.
At least you've got Puppy respawning.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
You got to give this next wave to Armel. He needs that BKB. That's really the only thing that's going to enable you to... Oh, they're going to glimpse him back, aren't they? At least he's got the
They
BKB, but I don't think you can afford to pop it on this. He'll back up. He's got the the Blink Dagger, so if you can get onto... Who do you even go on? Because they're instantly going to hookshot you. Whoever, even if you Blink, BKB, Pulverize, but you need to try and find a way to get it onto Xantic before he's able to pop the BKB and find a way to burst him down. I just don't know if they're going to have the tools to do that.
Here we go again. Yuma morphs into the Abaddon. Won't bother trying for the curse. Doesn't really need it for this melee barracks, it doesn't seem, as Crystallis. It's going to move up. Might just lose his borrowed time immediately with the way this damage is coming out, though no, he will survive thanks to the puppy with the Holy Locket. But the mid-rax is dead. Hustlers, they'll see enough, though nice root out from the Prophet, but
They're going for a
not
backstab
quite
here.
nice enough.
Double smoke caught out by the vision. And they're doing everything right on Hustlers.
They really are. Their positioning is always perfect. Armel forced the BKB up just to try and avoid any kind of control coming in from D2 Hustlers. But that's your BKB gone.
Radiant's
Bottom T2 tower now under siege from T2 Hustlers. I don't think they even need to slow down, but there is only 35 seconds left on the Aegis, so maybe they played safe, maybe not.
Maybe, but I mean, with the Tusk being dead, with all of your auras available, I think you're happy enough. I mean, Divine Llama's even just putting himself up on the front line. Look at all those auras they have to play with, man.
Oh, look at this, moving in. There is a Pulverize immediately cancelled by Thea Lacour. Crystallis, yeah, he's going to be able to back off. But the thing is, he just can't do anything in these fights. Like, even with the Eye behind him healing him up, he's just not able to stand there and man up. So they jump in again. Another great Pit of Malice from Divine Llama.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Just focus the racks, objective-based gaming.
Yep. Makes a lot of sense to me. And, I mean, that's the issue with the Abaddon, right? It just takes way too long to come online. It's the issue that I was having from the very beginning with the pick. I thought maybe with the Nature's Prophet they would be able to stem the bleeding a little bit, but clearly not. I mean, and there was just... The mid lane went far too well for that Ember Spear. That's going to be mega creeps that they're having to go up against, unless they take this one last fight as Armel goes for the deep TP in. He's got to wait for that BKB to be available, otherwise he's just going to get glimpsed.
Oh no, he's going to try.
just not
BKB
there.
pop. They're going to move in. Pulverize onto the Underlord, but it's doing literally no damage as the hook shot is there, catching two with the Pit of Malice, just locking
That's
them
game.
down. It's over. They've called it. GG is called. D2 Hustlers finding themselves a 2-1 victory over Team Secret here in Div 2 of Western Europe. And I'll tell you what, Game 1 was a rough affair for D2 Hustlers. Game 2 and 3, though, they made it look kind of easy.
They did indeed. I mean, you gotta ban out these supports, man. The Disruptor in particular is just able to do way too much with not a lot of resources yourself. You know, it's all on the back of those spells. And they played around each other so well. I love how active Divine Llama likes to get early on into the game. You know, they really strive to find that balance between, farming effectively as well as joining in onto the team fights. And what was really different to me about these games 2 and 3 is they went all in. When they made a decision, there was no wishy-washy decision making. It really felt like someone had a chat to them after game 1 and said, just listen to one voice. Let that one voice override everything else. Feel free to contribute your opinion, but it's just about being on the same page, because they were not in game number 1. Game 2 and 3, absolutely.
Which is kind of crazy, right? Because this is kind of something I want to hear from them, is like the way they were coordinating in that game 2 and 3 was so flawless. And we kind of talked about the multiculturalism in this roster of D2 Hustlers. Like, everyone's from a different region of the world. And I'm very curious now to find out exactly how they're communicating at such a level, because the way they're coordinating, it's just too clean. It's way too clean.
This is the fight that almost was, But again, Crystalis, he just had the Naked Radiance at this point. They didn't have a way to find those backlines. You were spending so much of your effort trying to get into this Underlord just to take him away, to enable you to do all of this damage. And look at what's happening all the while. Every single other hero is going down. Sure, you might eventually get the kill onto him, but it feeds so much through onto these. I guess Crystalis ended up getting that big kill streak from Xantic, but speaking of him, what a game he had up against the Primal Beast. It really does feel like it can be pretty heavily Ember favored, especially if you get those support rotations before the level 6 point, and if you're able to get that Searing Chains off quite effectively. I love the way that Xantic played this one too.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. My props go to him and Divine Llama. Like, I feel like it's hard to point out any single person, right? Because everyone's just performing so well together, like as a well-oiled machine. But I don't know. It's just these Pit of Malices, the presence of the Underlord just being so annoying. The constant Fiend's Gates as well, catching people off guard. Like, Secret just... They couldn't catch a breather. Like, there's just no breathing time whatsoever here for Secret, as they were drowning to D2 Hustlers. And yeah, I mean, I give you props though. Like, you pointed out at Xantic, he's kind of the guy that set this all up. Like, the fact that he won that mid lane so hard and then just started rotating across the map just made every side lane easy. And you see how happy they are here on the side of D2 Hustlers. Like, I don't know if they were fully expecting to pull off this 2-1 victory over Secret, but again, the game 2 and 3, it didn't look that challenging for them. Maybe game 2 was close, but game 3 not so much.
If I had to choose, I would give it to Xantic, just because of how hard he won that lane, and as well, Underlord doesn't really rotate that much. You don't get a lot of kills in the early game off of him. Same sort of thing with the Morphling, and I would say Clock Disruptor, for all the strengths that we were highlighting during the cast, you don't do a ton of damage early on. You really need someone to play along with. So the fact that he was able to get that... Remember, it was a 12.5-minute Phase Boots, Wand, Orb of Corrosion, Maelstrom on this Ember Spirit. He got them through that little bit of a shaky period where you knew that you were just starting to build up into the auras onto the Underlord, and you were getting into the Mantis-style Aghanim Scepter on the Morphling, which would eventually make them unkillable. So the fact that he was able to just be so active, find so many kills, build up that big net worth lead, and only just barely die that one time, I think it's well worthy of an MVP.
I'll give you the MVP. I mean, you keep robbing me of my Theo LaCour MVP, you know?
He was the one guy you didn't mention previously outside of that one during the game.
That's true. That is true. I kind of left it behind. I was like, you know what? It's not going to happen anyway. I know the Ember Spirit's getting the MVP. Fine, I just won't bring him up anymore. Well, there you go. Xantic, fantastic performance. Can't really... You know, he died once. Who the hell cares? He won the game. 12-1 and 13. It's a fantastic performance. Completely stopped mid lane. I believe we're going to have the pleasure of talking to the man very soon himself, so we're going to get to hear from this Ember Spirit God. Yeah, I mean, again, they must be very, very happy now, taking out one of the favorites in Div 2 altogether, like Team Secret. Personally, for me, if you ask me who I thought would definitely make it Div 1 and maybe go undefeated, it probably would have been Team Secret.
There you go, Mike. There you go.
Oh, thank you so much. There we go. There's my boy. People are gonna laugh because of, you know, the 1-2-25. He did a lot this series, all right? Supports deserve MVPs too.
Bro, if my support's going 1-2-25, they've done their job. They haven't kill stolen, they haven't died, they haven't fed needlessly, and they've set up all the kills for me, the true carry of the game. But you know, it's
well, with that, Danog, we do have Xantic on the line right here to ask the man a few questions. Let's bring him up, Mr. Adzanti. Congratulations
Hello.
on your huge victory against Team Secret. How you going, sir? How are you feeling after that one? It's a huge win.
Feels great. Feels great to win, you know. I'm used to losing a lot.
Well, tell me about, like, going into this series, were you guys confident? Like, you all looked very happy and surprised at the end of that game 3. How confident were you guys going into this series?
We were pretty confident. We did a lot of preparation beforehand, so we're pretty confident that we'll do all right versus them. And yeah, the reactions at the end is just like we're just really happy we're winning. You know, everyone on this team is very expressive.
We can see from a lot of the player cams for sure. I want to ask. I've asked a few other players this, and I want to get your opinion on the Ember Spirit versus Primal Beast matchup. How do you feel it is, like, in terms of percentage win rate for at least the laning stage? And can Ember do it solo? Do you need rotations? What's your opinion on that matchup just in general?
I think it's a very Ember favored lane. I think it's maybe like 60-40 in Ember's favor. I like the matchup a lot, so we picked it this game. I really like the matchup.
Sounds good. I mean, it certainly helps that you're such an Ember spammer as well. You know, you get a lot of those intricacies out there as well. And I mean, it was really important for you to have that great early game to be able to set up for the rest of it. Mike, I think you were wanting to ask a little bit about the diversity coming through from everyone else. You wanna take that one away?
Yeah, you guys are, like, all your players are basically from different regions. I was wondering how you guys are communicating, because game 2 and game 3, the coordination between all of you was like flawless, right? Is someone shot calling? Like, is there one guy? Are you guys all speaking English? Are you guys pinging? What's going on?
I mean, we don't speak any language. I guess we just speak like Dota language, right? We just understand that. I mean, they speak English. Everyone speaks English, right? But Dota language is like universal. When you like ping a tower and you say defend or something like that, everyone knows what it means. They're actually pretty good with English anyway, and they're only getting better and better, you know. And sometimes if we have to help them out, we'll like help them out. But they're actually like fluent in English, almost fluent. They speak really good English. There hasn't really been an issue. Like, maybe on like the first couple days, it was like a little rough, but it's just been like flawless. Their English is like great.
That's great. Was there any sort of conversation that happened after game number 1? Because you were in a really solid position to be able to start the game, and then it felt like you kind of just let it slip, not necessarily from something that Secret did, but just you weren't necessarily quite as of a cohesive unit as you were like we saw in games 2 and 3. Was that something that you specifically discussed, or what ended up happening after that game 1?
After game 1, we did have a talk, and we decided that our ideas were good, right? Because we did do good against them. We just like misexecuted. So for the next games, we basically knew what to do. We just had to fix a few problems, and our coach Mangusu, he helped us a lot as well. Like coming in and lifting the mood, you know, after a loss. It's nice.
Nice. As well, a lot of people would have said that Secret are probably like the favorites of Division 2. So now that you've taken them on, how do you guys plan to keep the focus and keep that, you know, fire and momentum going? Because you've climbed the mountain basically now. You know, how do you keep that fire in the belly?
Oh, we have not climbed any mountain yet. It's alright. We're still in Division 2. We're 3-0. We're not going to be satisfied with this. We're going to go even further, you know. The goal is TI. The mountain, it's still being climbed, you know. Like, no one's chilling. This is just fuel to the fire, you know.
Ads, I'm going to ask you one last question before we let you go. Out of all the teams left for you guys to face, who do you want to face the most? Who's the next victim?
I don't know. I don't really mind. I'm just gonna play Dota. No one specifically that I want to play against.
Well, there you go, Ads. Thank you very much. Congratulations on your victory, and I wish you the absolute best in your next series.
Thank you very much. It was thank you for having me here.
Thank you. I like this guy's attitude. You know what? He hasn't climbed the mountain. We haven't even started climbing the mountain. Don't worry about the damn mountain, right?
I tried, but
you tried.
he didn't take the bait.
Yeah, I mean, I got to tell you, Danok, he was about to say it was a pleasure speaking to us, but then he stopped, realizing it wasn't actually much of a pleasure speaking to us. So shout out to the guy
Understandable.
for his honesty, obviously. He's a nice young lad. I like people like that. He's got the right attitude. He's speaking Dota language, which is very important, Danok. We don't speak any other language here but Dota language, and I like this kid. I think he's going to become one of my favorites.
Devi, run down mid, all the stuff that you really just need to be able to take those games of Dota. I'm interested to see. I mean, imagine if what a Cinderella story it would be if they could somehow make it to TI. You know, a lot of these like rags to riches performances coming from all these different regions coming together and being that true multicultural stack. What a progress that would be. But of course, it's in the hardest region to be able to do it. And like you said, you're still in Div 2, not even in Div 1 yet, and there's a lot of fierce competition up there as well. But for now, they've done everything. They've beaten all of the challenges put forward against them, and well, I can't wait to see how they're going to go in their last 4 series of Division 2.
Well, with that, Danok, that is it for us. Of course, we're going to head off, but we're going to go to a very short break because we do have 2 more series coming up. I believe Fluke and Snare are going to be taking over, so enjoy those guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with some more great Western European Div 2 action.
They're all gonna be there, guys. Look, not there yet.
They're reloading.
Dust and IO. Guide it.
Prime on me.
All back. Get the Abaddon after.
Abaddon ult.
Kill Primal.
Abaddon on me.
Kill the Abaddon. Just hit him, guys. Hit him.
I got him.
Okay.
Back.
They fall back. Killing IO. Kill everyone, please. I have snowball too. Help me.
I'm good.
Don't die.
I need mana. I like TV base. I don't report.
Welcome one and all to some Division 2 Dota here in Western Europe as we continue the tour, figuring out which of these teams get themselves into Div 1 and of course which of these squads begin their journey into the international. My name is Sneh, I'm joined by Mr. Worldwide, Fluke himself, and my friend, we just saw an incredible game, a banger that went the full distance between Team Secret and D2 Hustlers. Before we even talk about this next series, I really just want to spend a moment. D2 Hustlers has been a wonderful surprise this tour. Not only did they come in super hot from momentum from the last tour, but they're beating out all the top teams. They've taken out OG, they've taken down Team Secret. At this point, Fluke, should we be thinking about them as our top seed here in the group so far?
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely a pretty good shout for it. I think, as you said, they're coming in with a decent amount of momentum. They did change almost their entire roster coming into this, and it seems like they're all very, very hungry. The interview with Atlantic a little bit earlier on for the boys, you can just see that he understands that there's still a lot of work to go. There's still a lot of ways for them to be able to get towards Division 1 and even get towards TI, so it seems like the job's not done just yet. And they still have some pretty important series to come up. They've still got Alliance to play a little bit later on. They've still got Ancient Tribe as well. So until they get through those two teams for the remainder of the tour, I'm not going to start counting their chickens just yet, but I feel like they're pretty red hot favorites.
Quite important to not count your chickens before they hatch and make sure that you keep your eye on the ball and make sure that you're playing top level Dota day in, day out without ever missing a beat. And of course, one of the reasons why they'll be able to do that is because not only are they playing in the DPC to get into Div 1, but this entire enterprise is much more sustainable than it used to be otherwise, thanks to our partner in part of esportsbet.io, who've been making things a lot easier for us by facilitating a watch to earn platform where you at home, just simply by engaging for about an hour each time, you get 3,000 free tokens, which is equivalent to about $3 US. So if you do that, you get involved and you find yourself earning back simply by engaging the game, watching your favorite players and watching your favorite teams. So don't just be a spectator, get involved. The platform is pretty nice to use, and more importantly, it makes sure that it feeds back into the ecosystem and you at home can be contributing to the success of Dota 2 overall. So get involved, it's a pretty nice experience, get hype. And of course, we are also hyped for more Dota for the day. It is a triple header this evening of Dota. We saw Secret going down to D2 Hustlers earlier on, but now the next series is a little bit more intriguing for me here, Fluke. Between Ivy and PugChamp, last season, actually for the last few seasons, Ivy has been that team that they came into Div 2 and they progressively were getting better and better and better and better. And I had some reservations as to whether or not they'd be able to go through the glass ceiling, but they were very clearly the sort of gatekeeper team in Division 2. You had to at least be better than them if you had any hope of getting into Div 1. This season, things haven't necessarily worked out for them in that particular fashion. Not only do they lose their star mid laner Mobe to the side of Ancient Tribe, but now they are 0-2. Between themselves and PugChamp, neither of them have won a game just yet. So what do you make of this coming into the series, given that both of these squads are not necessarily living up to the promise? Who do you have a little bit more faith in grabbing their first win today?
Yeah, it is a little bit of an interesting tale, right? Because when you go into these series, especially early on in a tour like this, where it's unfortunately at this point in time a bottom of the table clash, where neither of these two teams have really been able to get a stranglehold of any of these big series. To be fair, PugChamp did go 3 maps up against Ancient Tribe, and were able to be competitive in some of those matches. Unfortunately for Ivy, they haven't really been in any of these games, right? I think all of their games have finished sub 40 minutes. They're all like 35 minutes and below for their series. And even with PugChamp going up against Alliance a little bit earlier on in the week, they went down pretty fast as well. So neither one of these two teams has really been able to put their best foot forward and really show the reason why that they're here and show that they've been able to do a whole lot of stuff. And that's a little bit unfortunate for them, but I feel like just off the back of PugChamp going a little bit deeper up against Ancient Tribe, yes, it was the first game of the tour and all that kind of stuff, but I think they've had a little bit more kind of purchase in some of these games as well. So I feel like a very small edge to both these two teams, but going into this series, this is the best place for both of them to learn, right? They've obviously learned a lot from their previous two series, and now they're able to implement some of that up against a team that may not punish them as much as some of these other teams in Division 2.
I think for me, one of the additional elements that probably factors into us favoring PugChamp a little bit more is the fact that this is a squad that is not just playing in Western Europe, but they have a ton of experience playing in Eastern Europe as well. That is where the team started out. That's where they made their name for themselves. They made a huge move, not just over the landlines, but actually physically moving over to make sure they could participate in Western Europe. And it's very difficult to acclimate to a new environment, acclimate to a new region, acclimate to new types of scrims. There's a lot they're still adjusting to. So the fact that, like you said, they were able to push Ancient Tribe to the brink, and Ancient Tribe looking fairly strong right now, I think this squad, just given it enough time, if they just corral together, figure out exactly where their heads are at. These are players who have played for all the biggest and best teams within the side of Eastern Europe. We'll see if they can live up to that promise in Western Europe. But we have a draft on our hands here, Mr. Fluke. Let's get into it. Game number 1. PugChamp, they have the Radiant side with second pick. Ivy have Dire side with first pick. And I am glad that Ivy is doing the right thing. We banned Death Prophet. PugChamp, you have to ban the Broodmother if you're not first pick. Now, the question I have for you here, are either of these teams going to ban Disruptor in this particular series?
I don't know. That's kind of an interesting test for a lot of these other teams as we go through the tour, right? Is how many of them feel confident playing into or against the Disruptor. The Ivy have picked it once before in the past, and that was up against Ancient Tribe, and they were the ones that banned it out previously in their series up against D2 Hustlers. So, I mean, it looks like they've already banned it. So the point I was going to go on was it was a little moot. So it seems like Ivy probably going to spend their first couple of bans on this Disruptor hero because they don't want to play with it, and they also don't want to play against it because the last game they played with it really didn't go well for them. It was a 35-minute game, kind of finished pretty fast for Ancient Tribe, and they weren't able to really utilize the Disruptor. So maybe for the rest of the tour, this could be something that teams can exploit. The fact that Ivy are going to be a team that do not want to play the Disruptor, and they do not want to play against the Disruptor. So they could just leave these teams a little bit more in the back pocket when we're looking at these first phase picks and all that kind of stuff.
All right, so they banned Disruptor. The more intriguing first phase ban for me here is PugChamp removing the Anti-Mage.
It's a very interesting one, right?
Yeah, they picked Anti-Mage first phase, so
yeah,
maybe PugChamp are. I mean, they have the They have the 5-6, so maybe they're like, we don't want to give away, or the 6-7. Sorry, we don't want to give away 8-pick Anti-Mage, bro. That feels too strong. What do you make of it actually removing Anti-Mage first phase?
I think it's I believe I'm trying to concentrate while Jay and Vincenzo is just juggling in front of us in the player camps. It was they actually talked to Maposhka about it. I can't remember his exact words about it, but it was about the combination of getting the first phase Anti-Mage kind of not disables, just discourages a lot of these other, kind of 1-2 picks that teams can pick up. So if you do have a team that wants to first phase Anti-Mage, then that can just mean that some of the picks that you want to try and go for a little bit towards the mid game, things like the Enchantress and all that kind of stuff really kind of go out the window. So I'm not a super mega fan of the Anti-Mage first phase ban, but I do see the idea behind it. But then you just let things like the Doom go through, the Enchantress go through, and maybe the Monkey King might not be high up on the priority for some of these other teams. But, definitely it alleviates a little bit of pressure when it comes to these first phase picks.
Speaking of Monkey King, it's kind of surprising that Ivy decided to go Doom into the Monkey King lane. We saw Monkey King demolish your Doom under the very similar circumstances of having it in the lane. Not only have Doom, you have to deal with the Enchantress as well. She doesn't necessarily have to go all in into the Enchant. She can just like pep you out with the impetus shots. So very intriguing here to see what Ivy is going to be doing about this. Also, you were speaking about JM Vincenzo's juggling. He used to just be about that T hustle. I love that he's still at the teapot there, but he's like, nah, let's expand the repertoire of the pre-game ritual. Make sure that it's as strong as humanly possible. They haven't grabbed a win just yet, so maybe that was the issue. He was still stuck on the T hustle. Now they've added the juggling fluke, so everything's going to be much better.
Yeah, he's got his hands all warmed up as well, so maybe that might be a good way for them to get it up here. And I think this is a pretty good series for them to try and be able to do it. There are a few heroes that they can definitely start to rely on. I think the one thing when I was having a look back at some of the drafts for Ivy and some of the games as well is they haven't really been able to nail down a couple of heroes that look good for them. And that could kind of circle back to the idea of them not wanting to pick Disruptor whenever it's available for them. So they've really kind of been picking a lot of different stuff for them. And unfortunately, in the games that I cast in Day number 1, was Stoichkov really just didn't have a game in a lot of those games as well. And that could be a little bit of a pain point for Ivy if they're not able to enable their mid laner. We've seen a lot of these teams play through their mid laners. And especially when you're on heroes like Ember, Pango, all that kind of jazz, you really do need to have somebody who can at least do stuff in the mid game where you kind of become very irrelevant very fast.
Speaking of Ember, I think his best performances have come when he was playing the Ember. Despite the fact that they lost, he's looked better on those heroes. There was that one game though where he got absolutely demolished in the laning phase. So that one was where he lost to Mobe, Death Prophet. It looked pretty bad. Here though, I think they would like to get Ember, but PugChamp are probably going to angle for it themselves here coming out of the phase. They've banned out the Storm Spirit. There's no Slok. There's no Anti-Mage. The enemy team of Ivy have already done them the favor of banning the Pango and the Drow Ranger. If I'm them, I'm banning like DK right now and then just going immediately into the Ember Spirit pick. Because we have seen Stoikov play DK as well, so he understands the matchup. I think that was one of the few games that went better for them on the side of Ivy, where they played, I think it was DK, I don't remember what it was into Ember, but it was into a Spirit middle. But if I'm PugChamp, I really would love to pick up the Ember Spirit at this phase of the game and deny it away from Stoikov to make sure that he plays something that's not necessarily his comfort at the moment.
Yeah. And I think that could be something that, again, both these two teams can kind of exploit out of each other, right? Is some of these lane matchups that we've seen from them previously. It was the Dragonite into the Ember Spirit for Ivy up against D2 Hustlers.
Yes,
that did all too well for them. They did couple that up with the Doom and the Silencer as well, though. So maybe a few more issues of them just having a lack of stuns against an Ember Spirit rather than just the lane itself. But that is something definitely to think about. I think the biggest thing for both these two teams as well is the fact that we're in Western Europe, and you touched on the fact that Dream League has been one of those tournaments that has put a lot of emphasis on a lot of the weird stuff that we're seeing, like Pugna's making a resurgence randomly, Techies has been picked a whole boatload, things like Phantom Lancers are coming out, Lone Druid last picks, Meepos, Huskars, all that kind of stuff is now starting to kind of flood to the brains of these players, and maybe that's kind of the advantage and disadvantage of being in Western Europe right now is you not only do you get to play up against all these different players and all these different teams, but you know, if you're paying attention to a tournament like that, paying attention to those games, then you may start to get some of your own ideas really start to get flooded out and then get to a point where you're not really nailing down your own ideas. So I'm glad to see that both these two teams haven't really strayed too far from the norm of this region and of this division just yet.
So
I do like this Lesh pick though.
This is a good Lesh game, honestly. Does really well against the Enchantress. They don't have like uber hard lockdown to burst him 100 to 0. He's got Undying for some degree of backup. Doom can buy some auras to help him out. Now, this is one of those games I would definitely love to be playing Lesh. Not sure if they're going to pair this with the IO as well. Feels like they can get away with it, but I would like to see some kind of disable. They get the Hoodwink. All right, that's not just disable, but also gives us a break up against this Enchantress as well as the game goes on. A very easy way to cancel out the Snapfire ult if you happen to be skirting around in the tree line behind this hero. I won't lie, I mess with this. I like what I'm seeing right now from the side of Ivy. There's also a drop that's fairly difficult to kill, and PugChamp don't necessarily have the quickest burst options in the world right now, nor do they have that much lockdown.
Yeah, I think if you went IO there for Ivy, you kind of just get this like mobility hero picked on you, and then you kind of feeling pretty bad where you're just relying on Split Earth plus Doom to actually catch people, which could be a pretty hard game to be able to play considering the Doom's lane up into the Monkey King. You know, you kind of just get like Spirited or, you know, something hard to deal with, even something along the lines like a Tinker. Could have been pretty hard for them to deal with, but I like that Ivy make this audible and go for a little bit of damage and a little bit of lockdown for them as well. The Shadow Fiend is the response though, so it's a hero that does well into Lesh. The fact that he builds a BKB and Lesh naturally doesn't have that much armor and has to build into the armor that he has. So if you're able to have this high physical damage with the Monkey King and the Shadow Fiend, it makes it hard for the Lesh to stay in the fight, especially because he doesn't have a battery. He does have the Undying behind him, but once the Lesh is already BKB'd, I don't think the Soul Root's going to do all too much for him. So I like that PugChamp have just given themselves some pretty simple stuff to do, some pretty straightforward counters and nothing that's too kind of crazy. And I think the one thing that is kind of lacking for them now is maybe a little bit of extra lockdown. They do have like good team fighting lockdown-ish, but I would like to see something that just enables them to get in, catch the Leshrac early, and blow him up before BKB.
So if I'm reading this correctly on the side of PugChamp, I actually have a feeling that this Monkey King is going to go 4, the Enchantress will be 5, the Snap will be off lane, Shadow Fiend safe lane. And I feel like they need a mid hero. You were talking about heroes that can lock down the Leshrac. I was also thinking about Monkey King SF. We've seen this when SF goes mid and Monkey King goes safe lane, that it can work really, really well. But it can have some kind of anti-synergy in terms of their ultimates in team fighting. If you don't layer them properly, then you get these heroes too far away from the Wukong's damage. However, if they pick a Puck here, Fluke, If they can somehow get away with a lost pick puck on the side of PuckChamp, it'll be a hero that, firstly, very hard to catch given the heroes on the side of Ivy right now. Doom, you can get doomed as a puck, but it should be more rare than it should be a regular thing. This Leshrac, the lane goes perfectly fine for you. You have some degree of catch later on, which synergizes amazingly both with the Monkey King and with the Shadow Fiend and with the Snapfire. What would you make it if they do decide to mix it up, put the Snapfire off lane, and then just lost pick a puck for the mid lane for Lauren here?
Yeah, I think that'd be pretty good for them, right? I think the only issue is maybe early on they kind of rely quite heavily on things like the Dream Coal and the Fire Snap Cookie to get their kills. So, you know, we've seen a lot of Dooms go like Midas straight into a BKB, so he could be pretty hard for them to kill. But, I mean, I like it. I like the idea, right? You just need this AoE lockdown. You need a hero that does well in the lane, does well in the game to be able to deal with it. I think Ivy still aren't 100% sold on what's going what. With this Darkseer ban, so it just kind of enables them to play fast tempo with things like the Surge and the Iron Shell, and they don't really have a good laner to go into it. You can play the Doom into it as a carry, but then you'd have to pick something different in the offlane for Ivy. So I would like to see Ivy just try and give themselves a little bit of extra scalability, a way of getting in and taking these towers, maybe something that can man fight the Shadow Fiend. Wouldn't be too bad.
Let's see, 25 seconds left in the reserve time. They still need a safe lane hero to be played here. What options are available for Shani? His TB's gone, Morph is gone. I don't think you want to play PL in a game like this. Next, Lifestealer actually wouldn't be too bad. I think Lifestealer, Ursa, one of these type of heroes. Ursa Troll, I think are pretty good here. Probably one of the better options. They were Sniper. Okay.
So They go in the ranged idea because they have the Undying, right? So they have this Undying and Doom who are going to be the tanky frontliners for them, and they're going to create a bit of chaos, and the Sniper can kind of sit back and peep away. He doesn't really have too many issues of people getting on top of him. If you go like this magic build for SF, then you start getting a bit concerned as the Sniper. But once you get BKB, you're A-okay with that. So I like the idea that Ivy had here. They just wanted to have a little bit of stronger lanes with the Sniper. Like, Ursa Undying is really, really good into these melee offlaners, but then you can kind of get away with it if you have, like, Snapfire +1. You can probably just, like, Snapfire Enchantress offlane, and then maybe you can, like, Monkey Fire with a ranged call for PuckChamp, and that just gives you a relatively okay lane. So I like that they've covered a lot more of their bases with this Sniper pick, and now PuckChamp really kind of need a hero that can get in the backlines. I still think Puck is a really, really good shout. You can catch the Sniper early on, really get into his face and blow him up and get these team fights going your way.
So it's probably going to be Puck or Ember Spirit at this point, right? Given that Ember, for some reason, is still in the pool. There's no Storm. Void Spirit sucks. Earth Spirit sucks. Queen's Pain kind of sucks. Doesn't feel like a good game for the Bat Rider either. So, yeah, there's not really that many other options. And like you said, the main issue that PuckChamp are dealing with right now is their lack of forward movement. How do you get to the backlines? Well, they'll pick the Dragon Knight. So this is a hero that of late we have been seeing get into the backlines a little bit. And look at this switch up. Okay. All right. Okay. Pause one Dragon Knight. While we are going to be having ourselves a young position for Monkey King. So we sort of read that one out. But the pause one DK with the Shadow Fiend going mid. Normally when I see Shadow Fiend mid, I do like the offlaner to be like some melee core that just goes in. Even though Dragon Knight goes into the melee form, like into the range form, he still sort of occupies the same space in the fight, right? The first one in, generally speaking, the last one out. Do you like this though? Because it does feel like there are, yes, it's a hero that can buy a Blink Dagger, he can go further forward than some other options, but they still seem bereft of easy catch, and more importantly, they're very bereft of burst damage in the earlier portion of this game.
Yeah, I think that's the rough part about picking this Dragon Knight as the pos one. I think Ivy are going to be okay with kind of just sitting their Sniper up into pretty safe lanes, right? Like, you can always just put your Undying anywhere close to him, and as long as you don't have Blink Daggers galore for the side of PuckChamp, Ivy should be okay with it. I'm still not 100% sold on this Dragon Knight position 1 from what I've seen from a lot of different teams in both Div 2 here in Western Europe and some of the other tournaments that are floating around. So I feel like if they can have a good lane into the Doom, if they can transition and take towers and group together, then PuckChamp have a good shout. But I think Ivy just have a lot better kind of natural counters in the way that they can play, because this Dragon Knight is not going to be like completely unkillable. He's playing into Sharpshooter, he's playing into a Leshrac early, he's playing into a Doom as well. So he's not going to have the freest of games. And I think Ivy, as long as they protect their Sniper, they should be okay.
Ivy have yet to even grab a solitary game win here in the entire Division 2. Let us see if this is the series where they can change that fate, or if it's going to be PuckChamp starting to make their own journey towards a first series win confirmed here in Div 2. Let's find out. We get into some Dota, some hype here. So far, no fights happening. I'm always in two minds when I see this DK hero in the safe lane. Because it almost always, it's either amazing and this hero just like never dies, does all the damage in the game, or it just falls so flat that you're like, well, why did we do this one, boys? We could have gone for literally anything else. But I'm more intrigued about the nature of this SF middle. What do you make of it in this game? SF mid versus this Leshrac? How does this matchup plan play out for you in your head?
I think most SFs are okay with most matchups, right? You know, you just the nature of Shadow Razors and just being able to get some levels on SF is always good. So I think it's going to be okay. You don't really have to worry about too many ganking supports. Like there's a Hoodwink that can rotate with like a Power Rune and stuff like that. But as long as you're just you know, double raising the wave, then you're okay. You're just shoving it into the tower of Stoichkov, and maybe he can't make those rotations. So this should be a perfectly fine lane here.
Let's see how this all goes. As Lorinov and the gang will not be able to get themselves the triple bounties. They're going to play it safe instead, getting themselves the dual bounties. And we're going to get this game off in a very even keel fashion. Let's see how this all shakes out. The mid lane should be fine, as you were expressing earlier. The top lane, Sweden Strong, is going to be going in to help out with the Monkey King. For those of you who don't know, you have to thank this man for introducing to us 4 Primal Beasts in official games. Thanks, fam. Lots of lost MMR because of you. Awesome.
Yeah, there's always going to be some innovators, right? That are going to pick some weird stuff, and sometimes it doesn't work out. But I feel like this Pods 4 Monkey King is something that when you have a specialist who plays it, it can be really, really strong, but you can also quickly kind of lose your way in the game, right? Like if you're not able to make rotations and get stuff done with Primal Spring, then the hero can feel pretty bad. But he can always do this stuff, right? Where he's just an out-and-out better trader than most heroes in the game, especially at level 1. That he can just kind of bully people 2v1 and enable an offlaner like Snapfire, who just wants to kind of get towards level 6, and then she can naturally farm and rotate herself.
It's created a little bit of the space right now at this first level. She is going to be able to hit level 2 without dying as a result, so she's a lot happier. You get the Fire Snap Cookie for some escape potential if needed. So everything coming up clutch on the top side of the map for PuckChamp. The down bottom, they have low skill being guarded up by the Kidaru Enchantress. The two of them are going up against the Are Doom as well as the Cube Hoodwink. Doom, one of these heroes that, as Enchantress, you're not very happy to see in the laning phase, but you just mean that you just don't level up Enchantress or the Enchant as long as humanly possible, because you know that he's going to have Doom available pretty much ASAP, so don't even waste your time with giving up mana for free.
Yeah, I think you can still level up Enchant if you want to, you just don't enchant a creep, right? Like the slow and the purge at level 1 is still pretty good, especially when you're playing in a lane with a melee laner, so wouldn't hate to see some early levels of it and even just be able to play around the Nature's Attendant. So not the worst, it just means that you can't be this abusive hero that Enchantress has been for a long time, where she just gets a creep at like level 3 and runs at you, and your Pods 4 just says, see you later, brother, I'm going to go mid and hopefully I can get a kill, and then you come out in 10 minutes and hopefully you're okay.
She did do a very smart thing though, here coming in from Kidaru. Waited until Ade actually used Devour in the creep wave, and only afterwards enchanted up this Kobold Foreman, bring it into the lane to apply some additional harass onto Cube. So certainly has put in these reps on the Enchantress, knows exactly what's going on here. Level 20 Enchantress, so playing it quite decently. Although, what you mentioned about the rotations that could go potentially to the mid lane, at some point Dooms generally want to occupy some space by themselves. So we will see if Cube does choose to grant that space. Right now, they just have to give some space, given this a lot of damage going in towards Ade. Ade actually might die here. Breathe Fire will come out, and there's going to be the secondary impetus shot. And that'll be enough to claim the kill. Staying a little bit too long in the lane, and PuckChamp will make him realize that he's certainly overstayed his welcome, and he gets brought down for the first blood.
Yeah, Kadara is absolutely owning this lane, right? Like, just look at the CS. 18 and 5 up against the 9 and 2. Low skill is absolutely obliterating Ade this time around. He's doubling up on his CS, and luckily enough for Ade, he does have Devour, so he will have a catch-up mechanic of sorts, so he's not really going to be lacking out too much on the net worth, but it's just more so the fact that starting out this early on something like a position 1 Dragonite means that you can just get like this early hand of Midas, get a very, very quick blink BKB, and then then that's when you can start to abuse your hero with a lot of these levels and a lot of this fighting early before, you know, Ivy are able to catch up with items and stuff. That's where it's going to start getting spooky, when things like the Leshrac and the Sniper have a few more items than the Dragonite. If he's not, you know, 1 or 2 items ahead, he can start to feel a little squishy in these team fights. But if low skill just continues the way he is and the rest of PUBG continue the way they're going, this is going to be pretty nice early game for PUBG.
They're winning out in the CS department pretty much all their lanes. CS leader on the map right now is going to be Lays. Sit chilling on the top side of the map on the Snapfire. We'll see what exactly that kind of build he goes for. Presumably just the usual aura build. Yeah, okay, confirmed. You picked up Arcane Boots, you're definitely going for some auras this game. So should be fine, giving them some additional sustain. Nobody on the side of Ivy wants to be buying a Spirit Vessel. I mean, you presumably can buy Shivas for both Doom and Lesh later. But right now, though, Sweden Strong actually in a little bit of trouble. We're suffering some right-click damage. Shani does not happen to have any additional points into this young take aim. He went for the 2-1 build, so as soon as you're out of the additional shrapnel, you should be able to be perfectly fine as Sweden Strong.
Yeah, I thought maybe that we would see some early levels of the Tombstone coming in from James Vincenzo. Obviously, there's the little Shredder, so it's not going to be the greatest of spells for them, but they're going 2 levels in the Shrapnel, and if you have the Tombstone as well, it just means that you can kind of win out the trades, because there's a lot of slow and a lot of damage that can come through that, and maybe it just forces them to stand up in this like level 2, level 3 Shrapnel for a little bit too long, and that's when you can get some trade kills. So it's what it is. It looks like the lane is going relatively okay so far for Zani. He's 24 or 25 and 3 up against the 29 and 3, so it's not, you know, the worst for him. He would love to be a lot further ahead, but sometimes it's a little too hard for a sniper.
Oh, he might actually die here, so his entire lead might be eroded away by the damage coming in from PUBG. And one more right click from Lays will ensure that that does happen. Lays is walking through a shrapnel, but you were talking earlier about the lack of Tombstone and how it denied them a kill onto Sweden Strong. Now it denies them the opportunity to save the sniper's life as he goes down. This is massive all across the map. They just brought down the sniper top bottom lane before this happened. Ari ended up dying on his Doom. So the only lane right now which Ivy is not comprehensively losing is this mid lane, where things are still not that great for them. They are suffering in the CS department. The Lesh is being lapped a little bit by this SF. So everything coming out PUBG in these first opening minutes of this game here, Fluke. So it's going to be on Ivy up to like the next 5-6 minutes to try and turn this around, unless they get just completely ran over when Puck hits this mid-game timing of their BKBs.
Well, that's going to be the scary thing, right, is PUBG have this early game draft where they're able to really kind of group up and take some towers. So, you know, if you see some early game items start to come together, I think this 4-man ball could be really scary, and you can just leave Lauren off to sit back in the jungle and farm a little bit more, because at the end of the day, he's going to be the end-all be-all carry for them. Albeit, the Dragonite can definitely transition into some of those scarier parts of the game where he has, like, Blink BKB and, like, an Aghanim Scepter +1, but you kind of want to try and use that advantage as much as you can.
I think Cube dies down bottom. Low skill able to get the Breathe Fire. Ida might be in danger here. Kidaro has Enchant again in 15 seconds, but they're up against it. Just happy to be able to zone him away from the lane. This is going much better than it should be. Top lane though, first Morty's kisses of the game do get triggered out onto Shani. Shani almost dies, might tick out. 9 HP on the sniper. Are you kidding me? Able to escape away from this one. We'll see if James Vincenzo is so lucky. He's trying to get off a final decay onto this Monkey King. Won't be able to find him. Hoodwink comes in with the Bushwhack, misses in its entirety. Sweden Strong might decide to make the jump back, but for now, just happy to stalk in the trees, waiting for somebody to jump on to interrupt their targeting of Lays. And Sweden Strong almost found himself getting removed from the tree by Cube. Not going to end up happening. Sniper survives by the skin of his teeth, but this is a sniper, so this is a hero that does have to go back to base if he ever falls that low. No access to the Morbid Moss just yet, so this map opening up even more for them. And to make matters even worse, Fluke, they take advantage of this Hoodwink leaving the bottom lane to just trigger the Dragon Form and start putting the pressure onto the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, this is kind of dire days right now for Ivy, right? These first couple of minutes have not gone well for them in the lanes. I think Ade is really slowly starting to come back. He's got a Vanguard up as well. Doesn't even get the deny. As you said, I think he's dead.
Oof. He is very smart. If he doesn't TP right then and there, he's 100% dead. And if there's any other creep that has a stun instead of the Warpine Raider, he's definitely dead as well. So good job for him. Unfortunately, while that all is happening, they do finally get a win for the side of Ivy, triggering onto Lorinov. A big movement. Both supports make their presence known in the mid lane, and Stoikov able to get something out of it. Very big kill, considering how large the gap was between him and the SF and CS. That does now help to normalize it in terms of net worth, at least.
Yeah, and this is kind of what I talked about with the Shadowfiend, right? Is you can just get rotated on by the Hoodwink, and they just come in with the Hoodwink. I believe there was actually a decay coming in from JM Vincenzo as well, so SF just losing a little bit more of that HP, and it's exactly what they need to do. They need to play around Stoichkov because he's had the one that's been the closest kind of lane. Like Zani in the top lane has been doing kind of okay, but your Leshrac is going to be the hero that's going to hit this time with the Bloodstone and then be a very, very scary hero on the map, whereas Sniper is a little more of needing 1 to 2 more items before he actually starts becoming a threat on the map and be very, very scary. So playing through Stoichkov is exactly what they need to do here for Ivy, and you can see he's starting to make his rotation towards the top side as well to try and defend Zani.
Let's see if Sonic gets away from this. In the meantime, though, Sweden Strong gets brought down by this Hoodwink next to the Bushwhack. Sweden Strong throws out the Young Founder Strike. It's not going to be enough for us. Stoikov and the boys, they have enough damage to kill him. The question is, can they get more out of this? Lorinov was nearby, trying to run himself away. There's going to be the Bushwhack. They get him back, and the Split Earth will follow this up. They try to buy space and time with the Morty's Kisses. Lorinov triggering off the Requiem. He gets Stoikov. Stoikov dies to the Morty's Kisses. And they manage to keep Lorinov alive somehow. JM Vincenzo trying to chase him down with the decay. Will not be able to do so. As Ivy, they thought they'd gotten themselves a major prize, but it turns out to be a major debate fluke as they lose one of the biggest heroes on the map. The one you said is going to be guaranteeing them this part of the game. And they're going to lose Kitara as well. But that's just dessert at this point in time.
Cube. Ooh. Oh, okay. He was so close to going down there. Raindrop's pretty strong, and so they're able to at least get the transition there onto Kadaro, but losing Lorinov, like Laze is doing a lot of work so far, and he's a very big chubby boy. I'm feeling good with how this Snapfire is going, but yeah, losing Stoichkov is definitely not what you want here. If you're Ivy, he's anything but losing your Leshrac. You'd probably be a-okay with, especially if you're starting to get more kills onto Lorinov, but it's just not really working out here for Ivy, and unfortunately for them, they have a greedy offlaner in the Doom as well, who doesn't want to transition out of his lane until he gets a decent amount of gold himself. So it's going to be a little bit of time before Ivy can make a strong ball themselves, because Leshrac needs some items, needs his Bloodstone before he can start to be scary. Sniper needs a whole lot of items. He needs things like Hurricane Pike, he needs like BKB, he needs Mask of Madness, he needs Shard this game as well. And same thing with Ade, like he needs Hand of Midas, BKB, Blink Dagger, like it's going to be a lot of time and a lot of gold before Ivy are actually able to come online, whereas you see PuckChamp, they're close to the Guardian Groups. They're a few thousand gold away from that. They've almost got BKB coming up here for Lorinov. You know, when we're looking at low skill, he's already got Hand of Midas, 1,000 gold away from Blink. Like, things are just starting to come up PuckChamp.
Yep. To make matters even worse, you're talking about the rate at which they're accruing gold. Low skill has had this Midas for a few minutes now, already building into the Blink Dagger. Erstwhile, this DK, or the Doombringer rather, only about to get Midas now. So we're 12-13 minutes into the game before we get a Doom Midas. Not what you want to see. And you also don't want to see a Stoikov dead. He doesn't have any defensive tools for himself. However, they do have magic damage. They're trying to throw it out right now. Stoikov still alive, should end up dying, but will take some heroes down with him as they bring down Sweden Strong. Lorinov can't get off the Requiem because Ade interrupts him with the Infernal Blade. But there's going to be the Fire Snap Cookie, stunning up Ade. Ade is certainly going to die here. They don't even need the Requiem for this one, but Lorinov channels it for style points anyway. They found 3 kills. It only cost them the life of Sweden Strong's Monkey King, and at the same time, they also claimed the Tier 1 tower. Dude, 3 for 1, 2 of those 3 being cores, and Lorinov is involved in most of those kills. Sign me up with this kind of hype any day of the week for PuckChamp.
Yeah, and especially because low skill took a tower by himself, right? He just sat towards the bottom side. He just was able to deal with the actually the Tier 1 tower early on. He was able to freely farm in the bottom side, completely untouched. Now he's got Blink Dagger, and now you have to worry about a Dragon Knight with a Blink on top of what you're already dealing with. Man, Ivy are at panic stations right now. There's 6,000 gold behind at 13 minutes into this game. Stoichkov does not have his Bloodstone just yet. He's still a decent amount of gold away from that. Like, they need to win a fight, and they need to win a fight handedly, but they need to bring all 5 heroes if they want to try and do it.
Yep. I mean, look at this. Kidaru is solo looking at them inside their own jungle, staring them in the eyes. They know he's there, but they realistically can't do anything about this. They don't have a sweet and strong Monkey King to jump around, giving them vision. They don't have a Blink DK. They don't have a single Blink Dagger just yet, in fact. Still trying to build into one for Ade. And we'll see if this Monkey King is able to get a kill onto Cube. He gets brought down from the tree line, though. Split Earth will connect onto him. Fire Snap Cookie saves him for a while. And Laranov wants to reveal the BKB in the midst of this team fight. Jam Vincento trying his best to try and walk away from this fight. Wildwing Ripper chasing him down. Kidaru shows up to throw in some impetus shots. And they do manage to find the kill. I'm kind of surprised Kidaru didn't just tornado or hurricane forward this SF, but you know, it's fine. You still get the kill. It's okay.
Sometimes the 1%ers don't just come out of the woodwork, but I really like how PuckJamper they understand that they just need to play like around this Monkey King's vision that he's providing, right? And if he ever gets caught out, they just make a rotation. They save him with the Fire Snap Cookie.
Oh, look who they found!
Oh no, they found the sniper.
The biggest target on the map for them to bring down right now. Bring down the sniper. He gets less and less gold out of this.
Oh, they're getting a stack.
Oh, no. Dude, this was the stack that was supposed to guarantee them the Bloodthorn. Or the Bloodstone, rather.
Yeah.
Now you can't finish that off that item. It's going to be even more delayed on the Leshrac.
Yeah, I mean, PuckJamp, they're playing these drafts really, really well. I was saying that Ivy have some easier stuff to, you know, play around with, right? Like this sniper in the Leshrac, it's pretty straightforward. Get your items, play the game, and just kind of go in and take some towers. But the way that PuckJamp are just playing, man, like the way they play their lanes, the way they're now rotating around the map and abusing Sweden Strong, abusing the fact that they have very, very strong heroes, just goes to show that these guys knew exactly what they were getting themselves into and the reason why they picked the Dragonite. So question is now, how do they transition this into taking T2 towers and how they transition this into getting Roche? That's one of the big critiques that I have for some of these teams is you have this massive lead early game, right? And then you kind of fumble the bag because you're either too slow, you're too fast, you're not you know, doing things at the correct time. And when you see some of these top tier teams in the world, you know, teams like Liquid and, you know, Gaming Gladiators and PSG LGD, when they get these early kind of advantages, it's the way that they systematically take the rest of the map and then still are able to get every bit of gold out of the map that they possibly can and just continually choke you out while still getting a massive lead. Just goes to show the kind of hallmarks of these great teams.
We do see that they're also trying to make sure that Kidaru is farmed as well. So they're giving him more priority than Sweden Strong. With Sweden Strong, they're like, mate, you've got a cloak, you've got orbital corrosion. What more do you want? Let's give all the farm towards Kidaru. Make sure that the edge can dish out damage. And you were mentioning PSG LGD as a team that can choke out the map. Another thing that LGD does the best in the world is turning their supports into core heroes. And Kidaru, at the rate he's going, this edge is certainly going to start hurting. For now, though, PuckChamp will just try to make sure that the next phase of the game is secured. And they'll do that by getting themselves into the Roshan pit, saying what's up to the big man, going to get themselves an Aegis. Not only are Ivy not aware of this, but even if they were, Fluke, I actually don't think you can contest this as the side of Ivy. You don't have a single, you still don't have a single BKB. You cannot even think about the Roshan pit right now.
Dude, Zani only has Mask of Madness. I think he has something coming out to him now on the career. Let's see if I can find
it's D-Lance.
Okay, he has D-Lance. So at least he has something here on the sniper to have a little bit of you know, gusto in these fights. But I mean, the way this game is going, all they need to do is continue to win these fights. But I think Ivy are doing a good job at just waiting, not giving too much on the map. They're just cutting a lot of these creep waves. They're buying a bit of time. They have Bloodstone up now. They have a little bit closer towards the BKB here for Ade, and you know, once Sniper gets closer to his own BKB, maybe they can fight. The big question mark for me though is you need to be careful not to allow this Sniper to go down first in these fights. If he ever gets Blink and Dragon-tailed, I mean that could just kind of spell disaster for these team fights.
So just now down bottom, we saw Sweden Strong jumping away from an engagement, dropping down the Tombstone behind him. So that's they're actually not cleaning it up. Because there's nobody nearby to kill it. So Jam Vincento just guarding it. One thing that makes me laugh though, look at Sweden Strong's item build, dude. He's not even buying boots, straight Mage Slayer. He's like, alright, Over Corrosion, Cloak, Mage Slayer, let's go. This is the 4 position we want to see. And Jam Vincento flying a little bit too close to the sun there, buddy. Gonna find himself stunned up by a low skill, definitely cleaned up by Sweden Strong and this DK. And the rest of his team had already vacated the area. This was an optimistic creep skip to say the least.
Yeah, being a little bit greedy. I mean, to be fair, like you're a position 5 on a team that's 7,000 gold behind. Are you really worth much? Not really. Like he's going to get towards a drums at some time. So it's kind of the beauty of these low gold component items where you're just able to slowly accrue the gold. So it's not the worst thing. They did have to, you know, expend a TP for low skill. So I mean, at the end of the day, probably not too sad.
So what you're saying to me is that the next time I'm feeding in a game, I'll be like, guys, we're already like 10k gold behind. Me feeding doesn't mean anything. It's fine.
Exactly. It's hashtag creating space, baby. That's the best way to put it. Guys, look at all this space. I forced the Dragonite to TP to get 300 gold. I am the best player on the planet.
Sadly, though, all the space that they would like to have been taking advantage of in that interval is being soaked up by PuckChamp. You're talking about how they should make sure to just control the map and get farm. Well, we see Lorinov taking over their triangle, low skill is taking over the radiant triangle, and now they're just taking over the dire jungle as well. So Ivy just has no farm. The progression for themselves is really lacking. So this smoke that they're going for kind of needs to pay off. They don't have a BKB just yet for Stoikov. Ade does have one, however, but certainly cannot afford to just walk cavalierly into a fight and get picked off first. And they're very skittish about this because yet again, look at those drops here, Fluke. Who makes the initiation? They're going to try go right now with the Bushwhack onto Lays. They do get a ton of damage out. They even drop down the Doom onto him, so they will find the kill. However, that is, what, 3 ultimates just to try and bring down the Snapfire? Lorinov didn't even pop BKB for that one, so it's just be a free tier 2 tower. I don't think the Snapfire cares too much about losing his life under those conditions.
Yeah, I think Snap's okay with that, but you're also pretty happy with that if you're Ivy as well. Especially if they're able to get away with Cube's life.
Oh, that is
no, they can't.
Oh no, they also killed Cube's courier. That was the meme hammer.
Oh,
oh dude.
Hammer?
Yeah, he does. He does.
I mean, they need to cut Great Waves for eternity, so maybe that's his way of just being able to instantly nuke these Great Waves, but I mean, I feel like maybe Aethelens could have just done the same thing because, you know, Bushwhack as well as Acorn Shot is able to kill a Creep Wave. But is what it is. They have a lot of chain stun. I think that's the one issue that Ivy have is they have very, very little lockdown, and you can just see in that previous fight where they blew literally everything to kill an offlaner, and then they were like, we can't fight it anymore. So
yeah. That was what, a BKB, multiple ultimates. SF triggered Requiem, but he was just like, it was a Hail Mary Requiem, didn't really care if it hit heroes or not. Well, they still have this Aegis for another 45 seconds, so ideally they use this to take down an additional tier 2 tower. You see Lays is trying to make the space by pushing in through bottom. Lorinov is making more space, pushing through middle. So they have their pick of the litter, exactly what play they want to go for next. And Ivy, since they still only have that one BKB, kind of difficult to decide where you want to try and defend. And they might actually try and jump onto Stoikov here. They've scanned him behind the tier 1 tower. Ivy knows that this is coming, so should probably start getting back. This is a scary moment to be in though. Sweden Strong is nearby as well. Has the competed Mage Slayer on this pause for Monkey King. Love to see it. I love this guy's itemization, honestly, sometimes. And they're going to find a hero bottom. Oh, it's just JF intentions. You're saying he just understands, yeah?
It's 99. I think with Sweden Strong, he just identifies that if they stop the Leshrac from dealing the damage early on, then they really don't have much to worry about until the sniper starts getting towards the scary portion of the game where he has 2 or 3 damage items. So if you keep your Dragonite alive, then he's able to deal the damage for you.
Well,
Cube is dead.
Cube is dead. On the bright side about Cube dying, that does mean that Cube can go back to base and fetch his meme hammer even faster, as the courier did just respawn. So he's like, ha, you fools! You gave me the express trip.
It also does pull them off the tier 2 tower bottom. So at the end of the day, they do get a little bit of map control back, but they've lost their tier 2 tower mid, they've lost their tier 2 tower top, their only tier 2 tower is bottom. They're still, you know, playing up against an 11,000 net worth lead, so I mean, swings and roundabouts, right? Like, you gotta take the good with the bad, and sometimes that just means giving up your pos 4 for a little bit of map control. Look at Kadara, though. He has Boots of Bearing and a gem, and he's just standing in the front like, please try and kill me.
Boots of Bearing, gem, fluffy hat, Wraith Band, and of course chilling with the Specialist Array. For context, he has the only heroes in the enemy team that have more HP than him are like their cores. Like, Sniper has basically the same HP. Leshrac and Doom are the only ones that like significantly lap over him. And of course, neither of them have access to this untouchable. And because of how the game has been going, I don't think Hoodwink wants to be using the sharpshooter onto Enchantress. You ideally want to try to reserve that for the DK, given how tanky he's getting. But low skill now has BKB, Lauren has BKB, Snapfire is building into a BKB of her own. So you might actually just be forced into using the ultimate from the Hoodwink just on Enchantress. And if that happens, Kidara's also like, sweet, mate. Spending all of this effort on me. Thanks, please do it more.
Yeah, I definitely think you really want to try and use the sharpshooter to secure a core kill, but maybe it might just be worth for him to blow up Kidara, right? Maybe you get the gem back, you get a little bit of map control back in for yourselves, and buys a little bit of extra space. Cube's going to try something here with the meme hammer.
Dude, he has to meme hammer Bushwhack just to make sure that they can escape down on the bottom side of the map. Man, even if the fact that they had no idea if it's just Kidara, but they still didn't want that smoke, sort of tells us everything we need to know about the state of the game right now. But they will smoke PuckChamp to play more aggressively. They don't have low skill nearby though, so that might benefit Ivy. Also smoked up themselves. They're going in as 5, but they get the first down onto Jeff Vincento. BKB pop by the SF after the Doom comes out, but he's still strong enough to stand his ground and right click away. Sweet and strong. Does die inside of his own Wukongs, but look at the HP on Stoikov. Forced to get all the HP back with the Bloodstone, and thanks to the Doom, they are able to get the kill onto the SF. Kidaro helping to bring down the life of the Doombringer. Here comes low skill at long loss, getting the stun out onto Shani on the back end of the fight. He pops the BKB to try to escape this. And they do kill Kidaro. They bring down Lays as well. And being a late arriver to the fight, low skill is allowed to leave unscathed. But that's going to be 4 heroes brought down. And Ivy, they finally find a moment where they have the numerical advantage. And they manage to catch them off. They also had a slight vision advantage as well, getting this ward out just in time from Jane Vincento on the high ground, giving them the ability to fight on this age of the fight.
Yeah, also big thing there from Ade, getting the Doom off onto the Shadow Fiend, meaning there was no Requiem. Also was able to purge off the DD rune as well, so meant that he wasn't able to just sit there and throw out these big hands. Stoichkov did a really, really good job at popping his BKB at the right time. He was able to just get in towards the back, deal the damage, and as soon as the SF's gone and low skill's not in the area, then the damage is really lacking for the side of PuckChamp, right? Like, they're really, really far ahead, but you can just see the little amount of damage they have when there's only one core around. And if SF's the one that's being doomed, we talked about this in the last couple of days when you have these single core lineups. There is a dual core that comes in from PuckChamp, but when there's only one core around, it makes it very, very easy for a Doom to be able to pick his target, and they understand that they just get rid of the Shadow Fiend. Where's the damage coming from? Like, Lays is a offlane Snapfire. Like, he's going to do damage from Mortimer's Kisses, and if he's in somebody's face, then we already know where he is.
Well, they managed to take that opportunity, get themselves a big team fight win. They'll be hoping that's not the last one, though. They're going to be trying to keep the train going. Unfortunately, though, because they had to expend so much for that fight, it does leave the path to Roshan very wide open, so that gets taken away by PuckChamp. They get the Aegis into the hands of Stoikov, or Lorenov, and they give him the Aghanim shot as well. So free shot, feels good, feels nice. The question is, what do they do from here?
I'm surprised they didn't want to give it to somebody else. I guess that just kind of amplifies the Shadow Fiend's right click damage by a boatload, just giving him a free shot. So I do see the power. Either way now. And there is another 5-minute window where Ivy have to be very, very careful about how they're cutting these lanes. They don't want to try and get caught out. They're doing a really good job at just extending this game for as long as they possibly can, right? Like, they haven't really taken any damage on their tier 3 towers as of late, and they still have this tier 2 tower on the bottom side. So if they can get to a point where the sniper's actually able to stand and deliver and deal a bit of damage, then maybe they might start looking up. But the way that last fight went, that was without low skill around, and that was kind of them getting initiated on as well. Like, that was Sweden Strong jumping in onto an Undying, of all people, and not really getting the initiation that you want to have, but it's giving all the vision in this top lane now.
Oh, they know where he's at. They have an awareness that he's somewhere around here. They pop the Tombstone, and actually jumps in, and they see him, but they actually don't want the smoke cube scurrying away through the tree lines. He might be the one that gets caught out and left behind. Nice sharpshooter. The knockback pushing him onto the high ground. However, they do now know that sharpshooter is gone, so they have a slight window here if they want to use some of the additional time on this Aegis. But looks like they're content to just take map control for now. One thing though is that this gold lead, yes, PuckChamp is 10k gold ahead, but it is somewhat plateauing. This Doombringer is getting tons of HP, of net worth. the sniper eventually will be able to pick up some more of these items. And like you mentioned, if they're able to just keep the sniper on the back end of the fight, plinking away, it's still not an insignificant amount of damage for the side of PugChamp to deal with. But for me, the very big deal is now that they have these triple BKBs, there's so much less for them to be fearful of. They're the ones that are playing with this BKB piercing ultimate. On the side of PugChamp, once you go into BKB, you kind of not really worried about any of their spells anymore. It's only the physical damage output that concerns you at that point.
Yeah, I still don't think it's like uber clean cut for either one of these two teams as you go late game. Like Leshrac is one of those heroes that kind of needs to play around BKB timings, but you know, late game Dragonite is nothing really to scoff at, right? Like we've seen these Aghanim's build up, and he's going for the much more carry-orientated build with things like the Mantisar, and you go into like AC and Daedalus and all that kind of stuff from here on out. So I'm not quite sure if this game extending is you know, kind of just 100% falling in the favor of Ivy. I think the biggest thing for them is they have supports that are going to scale super hard outside of the Undying. I mean, an offlane and a support, so they're going to be happy with this game a little later.
Oh no, Stoikov. Stoikov's in a very awkward position. Look at him, he's inside the triangle right now. They did manage to bring down his two supports elsewhere. The question is, can they chase him down before he TPs out? Sweet and Strong coming to close the gap. Oh! Lays knew where he was at. Misses with the fire snap quickie though. That would be very, very, very sad if they got that kill. Perfect, kind of bad. Well, just kind of late there. It's fine. It wasn't a bad play.
Sometimes the shard can be your downfall sometimes on Sapphire. I don't know if it was the shards issue that he slightly missed. I think he mistimed it anyways, so didn't really matter. But if they got that pick off, that probably would have been high round.
Yep.
I'm not sure if he has buyback. No, he doesn't.
He does not.
So
he does not. Yeah.
it would have forced him to at least pop a BKB to try and live. They don't really have the craziest amount of lockdown for him, so maybe he could have just run away with like Bloodstone active. But if they did get that kill, then hey, it's kind of feeding frenzy time for the high ground. But they stay alive for a bit longer, and this is the issue that PugChamp are going to have is trying to go high ground into like Sniper, Tombstone, Doom with a Blink, like a Leshrac as well. Like you kind of need to just get into a point where you just walk high ground and force them to try and fight you in bad spots.
Well, they feel like they don't need to do that much defensive work now that they have the Manta, Alghanim Scepter on the DK form with level 20 as well. So they're going to try and force this. They've already taken a tier 3 tower. Smoke up from Ivy. They're looking for the wraparound to dissuade PugChamp from being in this area. For now though, thanks to this presence of the Dark Lord and a double damage rune on the SF, between that and this DK, my goodness, these buildings get knocked over so fast. And Ivy, despite going in for the smoke play, they're loath to fight into an Aegis. So these last few seconds, PugChamp have definitely gotten the benefit out of it as this Aegis is about to expire.
Yeah, you can see that they don't want to overcommit on Ivy's side either. So we're probably going to be looking at a tale of constantly trying to get these Aegises to go high ground, because you know you walk too poorly into like shrapnels from Zani, he's just able to sit there and blow people to pieces. You know, if Stoichkov ever gets a nice little angle to come in on the left track, it's going to be hard for them to retreat. But I mean, doing a good job at just dotting their I's, crossing their T's. Now the net worth lead is starting to balloon out, and the question is, how do Ivy start to call this game back? I think if they can get a nice little pick, they really don't want to try and commit on to Kadaro. But if it's just Doom in the Hoodwink, then you'll take any kill you can get.
I'm going to try and force a fight here as Kadaro does drop down the tombstone. Here's going to be a jump. They found Quip on the back end of the fight. Lorinov wants him dead, and Lorinov, they should be able to get this. Does get doomed up himself. In the meantime, we do see a Wukong's command drop by Sweet and Strong directly onto Stoikov. Stoikov is starting to lose HP very rapidly here. Impetus shots chasing him back. Shani pops him to the BKB, forced to try and retreat away from this fight. But they really want this Leshrac. They want Stoikov. They're chasing him onto the high ground. Low skill finally pops his own BKB. Gets the stun out onto this Leshrac. Leshrac gets stunned up by the Fire Snap Cookie as well. And that should be a death on the Rainbow Pony without buyback. 3 heroes fell on the side of Ivy, only 1 for PugChamp. And Sweet and Strong, yet again, does not care if he commits his life in that fashion, provided it guarantees his team the team fight win. And it looked like at this stage, Fluke, it might have guaranteed his team the game win as well.
Yeah, it was kind of weird from Ivy. I thought that they were just trying to get a quick little pick with like the Hoodwink and the Doom, just trying to catch somebody off guard. Maybe they just like who stop sharpshooter and then just like, you know, blow them up. But Yeah, like Jay Vincenzo walked in, kind of got caught with his pants down, and then they just continued to fight, and they're still just kind of walking out and just getting blown to pieces. And yeah, I was going to say I wouldn't be too surprised if we see the G's being dropped very, very soon here, and Cube drops them, and I feel bad for Ivy. I felt like their draft was really good, but again, it's just we've seen this in multiple different regions across the tours that we've cast Snare, and it's getting to the point now where it just feels like some teams really just get blown out of the water too early and they just never get to play Dota.
Yep. Once the game ends at this particular pace and time, the lanes just went way too well for the side of ParkChamp.
Yeah.
They dominated, like they won all 3 lanes, but not only did they win all 3 lanes, they dominated most of them. The lane that went okay was the mid lane, and that's still a lane where the Leshrac found himself being like 10 or 12 CS behind by the 5-minute mark. Definitely not what you want to be seeing in this situation for the side of Ivy. So they get overran, really. We saw Doom spent most of his game in catch-up mode, which you don't really want. Doom can do that, but that's not what you want out of this hero when you pick him up in a game like this. And ParkChamp, this game just felt, after a certain point in time, a little bit too easy for their cores, especially low skill. He didn't die a single time this game after the laning phase. They got a couple of kills, he got this early Midas, and from there, just some very straightforward Dragon Knight play coming in from the side here of ParkChamp.
Yeah, I think it was kind of all off the back of them just having a lot of really good fights. And I think, you know, even Lays, when it's got to like this mid to latter stages of the game, I don't think he really had to do all too much. He kind of just enabled his Dragonite with things like the Fire Snap Cookie. But this was the fight here where Jay and Vincenzo goes down and they all kind of like walk in for save and mate syndrome, and now they're spending all their time trying to kill Sweden strong, and Stoichkov doesn't have his BKB, wants to hold on to his BKB. Zani has to BKB TP away. Stoichkov pops his BKB later stages so he doesn't die. And then Low Skill is just able to chase him because he's playing Dragonite, and all he worries about is his Dragon Tail cooldown. And as soon as they get on top of Stoichkov without a BKB, this is basically where I probably would have called GG, because at that point, it's 70 seconds without a Leshrac, and it's a Dragonite and a Shadowfang having their way with your base. So ParkChamp played extremely well. I would say the tipping point for me was when Stoichkov went top to try and go for that gank, and he died instead of them getting a kill onto the ParkChamp members. And that's when I was like, oh, his Bloodstone's going to be so delayed, and by the time he has Bloodstone, there's going to be like 2 BKBs to the side of ParkChamp, so he's not even going to be able to do that much damage. And he doesn't have a hero to enable him in these fights either. Like, he doesn't have like an IO that makes him just incredibly tanky and incredibly hard to kill. And yeah, it really just felt like Ivy from the get was behind, and maybe we just need to start looking for them to have these stronger lanes, so they can start to play Dota. I don't think their draft was too bad in the laning phase. I think that I honestly think they just got outskilled in a lot of these lanes.
Well, one of the reasons why I think they got outskilled is, for me personally, the player that I thought did the best for ParkChamp to enable this win to look so comprehensive. Yes, of course, we know that Low Skill didn't die. We had a pretty much perfect game on the Dragon Knight. Yes, Kidaro did wonders in the bottom side of the map, being a huge terror, also showing up with some very clutch Enchantress plays in the mid game. But Sweden strong on this Monkey King. Itemized perfectly as well. At the very end of the game, I wanted to laugh because he's trying to go for an Eye of Skadi. Like, Eye of Skadi into a young Mage Slayer would have been really fun to see, but he was always just giving his team vision, allowing them to know when and where they're going to be able to take the fight. And even if he jumps in first, for some reason, Ivy, I think they sort of forgot that this was a support Monkey King, because they would see him hard commit as if you're killing a core Monkey King, and then you're like, wait a second, this guy has like some of the lowest net worth in this game, so they don't really care if we kill him, and then all of our tools are down. We have to retreat in the aftermath of this kill. So really big shout out to Sweden Strong on this Monkey King. Also, I think the more and more we've been watching these games together, Fluke, the more I'm convinced that you're not allowed to play Dota right now without at least one hero in the team that furnishes vision for you. Whether it be Clockwork, whether it be Monkey King, whether it be Beastmaster, you have to have something in the squad that allows you to have the forward-facing momentum and understand where the opponent is before they know where you are in the fight.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, you can start to couple heroes like the IO +1, because not inherently that they're vision heroes, but the fact that they're able to just kind of walk forward for you and just kind of be a body that provides vision naturally from the heroes. And I think if you're the one that has to play kind of reactionary and a little bit scared, it does feel kind of bad for a lot of these teams. So yeah, 100% agree with you. I think this patch towards the end of its life cycle here has definitely devolved into vision for a lot of these different heroes. So it is going to be very, very important for these teams. Man, Ivy, stop banning the Disruptor. Just play with the Disruptor. Play Disruptor Clockwork.
Yeah.
We talked about it. It's just pick it. It's super simple. It's super straightforward. Strong lanes. There's not too many counters you have to worry about. And then you just pick some cores that have some good matchups and be able to play that way. Because from what I've seen in the last couple of matches for Ivy, my heart really does go out to them. But they haven't been able to play Dota for like 6 games in a row now. They've been kind of demolishing every single lane and really have not had a grasp on any of these games.
They've been losing lane after lane after lane, and of course Stoikov finds himself in the unfortunate situation of losing, I think, his 5th lane in a row. It's been rough times for the side here of Ivy. We'll see if they can try to fix this one up, because just for context of how badly things went for our Leshrac here, Leshrac did 182 building damage. That can't happen. That just can't happen. So we're going to be seeing whether or not if Ivy have what it takes to make a more comprehensive draft that allows them to play the early game, or if PuckChamp have cracked the code and are staring down the barrel of their first series win here in Division 2 of the DPC. We find out very shortly after a small break exactly how things are going to shake out between these two squads. So don't go anywhere. Join us in a few minutes with a glass of water in hand and your attention prepared for some incredible Dota 2 action. Myself, Snare, and Mr. Worldwide Fluke will see you just now to continue the hype. So don't go anywhere. Welcome one and all to game number 2 of the side of Team Ivy taking on PuckChamp here in Division 2 of Western Europe. So far, Ivy find themselves yet again on the back foot, yet again with their back against the ropes. They have yet to even win a single game here in the DPC, and this is their 3rd series. So if they go down 0-2 here, not only have they lost the game up against PuckChamp, but they've delivered the first win to PuckChamp and put themselves very squarely in the conversation for relegation from Division 2. So far, Fluke, every single time Ivy has gotten into Div 2, they've managed to not only stay here, but gradually increase their results game in, game out. It's looking a bit rough right now for that particular cycle to continue, because as it is right now, this might be the first time they get bounced the hell out. And these odds, even that we're seeing from esportsbet.io, don't necessarily give them the best shot of actually winning game number 2.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough here for Ivy. Going down to PuckChamp here 0-2. If they do go down like that, I don't want to say I kind of want to put a strike through them, but I definitely think it kind of kills their hopes for going towards Division 1, because they still have teams like they've got Alliance to go through, they've got Old G, they have Secret, they have Into the Breach. Like there's a lot of teams that they still have to try and go through here, and it's not like the road gets easier from here on out for Ivy. So in this next game, I want to see them win their lanes and have a good first 15 minutes, and maybe you might be able to give me a little bit of hope for them to avoid relegation, because I think from what we've seen from PuckChamp so far, if they're able to kind of deal with Into the Breach, who seem to be in a little bit of a slump right now as well, then maybe we might be talking about Ivy, PuckChamp, and Into the Breach, who are, you know, fighting for that slot to stay in Div 2. So if Ivy can have a bit of fight here, then that gives me a little bit of hope for them.
We'll see if that hope is going to be out here for us as we witness game number 2 between Ivy and PuckChamp. Ivy, unfortunately, I hate to report back to you, Fluke, that they did not catch the memo. They didn't catch the Disruptor memo, but they didn't have first pick, so I can forgive them banning the Disruptor. The question is, do they follow this up with a ban on this young Broodmother as well? At the same time, PuckChamp, they really want Ember Spirit. Dude, you ban Dragon Knight and Storm Spirit. Come on, just pick Ember and get it over with.
Yeah, I think this also puts them in a really strong spot. Not only do they kind of force this onto Ivy to ban the Ember, but if they don't, then they can pick up something like the Broodmother or the Death Prophet if they wanted to as well. So I like the way that PuckChamp have just opened up with the heroes that they have, so they just drop an Enchantress. So this is another hero that can really go into the Ember Spirit as well. You can get rid of his Flame Guard early on, so you can kind of just say, hey, we want to play with this Enchantress. It looks really, really good in game number 1. So if you want to pick the Ember Spirit here to block pick us, go for it.
I like this hero. This Enchantress hero, honestly, I think this hero is high-key busted. I cannot believe it gets through in so many games, but in a way, it's probably going to be one of those situations where all the Chinese teams are like, thank God that no one else is playing the Edge to this level just yet. We do see the Doom and the Mirana come out. We've seen this response very, very often whenever Enchantress is first picked. Mirana for the laning phase, Doom for a little bit later on in the game, but both of them also can furnish damage through the Untouchable, so you're not as scared of the hero. Although what I find very intriguing about this is the amount of times I see this, the Mirana Doom into Enchantress, most of them lost during the Division 1 version of Div or Tour 2 here. What do you think is the cause of that? The fact that in theory and in principle, this should be winning situation against the Enchantress, but somehow Enchantress kept winning. What do you think is happening there?
I think it's kind of the fact that maybe the Enchantresses have started to move away from being just a creep hero. Like a lot of the time, it's like off the back of like Impetus. You're really tanky with Untouchable during the mid lane, the mid game, pardon me. And Nature's Attendance is just an insanely strong spell for heroes like Animage who want to try and get these trades going, and then he falls back, gets a little bit of HP from his Ring of Health, and now the Nature's Attendance. That I feel like these heroes like Mirana and Doom, you kind of take away the idea of the creep, but that's not the end all and be all the hero. It's not like a Chen, right, where Chen is basically all just his creeps. Whereas Enchantress has a lot of other very, very strong spells in her kit that she can come in towards the mid-game with a few items, Boots of Bearing, and she's just this kind of like tank in the front line that you have to deal with. And it doesn't matter if she has a creep or not, and that's why like Mirana and Doom find it hard, because you don't want to Blink Doom her, because that feels kind of bad. And you also, as the Mirana, you really kind of can't burst her early because she's going to have enough HP to deal with Arrow plus Starstorm. So that's why I feel like both those two heroes don't deal too well with her.
Yep. They don't do necessarily the best. Wait, who banned Anti-Mage last game? It was PuckChamp, right? Yeah, they banned it at the end of... Yeah, they banned it at the end of the first phase. So clearly they have very high respect for this hero. Going into this 8th pick Anti-Mage, they'll probably be spending all of their bans protecting it as much as possible. And yep, that's exactly what we see. No Slok, no Terrorblade. This also gives me context back for why they banned Storm Spirit and the Dragon Knight, right? Might not have been for the Ember Spirit, but they're trying to get rid of the instant disable onto the AM as well. All right, I can roll with this. The question is, how are Ivy going to try and exploit this? Because one thing about Anti-Mage is this hero, now that you have... I think one of the reasons why PuckChamp could pick it is because they presumably know what the offlane matchup is going to look like. In your opinion here, Fluke, is there any space for them on Ivy to shift the Doombringer into pos 4 and then bring in, say, a Slaughter as the offlaner just to make sure they can pressure the Anti-Mage in the laning phase?
Oh, that feels like a turbo bad lane, right? Like Slaughter plus Doom would feel like you have to go so greedy. Then you would have to probably move the bottom as a 5. Then you have like Doom, Marana as your 2 supports. They could do it. I'm not going to say it's impossible for them to do it, but it would feel so bad in the laning phase that I think the bonus that you get from having a Slider in the lane is not really going to work out for you because the Enchantress is still going to bully him, right? Like the Enchantress pick has just enabled this Anti-Mage pick because now you can just ban some of these carry matchups where the mid game where the Enchantress can't protect the Anti-Mage and you don't have to worry about the lane because one, as you've said, you already kind of know what this offlane matchup is going to be. And 2, if there are some counters that come in as lane counters, then the Enchantress is going to be relatively good against those heroes as well. They could try and go for something along the lines of like a tri-lane, and they can try and put like a better carry up against the Anti-Mage in lane with something along the lines of like a Monkey King or maybe like an Ursa or something like that that can kind of man-fight him early and try and shut him down that way. But I haven't seen aggressive tri-lanes probably in about like 2 years, and when I have seen them, I don't think they've worked out all too well. So I think PuckChamp have just really drafted themselves into a good spot. They just protect the Anti-Mage with another carry ban here. And they just set it up with a good position for that provides them vision and starts the fight for them. And yeah, this looks like a pretty strong draft already.
Let's see. So they are burning into the reserve time to consider exactly how the best to protect this hero. Kadaro presumably will play the Enchantress, and this Anti-Mage will, unless something dramatic happens, this should be the low skill Enchantress. So now they take out the Templar Assassin. All right. One of the other ways we've seen teams in bygone eras defeat the Anti-Mage is just to play the game so much faster than him that he never really gets a chance to come online. TA not only plays the game very fast, but she also furnishes even more physical burst damage, which Anti-Mage hates to play into. So with all these heroes gone, PuckChamp will have to witness Ivy pick first. What heroes are left in the pool that would make PuckChamp's or Ivy's lineup seem a bit better? How do you feel about Clockwork in this game, actually? You get the combo with the Marana. You have some kind of access to set up for kills onto the AM. Like you hook onto him, interrupt him a little bit before the first blink, and then you can doom him. What's your feeling about that hero going into the past 5 for this game?
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. It's hard for you to kill Enchantress like ever. Which is kind of the one annoying part, but you will have other heroes to enable it for you. Then you would have to try and pick like a ranged carry to try and abuse the Clockwork. So I don't know if those matchups are going to be all too great. A lot of the carry-to-carry matchups that I've seen against anti-mages are things like PL, Lone Druid, like these heroes that you just can't kind of deal with. So maybe that might lean them away from the Clockwork. I think itself in the game would feel kind of good for them, but I'm just not sure if it's going to enable their lane to play a good carry-to-carry matchup for them this time around. I mean, they could just go like Clock Drow if they really wanted to. I feel like that's relatively okay.
I've always liked Drow versus Anti-Mage as well. Despite the fact that in theory you always think, oh, AM just blinks on top of the hero. Silence is it's a huge tool against Anti-Mage. And presumably before he even gets to you, he should have manted already. So Gust will feel pretty strong. You hit him a couple of times, you have to decide, do I go deeper and risk my life, or do I just get out? And your mana pool is like atrocious, so you're not really worried about the mana void. I could see that, yeah, clock draw seems pretty good. But as long as they stop at the clock, don't pick up the core heroes just yet. Force PuckChamp to do it first, and then they can come in with the response on 18. But they really have to consider this. We also have to think about heroes that can be played middle for Stoikov, because suddenly a large contingent of his hero pool is gone, not just because some of them have been banned, like the DK and the Storm Spirit, but I'm not trying to play Leshrac into Anti-Mage, you know?
Yeah, no, that feels pretty bad. And a lot of the Stoichkov heroes that we've seen so far are relatively bad into the anti-mage. Ember feels not that great either because generally most of the time you are expending quite a lot of mana on that hero, even though he is an agi hero. So you have to be very, very careful. So I think for Ivy now, just pick the clockwork, see what Park Champ are going to throw at you. But they're going to go Silencer. So I understand the reason behind this, but anti-mage absolutely eats you for breakfast. As soon as he just deals with global silence or, you know, forces you to global, like, the thing is, like, if the fight hasn't even, like, really broken out yet and you haven't popped global, anti-mage can literally blink on you in the background, manta before you global, and you are just dead. And that is the kind of issue is if the anti-mage is the one that's being the aggressor, then the silencer is never going to have a good moment to global silence. Yeah, you're going to global silence and AM's going to be silenced for a couple seconds, but it still takes that time for Ivy to have to respond to the anti-mage. Maybe if they're sitting and waiting with a little bit of bait coming in from Jay and Vincenzo, then they can try and abuse the anti-mage, but what we've seen from low skill so far, I don't think he's really going to get caught out that way. So I understand the idea, but again, they've just punished it with a 1-2 pick with the Nature's Prophet and the Clockwork, two other heroes who, again, don't really care about it. The Nature's Prophet's going to build the BKB, he's going to TP into the background, he's going to be able to get the vision from the Clockwork. AM and the Nature's Prophet, two heroes that are going to abuse that in every single team fight as well.
You know, as we were talking about the kind of heroes that could go in tandem with the Clockwork on the side of Ivy before they pick the Silencer. You mentioned Drow. Another hero I was thinking about was maybe Nature's Prophet, because NP, Nature's, with the Clockwork in lane, it's a very powerful lane no matter where it's played. The build-up for this game could have been intriguing if they went for like some Aghanim Scepter at some point in the game against the AM. But this Silencer, I'll be honest, I hate it, dude. This makes me feel very swag. Another, you already mentioned how good these heroes on the side of PuckChamp can be into the Silencer, but another issue I have is this hero doesn't necessarily synergize with the rest of his lineup all that well. Like, yeah, there'll be some global silencers to make sure that if you get the positive jump, you can kill these heroes before responses come in, but you don't set up particularly well for the arrow. There's no natural stun right now on the side of Ivy, so you're wholly reliant on Ade getting some incredible war stomps in this game. If that doesn't happen and Mirana's not landing like some MLG 360 no-scope arrows, then where's your disable? How do you actually start fights on the side of Ivy? PuckChamp will just dive at you with Clockwork. You already mentioned Nature's Prophet will just go on the back end of the fight. He'll pop BKB and they'll be like, now what, boys? What are you going to do? This feels... Woof. Honestly, the only hero I like after the Doombringer is this Troll Warlord, but the rest of this lineup doesn't feel like it works together all that well. I am really worried about Ivy in this game, especially in the mid game when it feels like... How do you smoke and do something with this draft is my question, and I'm not sure how they're going to make that happen.
Yeah, that's a big question for me as well, right? Like, he touched on the fact that the hero that's going in for them is going to be Ade on the Doom, but Doom is a greedy hero, right? Like, he goes Vanguard, he goes Hand of Midas, he goes BKB, then he goes Dagger. Like, that is 4 items deep, and anti-mage at that point is going to have Manta, Skadi, BKB, Satanic, whatever the bloody hell he wants, right? So it is going to be a very, very hard first 15 to 20 minutes for Ivy again. And we've seen that anti-mages now with this Vanguard build up into whether they want to go Radiance or whether they want to go like Battle Fury, they can play fast and they can come to these fights early on, get some early gold, and they can start to take towers because they've been able to get inherently tanky from these current builds that we're seeing. And the heroes that they have on the side of PuckChamp as well, they come online super early as well. So I think Ivy are just... Once again, they have better lanes this time around. I will say that. Like, the lanes are relatively good. So maybe they might be able to come out with a little bit of a lead, but this mid-game is going to be so rough for them unless Doom has this insane timing. And now with the Conquer as well, like, how do you kill anybody? Like, you need Troll to have, like, 2 or 3 items before you can even kill anybody.
Dude, you were talking about like items that you can go after Anti-Mage Vanguard. This feels like an excellent game to go with the Rads because, like, Troll's the only one that can kill anybody here. Prevent him from doing so through both Mischance as well as Kunkka Boat, increasing the duration before anybody pops. This PuckChamp drop feels so solid. And given the mid heroes that have been banned out, there's no Puck, there's no Ember, there's no Storm, there's no DK, there's no Invoker, there's no Batrider, there's no Death Prophet, there's no Pango. There's no reach basically left for the side of Ivy. They pick up this Tusk, which I imagine will go in for Stoichkov in the mid lane, and that is indeed the case, but if I'm Laranov, do I care about playing into a Tusk lane? Absolutely not. When Tusk is making his moves across the map, the counterplay options you can have as Kunkka into Tusk are actually fairly good, especially if you have a good read on where the snowball is going. Yeah, there can be some safe shenanigans that end up happening, but for the most part, Ivy, my god, they cannot lose a single lane here. This has to be just sheer domination on all sides of the map. If this game goes longer and longer, yeah, they can sort of scale with this Doom and the Troll Warlord, but I'm not feeling this, Fluke. All right, you need to earn your paycheck, brother. You're the smart one between us, so earn your paycheck. Tell me how this Ivy draft is going to win Game 2 and take us to the deciding Game 3.
Stoichkov needs to do so much, right? Like, he's going to have to do a lot of work. I think he's going to have to set his focus towards the off lane for Arde. Like, Zani as well as Jay and Vincenzo, like, they've got a pretty decent lane. Like, they can deal with the Troll Wall, they can deal with the Nature's Prophet, and they can deal with the Clockwork, right? Like, if Jay and Vincenzo is just, as long as his positioning's good in lane, he can just constantly harass with things like Arcane Curse, and they've got the Whirling Axes and stuff to try and pressure out the Nature's Prophet, and they can deal with the Treants relatively easily as well. So, as long as Stoichkov does okay in the lane, can get level 6, maybe rotate with a power rune towards that off lane, get the first Doom kill onto low skill, transition that into maybe a little bit of tower damage and maybe a little bit of extra space on the map, then they can start to get things rolling. But that is just so much pressure on Stoichkov to have a good lane that he's going to have to try and fix some of these side lanes if they go south at all, that maybe it might be a little bit, he can't be at too many places at once. He can't go both to the safe lane and the off lane if things start to go bad. So safe lane needs to go well. Stoichkov needs to be off to a good time and be able to gank low skill early on.
Well, our boy Stoichkov regrettably has not found himself in a positive position in the laning phase this entire tour thus far. And in a game where he cannot afford to have that happen again, we'll see what they can accomplish here. PogChamp, of course, they are also in search of their first series win here in the DPC. They haven't won just yet. They've taken the second game so far in the tour, but there's still more to come. All right, good stuff so far as they force low skill to go level 1 blink. Otherwise, he gets himself brought down. I mean, that's at least nice, right? At least for the first couple of waves, you have guaranteed that Ade on this Doombringer is going to be having a good time for the first little bit of time. So this does, ironically enough, make the game way better than it would have been otherwise.
Yep, and that is a perfect example, ladies and gentlemen, is why you don't skill until you know exactly what you need, especially on heroes that have mobility spells, because sometimes you can kind of just get caught out. So either way, I think that is kind of what you said, right? It's a small victory for Ivy. Means that the first couple of crit waves that Arde can just play around the crit wave, he's going to lose all his mana as soon as low skill gets towards that level 2. So it's not like it's going to be the craziest thing for him, but it just means he's going to have a little repeat early on. But look at bottom, Sweden strong.
Yes, he's trying to get some damage out, but I think they're just trying to zone out to make sure that Laze has as best positioning in the lane as humanly possible. This is 2 games in a row that we have seen some shenanigans happening on this side of the map. Last time out, it was the side of Ivy that tried to do something cool. This time it's going to be PogChamp. They fail at doing so, but honestly, who cares, dude? You're just playing Nature's Prophet. You're playing into Troll. You know that the Clockwork is just going to be chasing the Silencer around, so it's probably just going to be a farm fest on this bottom side of the map.
Yeah, as long as you're, just playing around with your treants and all that kind of stuff, you should be a-okay here for Laze as well as Zani. So that's why, I agree with you when we were talking about the draft where, the Troll and the Doom are the 2 kind of picks in this draft. But I'm like, yeah, they've got good ideas behind them, right? Like, they have some strong lanes, they can scale. The carry-to-carry matchup is relatively okay for the Troll Warlord, especially once you get towards that, like, Basher kind of momentum that Control Warlord can have a little bit later on. If he pops the ulti, the battle trance, the enemy mage will just die if he finds the real one. So that just means that maybe the Doom can go on somebody else for Arde. But they, again, still need these first 5-10 minutes to go relatively well for them. If Ivy can have a stable safe lane, then Stoichkov gets a first power rune, rotates towards the top, gets a kill on a low skill, then that really blows the map open for Ivy. But again, they still just need to prove me wrong from game number 1.
We do see low skill in the top lane as well, has queued up this Vanguard Wraith Band. So he's going to go for the Vanguard first and then make the decision thereafter, which seems to be the contemporary build for all anti-mages. You don't rush either the Rads nor the Battle Fury. Just go Vanguard, then make your decisions once you have more information about the game. Did see some harassing going between Kidaro and Cube right now, but this Enchantress should be able to live perfectly a-okay. On the other side of the map, Gem Vincenzo, you're taking the regular amount of harass you expect to from a Clockwork. Should be able to reach the tier 1 tower. On the bright side from game number 1, I do not anticipate Ivy bleeding heroes at anything resembling the rate they did in game 1. Like you mentioned, the lanes are way stronger this time around. And also PuckChamp, their timings are a little bit later than they were in game 1, right? They're not playing as fast of a lineup, so there's no impetus for them to try and force the game in the laning phase.
Yeah, exactly. And also, you know, these first couple of waves as well have not gone as staggeringly bad as what they did in game number 1 for Ivy. They're at least on parity for all these heroes, and in some circumstances actually winning out. So this game is looking a lot better. To be fair, it is only 3 minutes into the game, so anything can happen at this point. But as you said, better lanes, better ways to be able to play the game as well, and they've got a few more outs. You know, the one issue that I do have is they could kind of run out of a bit of damage towards the mid game. It is kind of just Troll Warlord versus the world, whereas you see for PuckChamp, they have a Nature's Prophet, they have an Anti-Mage, and they have a Conqueror as well. So all heroes that can deal damage, all heroes that can deal damage through BKB as well.
Yeah.
Whereas for the side of Ivy, it's kind of just, can Arde find somebody with, you know, a Blink Doom? We've seen like a lot of Octarine cores, BKBs, so they're more about just kind of double dooming someone rather than being a big tank, where we've seen in the past sometimes like some of these dooms have gone like AC and all that kind of stuff and been a bit of a physical threat themselves.
I actually wouldn't mind if you went for like some AC/Crimson God build. Wouldn't be too bad for a game like this. You do see Lorinov mid lane. Him and Stoikov are playing around each other. Lorinov does not have access to another Tidebringer hit and not going to commit the mana for a Torrent. Stoikov also having a much better lane. Unfortunately, the particular trend of him losing his lanes is still prevalent in this game. Nonetheless, things are going a lot better. He's not dying just yet. Everything is... It's okay. It's okay. It's fine for now.
Still have to wait until level 6 though for Lorinov.
Yeah.
That's when things can really start to get spicy. You can already see that he understands that he can abuse the cooldown of Snowball if Stoichkov ever does utilize that. So
Oh, top lane! Low skill almost died. Unfortunately, Cube finding himself ruining the fact that he only has level 1 into the Sacred Arrow and didn't make that move at level 4. So not enough stun duration, not enough damage. And they end up with the AM still being allowed to live. Alright, close stuff. AM gets to stay in lane. Unfortunately, Tusk does get bounced back to base. So you were talking about this level 6 timing for Lorinov. He might be able to hit it before the Tusk even returns. So Stoikov definitely has to watch himself as he returns into the mid lane.
And that's the scary thing now as well, is how I said with Stoichkov, he needs to make sure that he can make this rotation at the first power rune. We're a minute away from that first power rune, and Stoichkov has just ticked over to level 5, and especially if Lorinov is able to hit his level 6 relatively soon, they could just kind of force Stoichkov to be like half HP, and if he doesn't get the power rune, then it's going to be a little while longer before we see this Tuskar go anywhere on the map. And I think now that they need to try and put a little bit more pressure back onto low skill. He was falling quite far behind to Arde on the CS charts. He still is about 10 CS behind him. So if you're able to put more pressure onto the Anti-Mage, your Troll Warlord, who's doing really, really well for himself in this bottom side of the map, is just going to be able to continue to snowball and try and stay ahead of the Anti-Mage, because you want that when you have the single core. You want to make sure that your core is a little bit further ahead than what we've seen in these previous games. But Stoichkov is getting ganked.
He is getting ganked indeed, as they do have access to the level 6 right now. They wait first for the snowball to come through. Will they go for the big play? There is going to be the big boat crashing forward. It gets the stun out. Sweden Strong shows up as well, and Lorinov allowed to secure the first blood on this Kunker. Will they be able to get more out of this? It seems like they don't even want to. They have a priority towards the tower. Fortunately for Ivy, though, Cube is here. So throw out the Sacred Arrow, get this young Siege Wagon away, ensure they keep the tower alive, but there is no saving this Tusk as he goes down for the first blood.
Yeah, this mid lane has turned into a disaster. Lorinov is almost doubling his CS, now getting his first blood as well. Stoichkov still isn't at level 6. He's going to have it after this crit wave, but it's really becoming rough. I want to see Stoichkov make some rotations and really be able to try and get things done. Wasn't able to get the first power in either because Ivy understand that that's the way they need to play.
That was this little trade on the top lane between Low Skill and Ade. Just after Ade got Vanguard, Low Skill's hitting him and doing literally 0 damage. One of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life. Does not die. He gets hit by the arrow. He gets to live. Unfortunately, though, Gian Vincento not as lucky, as you can survive arrows, but impetus shots do a little bit more damage. He ends up getting brought down. Low skill is still under a little bit of pressure here. Cube really wants to try and find an angle for the arrow, but there's no mana to be able to throw out any kind of spells here. So an Infernal Blade isn't even leveled up just yet. So low skill should be a-okay. And are they going for it? They really want to find this kill. Cube will find the Star Storm. The second one should connect, and low skill. His blink still on cooldown, ends up getting brought down. Cube reads the situation perfectly and gets a connection onto this anti-mage. Well, they can't salvage the mid lane here, Fluke. They're about to maybe even lose another life onto the Tusk as he's getting dove upon right now, but at least they get the kill onto the AM. We'll see if the Tusk is able to survive this in the top lane. Laranov, he actually might be the one in danger. Shani has made the rotation from down bottom. Doesn't have access to the battle trance just yet, so they might not have a way to just keep him under control. Laranov running onto the other side of the map will be able to approach and cross the river. He's fine, he's okay, and they escape on the side of PogChamp.
Yeah, you can see that they really want to shut down Stoichkov in this middle lane, because a Tusk that's behind in the mid lane, it feels really bad to play, man. Like, you want to be able to roll in, Walrus punch somebody, and kind of be a threat on the map. And Stoichkov right now isn't that just yet. But to be fair, this game hasn't really gotten out of the control here of Ivy. I think their lanes are doing relatively okay. Zani in the bottom side looks like he's doing good, almost has his ring of health up. Whereas the side of, PogChamp, low skill, he's pretty far down when it comes to the net worth. I think the biggest thing for PogChamp right now is the fact that Laranov and Laze are the ones that are leading the net worth charge. So Laze is going to have a fast Aghanim Scepter, and that just enables them to kind of run around as this four-man crew until low skill wants to try and join the fray for them. But Ivy, much better this time around. 9 minutes in, game's not out of control just yet, and they're definitely on the right track.
Yep. Right now we see Laranov trying to build himself into the subsequent BKB after this initial start from himself with the face boots. So very standard build up from him. The question is going to be, where do they go on the map? They still haven't taken the tier 1 tower mid yet, so they have a requirement for a little bit more space before they try and make bigger moves. We see on top though, Cube ready to throw in the arrow to defend Ade if need be. But Ade is just chilling, hanging out, trying to finish off this hand of Midas. Should be getting it at a much faster timing than he did in game number 1. And because of that earlier death onto low skill, he is not going to be getting the Battle Fury as fast as he wanted to, as he is going for that build over and above the Radiance. Which does mean that also, unlike game number 1, Ade should actually be able to stay consistently above this anti-mage when it comes to the net worth department for the rest of the game.
Yeah, for sure. I think he's going to be a little bit behind the train here, Mr. Low Skill. So it's about how they're able to enable him to keep this fight going. They've brought Zani towards the top side at 10 minutes in, so seems like Laze was able to just kind of push out the Troll Warlord, send him towards the top side of the map.
Yep. Laze doing really, really well, going for the Aghanim Scepter, so they'll have some kind of control up against some of these more mobile heroes. They're going to try and force through this tower in the tier 1 up on the top lane. There's a Dark Troll Summoner from Kidaro, just trying to get some vision, get some awareness of what's happening, but I don't think they'll be able to stop this push. Simultaneously, though, PogChamp, they want to do it the old-fashioned way. They smoke up on 2, bringing Sweet and Strong Stockwork and the Laranov Kunkka in from the mid lane. Will they get here in time? They have popped the young Glyph here. Ivy looking a little bit hesitant about this. They feel like a fight might be coming in for them, and they are correct. Laranov finds the X marks the spot onto Ade. There'll be a Moonlight Shadow. They don't have a sentry drop down just yet, so they actually can't see any of these heroes. And as they've taken away the tier 1 tower, their free vision is gone. So now they need to be careful here. Kidaro went too far forward. Was maybe hoping to get down some vision, but not even carrying wards at the moment. Will end up just getting brought down. And PogChamp forced to retreat away from this. Ivy get a tower. Ivy get to keep more farm onto Shani. Ivy get a kill. It's starting to maybe work out for them. Hopefully if they can keep Cube alive. And they do manage to do so with a young leap before the Clockwork is able to snag him inside the cogs. Alright, this is a very successful last 90 seconds here for the side of Ivy Fluke.
Yeah, I think PuckChamp just kind of jumping the gun. They don't have the most crazy amount of damage, especially if low skill as well as Laser are not going to be a part of these fights. Laser really just wants to try and finish up this Aghanim himself. He's 500 gold away, so 13, 14 minutes he's going to have that available. Whereas low skill definitely just kind of wants to be left alone. He just wants to farm creeps for a little while longer. So not having the damage to get the kills just yet, but maybe this is the way to go.
Well, they're going to pop the global to try and get him out of dodge here. And there is no more follow-up unless Sweet and Strong will commit the hook shot. It only just came back off cooldown, however. All right. Well, it does. One of the things we spoke about in the draft is their relative lack of difficulty, or lack of ability, rather, on the side of Ivy to easily engage these fights. PuckChamp right now also suffer under the same constraints. They don't want to pop this Wrath of Nature before they have Aghanims. It's just finishing just now. They didn't have access to the hook shot, and Lauren of Kunkka didn't have a cool bead or a cool way to get rid of this global silence. So until they have like BKBs, Mantas, ways to deal with this, they're also going to be lacking initiation, provided they have that global silence though.
Yeah, very true. But also now that they've committed the global silence, they can really just put the pressure back on to Ivy. I think they understand that they can hit this nice little item timing early on for PuckChamp. As you said, Aghanim Scepter fully completed now for Lays. Getting close to the BKB for Laurenov. So maybe that might be time for them to go and catch people out. It is going to be hard for them to kill a lot of these heroes. Like Tusk is a pretty tanky hero. Doom's going to be a tanky hero. Troll Warlord's going to be relatively tanky with the Battle Trance. So it's going to be hard for them to actually convert onto many of these kills. The Aghanim Scepter will go a long ways around it with the root, but it's not the easiest of ways for them to get some of these kills.
Well, speaking of kills, I think Kadaro should be dead here in the bottom side of the map. As they're reaching in for him, JM Vincento will die through middle, and they're actually not going to go onto him. They want the bigger target. They want this Lay's Nature's Prophet. Other than that, BKB just finished off the Yags, trying to get himself out of dodge here on the far side of the Sprout. But unfortunately, the damage output is going to be a little bit too high. They really want to give the kill towards Ade, but one of these supports might be forced to take it ultimately.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, they have to take it. Stoikov able to get the kill. He was very low on the net worth before this. Gets it a little bit higher. Saves himself for the big combination by going into the snowball. Does leave his compatriots behind though. So Ade stuck inside the power cogs and should end up falling here. Sweet and Strong might die first, but not enough damage just yet from Ade. That is going to be a 1-for-1 trade for the offlaners down on this bottom side of the map. And Ivy will take it, given where they were at the game so far. Good read there for them to dodge going for the Enchantress and get the bigger kill instead.
Ade walked into the torrent and the boat combination. felt so bad. He could have just waited, but Kadaro? Okay.
Hey.
Eventually the fish punch comes through and gets rid of him. So Kadaro staying a little bit too long in the bottom side. And yeah, but both these two drafts are definitely just having issues with catching people out and killing them. So this could kind of just be a bit of an arms race between Zani as well as low skill. But who's able to commit to these fights a little bit earlier? Obviously, the Troll's going to be a little bit more favored in that because he's already hit his Battle Fury timing, so he probably should be starting to take a lead very, very soon. Sweet and Strong.
Sweet and Strong is going to end up dying. Almost killed JM Vincento. Brought him down to 23 HP. Ultimately not good enough though. And Ivy, the more they punish these small moves, the important thing for me isn't the fact that they keep getting some of these pick-off kills, keep stopping the aggression from PuckChamp. Is that a lot of the times, Shani is either involved in that fight where he gets a kill, done so twice, or is given space to be able to farm. And he's opening up the gap between himself and the anti-mage, especially considering that AM still doesn't have his own Battle Fury just yet. Only gonna get it now. So game is not looking to be the easiest at this point in time. And this looks good for Ivy, honestly.
Yeah, they're in definitely a good spot right now. Their greedier cores are really deciding to take over the map. They have BKB completed now for Laurenov. So they're going to look to try and fight. I think the biggest thing for me is PuckChamp really just needs to try and get a full committal onto Stoichkov to try and kill the Tuskar. But Ivy, they've been playing really, really well around the fact that some of their heroes are pretty slippery and hard to kill. This Tusk is going to be very, very hard to kill. Not only is he tanky and has a decent amount of HP to get through, you always have to worry about the global silence, him snowballing to a creep wave to save himself from X mark. Like, got a lot of good ways at dealing with the combinations from PuckChamp. And if this X like boat combination doesn't really work, like their damage pre-Animage is very lacking for PogChamp.
They certainly need the damage output to come. Need some more items before they feel ready for that point in the game. For now, though, Ivy will very happily just be chilling. Oh, nice little plays here. The Sato Tormentor taken by Kidaro blocks the Ancient Camp, so that's going to deny some farm away from this Troll. Just has to content himself with a large camp instead. But he is getting closer towards BKB, and at the same time, they just got a Blink Dagger for Stoikov. You were talking in the draft about how much pressure there is on Stoikov. Ada is going to be alleviating that pressure on himself by just going for the auras. So it literally is all on Stoikov. So we'll see how this Blink Dagger pans out for him. He's joined the rest of the team, but I think the Blink should be scouted fairly shortly. They have an observer ward planted by the lip of the river, and this should give them the information they need, or the creep wave will do it the easy way.
Yeah, he is unfortunately very far behind when it comes to talking about net worth. So PogChamp, the fact that they have 3 cores all in that 8k range, really feeling pretty good, especially now with getting a kill onto Cube. Yes, they do able to come in on it. So the fact that Stoichkov is, you know, like 2,000 behind the next closest core means that he's going to be constantly behind. Like Tusk is not going to be able to catch up on farm, so it's all about what the rest of these other cores can do.
Speaking of those cores, we see in the top lane Ade getting aggressed upon by Lorinov and Sweden Strong. Does have a mech, and they did miss the initial Torrent combo. It was going to be hard to kill him. Do get the global silence out. Lays, will he find himself losing his life here? They thought about committing the Doom, but they realize it's not necessary. Shani just pops a Battle Trance, and they have enough right-click damage and bashes to kill him through the TP. And PogChamp, they were the ones playing that aggressively, but this time around, they're the ones that mis-execute in the top side of the map. Seems to be a curse, Fluke. If you're playing on Dire side and you try to kill a core hero on top of Dire jungle, you just end up losing the fight. And now they're going to get some bonus as well. Dessert, please. And Sweden Strong will end up being the raspberry jam, the young red velvet cake right now for the side of Team Ivy.
Yeah, it was a little bit too deep of a TP coming in from Lays. Like they kind of committed a lot to get the first kill. And then Lays TP'd into the background and just gets global silence and then just gets clicked down. So it is all about TP kind of selection for a lot of these Nature's Prophets. You see some of the really, really good Nature's players, like, you know, you look at like the way that Saberlight plays it. He always makes sure that he's in a very, very good spot. Cute. Try to do something cute. Doesn't get away with it though. So PogChamp finally able to get their combination working, and they get themselves a kill to boot. But yeah, if Lays keeps getting caught out in the background, doesn't matter how well you're farming, you start giving a little bit of that gold away to the side of Ivy.
Look at our boy Lorinov. You know, we were talking about how good Radiance can be into this Ivy lineup, in particular playing into the Troll Warlord. Yeah, he can buy MKB, and we'll queue that up eventually, but can still be very decent having that Rads. Well, PogChamp, they're like, well, Anti-Mage won't buy Rads, but Conquer will. That's going to be the next item he's angling for right now after picking up this BKB. Will certainly be on the later side, but it'll be fun to see this Rads coming out on the Conquer. There was a point in time where this was like the build-up, right? Like Sanj, Radiance into BKB. It was good times.
Yeah, and I think it's a pretty good pickup for everything that we talked about, right? It just makes him a whole lot tanky. Gives him that little bit of extra burst damage as well, because he has that extra bit of damage from his Tidebringer. So at the end of the day, I do like the build-up. I would like to see Lays transition into a right-clicking core as well. You know, BKB plus something along the lines of like a Glepnir Hex build could be really nice, maybe even a Silver Edge for them. Because I think if they come in with 3 cores transitioning, and you've got for the side of Ivy, you've got Ade who's going for this like Greaves build, and Stoichkov is very, very far behind, that you can kind of just come into the mid game with 3 cores that have BKBs and, you know, maybe 1 or 2 damage items, and it's going to be really all on Zani to see what he can do on a Troll Warlord to try and carry the game.
Well, we see that they make the jump right now to Kidaro. They've gone for a pretty massive adventure upon the map, looking for somebody to bring down with the smoke. They don't find a target on the south side, but they will find one here in the northwest. Able to take down this Enchantress who was occupying the Radiant Triangle. One thing I love about, you were mentioning like Saberlight earlier and his build on the Nature's Prophet. He tends to go Ags, BKB, and then AC Daedalus. And it looks like that's going to be the option as well here in this game for Lace. Recognizing that they want some right-click damage. And now the question is, do they feel they can defend this Roach? Without having access to the hook shot, Sweden Strong can't go in for them. And they realize this on Ivy, so just gonna get a free Aegis of the Immortal for themselves.
All right, Ivy, just understanding how to play this matchup, right? Like, there's no boat, there's no hook shot, no fears, it seems, and they're able to clean up Roche, and they're doing a good job of just punishing all this over-aggression from Kadaro as well. And yeah, this is kind of what Ivy is able to look like when they come out of the landing phase, you know, ahead or even at parity. They are really able to play this mid-game well to make some good decisions. Their item build-up has been really strong as well. So, Ivy, they're in good stead right now. They still do need to convert this game. Thing is, I haven't really seen these two cores clash. Zani's kind of just walked in and gotten some freebies.
There's a global silence coming right after a hook shot from the Clockwork. Sweden Strong might have overextended himself here. At the same time, Jani found the initial young grab onto Kidaro. Will he be able to get another one here? Root him up, root him up, root him up. Where are the nets? The nets are not coming. Jani will have to start backing away. Takes a huge amount of damage from the emphasis shot from Kidaro. But without any additional roots coming in from these wild axes, ensnare chance a little bit too low, so that means the odds of Enchantress living a little bit too high. But at least they get the free kill on the Clockwork. Although now, Kidaro? There's a bash, not even needing an ensnare. They just get the heads up kill thanks to the last word triggering at the end there. That was... Surely the Enchantress knew that there were probably heroes occupying the high ground here.
Yeah, and surely Sweden Strong didn't just hook shot into a silencer, right? when he knew that he had 4 staff and he didn't see anybody else on the map. I don't know. The way PuckChamp have been playing these last couple of minutes has been kind of poor. They're not playing around their strong heroes. They're not working together. They're not trying to cut off Ivy. They're just kind of walking in, and this might be the good fight that they need.
He still have an Aegis on Shani, and he still has BKB as well. So this is not an easy target by any stretch of the imagination. The hook shot does come out. Will he be able to trigger off the battle trance? Doesn't even need it just yet. Will end up dying for the first life. They buy back on the Clockwork. Are no mana to be able to throw out the Doom. Big mana void coming in. It's going to damage the Troll as well. Troll forced to go into the battle trance right now. He's in the rage form, but here comes Stoikov, ensuring with the stun that they can bring down this Kunkka. Now they turn targets. They want lays. Is there a bash? You bet there is. A bash and an ensnare. They ensure that the Nature's Prophet can go nowhere. Low skill. He gets first hit bashed by the Troll Warlord. He needs to run away right now. The Snowball is back online in a moment, but they're not going to pursue him. They allow him to flee. And although they do get away the Aegis of the Immortal, it cost them 4 heroes to do so here, Fluke. They buy back on Clockwork, and they still can't win the teamfight in its entirety.
Yeah, there was no BKB being popped by Kunkka. There was no like help from the 4 staffs. There was not really much. They can really abuse this Troll Warlord, especially when they can just drop a tree in front of his face and just mean that this battle trance becomes basically useless. Also, Low Skill is very, very scared. Even once the Doom was dead, I thought maybe he was just waiting until the Doom's either used or dead, then he goes in and tries to fully commit and get a few kills. But yeah, Low Skill's playing really scared, so PuckChamp just not able to abuse the fact that Zani was caught out, had no Aegis, and had already popped the battle trance inside of the trees. So he's starting to slowly dip towards Ivy this time around. But yeah, PuckChamp are just not making the correct decisions, I feel like, in these last couple of engagements. So now with Kadara just getting caught out again, makes it a lot harder for PuckChamp.
Super dead. You can try, mates. Untouchable will make sure that this takes a lot longer than it should be otherwise, but Johnny loses patience just past battle trance. You know, if there's ever a time, like, you know, you've spoken a lot about how you feel this spell needs a major rework. If there's ever a time it's acceptable to pop with battle trance, it's when you're just solo chasing Enchantress. That feels pretty good.
Yeah, very true. I did like that. I think it was a good way for him to say, all right, enough shenanigans. I don't want to... Because the thing is like, the whole reason why Enchantress is so strong is sometimes you just spend too much time trying to deal with Untouchable that you completely forget that you've spent 45 seconds chasing a hero, and then 3 of her teammates come around and then gank you, and you go, I kind of done goofed a little bit. So Zani just says, let's go, let's turn this one off, and will start to get it done. They do put a lot of pressure onto the tier 3 tower in the bottom side of the map, but you know, PuckChamp, they're just kind of waiting for a few more of the items to come up. We do have an Aghanim Scepter being picked up here now, so the Blink Fragment, one of those items that kind of just allows you to play these fights nice and slowly and nice and kind of elongated. You just throw out these Blink Fragments, you just have to chip away with these heroes, these strength heroes that really do hate having their mana burned. So you can just get those Blink Fragments going out and really try and cause some chaos in these fights as well. And then once they get low, or maybe once some of these heroes are forced out of the fight, then you can kind of commit with the Clockwork, maybe commit with Lorinov as well. So it's not bad. I would have loved a item that allows him to get into the backlines and kill like the Silencer, or even, you know, try and catch that Cube or one of these other heroes when you've got Lays as well as Lorinov, who are going to be very, very good in the front lines for you. So,
speaking of
see how
Lorinov,
PuckChamp play around with this.
he's building into a Hex right after finishing his Radiance, and through middle, Shani taking quite a lot of damage from these Impetus shots. Might be forced to pop BKB here. Miss hook shot, but that was actually really scary of a moment for this troll. He's right around the corner from finishing off the MKB, so didn't want to die in that situation. But PuckChamp, they smell weakness. They know that the BKB is down. They know that his HP is still low, and they are trying to chase them. Fortunately, for the side of Ivy, they'd already triggered out the Moonlight Shadow, so they get themselves out right now. I feel like this is this the time to start thinking about a gem on the side of PuckChamp, given how hard it's been for them to pursue these heroes through the Moonlight Shadow?
Yeah, definitely think it's a good idea for them. They have kind of played this game nice and slow as well. It also enables them to kind of just get a bit of control back over the jungle, because they have kind of lost that identity themselves. Laser's done a good job of trying to push out this top lane, but they've only really had control of bottom. Lorinov should know that Jay and Vincenzo is around here somewhere. Okay, he just gets a free TP out. All right, sick.
All right,
good job.
Jan Vincenzo with the Dumbledore set, able to get himself out of trouble here. Just surviving the team fight, or surviving the gank, rather. Getting on the other side of the map. And they keep things going right now. Shani is still the hero that is most farmed in the entire game, but the crucial thing is this item that he just picked up right now. Got themselves the MKB. We saw earlier the anti-mage was queuing up Butterfly, recognized that this is a useless endeavor given how soon MKB will come out. The Radiance now that Kunkka picked up second, suddenly a lot less useful than it was otherwise. So this item pick, very, very good. If they can keep control of this area here, and they get the next Roshan, that makes life much more difficult for PuckChamp. So would like to see them do something aggressive on the map, but should they wait for this Hex to finish on Kunkka first, or maybe even perhaps the Basher on the anti-mage before they try to make a big move?
Yeah, it definitely feels like they are waiting for an item timing. I don't think you can wait all too long for the Hex. I think that might be a little bit too long for Lorinov, because that's when you see like an extra item or two coming up for Zani, who is currently on the MKB. So if you wait too long for the Hex, then, you know, he gets like Blink, and he just Blink BKB's ultis and kills 3 of your heroes in the backline before you've even done anything with the Hex. So I think PuckChamp are slowly starting to lose their window. Like, their Enchantress is really starting to fall off. The Anti-Mage has never really had control of this game and has this kind of weird build that doesn't allow him to do that. And you can just see, once again, just Sweet and Strong just getting caught out.
Yep, very easy kill for them to be able to pick up there onto Sweet and Strong. It only required them to pop the Moonlight Shadow because they thought a fight might be coming subsequently. However, despite all this good stuff that's happening for them, we do see down bottom massive pressure being applied on the map by Lays. This is what makes Nature's Prophet such a good hero. Even under circumstances where he feels he can't participate in fights, he can still make his presence on the map known. Mid lane, Ade, he might be feeling the presence of these PuckChamp heroes. Forced into a BKB himself. The X marks the spot, will not trigger, of course, thanks to the BKB. They turn with the young Doob directly onto the Kunkka. Zoikov coming in as well. They snowball onto the Pirate. They really want to try and bring him down. Walrus Punch will be there. Do they have the damage output? And yes, they do. They baited PuckChamp to fly too close. Now they're trying to deal with Lays here. Shani, it's his role to deal with the Nature's Prophet. Can he find the badge? Of course he can. And that's 3 heroes down for the count. PuckChamp, they thought they had the initial jump. That seems to be the story here of game number 2. Every time PuckChamp feel like they are in an advantageous position, Ivy just punches them back immediately in the mouth.
Yeah, I think this game is probably done. I think the core-to-core matchup here for the Troll versus the Animage is a really Troll favor, considering how far ahead that he is. He's only 2,000 gold, but the items that he has just means that that low skill just really isn't able to fight. He's got this Aghanim Scepter build, and you can see that he's slowly chipping away, but they just they have no committal. They have like no real way of like getting into this fight and getting this stuff done. I said a lot of this game was going to be on Stoichkov, but I think this all kind of came down to Zani and the way that he farmed and the way that he fought his way back into this game, and probably, you know, a little bit on PuckChamp as well. Hasn't really been able to do much.
How farmed is Cube? Cube has their Hex as well as the Meme Hammer, able to try and disable Lorinov. They're forced to pop themselves the full global silence to just retreat here, scared of the re-engage on the side of PuckChamp. Still though, that was a BKB charge that came out of the Kunkka. Not ideal. And this Morana, how much gold has Cube been finding on this map? 10k net worth. Just all the disabled in the world. And now things get even more difficult for both Lays as well as the anti-mage here, Fluke. Shani just picked up a Blink Dagger, building into the Swift Blink. So now he doesn't even have to worry about Stoichkov. Stoichkov will go on one target, whilst the Troll goes on another. And at this stage of the game, if Troll presses R, any hero that's nearby him will guarantee die, no matter what item they end up popping in the meantime as the jump happens.
Yeah, exactly, and this is kind of just going back to the very passive nature of the way that PuckChamp has been playing this game. They have really kind of only just been slowly pushing out these lanes and not ever fighting Ivy when they were at their weakest, and now they're a very strong point.
They're going in, they get the Doom out onto the anti-mage. Oh no, he's dead, down to rights, no buyback. Sweden Strong inside of his own cog should end up dying as well. One more right click from Shani will do it, granting him the double kill. Hex from Cube prevents the Enchantress from escaping the fight. You're going nowhere, my friend, except in an express trip to the fountain. 3 heroes fall. A Roshan with an Aghanim shot will go down as well. And Ivy, is there nothing on this map they will not claim? They are making this game look nowhere near close. And soon, here, Fluke, they might be barreling down onto their first win so far in the DPC.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely in a really good spot here. I'd imagine that the Dota Plus win probability, yeah, 91% for Ivy. So it is very much at a moment here where Ivy kind of have the game in their hands. I mean, PuckChamp, they did a good job at shutting down one of the heroes that they needed to in Stoichkov's Tusk, but they just didn't. Once it got to like 15-20 minutes and the lanes kind of dissolved, like maybe it was off the back of low skill not really having the best game, but they have just not connected with each other at all. They, you know, they've just had people all over the map, people trying to make things happen by themselves, like Sweden Strong, like hookshotting into a silencer by himself when he sees nobody on the map, just getting killed after killed. And yeah, just, I mean, PuckChamp just haven't really been able to do much. And it's kind of surprising considering the stark difference that we saw from game number 1, where they were decisive, they played together, their lanes were really strong, and they made the game look easy. And whereas now it's the shoes on the opposite foot, it seems.
We finally do get something resembling a decisive play as they go for a smoke, manage to bring down the silencer around the Roshan pit. They might be able to drop some subsequent vision as well. Although sadly, Sweden Strong is not carrying any wards on him. Still though, that is one of the few times that we have seen him go hookshot with anti-mage being nearby to help get a kill. Proactive Dota, so PuckChamp recognize exactly what you're talking about, that they keep playing on the back foot, they'll pretty much lose almost every fight automatically. At the same time though, they don't really care on the side of Ivy that they lost Silencer. They're like, alright mate, cool. We're just gonna take a tier 2 tower down bottom.
Okay, now they have Hex as well, so this is where I really want to see them going for a fight. Speaking of Hex,
speaking of Hex, yeah, exactly. Goes onto the clockwork. We'll be able to find that kill as he gets followed up with by the Doombringer. They find the Enchantress as well with Stoichkov and Shani. And Shani able to get a beyond godlike streak at this point. 12-0-6 on the Troll Warlord. Well, good stuff from the Troll, making this game look much easier than it should have otherwise. And like you mentioned earlier, just such a good counter matchup into the anti-mage. Wait, did he hit the arrow? Oh, he actually did. Lays got found, but he should be able to get out. Is he gonna get meme hammered? He might. Dude, he's actually set up for a meme hammer. Are they gonna go for this play? Nah, he's not. It feels like it takes too long. I feel like you could have actually gone for it. At the same time, they find Shani. They have to pop Global Silence to bail him out of trouble, but it's not going to be good enough. Does have BKB Battletrons on life number 2, and he's able to blink away though as soon as he respawns. BKB popped by Ade, gets bashed up. He is still alive though, and does still have access to the Doom, so they need to worry about this. Doom coming in, it goes out onto Lays. At the same time, Sweet and Strong splitting the fight and pushing the Doom back into the rest of the lineup. Troll doesn't have access to any more help as he ends up dying. Didn't even bother popping the BKB as he knew he was completely surrounded. And as he dies, not only do they save the lane of Rax, they save hopes about winning this game as PUGChamp strike back and show that there are no pushovers, at least not just yet.
Yeah, it was a good moment to strike for PUGChamp. They knew that 2 supports were in the top lane trying to deal with Lays. He still was able to get the TP out. They're able to punish Yanni, who comes back from the second life and doesn't have a good way of dealing with the Hex coming out as well, and low skill. He's playing on the edge of these fights because he knows that he can't ever commit and be close to a Troll Warlord, right? Like, if Troll Warlord ever gets close to him, he will just die, so he has to try and play the edge of these fights, and that's where the Dragon Interceptor is really starting to come in for him, and he's just kind of throwing these blink fragments out towards the back and just burning a lot of this mana. He's able to do that now to Jam Vincenzo, and with 30 seconds left on this Troll Warlord, maybe you might get a tier 3 tower. No, actually, the glyph will dissuade them for now.
Still though, given where they were a few minutes ago, getting the glyph out of them feels very, very good. Another cool thing about these fights is that Lays, since picking up the Heaven's Halberd, his only target is a Troll. You're gonna try and force this Troll to pop BKB before he shows up to the fight. Otherwise, he just feels quite toothless. So PUGChamp sort of exploiting that the main engine of damage on the side of Ivy is this Troll Warlord. So Shani has a lot of responsibility, and Ivy gonna try and make space for him as they smoke up. Looking to try and make sure that they have access to their own triangle. And more importantly, when Roshan comes up, they have some kind of way of getting themselves into the pit. They will pop the Moonlight Shadow now. So are they really going to try and pursue an engagement here? Stoikov is in the river, down bottom. We see Shani and Ade unable to find any kind of target. Oh no. Anti-Mage was thinking about coming to the low ground. He actually gets jumped on. Stoikov able to find him. Where's the follow-up? Will they be able to find the Doom? The Global Silence will be there. The arrow launches onto him and they find the Doom. They really want low skill and they are gonna get him. Stoikov finishes him off. At the same time though, Shani low on HP, not dead just yet though, and still has the Battletrons. They need to be careful. Lorinov finds himself getting hexed up. They pop the Battletrons on top of him and they should be able to bring down this pirate. As the Kunkka goes down, Kidaro TP's out, at the very least gets out in front of their faces. But JM Vincenzo is throwing a very necessary tip onto Stoikov because he found the perfect bead onto the Anti-Mage, the priority target for this team fight.
Yep, been able to find him out, get the stun out on him. Even if he got forced off the way, you throw the Doom down onto his face, and there is no Anti-Mage for you to play around with this time around. So PUGChamp weren't able to abuse that extra bit of timing because there was too many supports around them. And now they are in a very dire spot. They lose a full lane of Rack. They're still in this game, but again, just further and further behind the 8 ball they do go. And I mean, I'm just trying to find like the perfect fight for them. They need to try and find a spot where low skill can go in. Like, does he get scary with, I mean, he's building a Bloodthorn. I don't know if that's even the item. Like, maybe you just go Lincolns on the Anti-Mage. Yeah, it might feel a little bad, but I mean, you kind of need to make sure that you don't get snowballed, make sure that you don't get, you know, blink doomed or even blinked hex from Cube. So I think the Bloodthorn might be a little bit of a mistake. I don't think they're lacking lockdown. I think they're lacking low skill being able to go in and commit for a fight.
I'm actually kind of surprised that nobody on the team has bought a Lotus Orb just yet, which would help him immeasurably at this point. I think if they went like Lotus, Lincolns, apply both of them on top of this Anti-Mage, it might help him out a little bit. For now though, his struggles and woes will continue. 13k gold lead for the side of Ivy. For PUGChamp though, not all hope is lost. Yes, it's one lane of Rax gone through middle, half a lane, crucially it is a melee Rax, gone from top. But the game's not over just yet, and Roshan 30 seconds away from spawning. We do see that they jump onto JM Vincenzo. Sweet and Strong wanting to find this initial movement. Do they have the damage to kill him? The Blink Illusion doing most of the work here, but it's not going to be enough work. They turn around now with the Global Silence. Lays has already popped BKB. He's going to end up losing his life here to the Troll Warlord. He dies. Sweet and Strong has already preceded him inside the grave. And now they have left behind Kidaro, who's going to tank the damage for his squad. They cannot help him. Both Low Skill and Lorinov just have to watch with bated breath as they lose more and more heroes. And on the bright side, it's a late Roshan respawn. It's not going to be instant, but yet again, that's PogChamp that started that fight. Yet again, another hookshot that goes terribly wrong for them here, Blue.
Yeah, because you can just tell that Low Skill is playing very fearful this game. He does not want to ever commit with his real hero unless he knows he's in a good spot.
Low Skill! He got caught bottom! Cube, what a player! Was ready with the Hex. Will they be able to catch him as he blinks away? Blink again in 1 second. The arrow's going to be there. The snowball to follow up. There's going to be a moment with the counter spell to bail him out. And he blinks in the opposite direction. Low Skill somehow still alive. Can he get himself out of here is the question though. Heads into the trees. He's trying to get out with the TP and he does. Low Skill got them J's on, baby, as he's dancing around the opposition. This actually bought a huge amount of time, even though he came so close to death.
See, and that's the thing, that's why I'm a little confused as to why he's still being so scared in a lot of these team fights, right? Like, you can already see he blinked directly onto a crit wave. He gets blinked Hex, full duration of Zani just sitting there clicking away at him, and he still lived.
Yeah.
So maybe you should feel a little stronger in these fights, but now losing Lorinov, that is not the fight that you want to be in here for Low Skill.
Yep. Unfortunately, the exact same play
as well now.
Yeah, he does. Wow. Oh, where's all this money coming from? This play is actually kind of disgusting. Now that this Mirana has access to Hex, she just shows up anywhere on the map with this Gem of True Sight, and they immediately just Hex you into the TP from Zani as he has bots too. It's super hard for them to deal with on the side of PogChamp. The only silver lining is that Roshan is up soon, so Ivy is not going to try and force the issue by going high ground, but I don't know, fam. You can't farm anywhere. Look where Low Skill is chilling. Feeling very unsafe about showing himself whatsoever in the lanes.
Yeah, well, he kind of can't now as well, right? Because of the amount of gold that Cube's been able to accumulate. He is just a killing threat. It's kind of, you know, it feels like when you're playing up against like a Clinks that's like super fed, right? Like where you're just playing on these lanes and you know that you can't overstep too much because all it takes is him coming out of invis and hexing you and you just die. So Low Skill just playing this nice and slow. Still not sure why he hasn't just gone for the Lincolns. I know it does kind of suck that you have to build it, but at least allows you to have that little bit of outplay with certain things. It's not the end all and be all because, you know, Arde does have the Aghanim Scepter build up for himself now, but it at least means that you can play against his Hex. And now with the Aegis being picked up, there's bots 2 on Zani. I'm not sure if I've ever seen that before, you know, completing all your other items, but it is what it is.
Feels very good to be on the side of Ivy right now. And I actually can't believe that was an Aghanim Scepter from Roshan. Like, come on, really? Double Doom, whatever, but Ade now has double Doom plus his double Axe Doom. A little bit ridiculous. As they're going on the hunt right now on the side of Ivy. Unable to find anybody hiding on this side of the map just yet. As they had TP'd out prior to this. Lays aware that this gank was coming, got himself out of dodge. Regrettably though, it does mean that they're yet again playing very, very scared. I mean, look at this, like Nature's Prophet, because of the threat of, like, he doesn't feel safe being on the map, right? So he's just gonna TP into one place, summon treants and just get the hell out of there. They can't play with the Kunkka either. He just goes in with X marks, gets back. Low Skill just has to blink back into the base all the time. Man, the fear that is emerging right now on the side of PogChamp. But it's justified fear, right? These heroes, Shadi especially, is just way too strong.
Yeah. And I think, you know, maybe if they were able to play this game a little faster, maybe play it on the map a little bit more and be able to, you know, really blow this game apart, they may not have been so scared, but the way that Ivy have been playing for these 45 minutes, you can't really fault them, right? Like, as soon as this game started to slow down, Cube knew that, you know, all it takes is for him to get a big item like a Hex, and especially Blink Hex as well, and this can really crack it wide open. Stoichkov's really been able to come back into this game as well. We were touching on the game that, you know, during the early stages, Stoichkov was well and truly at the bottom of all the cores, and now he's at least been able to take over his counterpart in Lorinov, but he still is close to a lot of the calls coming in from Ivy, whereas you look at his course and how much they are now starting to really streak away from anything that PogChamp are doing.
Fluke, explain to me how Mirana got level 25 before Doom. And she's now going to use that 25 to connect onto Laze, and Laze is dead. Alright, wait, let's see. She's 3... I mean, no, look, she's 3-2 and 21. He is 6-3 and 18. So they have similar KDAs. Where did all this experience come from?
And he has a Midas as well.
Right? That's why I'm so confused.
I don't know. Maybe he was involved in a kill with a hero that was much higher level than him. So like maybe Doom's kills weren't as like disparative with the levels.
I see what you mean. Well, they pop the global silence down bottom as they do remove the final tier 3 tower from play. Shiny has expended his entire mana pool, but does still have access to BKB and Aegis Battle Trance. So you kill Aegis life 1, but BKB Trance for life 2. Shiny will just casually take away the melee racks down bottom. The illusions from the anti-mage doing quite a number onto Shiny. Good job getting off the invis with the Glimmer Cape, otherwise those impetus shots would also have been a huge problem. And there, the triple arrow, one of them connects onto Lorinov, but they do manage to find a young 4-star onto him. Ade went in with the Doom play, and they don't find anybody. Good 4-star usage coming in from PogChamp. And they bought enough time that Laze is about to return into the fray. Stoikov gonna get hit with the boat. 4-star now will get him out of safety, and now the gate coming in with Shiny. They will burst down Kidaro's Enchantress. No buyback available for the Bambi. A full lane of racks has been taken. Will PogChamp be able to do anything about this? Moonlight Shadow does come out. There's going to be a bash going in onto Anti-Mage. There's Ade with the AoE Doom onto the Anti-Mage. Anti-Mage is going to die. Does have buyback though. Returning into the fray. Laze with BKB active. They find the Sprouts onto this Doombringer. Able to eat himself away right now. They drag him back with the Clips. Or with the X-Marks rather. Meteor Hammer. Not going to connect just yet. They jump in. BKB being popped by Shani now. Finding Laze on the end of the fight. Will be able to kill him. No buyback for the Nature's Prophet. Low skill finding himself completely isolated on the forefront of this fight. His BKB is down. Lorenov's BKB is not available. And this game feels like it might just be over. And indeed it is. GG, well played is called. PogChamp throwing the towel. And for the first time in this entire tour, Ivy get a game win. And both of these squads get a chance to go to game 3.
Yeah, big shout now for Ivy to be able to move a little further in DPC Tour 2 for 2023, being able to get themselves the first dub on the board. It was still a hard-fought victory. They came out relatively even in the lanes. They were able to slowly grind this one out and come out on top for PogChamp. Very, very passive game for both these two teams, and eventually this game really starts to lean towards Ivy. They're the one with the Doom, they're the one with the Troll Warlord. You're more than happy to have that go much later into things like the Conqueror as well as the Anti-Mage. So PogChamp, even though they were behind in the gold, I don't think they were too far behind. They definitely could have, made a few more rotations. I don't think we ever really saw them come together as a 5-man squad to try and, gank Gianni as he's walking around the jungle, or even try and get kills on Stoichkov anymore. And they kind of just sat and waited. And, Ivy, they were more than happy to get the farm out on their cause. Cube had an absolute dream game this time around. And yeah, PogChamp, they weren't able to dominate the lanes this time around, and I'm just waiting until the game was over.
I think this goes back to what we're speaking about in terms of how you start these fights and how you engage. If you see on the side of Ivy, they have several heroes that can go for like these 2-3 hero kill squads that should be able to bring down targets all across the map. For PogChamp, it felt like they needed at least 4 heroes to get kills, and at some point that's just not good enough, right? And a lot of these anti-mage games, sometimes you'll see the team can play as 4 while the anti-mage is just getting farm, but they needed low skill so badly to get involved. So he couldn't just sit there accruing more and more net worth. So by the time he feels ready to fight, it's much easier to fight for Shani as a troll. And of course, Ade, we were talking about how much responsibility will be on Ade in this game. He lived up. Between himself and Stoikov, they made sure that every fight was almost always started in advance in their interest. They were the ones initiating. And then Cube as well, like you mentioned, just this itemization from him, very perfect. Realizing that I don't need Greaves, I don't need any of these sustain items. If I just make sure we can kill the enemy heroes, we're definitely just going to keep winning these fights.
Yeah, and especially when you're enabled to be able to play this slower kind of game, and you're playing a hero like Mirana who doesn't mind getting a little bit greedy about it. And you can see in a lot of these fights as well that low skill never felt safe. And he just constantly was never able to blink into a team fight and actually commit with like Manta style, right? I was talking about it in the draft where, you know, this silencer becomes food for an anti-mage because all he does is blink and he mantas, and then it doesn't matter if you global silence because he's already dead. Whereas just never felt like low skill was ever able to do that this game. You can see he went 3-4-3 in a game that had, how many kills were there towards the end of it? It was a decent amount. It was 37-12. So even though his team didn't have all too many kills, there still was not that much involvement from the side of PuckChamp, and it really just felt like an extremely passive game. And I want to see them step it up a notch, and I really want to see them go hardcore here for game number 3. But Ivy getting the dub. They played it well. They played it slow. They played it methodical. They didn't over press their hand, and you got the dub.
I want to put a shout out onto Cube on this Mirana.
Yeah.
Not just for having some pretty stellar arrows, not just for the very good itemization, but his positioning. Broke several of the earlier smokes that PuckChamp did try to attempt. Was always the one furnishing his team with vision, either by going in with his own body, throwing in some arrows here and there, but also very clutch with the Moonlight Shadows. Sometimes you see these Mirana games where the Moonlight Shadow was not necessarily used in the best position, but I never once felt that there was a bad Moonlight Shadow that came in from Cube here. It was either used to save a hero or to guarantee a kill on a different hero. I don't think it's a mistake that we see that this man is Grandmaster on this hero, chilling on that level 30, knows exactly what he's doing. Phenomenal performance from Ivy. And, you know, oftentimes we see, Fluke, that these teams, they'll get the one win. And that just allows them to turn the corner. They just get that groove going for themselves. They have a better understanding of how they want to be playing the game. For example, we see Ade on this Doom. Game 1 versus Game 2. If he just keeps that trajectory going into Game 3, even on the same hero, I'm starting to think this is now falling into bad level territory, because in this game, his Dooms are uber clutch pretty much the entire time through. Never got himself counterspelled, got an amazing war snobs going. Just great game from the side of Ivy. So we'll see if in game number 3, the greatness from Ivy will continue, or if PuckChamp will go back to their winning ways that they showed us in game number 1 and secure themselves their first series win. Neither of these squads have won a series in the DPC. Ivy has just enjoyed their first game win in the DPC so far. Let us exactly see who is going to be having the smiles on their face and the congratulations of victory. We find out in game 3. Don't go anywhere. Snare and Mr. Worldwide Fluke will be right back.
Can Peter bring her?
I give this.
See range, see range. I got that word.
I need help, I need help, I need help.
Arrow on Puka, full duration.
No. I'm gonna jump.
I meet her after, Good. MP, fuck guns. Okay.
Bash.
Oh, okay, easy. Oh!
No.
Kill him. He says. I don't have anything.
Save me.
I'm
running cry.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
Welcome back, one and all. Here to some DPC action. Western European Division 2 Dota continues as we are witnessing Game 3 of Ivy versus PuckChamp, where both of these squads are in search for their first victory here today in this division. We saw earlier between Team Secret and D2 Hustlers, the first loss was delivered to Team Secret. We're going to get the first win, and we're going to find out how it all shakes out with myself, Snare, and Mr. Fluke Worldwide himself. My G, I'm hoping that PuckChamp play more similar to what they did in game number 1, because they felt like two different teams. And I think, do you think it was the draft and the way that the draft needed to be played that threw them for a loop and didn't allow them to play to their full strength?
Yeah, I think they kind of got caught off guard by the fact that the early game was even or slightly favored towards Ivy, and they felt like their heroes were at an inherent disadvantage, even though that I felt like they had a really good timing with their 4 heroes they could have played around. Like, Lays had a super early Aghanim Scepter. There was like an early BKB coming in for the mid lane as well. So if they're able to just kind of group together as 4 heroes and try and pick off some of these other stragglers. Yeah, Ziani was very, very scary on the Troll Warlord, but everybody else was easily killable. And I think they kind of got in their own heads about how they wanted to play the game. They played it really, really slow, and Ivy punished the hell out of them. Like, they out-farmed them across the entire map. They out-ganked them. They out-team fought them. Low skill didn't really have a game on the Animage, which is kind of sad to see, where I thought like it was a pretty okay Animage game. He never felt like he was safe enough to ever blink into a team fight. Went for this Aghanim Scepter build, which just didn't work out for him. And yeah, they kind of just... They didn't get run over. They slowly got ground out of that game as well. And I kind of agree with you. I felt like it was two different teams. Like, PuckChamp looked very, very scared in this second game when the way they played game number 1, I thought they were going to be full of confidence.
They were playing game 1 to win, but in game number 2, it sort of felt like they were playing not to lose. And the difference is night and day, and you can pretty much see it in how they pursue the game. Also, it turns out that maybe first phase anti-mage is not necessarily the way forward, but we're going to find out if they go for that option yet again here, as we have the third and final draft between these two squads available. PuckChamp on the Radiant side with second pick, Ivy on the Dire side with first pick, and they lead things off by grabbing out this Dragon Knight. All right. We did see the DK earlier on today. I feel like DK's game was pretty okay. It wasn't necessarily the best DK game in the world. Wasn't the worst DK game in the world. It was cool. It was fine. I mean, yeah, they did end up in a situation where they won with the DK on the side of PuckChamp, but I don't necessarily feel like it was like because of the Dragon Knight, despite the fact that low skill did not die a single time that game.
Yeah, and looks like we almost were going to run back some of these drafts. So PuckChamp, they're the ones that went for the Monkey King and the Undying, so we're just switching the Undying and the Dragon Knight this time around. So Ivy, what do they want to try and pair this Dragon Knight with? Probably something that can either lane into the Undying, maybe a support along the lines can do okay. You can probably just pick the Snapfire. I think if you want to try and play around with that, kills the Tombstone, you're able to deal with the Monkey as well because you find him in the trees. You can also force him out of Wukongs by chucking the Mortimer's Kisses directly on top of his head before he BKBs. So he has to kind of BKB to deal with that. Also gives you a good way of getting the Dragon Knight into the fight pre-Blink Dagger. Yeah, I think I would like to see a Snapfire here. Even the Enchantress is still in the pool as well.
Yep.
So another hero that can be played around.
Both of them feel very good to me. Snapfire. But I was about to say, from your suggestion, Snapfire just feels super good. Also, this is a hero that they can flex into the off lane if need be, or they can flex it into the 4 position. They can flex it mid, as we've seen from other teams. They can put it in the 5 position. Such a versatile hero, especially because they don't know exactly where PuckChamp and them are going to be putting this Monkey King. Sweet and Strong played it in game 1. They could easily shift this over to low skill, or hell, even Laranov could play this hero through mid. So pick up a versatile hero yourself to keep the draft open. I like this from the side of Ivy. It also, from what we saw in game 1, because PuckChamp had the Snapfire and DK, it's a shocking amount of disable between the Dragon Tail and the Fire Snap Cookie, and then both of them just like peppering you with magic damage, and neither of them are very soft when it comes to right-clicking either. Makes a lot of sense to pair these heroes together. I like what I'm seeing from Ivy. This could also be the lane for them, right? DK could be the 3, and then Snapfire plays position 4, and they play together on that side of the map.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good lane. There's a good combination, full stop, together between those two heroes. So just gives Ivy a little bit of a hand in this game to be able to have things that are super easy to execute and just kind of play through that kind of lane. So interested to see what they're going to try and ban this time around. There's not really any heroes you kind of have to all all too worried about. Yeah, probably just some heroes that can play in the offlane against this potential Dragonite. That means that maybe the flex might go away. Things like Ursa is another one that you can try and think of as well. You probably want to start leaning towards more of these range carries, considering there is an Undying being picked up. Probably want to try and get rid of some of these Sweden strong heroes as well, even though he has shown us in the past, or in game number 1, that he likes to play this Monkey King as a support, but that was also with a range support as well. So it's going to be a little bit harder if it is like Undying Monkey King as your 2 supports, and he gives a lot of emphasis on your cores to start and continue the fights for you.
Let's see here. Dra's been banned out by the side of Ivy, as well as Pangolier. We yet again see Storm Spirit. He's been banned all 3 games, despite the fact that nobody's picked up on the Ember Spirit afterwards. Well, now they can't do it on the side of PuckChamp because you don't want to play Ember into DK. Ivy could maybe do it, but I don't know. We'll see how this draft pans out for them. PuckChamp are the ones that have to pick out of the phase, though, so they have to reveal where the Monkey King goes, or maybe not. Do you think they just go for like some offlane pick for Lays, just to make sure that they have a hero on that side of the map? Do they go back maybe for that Nature's Prophet we saw in game number 2?
Yeah, I think the Natures could enable them to kind of play strong. It also plays well with the Monkey King if that's the route they want to go as well. Maybe it might kind of lead you to another moment where you may be lacking lockdown for PuckChamp, which can potentially be an issue for them, and lack a bit of this initiation. To be fair, we haven't really seen Lays just yet pick these kind of traditional offlaners. So maybe that might just be the more comfort for PuckChamp, and it is going to be a little bit of a harder time for them to kill a Dragonite if it is the Natures, but yeah, I think it's perfectly okay. I also would like to see them just try and pick a Dragonite counter at some point to be able to have a hero that can kind of kill him and deal with him, and maybe Natures isn't the way to go, and they try and get something for Lorinov who can deal with this Dragonite in the mid lane, like either something that builds like a Silver Edge, or just has like overwhelming magic damage, or just something that makes this DK not be this kind of crazy tank all game.
They ban out this Anti-Mage on the side of Ivy, so this is one of the few series where you will see Anti-Mage involved in all 3 games in some capacity. 2 bans, 1 pick. And of course it didn't work out in game 2, but the ban against it seems to have been decent in the first game, although Ivy did end up losing that game as well. As they go for the Leshrac now, so they are taking advantage of the lack of Anti-Mage after banning the Ember themselves. Right now from Ivy, they don't have absurd out-and-out bursts, so if Leshrac gets to BKB Bloodstone, you just go through this fight, tra-la-la-la-la, you just chilling. Although we did see in game 1 that this DK was able to at some point deal with the Leshrac when they just didn't have enough magical damage output to truly threaten how strong the DK got.
Yeah, I think that was kind of a combination of low skill having a very good game on the Dragonite, and Stoichkov kind of, when he went towards that top lane just before he got his Bloodstone, losing his life, and that really put him far behind like a Midas Dragonite. And then as soon as low skill actually wanted to join the fights and come in and deal some damage, it was way too hard for Stoichkov to play that game. So maybe this time around we might see it be a little bit more on parity between the 2 heroes. But this is an interesting response in the Oracle. So they're trying to provide a way of keeping somebody alive for a little bit longer against a Leshrac and forcing him to overcommit for an extra couple of seconds with the False Promise and the Fate's Edict, if I'm correct, with the magic damage W. So that might be their way of trying to elongate these fights enough where the Leshrac, either has his BKB worn out, or, has overcommitted for something, or, at least able to win that fight between somebody being super low HP and the Leshrac being super low HP as well. So, I mean, I don't love it, but I also don't hate the idea. I think the issue is into Dirge, you're basically useless. You really don't do much against Undying. You keep him in spot, and same thing with the Monkey King. You kind of just disarm him, but it's not like you're empowering like a Huskar or something like that. Like maybe if they went like Oracle Huskar, I could be like, okay, they're going for a bit of cheese, but it still is cheese that synergizes together. Like Oracle Puck to me, just I don't see the point. Yeah,
I suspect that after this Oracle came out, that they're actually going to be putting this DK into the safe lane, because I've seen this before. Miposhka played it against VP, I believe. They played this Oracle DK, and the DK just simply could not die that game. It just couldn't. It was impossible. This hero just would not run out of HP. It was played in the offlane that game for collapse. No, it was played mid. It was played mid for LoL. But this could be, if they go back to what they did game 1, or what low skill in them did in game 1, and then you just put the Oracle behind the DK, I actually don't see how PugChamp ever managed to bring this hero down. He'll just be uber tanky. Snapfire can be the offlane hero, or they get another offlane hero that buys some more items like auras. So if they get an aura builder in the offlane plus Oracle DK, that's quite a lot of sustain, but we still need damage to come out to justify having this Oracle. Also, what's interesting about this Oracle, this would be the 5th game of Oracle so far in the DPC in our second tour. Of the 4 previous games, he has won all of them. From 2 games mid, 2 games being played as a +5, 100% win rate so far. Very small sample size, but normally teams only pick the Oracle if they feel it's a good Oracle game, so we'll have to see if IV are correct in their estimation on this one.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a surprising stat. I would have guessed that the 2 mid games from Topson were dubs. I know we saw a few of them. We weren't casting them, but it was their previous series that they had a little while ago. We was able to get the dubs that time around. That is the issue. You did mention it there, that they are lacking a bit of damage here for IV. They've got a little bit of physical damage from the Dragonite. They've got the magic damage coming in from the Puck, but they need just something that enables them to try and kill this Leshrac before he kills everybody else. You have the false promise to try and alleviate that and tip the scales a little bit, but you're going to have to deal with these cores somehow and have a little bit of that extra burst damage coming in and that extra damage to try and go through it. So I would love to see them pick up a carry that just kind of hyperscales super hard and plays off the back of a lot of this lockdown that IV are providing.
They do have a surprising amount of lockdown. PugChamp somewhat fixed their own lockdown problems. Beforehand, it was Bounder Strike, Split Earth. Now, at the very least, they provided Enigma, so they have perpetual teamfight, ways to be able to catch out the Puck as well. And looking at this draw from Ivy, there is no BKB piercing disable. So if Enigma ever gets to BKB with the Black Hole, you can almost always get it off onto these targets and kill them. Because damage is not going to be a problem for PugChamp. Between Monkey King, Leshrac, Midnight Pulse, yeah, these heroes can definitely die on the side of Ivy. And you know, we were talking about like how this Oracle can keep the DK alive. Even this DK, at some point, once you get maximum level into the Midnight Pulse for Enigma, DK just has to run away every single time he sees that hero. It's just way too much damage in too short a time interval. So what stands out to you here for Ivy? Because PugChamp are banning a mid, or they're banning off lane and they're banning the safe lane. Mid is covered. We don't know where the DK is going just yet. You were asking for a little bit more punch from them. Is there anything that stands out to you that helps them do that?
Yeah, they just need a carry that can deal a bit of damage, right? They can try and keep their Dragonite as their carry and try and go for something in the off lane. It's just trying to find a hero that can deal with the Leshrac as well as the Enigma. They just got like Spectre or something. Maybe that might be a little bit too slow for them. I just want them to get something. Okay, so they're gonna go Lycan. I think it does pretty well into the Leshrac because you do an overwhelming amount of physical damage. So they're gonna have a tough time at trying to keep this Lycan locked down. I think that's the biggest thing for the Lycan is once he pops the shapeshift, he's gonna be very, very hard to deal with. So I wouldn't hate to see if this is even like a safe lane Lycan, and you go for things where you do go this like super fast build where you just go into like raw damage, where you get like maybe you just get HOD, Helmet Dominator, and then you go into like BKB, AC, Basher, Deso, and you're kind of like this physical damage dealer instead of playing around the auras, but it is going to be Arda that's going to pick it up, so we've got a bit of tempo around them. It's going to be hard for PugChamp to kill these heroes, but now with low skill picking up this safe lane Doom, it means that what they can do is they can just eat whatever creep Arde throws at them, and then as long as he blinks into the back line and just dooms Jay and Vincenzo, I think they're just going to be able to deal enough damage to deal with Ivy here.
Okay. Ivy right now are finding themselves in a position where they are still in search for their first victory, but so are PugChamp. And if it was game 1 PogChamp, I would give them very favorable odds at winning this game number 3. However, game 2 PogChamp didn't necessarily inspire that much confidence. So Ivy will probably be feeling happy that those esportsbet.io odds are showing them a bit more relatively well contested than they were at the beginning of the series. I still feel it's a little bit too high. I think the demonstration after game 2 shows that these two teams are much closer than what these odds suggest, but nonetheless, it's going to be a very intriguing game for both of these parties. We get the first Oracle in a support position at the very least here in Div 2, because we have seen it mid lane, as Fluke was mentioning earlier, from Topson. We'll also get to see this Enigma. We haven't gotten to see as much of him as I would personally like. In this game, he has to do quite a little bit of work. Also, what is interesting about this Doom pick at the very end of the draft is that this is going to be the low-skill Doom in the safe lane. So that means the real carry of the team is going to be Lorinov on the Slash. So Doom will probably be playing a more forward-facing, soak-up damage, utility-style hero here. I'm intrigued by this game. It is also going to be the Shani DK. We sort of spoke about that a little bit before they went in for this Lycan pick. What I find very interesting about this, Luke, is that Ivy can end this game, honestly, really fast. If they come out of the lanes in a very good position, the game just goes to hell and back in a hurry. But if the game goes longer and longer, this PogChamp team starts to become problematically unkillable. So I want Ivy to play fast. I want PogChamp to play with good lanes. And of course, I want Chelsea to win. How much I love Dotas that I'm here instead of watching the Champions League. That's how much you know that this is the best game ever. Let's get into it though. Game 3, the decider, PogChamp, Ivy. Where's the first blood going to be coming from, Master Fluke?
Oh, that's a hard question. I think both these two teams is going to kind of struggle for them to be able to get very, very early kills. I think potentially it could be towards the middle lane, right? Like Puck into a Leshrac, the Puck can outplay the Lesh in these early couple of levels. But there also could just be a whole lot of aggression coming in from the Undying lane. So I think it could be a little bit late when it comes to the first bloods. Maybe much like we saw in game number 2, about 6 minutes for the first blood. So let's see some different stuff this time around. And are they actually going to do an aggressive try, or are they just kind of posturing?
They're just thinking about it.
I wouldn't feel too bad about that, because you can shut down this Doom early on, and especially when you have a carry Doom. The whole point of the carry Doom is you abuse the fact that he has Devour plus a Midas, and he just gets like 20,000 net worth faster than anybody in the game can get. And if you're able to shut that down early, then you're kind of relying on like this Enigma to do a lot for you. And then you're kind of relying on like this Leshrac to go ham, where you've got like a big save ulti in the False Promise from Jay and Vincenzo. So might be a good way for them to enable their early game here.
Well, they're going to actually try to get a quick kill onto Sweet and Strong, and extra gold in your back pocket definitely enables the early game. He actually manages to dodge the magic damage from the Lucio Orb a little bit with the Mischief. But those dodge shenanigans have to end sometime. It goes down for the first blood, and Kidaro comes in as if he wants to participate as well. 4 seconds until they have the Fire Snap quickie. Will they keep the chase going? And they say, nah, it's going to take too long. It's an Undying. Shani's like, y'all have fun playing around with this man's. I am going to go hit creeps. But nonetheless, quick kill onto Kidaro, onto the Sweet and Strong Monkey King, and the kill goes to Shani. So very fast start for the Dragon Knight Bliss by Midas. Cue it up quickly.
Yeah, it should be an okay start this time around, but Kidaro playing in the, up towards the upper side of the map. He's probably going to make his way towards bottom ASAP. We do have a pause here. He's just kind of playing silly bugs with Jay and Vincenzo. So this off lane, it's probably going to be pretty hard. Double strength hero into an Undying is never favorable for you, and low skill can always just eat one of the wolves. If he does choose to do so, can always eat a lot of the creeps coming in from a HOD and even the Helmet Overlord as well. So low skill should have play on the menu this time around, but I think the fact that they don't have their Dirge here early on kind of just ruins a lot of the early game pressure that Undying can give to you. Yeah, it's only the first minute of the game. It's not the end of the world, but it also means now that they're going to get level 2 nice and early on Ivy. Whereas, unfortunately for Kidaro, it's going to be a little while before he gets a few more of those levels in his back pocket.
We actually also got to see the influence of small value increments in Dota 2. The difference of 5 movement speed allowed Kidaro to actually TP bottom. Otherwise, the TP gets cancelled, and Gem Vincenzo would end up just keeping him marooned in the top side of the map. At the same time, though, that would also mean that Shani's alone in the lane, so maybe it's for the best that they end up letting him go. One thing I also want to see in this game, you know, you and I were talking about the influence of vision in Game 2. This time around, PUGChamp, they still have the sweet and strong Monkey King. But on the dire side, Ivy has this Lycan. The amount of vision Lycan can give you in a game is... it's sometimes beyond even what you can comprehend, just how much you can see. It's like just having constant presence of mobile wards. So I'm expecting Ade to make sure that his team is always aware of potential rotations coming in from the side of PUGChamp.
Yeah, it's going to be big for both these two teams to play around the vision that they're giving. I think the thing for Ivy is it really just allows them to try and get a lot of these good dream calls, whereas for the side of PUGChamp, if they just set up like a Doom, if they set up a black hole, like that just enables them to win these team fights super handily, whereas the side of Ivy, they can kind of just put some bodies in the front line as well if they really want to. You know, you just pop the like and ulti, you run in, Dragonite's going to be relatively safe, especially when he has False Promise at his back. And I think the thing for me is this advanced vision will just allow them to kind of understand where Vincenzo needs to stand. Whereas for the side of PUGChamp, they're the ones that are going to use this aggressively.
Speaking of aggression, we see it meets it out on the top side of the map. Cube ends up losing his life here down bottom, and top lane, the aggression almost takes away Sweet and Strong. But Ivy will not be able to avenge the Snapfire as he ends up going down. Also, dude, look at the CS. Mid is getting crushed right now. Stoikov is getting rinsed. Damn, Loranov is on one at the moment.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was like, Stoichkov is getting absolutely demolished right now. This lane is not this, you know, a mega Leshrac favored. Like, yes, you do have some issues trying to deal with the lightning and what have you, but the puck can easily just shove this wave out with, you know, Illustrial and Waning Rift, so it's not the end of the world. But Loranov is just really demolishing Stoichkov this time around, and if he ever gets caught out by, you know, a few lucky lightning bounces, then it could kind of be all she wrote. And where I talked about, you know, I feel like a lot of the early aggression is probably going to come from this mid lane, especially with the way that Loranov and Stoichkov have been playing against each other. Kind of going back and forth when it comes to this mid lane aggression.
Loranov might die here. Lucio goes on top of him. Stoikov, he's got him. Oh no. Yikes. And Cube, I don't think got any damage out there, so I'm not sure if he actually got some of the bounty or that experience. It doesn't seem like it. So that was all Stoikov. So going from being dumpstered in the lane to getting the solo kill back. All right, I see the play here. You want to make sure that the net worth of your opponent is inflated, so when you kill them, it's even more gold in the opposite direction.
Yeah,
5 hit plays, man.
Stoichkov using the old rubber band mechanics to be able to pull himself out of dub. I respect it, An old patch, but it is what it is.
So this is so good for Ivy, honestly. And this is the kind of game where they do need this puck to be hyperactive on the map. Pretty much until they get like Blink Dagger on the Shani DK, nobody else can really make plays on the squad. So Stoikov, very good for him to be able to get kills like that.
Yeah, and I think the big thing for the puck as well is something I haven't really touched on is the only thing, I mean, he kind of has to just worry about being black-holed and being doomed. And if you're playing the puck well enough, like, you should probably never really get black-holed. Yes, there is the doom that you have to worry about, but it's kind of the whole point of playing around with this Oracle as well, as they can save you from that doom. Can't get you out of it, they can at least keep you alive from it.
They can just keep you going a little bit. Down bottom, low skill. We just see him farming away on his Doom. Hasn't decided what kind of Doom he's playing just yet. Just going for the regular old Vanguard for now. Presumably go Vanguard into the Midas, then come back for Blink BKB. And for now, though, they are doing a decent enough job of getting him farm and just keeping Ade as far from the farm as possible. But you can only do this for so long. Eventually, Lycan always plays Dota. It's so hard to completely shut this hero completely out of the game.
Yeah, just a natural good jungler as well, and you can see it's just, you know, HOD probably into Helm with the Overlord as well. I was thinking just now for low skill, could be maybe okay if he wants to go like a Radiance build as well here. I think a lot of the stuff from carry dooms that we've seen is just kind of what you were saying, Blink BKB, Ags, Shiva's Guard, all that kind of stuff.
Might try to find a kill here onto Cube, but Cube might try to turn around onto him, and Cube does indeed die. Tombstone dropped down by Kidaro, and Ade might be in danger here as well, as he gets popped as well. Both heroes go down, low skill involved for both. We'll be able to pick up a Vanguard as the proceeds of this action. Alright, good times. Nice to be involved in this bottom side of the map. He's queuing up the Midas now, so I think we'll start to see afterwards exactly what the decision matrix is for him for this game.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be anything too shocking for low skill. I think he's probably just going to go some stock standard stuff and maybe 3 or 4 items in is where we see the deviations, depending on how the game feels. But I mean, that's kind of the power of Undying, right? You can just see there that low skill was kind of baiting them into a little bit of a fight, and then you just slap the ground, and you drop a tombstone, and everybody's extremely low, and it's kind of just a fight that you win by attrition. So,
dude,
another lane that has gone very well, Buckchamp.
Speaking about lanes, one thing that Ivy has done a very good job of in this top lane, whenever the Enigma's been playing, as soon as Eidolons get summoned, JM Vincento immediately triggers Fortune's End, stuns up all of them, and then they just breathe fire through the wave. It hasn't been necessarily giving the DK all the net worth and CS in the world, but it has been making sure that Laze is not farming to the rate that he wants to be on this Enigma. It's been pretty fun to watch how teams have been coming up with different answers for the Enigma. And this will be intriguing if this Oracle sticks around as like a way to just deal with Enigma when you know that this hero might potentially be played from the offlane.
Yeah, I definitely feel like you could probably pick maybe some better heroes to do that as well. I think CM kind of does that just a little bit stronger. Maybe the Fortune's End is kind of just better for some of these scenarios, especially when you're playing against heroes that don't like being rooted.
Speaking of roots, one comes out right now onto this Enigma. They really want to try find Laze. Laze looking for some potential kind of revenge onto the Oracle, but they bring in the assistance of Cube. Fire Snap Cookie misses in its entirety, but Sweet and Strong will still probably die here. Also dodges the Scatter Blast. Really does have his J's on today. Will end up dying, but had to make Ivy work for that one. And the important thing though is that he bails his boy Laze out of trouble, so the Enigma able to just go right back to farming underneath the tier 1 tower.
Yep. Able to keep the Enigma safe. Does lose his life. I thought maybe he was going to be able to get the kill there on a JM Vincenzo. Oh man, if his courier goes down, this is going to be real sad. Lorinov.
Let's see. Lorinov. Okay, Lorinov gets to keep the courier. Whew. Close call.
Yeah, that was a full point booster. Cube is still around here though. Dude, you know the game's exciting when I'm talking about Courier Watch. But the thing is, if this goes down, that's like 3 minutes without, one of the main components of your Bloodstone. And that is kind of annoying if you're Lorinov. So it's able to live for now, and it seems like it is completely out of danger. So again, we've seen Stojkov make the rotation towards the bounty rune. Unfortunately for him, it is a hard lane for him to gank, right? You kind of can't just walk bottom until you have Cube in the area with the Mortimer's Kisses, because if you throw down this Dream Coil, you potentially could just get doomed. Kadara can just drop a tombstone to slap the ground a little bit, heal some people up, and feel okay. And you don't really have the crazy amount of burst until you have the Mortimer's Kisses up for Cube.
Yep.
So everyone's just kind of stuck in their lanes right now.
Remember the good old days of Dota? 15-minute laning phases, man. That was good times. We do see them maybe potentially trying to make a jump onto Lorinov. Fortune's End will chase him. He does get the Dream Coil applied to him as well. But they know that Sweet and Strong is in the area. Cube still does not have access to the level 6, so can't rain down those Mortimer's Kisses. And with young Morty still having a young nap, we do not have adequate damage. They will rotate in though, are they? Tired of playing bottom, he will use a double damage rune with the Hammer, the Overlord, or just the Dominator, not the Overlord yet, and a Siege Dragon. This seems like prime territory to push a tier 1 tower, but they're bringing in the Enigma to help defend. Undying, falling a little bit low as Kadaro drops in behind the tier 1 tower to still staying alive for now. Fire Snap quickly stuns up 3 heroes from Cube, and he's been healed up by JM Vincento as well. He is somehow still alive. JM Vincento has access to the Purifying Flames once more. Doesn't even need to use them, as Cube ends up staying alive. JM Vincento being stalked from the trees by Sweet and Strong, but not sure he wants to try to jump down for this smoke. He realizes he's only level 4, does not have access to the Wukong's command, so there's no point even trying to aggress beyond the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, especially because if they leave these side lanes for a little bit too long, you're giving Ade as well as Zani just too much time to be able to sit back and farm. Midas is up now for both of the 2 cores. To be fair though, low skill should be able to start to streak ahead with his own
mid lane.
Mid lane. Oh no.
We finally got it.
I mean, the way they've been playing these early games, man, I'm actually really impressed. I don't know how they turned around from game number 1. I thought that was kind of serious shattering, but they've turned it around, and they're starting to become the better team. And this is the best way for you to be able to get a dub in Division 2 and stay in Division 2, because I feel like the team that goes down now, like 0-3 to start out this, you know, your tour, having some of the tough matches to go, it's definitely not going to feel good for either one of them.
Probably also not going to feel good for Kidara in this mid lane. They missed the Fire Snap Cookie and they missed the Lucio. Okay, never mind. He's fine. He's chilled. They're not going to bother throwing in more spells. And 0-3, you're right that seems like a bridge too far to get into Div 1. Usually it's like 2 losses is the absolute maximum before you start to consider your tour more about staying in the division instead of trying to look for promotion. So both of these teams in a similar boat. They need this win more than anything. And we see that side of PogChamp, they are bringing this Leshrac into the triangle to finish off his Bloodstone. After that, they maybe start to move in the top lane. And does he just go BKB straight, or is there any other item you should prioritize first? Does he maybe go Sergeant Kaya before going into the BKB?
What, for Lorinov?
Yeah, for the Lesh.
Yeah, I think it probably is just going to be BKB. I don't think Kaya and Challenge is going to do enough for you. Because you're kind of just going to get Dragon-tailed and Fortuned End, and I think once you BKB, they really can't touch you, right? Like, you can kind of just run around and do your own stuff, and especially if you get like a Doom out onto Stoichkov, you just run in. Anybody who gets Black Hold, you will just be able to pump in the damage, and the BKB is going to be very, very strong this time around here for PogChamp, because the only real damage is going to be either the Lycan or the right clicks coming in from the Dragonite.
Yeah.
So these BKBs are very, very important. But again, you need to make sure that this your BKBs are not being misused and overused, right? Because as soon as this game starts getting a little bit later on and you have the 6-second BKB, Puck will absolutely abuse you for it. So PogChamp need to make sure that they get their BKBs, but get them at a good timing and utilize them properly to get a lot out of them.
Oh, snap. Cube with the outplays onto Swedenstrong. Catches him with the Fire Snap Cookie, but who's outplaying who? As the reinforcements arrive, they pop the False Promise just onto Cube. There's going to be 3 heroes caught in right now inside the Dream Coil. Cube turns around to lay in the Morty's Kisses. Morty's Kisses will rain down. They've killed Lorinov. They jebaited them in too deep. Kidara has to try and run away right now. Fire Snap Cookie allowing Johnny to close the gap somewhat. Has a Dragon Tail in 3 more seconds, but I'm not even sure Kidara will survive that long. There's a Breathe Fire. Oh, he's actually getting himself away. They don't get the vision. Stoichkov, though, he has the haste rune, so he can keep chasing him, but doesn't want to overcommit. He is running out of mana at this point in time. So Ivy, big plays. First, Cube catches Swedenstrong during the jump of the young Primal Spring, and then they jebait them too deep in and gain 2 big heroes off the back of it, in particular the Lorinov Leshrac.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy. It was like frame perfect, right, to be able to catch him there. And usually most Monkey Kings worth their salt. It's like the Primal Spring back in towards the tree dance, but if you get caught like that, then it is all too hard for you. And you can see now Swedenstrong trying to defend his tower. They want to try and kill Ade.
They should be able to find this kill onto Ade. They have found him. They've applied the Doom as well. There should be a kill. Johnny, though, finds the deny. What a player. All this effort from PogChamp wasted away as Ivy come through with the clutch rotation of this Dragonite and make sure that there is no gold going in the direction of PogChamp.
Yeah, that was best of a worst case scenario, right? So getting that deny and just means that they're able to reduce the amount of gold that PogChamp are getting, because they need to rely on the item timing. They're getting close to the BKB here on low skill. Almost have the Guardian Greaves on Enigma. Lorinov has his own Bloodstone now. So you're probably feeling pretty good if you're PogChamp, but maybe if they lose this fight top, it could be bad.
Stoichkov was actually caught in the weakest time possible. He didn't have access to any mana, he didn't have magic one charges, but nonetheless, JM Vincenzo shows up with the Oracle and ensures that the Puck's life is secured. False Promise into a kill onto the Enigma. This is not good. This is not what you want to see if you're on the side of PogChamp. Oh, dude, Ade, did you just see that? He got his tree cut away from him on the side of Swedenstrong. Ade is just on point right now.
Yeah, sometimes it's your day, right? And it seems like right now the day is definitely coming up for Ivy and Kadaro, and he's probably going to go down as well. Ooh, yep, final glove gets him.
Oh no, it's not just a kill, fam. It's free for gold. Yep, Stoikov gets some free monies in the back pocket. Also, I have a bone to pick with you, Fluke.
Yeah.
Why whenever I cast with you, like, towers take so long to fall? This is like the second game this week that we only had one tower at like the 17-minute mark of the game. What the hell is happening?
I don't know. I feel like maybe we just exude like a tower force field and teams get allergic to them. Maybe they forget that they're worth gold. Maybe, yeah, that's what happens. Maybe you just need to type in all chat, guys. The towers are worth gold, by the way. Kill them. You get your items faster.
I think maybe both teams might be too traumatized by they're still playing tree and protect the meta. They're like, oh, enemy team has tree. You know.
They're like, we need to make sure we fully commit for this tier 1 tower. Oh, there's not a tree. Okay, we can chip away at it. Okay, very cool. But yeah, like we've had some pretty slow games, right? Like even game number 2, 6 minutes until we had our first blood. Now it's 17 minutes and the second tower goes down when you have like a Lycan and a Dragonite draft and an Enigma on the enemy team and a Leshrac. Like you think these towers will be falling left, right, and center.
Yep. Well, as long as Lorinov can get more than 182 damage out of his Lesh, I'll be okay. I'm fine with it.
We'll see. I'm not quite sure what he's sitting at right now, so maybe he might be exceeding that already.
Mid lane, they're trying to go out to Kidaro. They want to try and bring him down. They're not going to be able to do so, though. Soul Rip keeps him alive, and mass rotations come in from PuckChamp. So they portal in. They drop the Tombstone down for defense as well. Come hell or high water, they're defending this tower. So we are just going to casually have 9 heroes playing the mid lane. Oh, no biggie. Everybody's chilling.
Yeah, I think they all understand like it is actually a very, very important tower because of how much map it's going to give up. And unfortunately now for PuckChamp, they're the first ones to lose their mid tower, and you can just see like they just flood into the Radiant side of the map, and they're just going to ward this bad boy up, start whacking away at these towers. And PuckChamp, they still need to farm a few more of these items before they're ready to fight.
Yeah, and unfortunately the hero that they have in the safe lane is low skills Doom, so it's not like you're farming with some Troll, some Slark, some Ursa. You have to be very cognizant of how this hero scales into the game. Hell, it's not even like you're farming a DK, right? Because DK gets to this point after getting Ags, Manta with the BKB, legitimately does feel like he's unkillable. And then Doom feels like he needs at least 2+ items before he enters into similar territory. So for now, Ivy will take the state of this game. But man, look at these relative net worths. Where did Laze's net worth go? He's just not been allowed to have the Enigma games that we often see out of this hero, where he's just dominating the net worth charts. Poorest by some margin in this game amongst all the cores.
Yeah, I think it kind of circles back to the way that they dealt with him in lane. You're going to see if they can try and kill Ziani here. They do have the black hole. At least force BKB. Hey man, you're happy with that. You're PuckChamp. You were like, hell yeah. Yep. 9-second BKB, we take those.
Did he have to BKB though? Like his team was actually not that far away from him. I don't think he dies before they get there with Cube and the mech. I'm kind of surprised he popped the BKB on that one.
I think it was, that they saw the rotation of low skill from this ward in the Radiant jungle that was recently displaced. So he feels like if Sweden Strong's going in, then he's probably got backup.
Well, Sweden Strong has just gotten in right now, and he's up to at least lose the life of his Undying. And Shani comes back in. Dumo's dropped out to Oracle, but now low skill might have some issues of his own, trying to run away from Ade. But Ade doesn't care about your BKB, my friend. This is all unit damage. BKB is about to finish, so now the Illusion Orb will connect. Mori's Kisses also raining down over the top, catching out Laze. And Lorinov, he does not have a BKB of his own, so when they blink on top of him and they get out all this magic damage, it is certainly going to kill him. 4 heroes have fallen in this fight, a fight that PuckChamp looked for, as they end up in a situation where despite popping the early BKB on Shani, they still get 4 kills in the resultant fight.
Bro, that fight was, they went on Jay and Vincenzo. I was like, Oracle's 100% dead. Good fight here for PuckChamp. Mech keeps him alive. Fireside Cookie keeps him away from members. They go in towards the backline. They start kiting them back towards Logan. There was a big split earth coming in there from the Leshrac, and I thought, oh my god, this is going to be the sickest black hole from Laze. Waning Rift catches him on the cliff just before he gets it off and be able to catch 3 of the cores from the side of Ivy. And it just blows out to a point now where You can even see that the odds are really favoring Ivy once again. And I don't know what has happened from the game 1 where PuckChamp smashed Ivy. Like they spanked him. Like that was not even a close game. Game 2, a little bit more of a grind, but Ivy looked like they were in control 90% of that game. And now to this, where we're 21 minutes into the game, yeah, they're only 5k behind, but it's 13-3, man. And they're both playing kind of early game lineups, and it's going to get to the point where this becomes harder and harder for PuckChamp to play around with. And I don't know where the buckle started. I don't know what caused the buckle, but right now PuckChamp are definitely buckled.
They certainly are on the back foot, not really enjoying their time in this game number 3. And Ivy, slowly but surely, putting themselves into a winning position. Let's see how far they can get off the back of this. That was a very solid fight, and they're going to smoke up, as they now do have access to the Blink Dagger for the Puck, as well as the Blink BKB for this Dragon Knight. They can find a big target. Unfortunately, the lineup doesn't take Roshan the fastest if Lycan is not around, and he's all the way on the other side of the map, finishing off an AC so they can do so even faster. So they won't find anything for now. And the game, although it is very heavily favored in favor right now of Ivy in terms of the odds, we have seen many games where Doom and Enigma help to turn everything around. And the fact that they have both on the same team will always give them some degree of hope that they can take a fight in their advantage.
Oh yeah, 100%. You can never count out these big team fight heroes.
Oh, speaking of which, they found the Puck with the Doom. They found him with an Observer Ward that was planted out. He was going for the quick D ward. Not going to be able to get there in time. Yeah, the false promise does come out, but he will still die nonetheless. Low skill gets the kill, and they just picked up a double damage rune as well. They're going to try and force a Roshan. Their team doesn't take it the absolute fastest either. But Ivy do not have buyback on the Puck, so they cannot contest this 4v5. They do know that there's no more Doom, but is this a risk worth taking? Are they that afraid of giving up the Sages?
No, I don't know if they have to fight, but they want to fight.
Oh, 2 heroes stunned up with the Fire Snap Cookie onto the Lycan Wolf as Shani is trying to kill Sweet and Strong. BKBs will come from the Lesh and the Enigma. And with the BKB dwindling in duration from Shani, they will realize that it's too much work for them to do. If only Puck was alive, they would have been able to really contest that Roche, but because he is not, they have to give up the Aegis. And it goes to the Leshrac as well. This is excellent for them on the side of PuckChamp. Now you have to punch through a Bloodstone, an Aegis, and a BKB charge on this Leshrac if you want to kill him.
Yeah, and I think, you know, pre-Ags and pre-AC for Ivy, that is definitely a very hard task to do, especially because you can see the threat of the black hole is very scary for Ivy. They don't want to walk in and get a mega black hold. Oh, I thought Zara was just going to be able to get away, but there was enough vision coming in from Jam Vincenzo.
They get that kill. They're going bottom. They want to try find Sweet and Strong. I think they have awareness that he's probably still in this area of the map. The Radiant Scan, though, does connect quite flush onto this Puck, so I do think there's Monkey King. He's actually Primal Springing into where Cube is. Will Cube be able to stop this? No. Fire Snap Cookie still on cooldown for a few seconds. So he's just going to get out. This game has become much more even as a result of the last 90 seconds or so. Things hang very closely in the balance. What items are we getting here that could change how this game is going to be played out? I see an Octarine being built up by this Doom. Lays. Okay, here's the real item. BKB for Lays. Once this Enigma has BKB, that feels like it changes everything, honestly.
Yeah, especially with Guardian Grazer and Blink already built, right? Like the fact that he is a big boy. And now we're getting to the point where he's going to be very hard to deal with, and it's not just going to be this Enigma walking in anymore to these team fights. It's going to be an Enigma blinking in and catching multiple heroes. So although this game has really started to swing out of Ivy's favor, they still have a few things that they've been able to get to come up now. So Stoichkov has the Kaya and Sanj, so making this Puck a little bit harder to kill. He's going to go for Lincoln Sphere to try and dodge away from the Doom. Ade has the AC built up now as well, and Zani, he still is a little ways away from the Ag Scepter. I would have liked to have seen him be a little bit closer to that. But once those all three come up, that's when it's going to be a lot of damage finally coming out here for Ivy, because we saw in that previous fight how hard it was for them to kill people. And now They have to be very, very careful of Lays and the Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
Is there anything else big coming on the horizon? Cube. Going for an Ag Scepter. What about low skill? Close to Octarine. He basically has it when he walks through it. So then almost a Blink Dagger here coming in from Lorinov. So
Yep.
I think definitely with the way this game is going, that PuckChamp are in a little bit more control just because their Doom and their Enigma are much more scary than what Ivy have. But again, like you're always playing around this Oracle, right? And J.M. Vincenzo, we saw in the previous fight, if he's able to kite people around and still get his ulti off, then he's done his job.
I'm just glad, though, in retrospect, looking at this, that both teams have 2 blue heroes, which is important because Chelsea's playing in the Champions League right now. So they need all your power to beat Real Madrid. How much you want to bet? By the time we finish with this game, I'll go look. It'll be like 5-0. Oh my god, I hope not. So let's enjoy Dota, because football, if you're a Chelsea fan, sucks right now.
You take the good with the bad, brother. The good Dota games with the bad football games. That works.
So what did Sweden Strong build in that first game? He went Orbital Corrosion
Mage Slayer?
into Mage Slayer, then he was going to build Skadi, right? This game, he wants to go Orchid into Hex. So still feeling very strong about starting fights basically from the trees, not allowing his opponent any time to be able to react if you just catch them completely by surprise.
Yeah, I like how he went the Hood as an interim item as well. Just makes him a little bit tankier, right? Like they've got Guardian Graves already, you've got like a Soul Rip, and if he's able to just soak up a few more of these spells with Hood, then yeah, he's going to feel pretty good. And I think that just goes to show that PuckChamp are well aware of the fact that they need somebody to assassinate this Oracle in the backline. And instead of Blink Dooming him, because you want to hold your Doom for either the Puck or the Dragon Knight before they get their ultimates off, that means that Sweden Strong can just go in, they just Orchid up the Oracle, and he just Primal Springs on top of him. He doesn't have to kill him per se, it just means that gives him like 6 seconds of a window to try and kill somebody with Doom or with Black Hole. So you can see that Sweden Strong is trying to be that facilitator for his team.
His team is going to smoke up right now as well, looking for a big 5-on-5 fight. They left the Enigma pushing out this mid lane, so they're hoping to try and catch somebody farming with their pants down inside the jungle. They have some pretty decent ward coverage inside the dire side of the map. Unfortunately for them though, a team like Ivy is aware to their tricks, and there's also a pretty large wave coming through the bottom lane that Low Skill has to go take care of. Now that he's actually shown bottom, they could smoke on the side of Ivy and try to re-engage, but Cube has shown himself. Oh no, you're dead, mate. Sorry, sucks to be you. And they take away the life of that Snapfire.
Yeah, I think the way they found him out is, I'm pretty sure Lorinov watched him cut a tree close to Sweden Strong. So it could have just been enough of an indicator for Lorinov to be able to catch him out. Could have caught a glimpse of him as well, walking around in the trees. So.
Big jump. Shawnee able to get the catch onto Sweden Strong. Sweden Strong still alive right now though. He silenced him up. He will not be allowed to use his spell, but here comes Lorinov, buying space and time on the other edge of the fight. And the first black hole of the game finally gets triggered off. And they manage to bring down the puck with it. PuckChamp able to get this dub, and they're going to continue the fight though. Losing out on this Undying. Ari and Shani still pack a pretty hefty punch. We'll see if they want to turn around and re-engage on this one. Sweden Strong. They see him jumping this way and that. Shani, his duration, he's halfway. Oh, they get the cut on the trees. They found Sweden Strong. How do they keep catching this man? He's going to get brought down. Shani now jumps onto the Enigma, no longer afraid of the black hole as it has been expended, as they are able to get the next kill. 3 heroes have fallen. Can Lorinov TP out? He indeed can. Shani was about to find him, but a little bit too slow on the wing flap. So a 3-for-1 affair in this top side of the map. They really thought they had it on the side of PuckChamp, but Ivy showing how much power they have on the re-engage.
Yeah, they almost got abused by the fact that J.M. Vincenzo had to false promise himself, and then they just walked in, they black holed the puck, knowing that there was going to be no counterplay coming in from the Oracle because his one counterplay had already been used. And that is a good indication for PuckChamp for them to understand how these team fights can go their way. But Ivy's still doing a really, really good job at finding some of these exit frags as people coming out as well, with Zani now having the Aghanim Scepter at the ready.
Uh-oh.
And they've got
I
the
think low skill's
blink
dead.
dagger for Puck.
Low skill's dead. Is he dead? I think he's dead. I think he's dead. They're gonna fire snap quick him. They're gonna make the full jump, and yeah, they got him. 100-0 on the Doombringer. He had BKB, but didn't think he would need it. And he ends up dying here. Shani still has a large amount of time left on the Dragon form. And given that he is level 20, they might just go ahead and take the tier 2 tower on top of this.
Do you reckon he's Omega regretting these boots travel 2 yet?
I think he regretted them as we bought them. He was like, yeah, I'm not getting much out of this. Yeah.
Like, boots travel, I'm fine with because you have an Enigma. You can just give you that kind of stuff. But boots 2, I think it's just 2,000 gold kind of thrown down the gurgler. So we can probably just put him back down to $18,000. And that's how he does feel. So, I mean, at the end of the day, like the 2k gold's really not going to add all too much to his other stats and stuff like that. But that's 2,000 gold closer to Refresher, and that could be a pretty dirty timing where you have Blink Octarine Refresher for your Doom, where you can just walk in, you Doom the Oracle, and then you just Doom another person. And it's like, even though that you may not be able to convert the kill onto the Oracle, it doesn't matter because you just need to make sure that the false promise is out of the fight. And as soon as you do that, you convert on the second Doom, and then the team fight will just flow naturally from there on, because Ivy, they have this very delicate balance of they need to be able to make sure that they are running towards you and still having the threat of the false promise, so you can't commit any of your big ultimates on them until you see the Oracle, or till you see the Oracle use this false promise. So if Ivy are able to play the game like that, then it looks like it's going to be pretty nice for them. But this is where low skills coming in clutch with this these Doom item builds. Have fun with bits too, of course.
The worst part about his itemization, when he died just now, they killed him just as Midas came off cooldown. So he had to just stand there feeling sad. Another person who's going to be very sad is Kadaro, as he's being sieged upon right now. We'll just end up with his life being taken away by Stoikov. And Stoikov is having such a good game. His early laning phase was honestly horrendous. He was getting trounced. Hold on, we'll talk about it in a second. As low skill forced into popping the BKB. They might be able to get the Doom out before the BKB arrives on the Doom, but there's going to be the false promise. He waves himself onto the high ground. Low skill, his own BKB is done, so he has to try and escape this fight, but Stoikov silenced up, killed off. Sweden Strong revealing his Orchid in this fight, showing off why this was such a good item build for himself. They will be able to kill the Puck, but now Sweden Strong jumped onto the high ground, immediately gets himself blown up. At the same time, though, Ade dies to low skill, but here comes Shani. They want Larnov. He's out of mana. He doesn't have BKB anymore. He doesn't have any help anymore, and they should be able to bring down the Leshrac. And despite the best attempts of low skill to bring down Gem Vincento at the same time, these efforts will all come to naught. Can he at least get himself out of trouble? It seems that way. But they do manage to find the real carry of the game. Lorinov dies. And the Ivy, somehow, some way, we're seeing the power here. We spoke about it in the draft, Luke. DK plus Oracle. If these two heroes play together and play on top of each other, you can actually just not kill the Dragon Knight.
Yeah, you can see the power of the Oracle, right? And I talked about it for PuckChamp. They need to make sure that they are committing onto this Oracle, because otherwise, I don't think anybody's going to die. They're able to get the kill onto the Puck, but Ivy do a good job at just forcing more resources out of them. They continually chip them down with the Lycan and his summons, and that just meant that Zani's able to just kind of walk into these team fights and kind of just deal as much damage as he wants to. And he's going for a very big carry build as well. He's going to go into the Skadi, so he wants to try and deal with the regen coming in from the Leshrac as well as the Doom to a certain extent. He's actually switched up to the Daedalus, so feeling like he needs a little bit more damage. But Ivy doing a good job at kiting around these team fights, but again, you know, playing into PuckChamp, one big black hole is all it takes. A 5-man black hole, game could be over.
Yep. They also picked up a very cool item in their Hex for Ade, so now they have even more sources of control. But now though, Shani is inside the Roshan pit. He's actually gonna just jump out here, looking for the smoke. He broke the tree and he got the stun onto the Undying, but he has been doomed up. Can they get the false promise out in time? No, they cannot, because the Boundless Strike stops it from happening, and now the Oracle might need to do it on himself. He doesn't have the opportunity to do so as he gets bursted away. The BKBs from the Enigma and the Doom opening up space for PuckChamp. They did lose both their supports for this, but this opens up space for them to potentially get the Roche. But I don't think they have the ability to take it fast enough. Nonetheless, though, decent fight.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I talked about with the Monkey King, right? He picks up the Orchid, goes into the backline, finds the Oracle, silences him up. Boundless Strike first off, was able to catch Jay and Vincenzo, but you know, as soon as that Boundless Strike wore off, insta Orchid. No way that you're able to get the ultimate off, so now I'm looking towards the Oracle to try and build an item. I don't know what it's going to be. Maybe it's Eighth Lens, maybe it's Blink, maybe it's Force Staff. Who really knows? But you need some kind of item that allows you to get this False Promise off on your Dragonite or on your Puck whenever you need to. It's going to be hard to try and farm it because I know those items are relatively difficult to farm. But if you can get to that item timing for Jay Vincenzo, he should be able to try and hold off the onslaught that is going to come here from PuckChamp.
Well, PuckChamp are going back in right now. They found Cube, so there will be no Snapfire. And we have seen how strong it can be when they get Dream Coil into Morty's Kisses. However, the Snap does have buyback. They should definitely commit it on the side of Ivy, and indeed they do. They're coming in for round 2. They know that there's no more Doom. There is still Black Hole, though. We'll see how Lays positions himself. Sweet and strong. Finding vision for the squad. They found the Oracle, but at the same time, Shani is right there. Laurenwald trying to get further forward. He's been hexed up. There's too much damage. They need to get him out of here. Bloodstone does get popped, so he does stay alive. There's going to be the Black Hole, but it only catches onto Shani. In the meantime, Doom is going to go in for the secondary Doom after refreshing. Whilst they just leave Lies to his own devices, he's going to die by himself. And they do find the Doom on the far side of the fight onto this young Puck. But Puck gets eaten up by the Snapfire, thrown far away from the fight, and now suddenly it's Low Skill that's isolated. He goes down. All 3 cores have been taken away. Shani finds a double kill on this DK. And Ivy find yet another hook into this game. And the second Roshan will go their direction as well.
Jay Vincenzo didn't even use False Promise that entire fight. And nobody died.
Oh my god. Oh
so,
wow. Okay.
I think that's just a perfect display of playing for your team and understanding how these team fights can work. I think Ivy understand that they have enough damage with Ade and Zani that you just kind of need to allow them to get close to people and deal the damage. Whereas for the side of PuckChamp, they can't really use their abilities until the Oracle is dead. Or at least False Promise has been used in some way, shape or form, right? And you saw that he was able to at least keep the Puck alive for a little bit longer. Zani, I thought he was just going to False Promise him as soon as he was in the Black Hole, but he had faith in the Dragonite to stay alive for a little bit longer. Lived perfectly, dealt with the Enigma, and now they're knocking on a tier 3 tower, still with an Aegis, and still with the False Promise.
The Black Dragon as well, flapping away like a mouse, just chilling. Tier 3 tower gone. First racks of the game should follow it. And this Ancient Thunderhide. Man, this Frenzy spell is honestly so good. It's a bit silly, honestly. But it's one of these things I'll accept. If the game has Tumbler's Toys in it, I guess I can get away with enjoying Frenzy. And as an example of how stupid Tumbler's Toy is as a neutral item, JM Vincenzo is still carrying it. 38 minutes into the game, he's like, nothing has come up better than Tumbler's Toy. And at least now he gets a Ninja Gear.
Yeah,
right,
he gets Ninja Gear now. So a tier 4 item that is usually a carrier's first pick is something they're giving the JM Vincenzo because they need him smoked 24/7. Also, Frenzy, best sleeper spell in the game. 8 second duration, 8 second cooldown, 75 attack speed for 75 mana.
It's crazy.
Like, look what it does to your carry. It is bonkers. It is absolutely nuts. You couple that with the drums, you couple that with an ASC, like, Zani just walks in and deletes towers. And he's not even in Dragon form. Wait till he's in Dragon form.
Well, we're going to see a demonstration of it now, as he also has a Daedalus to his name. They find the stun onto Kidaro. Kidaro falling very, very low here as Low Skill jumps in. They want to try and get Zani as low as possible, maybe kill him off in the first life and deny him having Dragon form in the second. And they are able to do so. Without BKB, there is a lot of damage from the squad. Ade goes in. There's the Black Hole onto Shani. Can they actually kill this DK in time? The Doom will come out as well. And Low Skill. No! False Promise! It comes out. They couldn't isolate JM Vincenzo. So he's still falling low. The secondary Doom goes out onto Cube. And they should be able to bring down the Snapfire. They finally kill JM Vincenzo. And even though you have False Promise on you, my friend, nothing is that good of a promise. Way too much magic damage from PuckChamp. And they bring down the DK. It took a while, almost 4k HP, through a False Promise, through the heels of the Snapfire as well, but ultimately, they do get that kill.
Yeah, just you can see the coordination coming in from PuckChamp, and they understand that they needed to try and get through the Dragonite in certain scenarios when the Oracle's already being held up, when they've dealt with a few other heroes in these fights, and I thought that could have started to spell a little bit of a disaster for PuckChamp with the way that Ivy were playing. They were really starting to get a stranglehold going, not having to use their big spells with response. The way the fight panned out was, you know that Gianni is a lot of the damage. Ade is starting to carry pretty hard with the amount of damage that he's doing, but as soon as your Dragonite gets false promised and the only thing that he can do to hopefully win the fight is run away because he doesn't have Dragon Form, it feels like the fight's already over. Even if he was able to live on like a sliver of HP, I don't think that really mattered because they just lose all map control anyways. But if you're ever able to false promise the Dragonite and he's still in Dragon Form and he can stand and try and fight through with maybe a little bit of lifesteal, then I see Ivy really kind of running away and winning that game, because if the Dragonite ever comes out of false promise with anywhere above 50% HP, then, I mean, the fight's already done if he's dealing damage.
Well, they were able to deal with it in that last engagement. We'll see how things pan out the next time around. We also now have a build up into an Octarine Refresher combination for this Enigma. And I think Black Hole, as great a spell as it is, in that last fight, the amount of damage that came from Midnight Pulse was stellar, honestly obscene. Yeah. This DK has a lot of health right now, so Midnight Pulse, if it lands flush onto him like it did in that last fight, really gonna be problematic for him going forward. Another big problem for them on the side of Ivy here, Fluke, is Sweden Strong. He's starting to scale into like an additional core for the lineup. Building into BKB next, already has access to the Orchid, about to crack level 20 as well. It's a not insignificant amount of not just damage, but control that can emerge from this hero once he gets the Boundless Strike cooldown talent at 20.
Yeah, you can see the issues that Jay and Vincenzo is having with the Monkey King as well, right? Like, you can't... Like, there's just so many trees on the map that you can't position yourself in a position where you are not within vision of the Monkey King, if he ever is sitting in a tree. So Jay and Vincenzo just needs to make sure that there are some homies around. Whenever they're trying to go higher guard, they need to try and make sure that maybe Cube is sitting in the back with his Force Staff to try and keep him alive and see if they can get a purge coming up for him as well.
Oh, Dragon Tail's down onto Sweden Strong. There's going to be a jump up onto the high ground here from Kidaru and the gang. Do they kill anybody though? Doom applied onto this Doom, onto the DK rather. Morty's Kiss is raining down. Cube has helped to bring down both Sweden Strong as well as Kidaru. Now they have to flee. Ade on the chase here. They want to try find this Leshrac. The Lesh gets hexed up. Will they be able to find the kill? Buyback coming in from the Undying. But there's going to be a whiff Black Hole from Lays. Oh no, the tip's coming in as well, but Ade might still die for this. False Promise though, it keeps him alive at the very end. Low skill doesn't have that luxury. He dies right after refreshing, so he's forced to buy back. Split Earth though, connecting onto Puck, but they don't have enough damage to burst him down just yet. Puck somehow stays alive. Lorinov, you don't have an Oracle, so you don't have a False Promise. He will end up dead. Does have buyback though, low skill. He's already applied the secondary Doom on top of the Doombringer. They know that there's no more split, or there's no more False Promise. Split Earth connects onto only one here. Lorinov needs to be careful. He doesn't have BKB anymore. Doesn't have buyback anymore. If he dies, the game might just end. And he goes down. 2 minutes in the grave, no buyback. Ivy. They strike really hard, really fast. And it keeps happening that it's fights that PuckChamp want to initiate, want to engage, that they're the ones that go on the opposite side of the map, yet they're the ones that reliably end up getting punished.
Yeah, as soon as that Black Hole got whiffed from Blaze, I was like, yeah, this is not a fight you want to be a part of anymore. You can't out-sustain Oracle, Dragonite, and a Lycan.
You say that, my friend, but look at the damage from this Midnight Pulse. What a spell! Holy shit! That's more than half the HP of Lycan and Dragonite with just this one spell. Kidaru blinks forward though, maybe regretting it a little bit as he's gonna die without buyback. So that's 2 heroes in the grave, no buyback. Monkey King has access to it. And Shani and the boys, they smell blood in the water here, Fluke. They're just gonna go for the jugular. Is there anything PuckChamp can do with their limited resources?
They've only got buyback on the Monkey King. There's no Black Hole. They do get the Doom out here onto the Puck though.
Oh, Doom and a Boundless Strike. This Puck actually might die. They will be able to get him with the false promise. Fire snap cookie to keep him away from the heroes dishing out damage. And they actually don't have enough mana to heal him, but it should be enough. It should be enough. He should be fine. Okay. Stays alive for now. Still 40 whole seconds before we have a Lesh. 50 seconds before we have an Undying. And unfortunately, when your carry is Doom, you know, even though your Doom is like alive, has BKB in 10 seconds, this is not the hero that wins the fight by himself. As they jump onto Lays, quickly bring him down. He's gone, buys back, but doesn't have access to the black hole. They're just gonna go for the jugular. They go for the win. They go for the victory. And Ivy claim their first series win here in Division 2. Somehow, some way, they make it much more competitive than you would have thought. After game 1, I thought it was done and dusted. I thought it was 2-0, but Ivy showing the resilience necessary to finally pick themselves up.
Yeah, I mean, what a long series as well. It's now ticked over towards the 4-hour mark, roughly, for this series. So the way that these guys have been able to play through it, especially after that game number 1, man, I was in the same boat as you, right? I was like, oh, Ivy, unfortunately, they just didn't turn up on the day. They're going to get blown out of the water here by PuckChamp. But, I mean, PuckChamp were the one that buckled. That game number 2 didn't really look convincing from them. And this time around, I think this was a much more competitive game, and it just kind of came down to the good draft coming in from Ivy. Wasn't super sold on the Oracle, but, man, the way that JM Vincenzo played that Oracle was immaculate. He constantly was just understanding when he actually needed to save people instead of just panic dropping it, and then knowing that as soon as he used that ultimate, that's when the fight started getting really weird and awkward, and just understood who he needed to save when, and really being able to pull it out for the team. And Ivy just punishing all the mistakes that PuckChamp were making as well.
You know, it's kind of peculiar to me, right? Because all of us, pretty much everyone I've spoken to, myself included, we don't rate Oracle that highly as a hero. But then I think about it, it's like, what are the best sum of support heroes we've seen in the last 2 patches? It's been like Treant Protector, we've seen a lot of IO, we've seen Undying, heroes that heal and control team fights in their own way. It's like, why wouldn't we be picking Oracle, actually, given the profile of the other heroes involved? In this game, paired with the right hero, we see the power of this Oracle. Pretty excellent, especially when the enemy team has these big ultimates that they can only expend once, right? It's sort of similar to just getting a cheap Wraith King into the draft somehow. And this false promise, if they get this kill, the entire game changes, Fluke. But because they don't, JM Vincenzo able to extend the fight much longer than they have any right to. And yeah, eventually the DK does end up dying, but it costs resources. It forces them out of the base, not in a comfortable position, so they can't maintain momentum after that. That was... oh... wow, amazing. Ivy, shout out to them. Listen, I don't want to do it. I don't want to have to do it, but we've got to give it to JM Vincenzo. We've got to give it to him. Some of these Oracle saves were just dumb, honestly. PuckChamp will be looking at this game again and being like, how was this even fair? How are we supposed to even play Dota under these conditions when no matter what you do, you jump in and they just press R on one hero and all our initiation is immediately taken away?
Yeah, I think they drafted really well around the idea of the Oracle, right? Like they had this one hero, or 1 to 2 heroes that the Oracle could really hyper focus on, and they also had heroes that were able to relish in these fights where attention was being put on other heroes. So like the Lycan, I think was a big cornerstone of that. The fact that they put so much emphasis on trying to kill the Oracle, and whenever they were being the aggressors on Ivy, it just meant that the Lycan on Arde could just kind of go into the back and have his way with people, and they weren't really focusing on him, they were focusing on the Oracle, and that was where Ziani was able to also do a whole lot of work and just go towards the mid lane with the Park. And I think there was just a nice little draft that came out here from Ivy, and they executed it well as well. Is a big thing for me, is they had a lot of comfort, a lot of heroes that knew exactly what they needed to do on, and getting a dub here in Tour 2 of Division 2 is always exciting. So they get themselves off the bottom now and be able to get a little bit of confidence back here in the tour.
I think the confidence will come not just from the W itself, but from the manner of the W. When you get stomped super hard in game 1, and then you make the comeback, that feels even better than just getting the 2-0 stomp. Their emotions must be through the roof right now, feeling hella good about themselves, and they've gotten this first win. Unfortunately, that does mean that PuckChamp is now 0-3 to begin out their Division 2 tour. So right now, all questions of promotion are out of the window. It's all about how do we stay in the division, especially considering we still have some very difficult opposition. They still have to play Secret. They have to play Old G. They still have to play D2 Hustlers. They still have to play Into the Breach. So it's not like the games get any easier from here on out. One could argue they've already played the easy game. So for PUGChamp, they need to try and figure out something to make a comeback here. Unfortunately for them, it's going to take a while to see that comeback happening. But for Ivy, they finally have started to get some winning under their belts. And of course, given that they've won, we have an opportunity to talk with them a little bit, as we do now have JM Vincento from the side of Ivy joining us for a quick interview. Good sir, what's happening? Firstly, I have to ask a very serious question. When did you add the juggling to your pre-game ritual? We knew you were the tea drinker, the tea enjoyer. Where did the juggling come from, bro?
So I'm a big streamer. First of all, thank you for having me. So I'm a big streamer. There's at least like 40 people watching me. So from time to time, I actually do some reaction, tea breaks and shit, where I watch some videos. And there was a video in my feed, a suggested video, how to expand your brain. And it's basically about the fact that juggling actually increases your brain matter. You actually get smarter by doing it. So I actually started it like 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I just did it like from time to time, and at some point it just works. It's really magical how your brain is able to just learn how to juggle in like, I don't know, 2 to 3 weeks. It's pretty nice. And it's also very relaxing. It's like a good ritual to have. It calms you down. It makes you concentrated. I can just suggest it for everyone.
Okay, the Juggle Enjoyer out here telling us all. We must actually change your name from JM Vincento to JM Juggler. On a more serious note though, now that you have grabbed this W here, things were looking kind of shaky at the beginning of this tour. And I remember when we spoke last tour around about what the prospects look like for your team, you were mentioning that you just want to see a constant improvement. That didn't necessarily happen last tour. You all kind of backslid a little bit in that direction. Can you talk to me about what prompted the change in your roster, firstly? And how do you think that roster has helped you coming into this tour? Do you think you'll be able to do better than you did last time around?
So the main reason is snitches and people not believing in each other. My boy Moboy is all cool. No flame for him. Pio also cool. But there's another player who didn't really believe in our roster anymore. And it really halted our progress. It made it impossible to play with this roster going on. And because of that, I think we didn't grow last season towards the tail end. I feel like we could have actually beat Alliance. We could have gone to tiebreakers. And I mean, we beat Monaspa, who went to Div 1, right? So I think we were on a pretty good track. But we just had some, like, there was no trust between our players. Some players were saying, oh, yeah, this player is not good enough. This player is bad. We cannot go further with him. So, yeah, we couldn't really play anymore with this roster. We really had to figure out what to do. There also was like a lot of shuffling going on. It wasn't sure who plays an Ivy, who gets snitched, who doesn't get snitched. So that was pretty interesting. So we had to last minute find some new players. And I mean, I'm very happy with the boys we have now, but the way has been hard. Like last season, we also had to play with Pio as a stand-in. So it's a rough season start. But yesterday, we actually beat D2 Hustlers in the EPL. So that was kind of the first sign we were actually on a good track. And I mean, they beat Secret today. So that's pretty cool, right? So yeah, now we beat PUGChamp, even though it was a bit closer than I wanted it to be. But generally, I think we're on a good track right now. If we can continue like this, I feel like we can actually beat some of the top dogs. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you're making me a believer. Damn, Fluke, bro. I'll let the boy while we have him on the line.
All right, well, I guess the big question on my lips is, how did you guys come back after that game number 1? Obviously, game number 2 was a little bit of a slower grind for you guys, and then game 3 was a little bit more dominant. Like, what was kind of going through your mind and the team's mind after that first game loss?
Yeah, like honestly, that's just one thing. We made it clear, like earlier, that we are not going to pick that hero on 5. Like, we made it pretty clear, because by now this hero is countered. You shouldn't pick this hero on 5 at all. You should never pick it. I hope you guys know what I'm talking about. PUGChamp picked it in the game 3. This hero, you don't pick it anymore. Like, you don't want to pick this hero on 5 anymore. That's basically the only thing we said. We said we played well. What can you do? Go game 2. And yeah, game 2, we switched up our draft a bit. Game 3, we also did it. And it worked wonderfully. And also a cool thing, we again lost the coin toss in game 3. But we, even though we didn't have the priority, even though they had second pick, we still beat them. And that's for me always like the best thing. You lose the coin toss, you give the enemies what they like, and you still crush them. So that's like extra.
So tell me, what do you think about this anti-mage hero that we saw earlier on? First phase anti-mage, it happened in game number 2 between yourselves and PugChamp. Obviously, y'all ended up beating it, but we also saw it in a different league. Team Spirit, a very good team. You know, TI winners also went for it in the first phase. Do you have some rationale as to what makes this hero something that you should be picking early? And, you know, you guys banned it in the first game, I think at the beginning of the second phase, was it even first phase? So what led to y'all banning it so early, and why do you think some teams are picking it so early nowadays?
Oh, Anti-Mage is good right now because you got a lot of buffs. The first spell got buffed a lot. You have the slow now. Another thing that got buffed is the Vanguard over time. And now people are actually doing this Vanguard build. And this Vanguard build plus the buffs really made this hero a good laner. Like, it used to be a terrible laner, but right now Anti-Mage is actually one of the stronger laners. If you pick some Eng with it, some IO with it, you can really like pretty much pick it blind because it does well against most lanes. So that's like the biggest issue Anti-Mage had, pretty weak laning stage. This one is resolved now with a Vanguard, with a stronger laning stage. And because of that, you can pick that hero very early. Also, the game slowed down a bit because Lina got nerfed. Lina made games very short because she just bought her items, had infinite damage minute 15, went Roche, went high ground, and no anti-mage is ready at minute 15 to contest Roche. So the nerfs to this hyper tempo meta with Alina, with a unnerved NP, really destroyed anti-mage. Also, Shadow Fiend, Beast, Undying, these like Death Ball, Zoo strats, all of these strats are kind of nerfed right now. Games are a bit slower, so that also benefits anti-mage. Also, the meta is actually revolves around heroes like Puck, like Storm, and these heroes are terrible against anti-mage. So yeah, that's why anti-mage is getting a surge in popularity. I don't think, though, this Team Spirit game was... I mean, I saw that game as well. It was like some offlane Ursa, and there was some stuff going on. So I'm not sure if you fight anti-mage, but I see him being picked up on 8, maybe even 6-7. Like, that hero is good right now. If you have a specialist like Yatoro, like, honestly, small anecdote, literally 2019 or something, I was playing a pub. I had this guy on my team, completely unknown. And he played anti-mage. He literally carried us 1-9. And I was like, who the hell is this guy? Who is he? I was like checking everything. There was no info on him. And it actually was Yatoro. It actually was Yatoro. So if I see an anti-mage, it's actually Yatoro. I'm like instantly thinking. So that, if you're Team Spirit, you can maybe do it on 5. But else, maybe not.
Maybe not, anybody. I have one last question for you before we let you go, Gianvincenzo. I see some really cool books behind you there. What's your favorite book right now to read that you would tell everybody, that you would recommend to anybody that asks you to indulge in as well?
I don't want to make, I mean, I'm not being paid for this, but this is the one I'm reading right now. It's by Robert Wright.
That's actually a good book. Yeah, the Robert Wright's actually
wow,
good.
You're surprised? You're surprised I'm actually reading a good book? Or what?
Well, not many people know about Robert Wright, right? It's not that often I come across a Dota player who's like, oh yeah, I'm reading Robert Wright, you know? That's a pretty good book, yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice book. It's like it's not about like the like crazy esoteric, is that a word? Esoteric religious stuff.
That is, yeah.
It's more about the like real world approach to like looking at life. So that's a nice book. I haven't really gone far into it, only like 50 pages, but I really like it. Some friends suggested it to me, and I just picked it up instantly.
Well, give us a live review of the book when you're done with it at that point in time. But with that, we have to move on to the next series because your games took a little bit longer than expected. So thank you so much for your time, Mr. Gianvincenzo. I hope you all have turned a corner, that we can see Ivy on the improvement. So good luck, have fun for the future games, and we hope to see you all improving and still making the climb towards Div 1.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers.
So of course that is JM Vincento, one of the brains behind the Ivy magic right now. And Fluke, this guy, such a good presence, right? Just makes you feel happy to be around. It must be nice to be on a team with him. When things are going wrong, you're not going to tilt too hard. You'll be like, it'll be fine, boys. We'll get them in the next game.
Yeah, especially when he puts it just down to one hero. He just says, you know, we don't pick that hero on 5. They've even put it to a point now where he doesn't even want to name the hero. He feels like that hero is so dirty and done. And I mean, the fact that it lost 2 games being picked at 5 kind of shows that I think it definitely has fallen out of the meta. And I believe they're even talking about it in some of the other tournaments as well, that Dirge is really starting to fall behind when it comes to playing and being picked early on in the draft. So maybe these teams might have to fall away and go to this new age of old school Dota where we're going to sit back and farm for 45 minutes.
Yep. Personally, I stopped believing in this Undying right after I started seeing the first few games in Div 2 or Div 1 of China. So we'll see if the rest of the world carries over into that trend. We still need to move on to our final series of the day, but before we do, we have to remind John how all of this was possible. Of course, you know that PGL, it's their page right now. They're producing the show, but their partner, esportsbet.io, is not only helping to sponsor the show, but also making sure that you at home can be a part of it in your own way. If you log onto the esportsbet.io platform, you can watch to earn, which means that for every hour, you earn 3,000 free tokens, about the equivalent of $3 US, and that just goes directly to you in your back pocket, clean and clear, very few terms and services, no strings attached really. So it's a very nice platform, very fun to be involved in, and just a way for you to be involved in Dota outside of just being a spectator, but in ensuring that your participation makes this all the more sustainable and possible down the line. With that, we are going to be going into our final series of the day. Into the Breach takes on the squad of Alliance. Both of these teams need some wins. Alliance has found one before. Into the Breach still in search of getting their own to make sure that they are not in the relegation scrap. Let us find out which one of these squads will be resurgent, who gets the Ivy power up, and who gets the Undying put down. We'll find out in game number 1 of the second, or the third series rather, of the day. The second series for myself and Fluke. So we'll see you soon for some more Dota. Don't go anywhere. It's only a few minutes away. welcome one and all here to some Division 2 Dota in the Western European region. We've just finished the first 2 series of the day. The third one took a little bit longer than expected, but Ivy managed to clutch it out in a 2-1 victory. And now we move on to Team Alliance taking on Into the Breach to figure out which one of these squads has what it takes to get further in their tour. Alliance are 1-1 right now. ITB have yet to get themselves a dub. Mr. Fluke, what's going to be happening here? Is this another upset series that we have on our hands?
I'm not really sure. I think Alliance really are starting to show that they are a top contender here in Division 2, and also they've got the 10-year anniversary buff today as well. 10 years today since Alliance became an esports organization, one of the longest-standing esports organizations across multiple different games as well. So, I mean, these guys being able to play on game day today and celebrate 10 years is going to give them a little bit of extra, especially with S4 at the helm, right? Like, he bleeds Alliance, and if he's able to come out on top today, I think that's going to be a big shout for that organization. But I mean, the way that Into the Breach has been playing so far, unfortunately they've gone down 0-2 in every single one of their matches. None of those games have gone over 35 minutes either as well. Alliance, yeah, they've lost a series, but it was up against Team Secret, who were looking like one of the teams that are potentially at the top of this division as well. They're able to handily deal with PuckChamp this time around, who again are at 0-3, so maybe we might not be able to take too much stock from that, but their series was dominant, and I think they're starting to come on the up and up. Their series against Secret as well, that first game, they definitely had a chance of winning that. That was a big comeback for them, so they've definitely got a lot of confidence. They've got a lot of really good ideas, and I'm heavily favouring Alliance this time around, I think.
I think a lot of people are heavily favoring Alliance right now, but we're going to see if they have what it takes to get this W. And of course, we are not the only ones here. We're the ones talking about the game, but the entire reason why this game is possible. You know, we shout out to PGL for producing this, but also shout out to our partner, esportsbet.io, who are currently launching a watch to earn platform. And what that means is that you just get involved on the esportsbet.io platform, watch the games from there, and for every hour that you're involved, you get 3,000 free tokens, the equivalent of about $3, and that is just a reward for yourself for finding a way to be involved in the game of Dota, not just as a spectator, not just as a viewer, but as somebody helping to make this all more sustainable down the stretch. So esportsbet.io is the website. Watch to Earn is going to be the new platform that they're launching, and get involved so you can get yourself some of that free money into your back pocket. Of course, coming into this series, the esportsbet.io odds are heavily favoring the side of Alliance right now. 2.68 for ITB, 1.46 for Alliance. Personally, I think this is a little bit disrespectful towards Alliance. I think this should be closer to like 3.5 for ITB, maybe like 1-2 something for Alliance, but we have seen Alliance, they can be shaky at times. You saw this in the last tour, so coming into this one, they need to prove that that was just the practice, the warm-up, and they're here to play real Dota. So let's get into it. Game number 1 of Alliance versus Into the Breach. On the Dire side will be ITB, who had themselves the first pick. Alliance were on second pick. On the Radiant side, they went for the Silencer Pangolier to counter out this Disruptor opening pick. Erstwhile, they had banned the Rubik Broodmother, and then Enchantress DK going away on the other side. Talk to me about this, Fluke. Rubik ban over and above Disruptor for Alliance.
Yeah, I think that just kind of leans me towards maybe Alliance have some ideas about what they want to be picking later on. You know, maybe things along the lines of like, we see an Enigma come out for S4, maybe we see things like Tide Hunter, some of these heroes that just have a lot of really good spells that you don't want to give away to the Rubik. So I think it just kind of means that they want to try and play around with that. Also kind of surprising that they have been kind of banning a lot of Nature's Prophet in a lot of their matches as well, but have now this time around let it through. They have kind of chopped and changed their bans a little bit going throughout some of their series. In their series against Secret, they banned Primal Beast and Coddle, and they banned Rubik Disruptor for game number 2. So their bans are a little bit topsy-turvy depending on what they want to pick themselves. This just leads me to believe that they want to try and pick something that has a pretty big teamfight ulti.
Yep. If this was China, I'll be honest with you, I'd be saying it's GG already. Let's go home. Alliance will have no way to win. Disruptor Death Prophet in China? That was beyond busted. Now that it's going to be in this region, of course, and with the ITB team that hasn't necessarily been doing so well, it's going to be up in the air. You know, but however, we did just see Ivy win under circumstances where they had not been able to eke out a victory beforehand. So both these teams could be finding themselves turning a corner. I'm interested to see the Centaur ban. I mean, it is Alliance. S4, this was his signature hero throughout the entirety of the last tour. There was a point where they were, I think the first 4 or 5 games that they played, they would not win if they weren't playing Centaur. This was just their hero, which is kind of crazy. So I'm hoping that his repertoire has increased substantially enough that they don't have to prioritize it in their drafts anymore.
Yeah, I think it has kind of been one of those heroes that S4 has performed the best on. I still think that Alliance do their best work when they're enabling Charlie and they're playing through Chuen for the way that they want to play the game, and that can come off the back of Ponlo playing one of his signature heroes as well, things like the Morana that's still floating around, all that kind of jazz, and they just play the map through their mid lane, and they really just kind of enable Charlie to do whatever he wants, and S4 can kind of just be their aura bot and their big body in the front line. So things along the lines of like Centaur, Tide Hunter, all those kind of classic offlaners are going to be things that I'm really expecting Alliance and S4 specifically to be able to play through, and that's why banning a lot of these straightforward offlaners really starts to put Alliance in a bit of a pinch, right? Because you've got one of the best ones in the Death Prophet, and now you're getting rid of the other ones that are classic enablers to be able to get somebody like Charlie on these big hard carries to carry the game for you.
Definitely do want to see what Charlie is going to end up picking here. They're going to probably leave his hero till as late in the draft as possible, because Chuan's hero is most likely going to be this Pangolier. I don't envision S4 being the one to play Pango. A lot of these regions have been playing Pango mostly from the mid lane. Every now and then I see it off lane. It doesn't seem as strong. There's a couple of players who make it still look pretty broken, but I'm not sure S4 is at that level just yet. But we'll see. Could have been practicing on the off time. They take away this Bloodseeker to protect this Pango as well. All right, so now we're probably going to be looking towards the Ponlo hero coming into the second phase. He likes to play a lot of these like roaming strength heroes. So Earth Spirit's kind of bad right now, but we have seen a lot more Tiny and a lot more Earthshaker in particular in the 4 position. Do you think there's any role for either of those heroes going into this game?
I think Earthshaker is one of those heroes that you kind of need to draft around with your offlaner specifically and a mid laner that can kind of create a bit of space for you to sit back and farm a little bit. I feel like with Silencer, Earthshaker, and Pango, I feel like that's kind of a disaster waiting to happen. Like the Pango still wants to try and push out a lot of these waves when he's on the map, and the Earthshaker can kind of screw him up a little bit, and the two supports together don't really feel like they do all too well. I feel like if you're going for like Blink Echo Slam, a lot of the time the follow-up, you want to have more damage rather than more lockdown. With the way that it goes with Earthshaker. So I would like to see Ponlo, maybe just pick up something along the lines like a Tusk. Like I think that is a good hero to be able to enable them. They can also try and have some of this flexibility with the Pangolier as well, if the lane matchup does go a little bit better for them, and gives you that snowball save from the glimpse. Enables you to kind of play fast with the Pangolier. Swashbuckle and tag team does a boatload of damage, gives you good ways of taking Roche. You've got BKB piercing stuns. Like, it kind of just gives you a whole lot for Alliance.
Yep. I mean, he played a fair few amount of Tusk games in the last tour, so I'm very much in agreement with that shot. Feels pretty good. Also a nice hero to come middle, interrupt the DP with, just make a life a living hell. We'll see if they want to go in that direction here, as they're going to start to burn through some of this reserve time. They ended out the phase banning the Undying. So despite what we heard from JM Vincento, there's still some faith that this hero could come out. But here's one of the few range heroes that Ponlo has been playing right now. It's pretty much, if he's playing a range hero, it's either Rubik, to play like 1-2 games of Hoodwink, but then it's the Shadow Demon. Alrighty. So when I generally see teams play up against Death Prophet, I think for me the best solutions are a way of bursting her immediately or a way of completely stymieing her movements. We see sometimes teams pick Bloodseeker to help you do that, but Shadow Demon, one of the best in the business. BKB or no BKB, DP is not moving freely throughout these team fights.
Yeah, and especially with being able to use a disruption to deal with the disruptor. So I think it's just kind of like a double bonus for Alliance that they decided to pick up the Shadow Demon. And it also means that certain other cores are, I don't want to say unpickable, but definitely make their lives a living hell if you have Shadow Demon into certain BKB melee cores that really want to try and utilize their movement. So it just kind of shoehorns into the breach into a certain kind of corner of hero that they have to try and pick. And you can see it already with the fact that they need to pick this range core, and now they've got 2 range cores, and if they have all these range cores and it's all about the Death Prophet in the front, you can kind of really destroy her by separating her from her team and all that kind of stuff. And Alliance can be in this mid game where they have a clear idea about how they want to win the game. So I like the Shadow Demon pick a lot for them. I do want to see them kind of have a big initiator here for S4. He's going to be going into a Clockwork Drow lane, so probably not going to be a lot of good heroes to pick in the off lane that is an initiator for them. They do go for the Tide Hunter. Very straightforward, super easy. And as long as he's able to recover with a bit of the ancient farms and some of the stacks they can get going for Alliance, he should be A-okay. And this looking at this draft from Alliance, it's a pretty classic Alliance draft from what we've seen from these previous two tours.
Yeah. This is a very Alliance straightforward draft. They have some good team fight. They have movements across the map. They have decent lanes. They have some scalability into the late game. So just classic stuff. Now we just need to think for them a hero for Charlie and for ITB. They presumably still need, like, they could put this DP into the off lane, flex it in that way for Shibe, and then rather instead play the Supreme in the mid lane. But I think they can have that decision or talk about it as the end of this phase ends up. If it does go mid, this DP, where I think the hero generally performs the best, what do you want to see Shibe play in the off lane?
I think it kind of depends on what you're expecting to come out here from Alliance. When I think of Charlie, I do think of some of these illusion carries as well. If the hero wasn't terrible, I would say Phantom Lancer could be a good pick for Alliance, and maybe, you know, into the breach you can try and counter that early on with, you know, maybe a hero that can just kind of bully him super hard in the lane. I think Viper could be a decent shot for them. They're going to rely super heavily on the strong support duo in the Disruptor and the Clockwork. But I think if you just give Zibe like a super easy kind of ranged matchup for him, he can do a lot of work, especially with Disruptor. I think he's one of those heroes that can really enable kind of a lot of these off lanes when he's played as a 4. Especially off lanes that like to trade super early on, like a Viper, and the break's going to be super good for them. This time around, the Viper strike is going to be scary. Doesn't really care all too much about global silence. Builds BKB. You can just go like Guardian Greaves, and there's really not too many cores left in the game that are going to enable Alliance that can also deal with something along the lines like a Viper.
See, Ursa gets banned out by ITB. Given this banning pattern from Alliance, they take out Night Stalker. Depending on what they take out next, I think they're actually thinking about the shout you made earlier about the PL, because this would be a pretty good PL game. Another hero that comes to mind is Spectre a lot of the time, but she might just take too long. But there's a lot of space creation that can happen from Alliance. And we have seen in the past, you know, whenever you have a good illusion hero, Shadow Demon gives you more of them. So we might see Spectre be an option for Charlie.
True.
For ITB, I think Alliance, this is where they really have to think about it, right? Like, where really is this Death Prophet going? Because this DP hero, I really need to see this hero nerfed, man. Spirit Cypher needs nerf, Exorcism needs nerf, Silence needs nerf, the attack damage in the lane needs nerf, everything just needs nerf, man. This hero's too good.
Yeah, I think she's a little too strong, and the Ember Spirit ban just leads me to believe that Alliance are happy with the hero that they've landed on to go up against the Death Prophet in lane. So they're kind of just saying, all right, into the breach, whatever you want to try and pick here, if this Death Prophet is going to be in the off lane, what we're aiming to try and pick is going to be okay with doing that. So maybe something along the lines of like a Slark could be what Alliance are trying to think of here. Enables you to get it on top of the Drow. You have the Splish Splash to get out of a lot of the icky stuff that come in from the silences. So I think it wouldn't be too bad. But into the breach though, what do they need? They can take towers, they can scale. Maybe a little bit more magic damage. Wouldn't be too bad. So here in the mid lane to provide a bit of magic damage.
Oh no.
Oh, okay. Alright. They just go Doom.
Alright.
Yeah. I like that.
Just go Doom. So now we have multiple options to help us deal with the Pangolier. If a hero ever gets glimpse back, they will die into the glimpse, into the Doom combination. There are several ways to start fights with their supports. Doom can just follow up. Between Clockwork, Doom, they have several bodies in front of the Drow Ranger. Death Prophet also functions as a body as well. Okay, I like this. And if I look at the damage output from Alliance, there's not that much burst damage. And even if they do go for the PL, it's like a hero that Doom doesn't mind playing into, but Doom does mind playing into this. Dude, how did we not see this coming? Luna Shadow Demon. We should have seen this coming a mile away. This is some old school stuff being done by Alliance here.
Yeah, I wasn't 100% sure if Alliance were going to go down the Shopify route. This has been something that Shopify have done for a few tournaments now, where they're really able to abuse like heroes like the DP and the Doom in lane, just the fact that how strong of a laner that she is. So Charlie is able to pick up the Luna. Into the Drow, though, I don't know if it's like kind of that great of a matchup for the Luna, just because the Drow outranges you and you really can't kind of blow her up with Eclipse. Like, if you ever get on top of her, yeah, you're going to be able to deal with her, but it is kind of one of those things where I think if they're kind of on even footing, and if the Drow has her way, then she should be okay with dealing with the Luna. They've got some good lanes. They've got good scalability. They're able to take towers now as well. I think the Luna should have a relatively free time. She doesn't care about being doomed, I think is the big thing. Like, if she gets a BKB off, like, she really does not care about being doomed. So I think this just allows them to have this kind of scary death ball that they've really been able to play behind these last couple of games and kind of take this game by the throat. Whereas for the side of Into the Breach, they've got a lot of really good heroes, and we've seen these combinations of heroes in the past do a lot of work. But I think if they come out of the laning phase a little bit too far behind, then Alliance can just steamroll them.
Yep. Alliance has a draft, like you mentioned. It's a death ball. They can group together, just end the game before the Drow even has 2 items. We'll find out if that is going to happen, or if ITB can weather the storm and take us into a nice long game number 1. So let's find out what happens here. Alliance versus ITB, game 1, the final series of the day here. Before we go into the game, remember, go read that book that Jem Vincent was talking about. I promise, it's actually a really good book. Robert writes Why Buddhism is True. You don't have to end up as a Buddhist, but it'll certainly be worth your while reading that book. So now let's see how this all goes. Ponlo did manage to get off the Observer Ward before he got scouted, so ITB will be too late to stop this movement. And I don't think they're going to find any D wards either. They will be able to find the ward up here on the triangle, scouting things out, but I think Tidehunter will probably be okay for a while. He's not like Beastmaster, who instantly needs to be stacking these up, right? Ponlo will probably make it happen for him much more easily down the stretch once he has more points into the Shadow Poison.
Yeah, and especially because you got a Luna as well, I think it's just important to put this emphasis on the triangle. For Into the Breach, they want to make sure that it isn't just a kind of free time for either the Tidehunter or the Luna. S4 buddy, don't go up there, sniff it out. Oh, this could be rough. He could walk into 4 heroes from Into the Breach.
Are they going to pop the watermelon? He's being patient about this. Doesn't want to reveal himself just yet, staying on the very edge in a place where it would be difficult to kill him. And looks like that patience pays off for him. Ends up not getting brought down. I had 100% faith in US4, it's fine. TI winnings, game senses right there, Fluke.
He's getting run down by Respect, though, and that's the kind of annoying part is now that S4 has not started with Tangos, that he has to rely on this Mango regen, and when he's sitting on his tower, he has 7.3 regen, but now he only has 4.3, so if you're going to cotton onto this for Taker, like, you just run at him with Frost Arrows, and then S4, unfortunately, is either going to have to run a heap of regen out to himself, or Ponlo is going to have to keep ferrying it to him, and you can just see what Respect is able to do now.
They did actually opt to put the Tangles on the courier, so S4 did buy some. Does leave him a little bit poor and bereft of gold for a while, but better than dying, certainly. And that top lane, I think it should overall still be fine for the both cores that are here. This mid lane, Supreme versus Chuen. And this Pango, this does feel like one of these games where Pango isn't really that answered by the side of ITB. If he gets doomed, yeah, sure, that kind of sucks, but for the most part, Chuen's going to have a pretty free time in the most of these team fights.
Yeah, and I think he's going to be a big tempo setter for Alliance as well. He can open up the map for both S4 as well as Charlie. If he goes towards the bottom side of the map, he can catch a Zibe, he can catch Immersion in wrong spots, and they can't really deal with him. And he's even able to make a rotation towards top and kill the Drow. So they've got answers for the Drow. I feel like they have answers in both these two teams. I think I'm just a little bit more confident in Alliance's recent form than I am from Into the Breach. So we'll just see who can execute and who can come out on top of these lanes as well. Because, I mean, to be fair, as of late, Mr. S4 really has not been able to reach his TI form again, but I think this is a good start for him to be able to kind of just come back into that winning form and really be able to enable his team. Because when S4 looks good, Alliance looks good.
Yep. I mean, everybody who's in chat decrying how old S4 is. Luka Modric is currently trouncing Chelsea at the age of 37, so age is not the problem. Age is not the issue. Class is permanent, basically. So, other side of the map, though, Charlie also just farming away. I doubt we'll have that many kills up on top. Bottom, they might be, if Hanskin steps out of position a little bit, he could find himself being glimpsed back into a kill from immersion. So he does have to be very careful about how he pulls back these waves, how and when he goes forward for the harass, because this is not an easy lane to survive as a silencer.
Yeah, I think it's once we get a little deeper into the levels, that's when we're going to be seeing a bit more action, especially in this bottom lane. Like Luna is one of those heroes that kind of just either gets lots of kills early on and really starts to balloon out her levels, or she just bullies somebody and has so much presence on the lane that she will just eventually take it over. So if Zibe and Immersion can get some kills on the Hanskin, and then they can start to bloat out their own levels, and that's when maybe Charlie doesn't feel all too strong about this lane and can go back towards his triangle. But Alliance, they're going to look to be aggressive very, very soon, it seems.
Yeah, we are starting to see one of the reasons why they picked up this Luna, to apply pressure on top of this dude, make sure that he is not feeling happy about his presence in the bottom lane. As you mentioned, the first couple of levels is not that easy to be able to do so, but as time goes on, it becomes easier. In top lane, Ponlo might end up falling as the first blood as a Shadow Demon, taken down by Drow. Okay, good stuff. Artica going to be very happy with being able to pick this one up. Always nice to get the first blood on a carry hero.
Yeah, just on a Drow Ranger, right? Just able to get to those easier points, but probably your tactical, because Ponlo's able to fill up the bottle here for Chuan and give him a little tango as well, give him a little high five as he goes in towards the mid lane, and should be able to get a bit of vision up. So S4's pretty okay with how this is going. His lane is in an amazing spot, like directly in front of his tower. Still has the regen, still has the armor. And 2 levels in the Kraken. Shelly's just going to get towards his ring of health now and be happy as a clam. Losing Ponlo, probably not the greatest of starts, because having this Shadow Demon Tidehunter lane, you can be a little bit aggressive if you get like early Gash and kind of run people down with the Shadow Poison. But with how this lane is going, they're pretty okay, especially with how their safe lane and how their mid lane is going as well. 23-3 and 21-7 respectively. I think Alliance are definitely in a good spot here. But same with Into the Breach. I don't think they're too annoyed about it. I think the only thing is Oteka really just doesn't have the same kind of CS that you would hope he would have in this lane. But getting a free first blood is always nice.
Ponlo also did the right thing. His presence in the mid lane enabled this Pangolier to get both water runes. So some of the advantage that was starting to go the DP's way immediately eroded. Down bottom, they need to be careful. Luna very low on the HP here, so Charlie playing quite carefully. They actually try to make the wraparound between Immersion and Jibe. They're not going to be able to find it. Charlie will just try to keep farming. Has some tangos being pulled in by this Disruptor. Should have some regen on the courier as well. So with the Sal flying in, I think Charlie should be A-okay on this side of the map. Even though things are a little bit close to the sun, you gotta always be careful in these side of situations. Disruptor nowadays, lots and lots of damage comes from this hero. You always gotta watch out.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people still haven't just gotten used to the amount of damage the Glimpse does, right? Like, you get hit by like a level 4 Glimpse on like max range, and you're like, why am I half HP? Oh no, Jen said he might die here if he gets glimpsed. He does get glimpsed. There's no more Swashbuckler, and Supreme is there with the Spirit Siphon. Doesn't have mana though, and enough HP to keep the full chase going. Yeah, man. Shield Crash, good spell. Ponlo's here as well to try and look for some revenge with the disruption and the Swashbuckle. Chuan comboing up with Ponlo yet again. And this time around, they don't just do it to secure runes, they do it to secure a kill. And they might find Immersion as well. Hanskin trying to get the body blocks out, throwing in these poisons. They don't have any vision. I don't think they dropped the sentry, but they found him now. They got him. Ponlo able to pick up that kill. Yeah, they didn't have to drop sentry because he glimpsed out onto Chuan, hoping that he could try and kill him. But raindrops are broken. Completely nullified all that damage. And now it always makes me laugh when there's like just supports that are like killing each other. It just feels like watching a pillow fight, Like it just takes so long for people to die, and they're just like slapping each other. It just makes me laugh. But that's a big rotation from Alliance, right? Like not only do they save Chuan's life with Ponlo, who actually turns that into a kill up against Supreme as well, and they get the extra kill onto Immersion, and now they're rotating back towards top to try and keep S4 safe.
Yeah, Ponlo, let's see what he's got here. They're actually going to go for the aggressive play potentially, throwing in some Shadow Poisons. And it worked. They were 100% faking that one. That was a bluff from the side of Alliance. They did not have enough prowess to fully get a kill onto the Drow. They might not even be able to protect the Tidehunter. There will be a young disruption. One more right click, not going to be good enough. And that is when you might have thought to yourself, a rotation from this Chu and Pango could have been excellent in the top lane, but the objective is securing the life of S4, and they managed to do so. In our middle, though, Supreme's in trouble. There's where they're going to commit the Rolling Thunder instead. Hanskin getting the last word out. Do they have enough damage here? Chuen inside the Rolling Thunder wants one more hit before he gets off a swashbuckle, and will be able to do so. Big kill happening in the mid lane. They keep S4 alive top. They get a kill middle. Alliance.
Another one?
No, he does not. Immersion a bit too far away.
I thought maybe you could transition that into a double kill, and I mean Chuen starting off nice and well here on the Pangolier, also hitting him with the voice line. So Alliance, they woke up and they chose a bit of violence today, and I like that. I like that they picked their strong lane in the Luna. They get Charlie off to a good start where Zippei's not really going to be able to bully him all too much, because the Luna's finally got to a level where she's going to be a threat and be scary. And that just means that Hanskin as well as Ponlo can make these rotations. Hanskin now probably will pay with his life, but I mean the damage is already done.
Does he even die actually? Because they're going to get a quick kill onto Immersion. Hanskin, oh, he got the +2. All right, he will die from Supreme, but Supreme had to commit so many charges. And now look at this. Chuen pops the haste rune, goes down bottom. They're going to look for Shibei as well. We have the Rolling Thunder coming back in 10 seconds. Doesn't have enough mana to cast it, but they're looking to just try and run Shibei down. 2-1 charges, going to be enough for a swashbuckle. A couple more right clicks or one more Lucent Beam should do the trick. And Charlie will be able to get this kill. Chuen doesn't die either. They brought in Immersion. He can't find the vision. Even dropped an Observer Ward for this. But Chuen will escape, not getting glimpse back. And he is A-OK. Just enough mana to TP home as well. Everything coming up Alliance here, Fluke, and ITB struggling for some answers, as they're also about to lose the Drow Ranger in the top lane. S4 has Ravage if needed. Doesn't seem like it's even a requirement, as Pondo picks up his second kill of the game so far. 6-2 for Alliance, and an excellent last 2 minutes for them.
Yeah, and this is why I was putting a lot more of my faith into Alliance, right? Like last time, both of these two teams played in the DPC, Alliance were kind of hand out a pretty big smackdown, and Into the Breach unfortunately copped a big smackdown. So I think this is just going to be a whole lot more aggression coming out from Alliance, just them playing around the map. Like, look how fat Charlie is, man. He's like almost 4.5k right now. He's 1,000 gold above the next closest member.
Dude, look at this top lane. Okay, we're gonna have a fight in the river right now as Chuen rolling in onto this Death Prophet. Supreme should end up dying. Hanskin kept alive. In the top lane, they take the tier 1 tower, and S4 just picked up a meme hammer. And at first I was confused, right? I was watching him, he wasn't using the meme hammer, but then I realized they have Shadow Demon. Disruption into Meteor Hammer. Guaranteed hit every single time. All right, Alliance, this early game, man. This is what we like to see.
Yeah, and this is what I talked about when we were first talking about the Meteor Hammer patch, right? Where it's like not even your hero needs to be the setup for yourself, as long as you have somebody else who can do it for you. And I mean, this is why they pick up the Shadow Demon, right? And the meme hammer value, and they are rolling through the map. Maybe they might get punished here off the back of Hanskin, but he's just going to go down. He's going to have Global Silence ready anyways. He's still level 5. Alliance, yeah, you check that one off as a value trade. Because you take the tier 1 tower, you take the mid tower as well. Force Supreme to rotate towards the mid tower, and Charlie just continues farming. He's just hitting creeps. He's just whacking everything he sees in sight. And Alliance, they aren't like a mega head. Like this isn't like, oh my god, 11 minutes, this game is over. But this is exactly what their draft needed to do and wants to do, because they want to try and group up as soon as they get a few of these items, right? Like they've got the Meteor Hammer now for S4. He's going to be able to move towards probably like even like a Boots of Bearing, Guardian Grease if he wants to do that. Luna can just go like Manta into BKB, Chuen, Diffusal Blade, and he's ready to go. So there's a few items that are going to be on the horizon here for Alliance that are just going to enable them to kind of snowball and take over large portions of the map. And if Into the Breach can't stop this snowball, then, you know, they're just going to take tier 1 towers, they'll take Roche, they'll take over the jungle, they'll take tier 2 towers, they'll get Roche again, and they'll go high ground.
Well, this Luna was being allowed to farm until 11 minutes. ITB try to rotate onto her. They don't manage to catch her out. But at the same time, Alliance, they make a very quick move onto this Clockwork middle. They pop Ghosts as well as Static Storm to help deal with this. So now I'm worried about the subsequent fight here, because we see that Supreme, slowed down by the Demonic Purge of Ponlo, just gets ran down by the Watermelon of S4, and that's going to be a quick kill. They pop Ghost for that. Oh no. That's the distressing part, because now when they come back, Alliance know that they can't actually make any big plays on the map. Drow's not ready to push down towers. Doom doesn't want to frontline fully just yet. So without this Death Prophet Exorcism, this is pretty much Alliance's playground for the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, Alliance are well and truly in the driver's seat, and you can see that they're even splitting up the farm across the map. Hanskin's going to be able to go down bottom, soak up a little bit of this gold, and the rest of Alliance can just take the top half of the map. Chuen is basically, I don't want to say immortal, but it's going to be very, very hard to kill this man. Same thing with S4. He's very, very tanky. He's got a cloak now. What's he got running out to him? Another ring of health, so he's going to have a hood soon on the Tide Hunter.
Alright, Hanskin
with
will
the meteor
die,
hammer,
though.
he's got so much regen.
Yeah. So he can't die, but Hanskin can. But yet again, look how many heroes they have to commit. You were just mentioning how they were able to split the map, get a little bit of farm. Hanskin soaked up a wave and a half, it felt like. But ITB, for them to get anything out of this map, they have to commit multiple heroes. Their push is really slow. So even though this tier 1 tower is at half HP, they actually don't feel any real need to defend this quickly, because they know how much time it'll take for ITB to bring it down with this next wave. Alliance, just the map is feeling quite good for them. They actually might make a jump onto Arctic in the mid lane, but they don't have a quick way to reach him. Ponlo doesn't have his force off just yet, but he is building it right now.
Yeah, so a little ways away for the supports to get their first set of items, and once they get them, they're much more items that enable these fights to continue to go well for them. Chuen is okay. Lucky that the power rune spawned top, because that could have been the biggest bait. But ITB, they're close around the mid lane here. It is hard for them to deal with this Alliance Deathwall, because they don't want to initiate on S4, right? Like, he's got a hood, he has a meteor hammer, he has Ravage at the ready, and all they have to do is get one conversion like this, and it could be lights out for them.
Dude, has Chuen missed the swashbuckle this game? Everything has just been so clutch from this guy. Arcane Curse will get a kill, so that's even more going the way of the Silencer, and I feel like this Shibe Doom is dead to rights as well. They don't even need to commit the Ravage for this one. Just slow him down sufficiently. There's the Arcane Curse. He should die. Ghosts are back though, so they're going to try fully commit for this. They're still keeping him alive on the side of Shibe. He does eventually fall, but it will take the Pangolier down with him. Chuen has his mega kill streak ended by Supreme, so a lot of gold going back the way of the Death Prophet, and the glimpse back onto S4. This might lead into a death onto the Tide Hunter. He drops the meme hammer down, and here comes Charlie, the big bad Luna. Can she apply her damage to this fight? No! Kinetic field just barely holding her back. She might still die though. A little bit of hurt. No, last word not gonna be good enough. Arteka, in the meantime, playing Ring Around the Rosies with Ponlo, as Ponlo gets the Demonic Purge out onto him. But his allies are nowhere near close enough to help him out on this one. Triple kill for Death Prophet. The Ghosts come back to heal her up. We've got Glimpse up in 7 seconds. Will they be able to catch up onto Hanskin? He wants to go for the self-deny here. Charlie's already committed the Eclipse, so he's not really of much use in this fight. There's going to be the Glimpse. There's going to be the kill for Supreme. Denied the Ultra kill by Gaben, but nonetheless finding a mega kill streak in the game. And into the breach. They weren't in this game before, Fluke, but after a fight like that, they're definitely feeling better about their prospects.
Yeah, a little bit too long to kill Zibe there, and that's kind of the issue that Alliance ran into, is they didn't like super commit. They didn't have that much damage without Charlie around, and then Charlie eventually meandered his way down towards bottom. He didn't get caught in the kinetic field. He got caught on the edge of the kinetic field. And that's kind of an interesting thing with how the spell works, is that on the outside and the inside, as soon as you're trying to cross the threshold of the kinetic field, your movement speed goes down to 0. And so when you run into it from the outside, it feels very awkward, because you're like, why am I like stopped moving? And it feels very hard for you to kind of turn around and walk out of it, because your movement speed kind of takes a little while for it to come back. So he walked in, clicked Eclipse, and went, oh, I'm kind of stuck. And then he walked backwards and just kind of left. So yeah, I think Alliance, without having Charlie around, they need to be careful about who they're going on, because Zibe with Frost Armor and a Vanguard and a mech, like he's actually really, really hard to bring down without Charlie around.
That's a very good point, actually, that if he had any other creep consumed, he probably dies there. But
Yeah.
just the fact that he has the Ice Armor gets to keep him alive, keep the fight going. But now, though, they are going to be going into the Roshan pit. They know that ghosts are down. They are about to return for ITB, but they don't have the adequate vision to scout out that this move is happening. Clockwork hasn't sent through the rocket flare, and even if he does right now, it might be just too late. He does. They know what's up. The pings will come out, but there's no way they can actually get to this part of the map in time. So the first Aegis of the game will be sitting in the hands of Charlie and the gang. And you're going into the BKB next. I think at some point, it'll be very intriguing to me if this Luna picks up an Aghanim Scepter. Because the problem we just saw bottom, about her struggling to get into the fight, having to go past kinetic field, eventually it's going to be cogs, eventually it'll be gust and stuff. A lot of that gets ameliorated if she can just put the Ags Eclipse onto the Tide Hunter. He jumps in first, and then she just comes in for the cleanup when they're done.
Yeah, I think it definitely could be like a big extension item, but you know, once you have BKB, a lot of this stuff really kind of goes by the wayside. And oh, I don't know about that Static Storm. I mean, I guess it is a pretty low. Yeah, it's 90 seconds. I mean, yeah, it is what it is. Maybe they're able to get a transition, but when he goes down anyways, like kind of circling back to the Ags, I think it might be like an extension item for them because you kind of really want to play around your Ravage and play around like the Rolling Thunder.
Supreme forced to BKB. That's the first BKB shot down to 8 seconds. Well, that's not what you wanted to see if you're a fan of ITB, but if you're an Alliance fan, you're ecstatic because they're probably going to get a tier 2 off of this as well in the mid lane. Yeah, but you're definitely right that if time goes on, as an extension, because BKB is the priority, always. When you play this like Uber Glass Cannon or Luna, you always feel the strongest when you have like D-Lance, Manta, BKB, and then +1 as the we're actually trying to end the game right now item, you know?
Yeah. And I think also like it could kind of put him in a weird spot where if Drow just like gets her own BKB or Supreme has his BKB, which he has now, like you feel like you've kind of wasted 4.2k gold, where if you just kind of went like a Satanic or a Skadi or a Butterfly, like you're just like, I just deal more damage when I can get on top of these buildings, and they can't deal with me, let alone me just, you know, straight out handedly winning a team fight. So I don't hate it. Would like to see it. Would like to see what Ponlo is going to go after this 4-star. For Zanori, he's going to go like the Aghanim Shard for the cleanse, to be able to try and keep the Lunar alive. Whether or not he's going to go try and get an Aghanim Scepter going. He can't do whatever he wants.
He'll get some more gold for that. Yeah, his BKB just came back. He's actually going to turn and try and take this fight right now with the Ghost. Charlie TPing back into the fray. This BKB is about to finish. Ponlo has stayed very far from it. Static Storm only onto the Shadow Demon will keep him from being able to catch up with the disruption onto Supreme, but Supreme in a bad way. Glimpse back. They just do not want Xuen to be involved in this fight. And the Creep Wave army is trying to chase him down, but it's not going to be able to reach in time. So they will just back off right now on the side of ITB. But that'll give Charlie all ample opportunity to hit onto the tier 1 tower after S4 set him up with the Meme Hammer. Speaking of S4, he wandered onto the high ground, got himself hit with the Infernal Blade, but he's so damn tanky. I'm not sure if they really want this smoke. Here's going to come the first Eclipse that's going to actually land onto Heroes. BKB will come out from the Doom, but there is no more Exorcism. Very awkward fight here, but Alliance still feel very strong. The multi-shot almost actually killed the Luna. Xuen doesn't have access to the Rolling Thunder for another 15 seconds. Swashbuckler does connect, but not enough damage. So ITB get bounced away. Strange fight, Luke. Very strange fight.
Yeah, that was really weird from Alliance. They were walking up. You can tell that they're trying to force the fight because they know that they have a Luna, right? Like, we have a Luna, she has Aegis, it's 20 minutes in, she's close to BKB. Like, we kind of just want to use the hero that we have. And he walks high ground, and I'm not sure if they just didn't check, but no, having a BKB on Doom is going to be a hard kill no matter what, because he is a tanky boy. 2.1k HP with a Vanguard at his neck. Like, that's a lot of damage, even for a Luna who's pretty fed right now, sitting at 13k. So they just popped the Ravage for the Doom. They weren't able to get the kill. He pops BKB. He runs away. They continue to try and fight. They, as you said, they almost just get obliterated by the multi-shot. And I think if they just lose Aegis there for free and they continue to fight, then maybe Alliance might be looking at that fight as a turning point where the game starts to slip out of their hands. But they still keep the Aegis intact. They haven't lost all too much. And now they're using Rolling Thunder once again.
Rolling Thunder will be connecting onto the Doombringer. A pretty big target here if they can bring down Shibe. And he has no counterplay option. His BKB was still on cooldown, so no access to BKB TP plays. So that's a 4v5 defense they might have to mount here. Don't know if Alliance want to go up the hill. They only have 15 seconds remaining with the Sages, so it feels a little bit too dangerous. And ITB will breathe a sigh of relief, but you still have 2 of their lanes fully pushed in practically. The bottom wave is okay, but still not necessarily in a favorable position. But the more important thing here, Fluke, is that Drow is just not getting farm. Otsuka is stuck right now on the Hurricane Pike with the shard, but we're not having any real progress towards picking up this BKB. So what we saw in the earlier fight with her being able to use multi-shot and zone back an entire team, that's going to stop being that relevant as time goes on if she doesn't get more items into her hands.
Yeah, especially with BKBs coming up and all that kind of jazz, right? Like, it's really going to be... Oh, no. Yeah. Oh.
Getting this hard. Shout out to
Top 5 things you hate
observers
to see.
for catching that. You know, good job.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah.
I'm not going to talk about it. We need some respect, okay? That's
F's in chat, please. F's in chat.
Yeah, that's... I mean, like, cooldown, it is what it is. You win some, you lose some. There's always game 2, guys. Remember that. Always remember that. But right now, I think Alliance are just trying to accrue their next set of items before they try and get a fight. And I think that the thing is you can tell that they're getting a little bit antsy about trying to get some of these fights with the way that they were pushing with the Aegis and all that kind of stuff like that. Like, they're getting these tier 2 towers into the breach, really aren't trying to fight into them. They were looking for a little bit then with the smoke coming in from Respect, but weren't able to get it. But now that they've got the BKB as well as the double damage being popped with Charlie, I'd imagine they're just going to wait for this Hurricane Pike, and they're probably good to go. They have Guardian Greaves rolling out now for S4. 4-staff has been completed by Mr. Ponlo. Chuen has his own BKB. I believe that's a Blink Dagger running out to him now as well. Yes, he does.
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, Alliance, like, they're in a really good spot right now to just secure the bottom side of this map, get this last tier 2, maybe get a pick, and then try and go high ground, because they've still got about a minute and a bit until Roche may spawn.
They feel hella strong, though, at this moment in time. Might not even need the Roche, and they're thinking about just sending some illusions probably in the lane with this DD rune on its last seconds. And ITB, they're the ones stuck between a rock and a hard place. If they show themselves pushing onto a tier 2 tower, they absolutely will find themselves in a race between tier 2 and tier 3. So they have to push sort of on the periphery, but Alliance can do this. They're sending the illusions from Charlie and the illusions from Ponlo. How I'd missed this combo. Good stuff. Good stuff. They actually might catch this Disruptor, though. Immersion in danger, but show is Shibe. Shibe! Oh no, he's showing himself. Can they kill him before he gets off the BKB? The chain disables are there, Fluke. He tries to get off the mech. Doesn't even bother with the BKB. He recognizes it's a fool's errand. And he goes down. 40 seconds in the grave. Does have buyback, but would be very low to use it at this stage of the game.
Yeah, he was mega dead. Didn't want to pop the BKB in case he had the buyback in this next fight, but no. It's only a 20-second respawn time. Like, Alliance, I don't think they're in too much of a rush to end this game. Like, Pango and Tide going a little bit later into the game probably do pretty well. You know, the big team fight ultis that they can try and just build into more catch, whereas into the breach they're still relatively far behind. Oh, they found Supreme though.
Nah, it's too difficult to
Blink
target.
as well as BKB.
I'm not sure about this Blink on this Death Prophet. I feel like this team really needs a Guardian Greaves. Like, somebody needs to get Greaves. The Doom, unfortunately, not going to be able to finish it. He bought mech, but needs to go back for, like, Blink, BKB. I think I would have liked the Blink third, but we're starting to see, I think we're going to see in the next fight that Sustain is going to run out on ITB much faster than it does on the side of Alliance.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah. And you can see now that Alliance are more than happy to just continue to chip away with their illusions. That is a glyph on 9 HP. Kind of circling back to the Blink Dagger for DP. I think it gives Supreme a little bit of initiative. Just allows him to kind of just start a fight for his team, go into the backlines, maybe find Ponlo, maybe find Hanskin and just take them down. I do agree with you that, like, this team does need auras though, because you're playing into a Luna, right? Like, you need Crimson plus Guardian Greaves to be able to deal with her and all the little illusions. Otherwise, it can be rough.
We do have a Doom coming out on the Tidehunter, so no Ravage for this fight. Global Silence will come out. They're onto Pondler with the Exorcism Ghost, and they should be able to find the initial kill. So he buys back instantly. Let's see if S4 will die as well. In the meantime, they bring down the Clockwork. Static Storm also dropped down the S4. Static Storm plus Doom, and he's still freaking alive. Chuen, he's closing down the Drow Ranger. They don't have their right clicker for this fight. Charlie goes into his own BKB. They're going to be leading down Supreme. Supreme is going to die. And look at Chuen with BKB, solo zoning 4 heroes on the side of ITB, and just going to run down this Drow. She does manage to survive by the skin of her teeth. Chuen misses his first swashbuckle of the entire game, and that will allow the Drow to live. But it took everything out of ITB to keep her alive. Erstwhile, they expend everything on Tidehunter, and S4 is still freaking alive.
Bruh. I wish there was like a stat for like damage taken in that fight. He did literally 0 damage. he did 0 damage. But he copped, I think, probably like, I don't know, a boatload. An absolute boatload. And I don't know how he still survived. Chuen was doing God's work in the background. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to sneak that final kill there onto Otaka, but if he was able to snipe that, I mean, I probably wouldn't be too sad if Into the Breach just called it there, if that was kind of the way that team fight went. So, luckily enough for Into the Breach is they get to wait a few extra seconds before Alliance go walk in and take their free Roche for today.
Yep, the second free Roche for today.
Yeah, and I think that the scary part from that is not only the fact that they didn't kill S4, but they did that fight that, you know, Hanskin was a little late on the Global Silence. They instantly doomed S4. They got the Static Storm out on S4 as well. Pondler had to buy back, instantly got blown up by Supreme. So, like, Into the Breach, there was a pretty good fight for them, but they just weren't able to convert it into anything. And nice block there from Hanskin.
Yep, Hanskin plays enough Clockwork to know what the angles are, and they were prepared for this one. He does manage to get himself on the high ground here. Certainly will die though. As Chuen, they leave the kill for him with the swashbuckle. In the meantime, Charlie gets to finish off the Roshan, picking up the Aegis of the Immortal as well as the Aghanim Shard. So this Luna, wow, Charlie. Yes, this net worth is inflated thanks to the shard as well, but my god, this hero is so farmed.
Yeah, he's a big boy. He's a very big boy, and if you took him away, they would still have a net worth lead on the side of Into the Breach. If they took the lead away from Otaka, it'd still be in the lead. So yeah, Lions, they're in a good spot, and this is where Luna shines. You've taken the tier 3 tower, and literally every building and every hero within the vicinity is just getting bopped to the head by some crescent glaives.
Don't you love Shadow Demon Luna? You love to see it. It's excellent, right?
My favorite was, and this got reworked after it, was Shadow Demon Centaur. When you could just sit the illusions in front of the tier 3 tower and the return killed it. That was my favorite. That was the stupidest shit ever, but yeah, that was my favorite.
Alliance, they don't have any time for this game anymore. As they smoke up, looking for the end. 4 heroes smoke, they all stand as Luna, who's gonna get some additional as well. ITB also recognizing the game state that they pretty much have one final fight to go. They're looking for the relay. Who's gonna get revealed first? They have all their ultimates. Oh man, the scan from Radiant side catches them flush. They know exactly what's happening.
Dude, Charlie wanted to walk into them. He was exactly where they were.
I mean, this hero's... How do you actually kill this Luna right now? And look at this. Instead of you, now you have to go onto your own high ground. The Radiant side has high ground advantage from Dire. They finally jump up with Shibe. They get the Doom out. The Ravage doesn't really connect onto too many heroes here. They should be able to bring down Chuen here. Static Storm connecting onto Hanskin, so there will not be a global silence, but unfortunately they're closing down the Drow Ranger. Charlie, as well as S4, almost killed Otaka until Otaka got onto the high ground. Now they have to get themselves out of dodge. Charlie teeping out at the very last moment. Glimpse are still on cooldown. S4, is he going to be so lucky? No, he will not. Shibe chasing him with the Infernal Blade. And they are going to be able to get the grab onto him. So Alliance turned out they got a little bit too cute on that one. They got separated in that engagement. ITP punishes them, and they don't lose a single hero in the process, nor an additional tower either.
Yeah, I think that initiation from Into the Breach was basically perfect, right? They understand we need to doom Chuen. We need to make sure that he's the one that goes down. They completely separated from the Ravage, hit on to, I believe it was only Respect on the Clockwork.
Yeah.
And they kited out the Luna. The Luna really couldn't do anything in that fight. He had a little bit of time to fight up against Otaka, but that was it. He popped his BKB and kind of walked around and didn't do much with it. So that was a good fight for them, but now they have to try and defend without Doom. They don't have Static Storm. They don't have Doom. We'll have Static Storm soon, but no Exorcism, no BKBs. Like, everything is now gone while on the side of Alliance. They still have the Aegis. They still have Charlie. So BKBs.
Let's see. Charlie, with 90 seconds left with this Aegis, will go on the high ground. Where is Ponlo? Ponlo's on the way to bring in some shenanigans. So far, it's just these illusions from the Luna. I mean, they can't even kill them from Shebe. They're actually going to jump Shebe right now. Oh my god! This damage! Charlie, relax. It's only a game, my friend. These illusions and the swashbuckle will do enough work to bring him down. Chuen credited with the kill from the swashbuckle. The hook shot from Respect, unfortunately missing the young Pangolier. So he will be allowed to skirt himself back into safety. Charlie getting glimpsed back, but Ponlo says, nope, that's not happening. You mentioned in the draft the disruption into the disruptor. Very good combination, very good combo breaker. Now they're back on the high ground, looking to try and end out the game. Meteor Hammer's being dropped down, but Charlie's actually about to lose his first life here.
Yeah, losing the Aegis here without having the Doom. It's a scary fight now.
Global Silence does get popped though. Charlie, oh my god, they're going directly on him. That is an Axe Disruptor. There is no BKB. And that is crazy because S4 just got back Ravage, but understood he couldn't actually pop it in S4. Speaking of him, he tried to go home. He gets glimpsed back. Oh my goodness, Immersion. Hard carrying this fight, ensuring they can kill the Luna, glimpsing back the Tidehunter, and making sure that Into the Breach still do not suffer the indignity of losing a second lane of Rax.
Yeah, I was like, oh, this is just going to be fine. Like, it doesn't matter about the Static Storm. He's just going to be able to pop BKB in standard fight. And then I looked at the feat of Immersion and went, wait, hold the phone. He's got Aghanim Scepter. And that just means they get themselves a free kill on the Charlie. And now this game is starting to swing slightly back in their favor. We saw that before, you know, in the last couple of fights, Otaka really only had 4 staff, and now he's got Manta and BKB on top of that, going towards the Butterfly.
Damn.
Alliance, they're not, you know, completely fumbling the bag just yet, but they are slowly starting to lose their lead. Their game is still well ahead of them. They're 1 racks up, looking towards their second, but they need to make sure they're not getting punished when they're going for these high ground pushes. They need to make sure that they're getting out clean, because if they keep losing these fights like this, Otaka as well as Supreme, they will take your base just as fast as you take theirs. Especially if this game starts getting later and later. Into the Breach definitely have what it takes to be able to come out on top when it comes to the base races and even the team fights when we start getting towards parity of net worths.
I mean, Luna's never been that hero that you want to ultimately rely on in the uber late game. You want to be able to roll the game and end it quickly. This is the next 10 minutes are like her peak. And the fact that this draw is building Butterfly, Luna doesn't necessarily enjoy building MKB. So ICB, if they can win one more fight, will be in a much better place. Do you have a smoke up from Alliance though? They're trying to force what could be the final game. ITB though, smoke on smoke action. It's going to be happening. Nobody has any vision of one another. But they have 2 Siege Dragons coming in middle. ITB have to be careful about this. 2 Siege Dragons plus Luna Illusions. This is actually kind of no joke. You need to be aware of what's happening. And they are pinging around this lane. But there's a double damage for Drow. Oof, if they can find this fight right now, Fluke, this would be perfect timing.
Yeah, especially with what we've seen when they get on these funky little side angles. But it's all about this initiation. I want to see if S4 is able to hit a big Blink Ravage. Catch some people pre-BKB. If they're able to turn it back around with Chuen as well. Just allow Charlie to free hit. That's the big thing, right? Like, he needs to make sure he gets his BKB off. Needs to make sure this Static Storm from Immersion doesn't catch them completely off guard again. So they're just going to take this tier 2 tower. I like what they're doing here. They kind of need to do something on the map, but they know that the top side of the map is very, very scary for them. In CSGO terms, it's called dirty. Very dirty for them.
Dude, this is disgusting. Look middle. While they're pushing bottom, Ponlo's sending illusions through this mid lane. And somebody actually has to come attend to this or you lose a ranged set of racks. This is honestly disgusting from Alliance, but what can you do? Victory is not a clean enterprise.
And S4 is just media hammering the bottom tier 3 as well, so death by 1,000 cuts here for Into the Breach, and this might force them to actually find a fight.
Into the Breach, very scared though about actually making that forward jump. Dude, are they just gonna lose range racks like this? No way.
Probably. S4 is definitely within blinkable range. They should know that Otaka is a little bit away from this fight. But again, they just don't have the vision. Alliance just don't have any control of this top side.
That is the one aspect of things where ITB has certainly been doing better than them for the last few minutes. A lot better vision control on their defensive side of the map, but crucially, they have this clockwork who can scout out the map in ways that you simply can't with the heroes on the side of Alliance. Range racks on 38 HP. Sigh. So stupid. You shouldn't be allowed to do this. And yet again, meme hammer is being played out. But at the same time, we do have now the Dry Ranger Butterfly. So she packs 350 damage a pump before she gets anything for crit. Once she gets like a Daedalus / Silver Edge, this hero is a beast. So Alliance still have to be playing as carefully as they are right now.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be hard for S4 to try and find a good angle as well, just because of the nature of BKBs, right? Like, most of the time, a lot of these players are going to be able to react to Blink Ravage, so if they can try and force out BKBs in a different engagement, maybe this fight can go differently for them. Into the Breach, so they're looking for a fight.
I'm gonna try force this right now. There's gonna be a Ravage coming in from S4. He caught 3 heroes in the midst of this. They almost brought down this Doom, and he's gonna go down. Charlie now gonna turn his attention back towards Supreme. Supreme, there's no chance to survive this, my friend. Way too much right-click damage. Oh no! The Dark Troll Summoner got the Ensnare out onto Otaka right after the Swashbuckle. They want to keep this chase going. They turn back as soon as they see the Static Storm. But that was the first Static Storm. There is no bash available on this Chuen Pangolier, so it will not be able to connect just yet to interrupt the teleport out. Nonetheless, there's 2 heroes dead, and crucially, Fluke, neither of them have buyback.
Yeah, that's big, right? And this was, you know, unfortunately for Zibe, just didn't have the 5 fingers that time around. S4 just let it rip, and they're able to deal with the Doom. Big thing from the Shard as well is Charlie had almost plus 100 bonus damage.
Oh my god.
From his Shard. So he hit like a train.
Well, Charlie might need to hit like a train again. He gets jumped on right now by Respect. But Respect didn't show adequate amounts of respect to the damage that this Luna does as he goes down. Space was created by Shuen on the back end. And they don't really care about winning in a subsequent fight because they've gotten what they really came for. Another lane of racks that makes it full megas. And ITB, if I'm looking at the itemization, Fluke, I do not see an Aghanim Scepter on the Draw Ranger. I do not see anybody with big wave clear, really. So they're going to be in a very awkward position right now playing into these megas.
Yeah, it's probably a scenario now where you just go for these hard pushes in all 3 of your lanes. You do a desperation smoke and hope that you win the game. It's going to be hard times, but this is probably going to be final fight territory here for Into the Breach. You can see they are all grouped up.
Oh, big hook shot coming in with the Static Storm. This will allow them to kill Chuen. He doesn't have buyback either. Supreme with BKB active was trying to hold down Pondler with the Spirit Siphon. Not going to be able to do so. Hanskin glimpse back. That's a big kill. Silencer dead, and Silencer already committed global. They're actually going to get this Aegis and a cheese and a refresher shot for themselves.
Yeah, so this is what I talked about with the desperation smoke, right? Like, that's kind of just what you're wanting. You just hoping that you catch them off guard and catch them doing something that they shouldn't be, and you're able to get something big out of it. And they do get something very, very big out of it. They get an Aegis now, they have a refresher. Otaka's got a Blink Dagger now as well. Supreme has Shivas and Chi.
This is one of those few times, as good as refresher is normally, I'm sure Otaka was like, man, Aghanim Scepter would have been cool. That would have just been, we're already dealing with these megas. That would have been so nice. But yeah, Gaben taketh and Gaben taketh away. And sometimes Gaben just does not provide.
Yep. Sometimes he just says no. Would have been nice for pardon me. Would have been nice for
Bless you.
multiple members, right? Like even if you get it onto Zube or even onto Supreme, if you're feeling like you need that little bit of extra damage from the Death Prophet. So, yeah, Aghanim Scepter would have been really, really nice for them, but at the end of the day, they have to sit back and defend Mega Creeps. So I think this Aegis is really kind of just going to prolong the game by about 5 minutes because you don't want to go high ground into an Aegis and a few buybacks if you are Alliance. So they're just going to sit back and farm and get to their next set of items. And whereas for the side of Into the Breach, if they want to try and have a chance of winning this game, they need to get a pick off on either Charlie or Chuen. I think they are two very, very important heroes for you to try and deal with here for Into the Breach. That's how they won that previous fight. They just went in and they got rid of the Pango instantaneously. If they can do that one more time, push out some of these waves, maybe they can start getting a little mischievous on the map, but the way it is right now, they cannot even leave their outer rim of their base.
Oof. Speaking of Chuen, this Pangolier, even more dangerous than he was prior. Has a Basher, but more importantly, has the Timeless Relic. So the amount of... You think you've been chain disabled beforehand, y'all have not seen nothing yet. This is just going to suck so much. Poor immersion on the far end of the fight. If he ever gets caught, he just can't do anything. But his positioning has been very, very good for the most part. So they still need to play well on the side of Alliance. We've also seen them getting caught out every now and then without having buybacks. So they might want to wait until they have all their buybacks online and until the Aegis is down on the side of ITB before they try to make their next move.
Yeah, 100%. Also, Charlie, he's going for the Ag's Blessing. So not getting his little freebie from Father Gaben. He's going to have to buy it himself like a good little boy. And that could be like their way of just insta-winning a fight, right? Like, you just throw it directly onto Immersion, and you say, we don't care about Static Storm now.
If they get that online, you just throw it onto the Pango, you throw it onto the Tidehunter as they jump in. Suddenly, there's an absurd amount of damage hitting the backlines. But they're playing this patiently. All 5 heroes playing as close together as possible. One of them will go on a foray elsewhere, but very quickly rejoins the squad. We are also in late game Dota pretty much here, Fluke, which means that literally anything can happen. 3k gold lead, who the hell cares? Mega creeps, who the hell cares? I mean, okay, we kind of care about megas, but very confusing things can still happen in this game right now. And as look at this, they're smoking up. They're going for the full big wraparound. They're going for the disruptor first. Oh no, he's the big player. He dies. Does have buyback. Will they be able to force it out is the question. Looks like they're a bit skittish about going immediately back for another engagement, but Respect going in with the jetpack, looking for them. Finds the hook shot onto this Pangle here. Lucid Beam does half of his HP. Couple of right clicks later, Respect is gone. And now there's the Rabbit catching on to 2. Drow Ranger and the Death Prophet both gone. It is the first life for the Drow, but I'm not sure she has a shot for the second, as she does not have access to the BKB just yet. Finally gets it back online, but will find herself right clicked down by Charlie. That is a dead Drow Ranger. She does buy back. Supreme, no access to Ghost. Does have BKB. But getting forward in this fight is very complicated right now. On the bright side, Fluke, they do not have access to another Ravage, another Global, another Rolling Thunder, nor another Eclipse. So they might decide to just let discretion be the better part of valor. Back off, wait for these spells before they come back in to end the game.
Yeah, potentially. Or they could try and full disrespect, walk in without any of these ultimates, without any of these cooldowns, and just try and end this bad boy right here, right now. They are ahead by a boatload of money.
17k gold ahead. Chuen goes in, finds both heroes with the Rolling Thunder. Oh man, this guy has just been on point with this Pangolier. We see why they gave it to him in the first phase. Supreme left all alone by the tier 4 towers. Will get right clicked down by Charlie. And now Charlie, Hurricane Pike outside of the kinetic field before it can trap him in. Ends up killing off this disruptor. No buyback for him. The last remaining member standing try to come in. There will be a Doom that goes in onto the Luna. But it doesn't really matter because the creeps are ending the game. Alliance are getting the victory. And GG is called by ITB. Game 1 for the boys in green. What a dominant performance from them. Outside of a few hiccups, for the most part, Fluke, this was clean as a whistle coming in from Alliance.
Yeah, I think there was a few issues they had there, you know, kind of closing out the game. They definitely got caught off guard by what Into the Breach were doing, but early game was really, really good. I liked their draft as well. It was super simple. They were able to play this kind of straightforward. They won a lot of their lanes. They came out on top. They really choked out into the breach and forced into the breach here into a lot of these awkward engagements as well. I think was big. And you know, massive shout out to Chuen. I think the way that he played this game today really kind of shut out Supreme on this Death Prophet. Just enabled his teammates to be able to play the way they wanted to play, and they just kind of checked all the boxes, right? Like they just won their lanes, they converted that into tier 1 towers, and they converted that into a team fight victory, which then converted into a Roshan, and then they converted into tier 2 towers, and they won another team fight. They got the Aghanim Shard, and then they just walked in and were able to slowly but surely choke down into the breach. Yes, it was a little bit longer than some of their previous games in their previous series, but not every game can be a 20-minute stomp. Sometimes you do have to work for the dub, and Alliance proved that this time around that they have the maturity and they have the Dota brain to be able to finish it out and not get caught out by, you know, sometimes when you've mega creeped a team and you're like, oh, this game's over, they're just going to call it, and they beat you in a team fight, that can really kind of break your mental and kind of break the idea and some of the sense that you have on the game. But Alliance, they say cool, calm, and collected, and they finish the game, and they do it in style. So yeah, Alliance, they're in a good spot to be able to take this one.
An absolutely good slot. I see Charlie only with 1 death in the entirety of the game, but the real MVP here, Chaos by Chuen. This Pangolier just owned this game. Amazing swashbuckles in the early game, initiating so many team fights with the Rolling Thunder, clutch purchases as well with his itemization, forcing the side of ITB to always have to overcommit to kill him. The only time he died really felt like this game after the initial 15 minutes was when he's caught in Ag Static Storm, where it's like, well, nobody can survive the situation. But overall, Chuen was always at the right place at the right time. Made so much space for Charlie as well, enabling this Luna to do as much as she did in this game. And also, you never really get to see Pangos hold their tier 1 tower for as long as he did in this game against the Death Prophet. So, shout out to him. Phenomenal performance. I will say though, ITB, you were talking about how when the team is in a dominant position and they lose a fight or two, it can break their mental, break their plan for the game. ITB, the fact that even under such difficult conditions, you're 10, 12, 15k gold behind, and you're still taking positive fights, that gives me a little bit of something to walk home positively about regarding this team.
Yeah, I think they obviously showed that they had the right idea about how they wanted to win those fights after some awkward dooms that they're kind of, I think, after Zibe doomed S4 that one time and he didn't die, he just said, screw this, I'm dooming something
Never
else.
doing it again.
Yeah. And then they started dooming, Chuen a couple of times. People were getting caught in the Ag Static Storm as well, coming in from Immersion. So they definitely have the right ingredients, but I think the early game just kind of made it a little bit too hard for them. And with the draft they had, they needed to make sure that their Drow had a lot of items to be able to play that game properly. Same with the DP, but just isn't the way that it worked out. And maybe with the draft number 2, they can get themselves in a better spot.
Draft number 2 is what ITB need if they want to win game number 2 and get themselves finally into the winning bracket, or the winning side rather, of these teams in Division 2. As it stands, they are 0-2 in the division. Alliance is 1-1. So either we have them add 1 loss, or we're going to have Alliance doubling up their wins. We're going to find out which happens right after a small break. So don't go anywhere. Div 2 Dota here in Western Europe resumes in just a moment. Welcome one and all back again to some Div 2 Dota here in Western Europe. We continue the second tour of the DPC by witnessing Into the Breach taking on Alliance in a best of 3 extravaganza. We're into the Breach in search of their first win. Alliance trying to double their return and go 2-1 in the leaderboard and potentially start to make their climb into Division 1. Master Fluke, Mr. Worldwide, I need some answers here. Alliance, so last tour, it was if you ban their Centaur, you're probably going to end up winning the game. Every now and then you have to deal with the Ponlo Rubik. This time around, they just whipped out the Tidehunter. It looked hella hot. Do you now just ban Tidehunter Centaur and hope for the best?
I think that might not be the best way to try and deal with Alliance. I think the biggest thing for me is I've really started to see a lot more of their combinations click together, right? Like, I think when they were playing in Tour 1, they were still a much newer team. It was very, very kind of rocky for them to start off, and they were using S4 as kind of their cornerstone, right, and their glue, whereas I think now he's much more of just a cog in the machine rather than being the kind of entire casing for Alliance. And you're looking at players like Chuen, Charlie, Ponlo, even Hanskin. Like, in these combinations that you're seeing in these lanes are really starting to fit together nicely and really starting to come together as a full squad. So I think if you're starting to focus on S4, you might be focusing in the wrong spots. I definitely think Chuen is probably a guy you're going to have to be looking for if you're going up against Alliance. Make sure he's not on his comfort heroes. He's Ember Spirits, he's things like Pangali, he's Queen of Pain, he's Storm Spirit, all that kind of stuff. You need to make sure that he's a little bit uncomfortable, because it seems like so far from what we've seen that he's a big facilitator for this team. He's the one that sets tempo for them, enables to create space for Charlie so he can hard carry, and enables to bring S4 and Ponlo into the game as well.
Definitely agree that Chuen was stellar, honestly, in game number 1, but it's been pretty good this tour overall. So if they can find responses to him, they probably feel like they have a bit of a better chance on the side of ITB. I think also they have to start thinking about Alliance is never going to shy away from playing these group up big strats, massive team play where they're like, all right, once we get a couple of key items, we just group together and make a deep push. So ITB need to find better responses to that. I think we saw after a certain point in the game where they felt good in certain individual engagements, but they just had no way to break the ball unless they picked off one hero very far away from the initial fight. So I do want to see something that allows them to play, or that allows them to split the map. Make Alliance uncomfortable. Don't let them play this 5-hero style where they just group up and then you're like, well, now what? How are we supposed to deal with this?
Yeah, exactly. It's like you can either try and team fight with team fight and see if you can out-team fight them and try and beat the ball that way, or you can just, as you said, split push them, right? Like, get things like the anti-mages, your Nature's Prophets, these heroes that like to be out on the side lanes pushing stuff and getting stuff done while these guys are balling up, and then you can punish them that way. Because we saw even in a few moments there that Into the Breach were able to kind of corral Alliance into a spot that was very, very favorable for them. They were able to get some nice little pickoffs, be able to take down players like S4, Ponlo very, very early on in those fights. So if they're able to do that with somebody that's split pushing at the same time, still be able to pick them apart, then I think maybe they might be able to push this one to a third and kind of out macro them in that way. But I think Alliance have definitely found their footing and found the style that they like to play. So pulling them out of that and beating them at that, considering how the early game went for Alliance just then, it's still going to be an uphill battle for Into the Breach.
I mean, it could potentially happen, right? Because today has been a day, not necessarily of upsets, but a day of long series. Every single series prior to this one has so far gone the full 3 games, and all of them also started in the same way. First game, the team that wins the first game, dominating it. We saw what happened to Team Secret earlier. If you watch that game, you're like, all right, cool, we're done and dusted, GG, well played. D2 Hustlers go home. D2 Hustlers make the full run back. We see it happen with Team Ivy versus PugChamp. PugChamp dominate game 1. You're thinking that it's done, we're done and dusted, we're washed. And now in this situation, it's like, Alliance. Maybe that's why they try to make sure the game took a little bit longer. They're like, all right, boys, let's feed a few fights so we're not that dominant, so we don't get the curse coming in against us.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, I think throughout the many broadcasts that I've been on throughout Dota and all different esports, I feel like when you start to see a pattern, it generally does kind of follow suit. So maybe I am being a little bit nervous here. I think it's 7:30 in the morning right now. I need to try and get some sleep before I have to start another broadcast a little bit later on today. So please, Alliance, if you guys are listening to the stream right now, I would really enjoy a 2-0. I would really enjoy a fast 2-0. Unfortunately for Into the Breach fans, I feel like even without, this kind of quote-unquote pseudo-curse that could potentially be going through this broadcast day, I think Alliance are just kind of a bit of a stronger team coming into this series, and I think game number 1 proved that a little bit. Into the Breach still have a few issues they need to try and work out about how they want to play it and how their lanes are going to go. And yeah, I definitely feel like Alliance can kind of close this one out in a good way.
One thing I find very intriguing actually about both of these teams playing up against each other is that Alliance is the only team, right? They made very few changes on the side of Into the Breach coming down from Division 1 when they entered Div 2. But Alliance is the only team in Div 1 or like in Div 2 at the very least that made no changes. They were like, we are happy with who we have. We are just going to roll with our team. We trust these boys. No one's even swapping roles. No one's playing different style. We're just going to keep doing what we're already doing. And we sort of get to start to see, as time goes on, the difference that makes for these squads, because you'll have teams like a Team Secret, an Into the Breach, or an Ivy that we saw earlier on today, a D2 Hustlers, who are resurgent because the team is new, there's new ideas, new impact. But it's just interesting to see Alliance just further along in a journey. We already saw them start all the way back into a 1, and it's starting to look a lot clearer. And like you said, at that point, S4 was the linchpin for everything, but now just a teammate. He's chilling, can just do his thing. And I think it probably helps that even if it hasn't necessarily been the case that S4 is the guy that will win you the game with his offlane hero, his lane play has never really been in question. So he can lane perfectly fine. Pondo can make his adventures happen towards the mid lane. We've seen that happen in this series and in previous series, that when the opportunity avails itself, Pondo will go help Chuen. So that's something that like maybe ITB can start thinking about, right? You take note of, okay, it's 30 minutes, 30 seconds. Maybe let's try and pressure S4 in this little bit of moments where he's not going to be playing with 2 heroes. He's just going to be all by himself. Maybe we can try and exploit him in those small cracks in the armor that Alliance might display.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that will kind of just come with a little bit more kind of practice coming in from Into the Breach as well. Like, I mean, I'm saying a little bit of practice, like these guys haven't been around the block. Like a lot of these names have been played on big rosters in previous tournaments, previous years as well. Like, you know, you've seen a lot of these names before all throughout Western Europe. So I think that's just kind of something that maybe together as a group they need to kind of figure out and try and really deep dive when you are going up against a team like Alliance. And I think, you know, comparing Zibe and S4, S4 is definitely your like kind of classic offlane player, whereas, you know, Zibe picking up the Doom here, you could see that, you know, he's playing that kind of new age offlane role, I want to say, where you're a bit of a pseudo initiator, but you're also at the same time you still are a very valuable life to have, and you need to make sure that you're not just kind of throwing it away and putting it into a bad spot. Whereas you can see that S4 is more than happy to kind of play these just big meatheads and just kind of go forward. And, you know, if he gets a Ravage off and he dies shortly after, he doesn't really care, as long as, you know, Charlie's been able to come out and get the kills, or Chuen's been able to get the kills. So, I mean, it kind of changes the way that you play around your team as well. And maybe Into the Breach just need a little bit more kind of time together to try and work out a few of the kinks, because it hasn't worked so far in this tour. Still got a few amount of games to go, but, you know, at this point, going down 0-3 potentially could be probably one of the worst starts you could have.
Yeah, there's a potential for us to have 2 teams going down at the beginning of their tour. So we've already seen PuckChamp in that situation. Don't necessarily want to see ITB there, but we also want to see them. We don't want to give them free wins either. They have to play their best. And I like the point that you mentioned about S4 being one of these more old school offlane players, because the role itself has changed, right? You don't play these self-sacrificial, completely sacked all by himself style of heroes in that lane anymore. There's a lot more farmers, there's a lot more Nature's Prophets, a lot more Dooms, these Beastmasters, these Broodmothers, and not just about them being summon style heroes, but it's heroes that need farm, and they accrue that kind of farm, and they end up scaling through the game. I mean, hell, we saw today that there was an offlane Ursa even being played out, and that ended up winning the game somehow. So it does feel like this particular role is very intriguing to watch at this particular moment in time. Right now, we are getting ourselves slowly but surely into the game, just making sure that the nuts and bolts are screwed on tight. Remember, your game's in beta. What can you do? This is
yeah, sometimes you just have issues, and this is the one downside of esports in general is you have to connect to the game sometimes, and it's not like just running out onto a field like other sports. We have to wait for a server, and hopefully the server, everyone gets to connect and gets to figure out. So hopefully we can get it sorted soon, and we can have game number 3 or game number 2 ready.
Yeah, game 2. It's late at night for me. It's early in the morning for you. But with how long a lot of these games have been taking, one might imagine and envision that this is actually game 3, but no, it's only game 2. So ITB can still make that run back. They can still claw their way back into pole position here. We're just making sure that everything is like sorted out in the lobby, having some connection issues. Dude, there was one day I remember where we had, I think, an hour of just trying to connect to the game, and just nobody could connect. Like, no matter what we did, it wasn't fun. At some point, you're just like, all right, this is Dota, I guess. You know, we just have to roll with the punches. But we're making sure that everybody's gonna get inside, and we can play some Dota 2. Speaking of Dota, one of the things I've been seeing more and more is you were talking, like, just before we started the first series, about how some of the teams that are at Dream League at the moment are experimenting a bit more with their drafts. And I think they're in an interesting position, right? Because they have that latitude. Most of them are pretty much booked for the major, so you can experiment a little bit, see what's good, see what can work, try to get ahead of the meta before the meta changes. But is this actually a healthy thing to do here, Fluke? Because ostensibly there should be a patch dropping fairly shortly. Do you think it might not be, are you not at risk of training and practicing all of these new interesting variable strategies, and then by the time you get to a major, the patch has literally changed the entire game and made all that work obsolete?
I think so. There's positives and negatives, right? Like, I personally think that the patch isn't going to come until after the major. So I'm one of the after major believers. I feel like if it gets dropped just before a major, that is going to be horrible for teams to try and deal with. So that's going to be a bit rough for them. But if it does drop before the major, there's a few positives that can come out of it, right? Like, yes, you may be practicing a few of these ideas that might be nerfed, might get changed going in towards a new patch, but it enables you to critically think about the game and critically think about how your drafts are going to be working in these new ideas, right? So if you come up with this idea about these combinations coming in with these different heroes, about how their spells work together, yes, the numbers may change or that kind of stuff may go a little bit different, but it allows you to kind of think about Dota in a different way, where you're able to kind of think about how these things combine, and then you can transition that into a few new stuff. So that's one of the positives. I think it just enables you to think a little bit more critically. One of the negatives is you can kind of just get stuck in, is this thing still actually bad kind of question, and then you do experiment with it. You do get to a point where you say, maybe this isn't that bad, you use it, and then it is still terrible. So I mean, that could be one of the issues, but as I said, I still feel like the patch is going to drop after the major. But we've got a draft, Snare. Let's go.
We do have a draft. Yes, go. ITB won the coin toss for the second game, so they're going to be playing on the Radiant side with second pick, as that was their decision. Alliance opted to go for the Dire side. So that means that they have access, if it's available, to Disruptor, but nope. Raptor's gone. No Disruptor. Sad. The question is going to be, though, even historically, S4 has never really been that big of a Broodmother player. If ITB, are they going to risk letting the Broodmother through and then sort of daring Alliance to pick it themselves, or have a response for it in the event that Shibe goes for it on the side of ITB?
Well, the thing is, they let it through in their series up against Secret, did ITB. So they let it through, and Secret kind of just clapped them with it in 36 minutes. They had a response with the Naga and the Snapfire. Didn't work out. They banned it in game number 2. I'm just going to try and see up against Old G if they let them have it. No, they banned it, or Old G banned it in both of the games, so they didn't have to ban it. So that is something that you have to worry about here, but it looks like ITB are just not willing to allow that to go through. So there are a few things that S4 has played in the past. You can go for the Death Prophet. We've seen combinations of maybe they want to go for the Rubik themselves here for Ponlo, what he's played extremely well. You can first pick Bloody Anti-Mage if you'd like. You can kind of do anything in this meta, it seems, but they're just going to go back for the Rubik.
I kind of wish Ponlo wasn't as good at Rubik as he is, because every time I see Rubik player specialists, this Rubik just losing so many games lately. Like, just before Tour 2 started, or Div 2 started, in Tour 2, this hero was sitting at like a 35% win rate. And you know that this hero is in like every single game, but it just kept losing. Although, when it's a good Rubik game, we saw Theoloco demonstrate to us the other day that it can be a really good Rubik game. So we'll see if ITB will provide Ponlo with the necessary spells to make this hero viable. But overall, this also, weirdly enough, sets them up or increases the likelihood that they pick Centaur, because Rubik Centaur, classic lane, Alliance were doing this a lot in 201 as well. It looked very good, and it makes it hard to be playing a lot of these safe lane agi heroes that are ranged. But ITB, go for the Ench, the DK. We've already seen that DK can occupy multiple roles. Enchantress, a very, very good hero. And now that they know that there's a Rubik, unless Alliance are going to go for Mirana immediately, they're sort of like constricted between Mirana or Doom. So ICB know at least one side of the map, Enchantress is going to have some decent influence.
Yeah, exactly. They could always move the Rubik into Hanskin's hands and pick up the Mirana for Ponlo, or even do vice versa. They could still have Ponlo pick up Rubik and go for Mirana. It might feel a little bit rough, though. I feel like the heroes that deal with Enchantress really well are just heroes that are able to kind of like magically nuke her early and just kind of blow her up and not have to kind of worry about her, just throw like a few spells her way and deal with her that way. But they're just going to go with the Doom here for Alliance. So not two of the greatest Doom targets to start at the game. It is much more about the, you know, the conversation where you just eat the creep that she is trying to play with early on with the Devour. You can get like Frost Armor early on as well to be able to deal with the right clicks that go into her, and you can kind of just burn her down early on, and you still have a very, very strong lane, and you can just farm extremely well. So Alliance have pretty straightforward stuff right now. I would like to see Into the Breach ban out more of these, you know, kind of stable heroes for Chuen in the mid lane, really make him uncomfortable. Ban things like the Ember Spirit, ban things like the Pangolier, which can kind of make this Enchantress's life a living nightmare. And just make him play something different in the mid lane. Always
important to just make people uncomfortable. The more uncomfortable they become, the greater your odds of being able to play successfully here. Let's see. Right now we have seen the Undying getting banned out, so Alliance... So they banned the second phase, but they banned at the end of second phase last time around. So they're sticking with it. They're like, might not be that great overall, but still too scary to play into. We're going to see exactly how things go, because I do want to see what the Charlie hero is going to be. They have the 23 pick again. And honestly, looking back, I'm also kind of surprised ITP did not take Death Prophet themselves. Despite losing that first game, it doesn't feel like Death Prophet was the issue necessarily. So I think they could have actually not banned it, left it in the pool, and then maybe try to snag it up for the off lane. But maybe it feels too greedy to be playing both DK and the Death Prophet in the same team.
Yeah, exactly. So I guess they just want to get rid of that in their first phase here as well. They also get the first pick coming out of this second phase, so maybe they want to try and pick up like another one of their supports and not pick up the Death Prophet early, and didn't want to get like a 1-2 counterpunch from Alliance. If they just went like Doom, DP, plus like one other support, then you're kind of in an awkward spot where Into the Breach you need to make sure that you have a lot of damage to get through those heroes. But Alliance, wouldn't hate to see them, you know, maybe ban like maybe a Clockwork again, just kind of a hero that goes in for them, creates a bit of a body, doesn't really care about being doomed either, doesn't really give like Rubik too many of these spells. So I think if you just like ban out some more of these heroes, it just enables Into the Breach to play a little bit faster. As we saw in the previous game, that they can get a roll on if they get a few of these catches. So if Alliance are able to make it so it's a lot harder for them to get those fights going, then their early game matters a whole lot more as well.
We still haven't seen necessarily from ITB a full-throated response to any of Chuen's heroes just yet. I suppose DK helps to cover the Ember Spirit matchup, but he could easily play the Pangolier. I don't think he'll play a Quap of Pain, but it's a potential option. I suppose the Lesh would have been okay, but definitely prefer Leshrac when he has a battery behind him. We've seen a couple of these Lesh games where if he doesn't have that battery, he can very much be exploited. Unless Alliance, you know, were watching the last series and they're like, actually, let's play Leshrac with Oracle, please. Let's try it.
I mean, they do have Hanskin, who is a very good Wisp player. So they could have always just gone like the 1-2 is like they just match it up and they just go Wisp Leshrac in their second phase, and then ITB, if they've answered with like, you know, say they got like Clockwork on their third pick for Into the Breach, you just answer with IO Lesh and you just go, oh crap, well, we've got like no damage to kill these guys at all, right? So it does become hard. So I don't mind the ban.
Let's see here. Alliance making sure that they're not going to be playing into another Otaka Draw Ranger, which did pretty good work. Oh wow! Do they really want Ember Spirit that badly? Although I've been calling Ember every other game and no one picks it. Huskar being banned out. What else could they be trying to put in the mid lane that they're terrified about playing into with Huskar on the enemy team?
Yeah, I think it's probably just the Ember Spirit. Huskar has been something that Into the Breach have picked before up against Secret, which was the game that they pushed Secret all the way towards the end. They still get rid of the Wisp. I was surprised that they were going to ban the Wisp there. I thought maybe that they've taken the Leshrac. There aren't too many like crazy kind of combinations. I guess you can just go like Wisp CK, and then it's like, wow, we really have no way of clearing these illusions. And you know, Charlie's a very, very good Chaos Knight, and they just have this tempo that just makes it too hard for Into the Breach to play around with. So, trying to think of the 1-2 punch. Probably like you just go Ember plus your 4 here or your 5. It's probably an S4 Snapfire, right? I think S4 has played it most out of all those players.
He has, but I don't think I've seen Pondo play Doom on this team just yet. So it'd be, unless they want to put the Doom like mid, or Charlie plays the Doom.
Yeah, it could be Charlie's hero, I think.
I think they can just keep it open, right? And see what happens at the end of the draft. They just go back for this Pangolier. This was a very stable pick. Well, we saw how well it did in the previous game. Gives them more disable. Now they have a situation where everyone on their team, Doom will eventually get one, but everybody has some kind of stun. So they have some kind of stun. They have magic damage. I think the way it's looking right now, they definitely need a big hero from Charlie who like just punches and does the physical damage that they need, because I am very worried about them here, Fluke, once BKBs emerge for the DK plus the other sort of core hero. So I'm hoping that this just becomes like, hell, I don't even mind if the Snapfire goes into plus 5, as long as Doom is the one that ends up building the aura items. In the previous game, we saw Shebe was really struggling to get to those items, but if S4 gets there, rushes like Meteor Hammer, gets Midas, and then goes back for the GG boots, I think they'll be okay.
Yeah, I definitely think this Doom could be their aura carry. You can just go like Blink BKB plus Guardian Greaves or something like that, and it should be okay. I do agree with you that they are kind of lacking some damage, though. Like, Doom doesn't really deal all too much damage. The Pangolier doesn't do all too much damage either. Now, the Ember's here as well, so they're kind of going to have to try and Doom him. This does just, I don't want to say confirms that the Dragonite is in the safe lane, but definitely is starting to lean towards a safe lane Dragonite, where you put the Ember Spirit mid up against the Pango. Should be a pretty good lane for the Ember. To be fair, you can send Dragonite into the offlane as well. So it's not the worst case, but they do need some kind of big boy damage coming in here from Alliance. They need something to be able to match up to the Dragonite and the Ember Spirit. Otherwise, this game could kind of grind to a halt, and then Alliance just don't have enough petrol to kind of get over the hill.
Yeah, they could definitely just find themselves just lacking all the damage, especially this DK, because DK, you pop R, then you also don't care about being doomed like whatsoever. You show up to the fight, you're like, all right, boys, let's go. I've got BKB going. I've got the Elder Dragon form. Do what you want to me. I don't really care. Just going to kill the entirety of the team. So I'm definitely with you that this should be the safe lane DK, especially paired with either Enchantress or Mirana. It feels pretty good. If it's paired with the Enchantress, you can play aggressively in the lane. You never die. If you play with the Mirana, she always drags back for you. Always make sure the equilibrium is in your favor. Either way, should be some good times for Ataka if he is the one that's playing this DK. And ITP, they ban out this Abaddon at the end here. So we have to start thinking for Heroes for Alliance, because they have to go and reveal first. Dude, not would be so nice here. It's a little bit dangerous, but I would love to see them play Morphling in this game for the side of Alliance.
Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing, dude. Yeah, literally, I feel like Morphling is good enough here to be able to play around it. Yeah, you can get kind of arrowed and Bleak Dragon-tailed, but a good enough Morphling's going to be able to deal with the heroes that Into the Breach have already available to them. I don't think you can really kind of get counted all too hard, right? Like, there's none of the crazy burst heroes that can catch you out. Like, they can't really go like something crazy like a Lion or a Sky Mage that just instantly jumps on you and blows you up.
I'm definitely with you. So
yeah.
In my mind, the best hero would be Morphling behind it. If they want to play higher tempo, maybe they go for one of Troll, Ursa, Slok, CK. We've seen Charlie play all of those heroes. But that could be like an option if they want to try and accelerate the tempo. But man, Morphling just feels Man, and the thing is, I hate Morphling as a hero. Like, the concept of the hero genuinely pisses me off. But even I'm like, yo, this would be a great game for the Water Boy.
Yeah,
Let's
there
go,
it is.
Water Boy. Let's go.
Yeah, the only other thing that I was thinking is like maybe you could go Anti-Mage and try and play around that. But I'm not sure if it was going to be enough damage and hard scale up against something like a Dragon Knight. So it will just be the Morphling, a lot of mixed damage, a lot of burst damage as well. Good lane, doesn't really have any threats against him today, which is the biggest part. And now, like, for Into the Breach, you're probably having to go, okay, what's the Otaka kind of combination that we want to have here? Zibe is probably just going to take the Dragon Knight and give Supreme this Ember Spirit. So what do you pick? I mean, usually Anti-Mage is kind of is a response to the Morphling.
Could be the Anti-Mage actually coming on here. Though he does have to worry about playing into the Doom and stuff. Yeah. But there you go. Get the AM at the end. They need, on the side of ITB, a lot of gold. Like, there's money to try and make this draft work for themselves. But if they can get past like the 30-minute mark, this lineup can scale really, really well on ITB. Like you mentioned, this has often been a response into Morphling, so they can challenge him. Eventually, this DK can't get bursted anymore by these heroes, so he becomes surprisingly quite good against Morphling as the game scales later on. Percent-based damage reduction for a hero like Morphling is kind of detrimental for the Water Boy. Overall, though, let's think. 24 Anti-Mage. This is normally when the hero is uber successful. You saw it coming, Fluke. So since you saw both the Morph and the AM coming, how do you feel here? Which draft would you rather be a part of? Which team are you going to be backing for Game 2?
I think it's a little nicer for the Morphling, right? Because he doesn't have to deal with Doom. He is playing into arguably a carry disadvantage, but, you know, talking to a lot of Morphling players and a lot of carry players, I don't think it's as like uber black and white as what it's like kind of thought out to be. The Morphling still has a lot to kind of play around with, right? Like, you can get to tanky moments where you're able to deal with the Anti-Mage, and especially with the amount of lockdown that he has. He has like a few stuns, but he also has Doom on his team. So if the Anti-Mage ever gets doomed, then he becomes literally irrelevant in the fight. And then Morphling against the 4 other heroes does amazingly well. So I think right now Alliance have themselves in a much better spot. They don't have kind of out and out just crazy better lanes. And Into the Breach definitely can scale really well. They've got they've got a very strong Tricore, whereas for Alliance, they're really relying quite heavily on Charlie's hero. So that could be an issue. I'm going to lean towards Alliance just because of how they played in game number 1 and what their draft looks like to me. But if this game starts going a little bit later on, gets in towards the mid game, and gets a little muddy, might be leaning towards Into the Breach.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. So let us see how these two teams stack up here. Shoen able to get down some observer wards. Everyone's just getting the adequate vision out. And you were right in the draft. It is going to be Hanskin handling this Rubik. They have shifted Ponlo rather onto the Snapfire. We've seen them do this before. And there was one game he got like an outrageous amount of farm on this hero. It was kind of hilarious to watch. We'll see if that's going to be replicated again here for the second game. Remember, if they win this game, they finally find themselves in a 2-1 score. They will be tied up with Team Secret in 3rd place in the leaderboard. However, if they should end up losing the series on the side of Alliance, they will be tied with Into the Breach at 1 and 2, tying up with Ivy and Old G on the other side of the bracket. It's still early days though, a lot can still change, but you need to get these wins as soon as humanly possible. We saw Alliance in this situation last season, right, where they got some decent early wins, but they weren't able to fully follow through, and they went 5 and 2, and it still wasn't enough to get into Div 1, man. Div 2 is tough. You gotta play on your A game all the time.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when you've got teams like, you know, Team Secret that are floating around. Like, now even D2 Hustlers looks really, really good. Old G, if they start to pull their socks up, they're definitely going to start to look really, really good here. And even the same thing with Into the Breach, right? Like, everyone's looking at this team like, these guys should be doing far better than what they have been. And there definitely is plenty of time to try and turn it around. And maybe it is time now to turn it around. So, just kind of circling back to Hanskin playing Rubik. I don't think he plays Snapfire. It's not that I don't think he plays it. I think it's much more a preferential thing where Ponlo prefers to play Snapfire much more than what Hanskin does, so that flexibility is kind of not really there for Alliance. And obviously Hanskin is a very, very good Rubik, as well as Ponlo. So that's kind of a big positive for Alliance, as they have two amazing Rubik players.
Must be nice. Having multiple great Rubik players in the team feels good. Having that amount of flexibility that you can apply at any given time. As we see this mid lane, we saw in the last game that Supreme sort of went even with Xuan, but then ended up dying first blood. Not first blood, but died fairly early on. How do you think this lane fares Ember Spirit into the Pangolier?
I think it's pretty player dependent to see how the Pangolier is able to play around with like Swashbuckle and Shield Crash and all that kind of stuff, whereas the Ember Spirit again can just kind of abuse Sleight of Fist and the Flame Guard early on. Both of these players really want to try and rush towards an Orb of Corrosion as well, because that just kind of tips their favor in your matchup. Very, very hardcore once you get that Orb of Corrosion for both these two players. So it's a good shout for both these two players to express themselves in the mid lane here and see who wants to come out on top.
For now, we're just chilling in this early game. Not really all that much happening on the map. Bottom, everybody's farming. Top, everybody's farming. One of those games. One of those games.
Could just be a little bit of a stinker for the first 5-10 minutes or something here, Snare, so strap yourself in, buddy.
Oh, I'm the one that's chilled. You're the one that has to be at work again in like 6 hours.
Yeah, very true. But it is what it is. We do what we do for the love of Dota and the love of esports, so I'm happy to be here, and as long as there's Dota on my screen, I'm here and ready to talk about it.
Yeah. Best game in the world, honestly. Down bottom. Otaker doing the usual thing, building into the Vanguard. What kind of anti-mage game do you think this is? Is he just going to go straight Battle Fury, try to hyper farm up? There doesn't seem to be much purchase for Radiance here, right? I don't see like the upside of it necessarily for a game like this.
Yeah, I don't see it like being like amazing. Maybe it's put into the Morphling, but usually the conversation with the anti-mage Radiance is against like illusion heroes and that kind of stuff. Like Morphling, I mean, doesn't love buying MKB, but I think he's okay with buying it. Whereas like if you're doing this against like a Naga or something like that, like she's like, I hate my life. Like why do I have to build an MKB? So I think it's much more against these heroes that have controllable units rather than just straight physical lineups. But we'll see what Otika wants to do. See whether or not he wants to try and go for a Radiance build this time around.
Speaking of his counterpart on the other side, into the Morphling, I am wondering if Charlie wants Aghanim Scepter in this game. This feels like a pretty good game for the Ags on the Morphling eventually. I mean, great against the Anti-Mage if you can get it through the counterspell. Phenomenal against DK as well, because then suddenly this hero is a lot less tanky than he would be otherwise. How do you feel about it for here, for the Morphling? Obviously, I think he needs like protective items first, like some Manta Lincolns, but afterwards, can he come back for the Aghanim Scepter?
Yeah, definitely. I think the Ags has a lot of value this time around, and Jibei, I think he might be in trouble here.
Nice one.
Oh, no, he's okay.
Level 2 Dragon's Blood. I've honestly become accustomed nowadays to only calling the DK death when he actually dies. If he's not on 0 HP, he's fine. He's chilling. And he went for this very early Ring of Health, so definitely won't be dying anytime soon.
I wonder if he's going to go like a Meteor Hammer, because, dude, look at how much HP regen he has when he's like so flag, bro. Wow.
Holy shit. Wow.
His HP bar literally just skyrocketed. Like, you can actually see his HP bar growing. He has that much HP regen. That's nuts.
He actually has more regen. Let's put it this way, right? You could eat a salve and you would have less regen than what he has right now.
Yeah.
That's kind of ridiculous.
Passive, by the way.
Yep, just chilling.
God damn.
Now he's down to a paltry 17.9. Disgusting. So low.
Oh,
so low.
Noob. He moved out of tower range. But, yeah, I think it's probably going to be, like, as you said, like defensive building. I can see that Charlie's already got the Lincolns queued up. I think that's going to be very, very important for him to this game, to have the Lincoln so he doesn't just get caught out randomly and blown up. Can still get arrowed randomly, but I'm sure Charlie is definitely on the ball tonight.
Yep.
Oh no, he's in trouble.
He is in a little bit of danger indeed, and he will end up being the first blood. To make matters worse, it's Otaka that grabs the kill. So this anti-mage very happy to get that first blood. will accelerate the timing towards having the Vanguard. Vanguard just arrived for S4 as well. Okay, that's pretty good. We saw in the other game when there was an Anti-Mage versus Doom lane in game 2 of the Ivy PuckChamp series that Anti-Mage into Doom, once you get a Vanguard, literally you do no damage to the Doombringer. You physically cannot hurt him. In the mid lane though, they can hurt Supreme and they will manage to take down his life. It feels like whenever Ponlo dies, he gets more dangerous because it just makes this easy rotation towards the mid lane. He might just be tactically feeding here, Fluke, to make these rotations even easier.
Yeah, big brain. And this is kind of something that we touched on a little bit before we went into this game, right? Where, you know, they pick S4 this hero that once he gets to a point that he is self-sufficient, Ponlo just goes roaming and they enable Chuen to kind of do what he likes to do.
Oh, Ponlo! Ponlo! Oh my gosh. That actually might have been a mistake to go for the Fire Snap Cookie. Had he gone straight for the Scatter Blast, he might have gotten that heads-up kill.
Yeah, especially if it's like the close range, the point-blank damage, right? So would have been able to hit him with the Granny Blaster. Wasn't able to do it that time around, so Ponlo will just walk around and try and enable S4 this time around.
That's nice. I like Granny Blaster.
The Granny Blaster?
For a second, I thought you were saying Granite Blast from JJK. I was like, what? Is Ishigori Ru here? What's happening? What's going on?
Trying to get a few more niche references in before I go to sleep today.
I think you should accept you're not sleeping today, buddy. You're sleeping later on tonight.
It is what it is. I mean, Into the Breach, they're doing a good job in these early stages. Like, a lot of their CS is starting to become pretty even. I think the biggest thing for me is just the fact that Otaka, even though he does get the first blood, his CS is a little lacking. He's not that far behind Charlie, so that's a good shout for him, but it's just being this far behind S4 is never what you want to be, because Doom is one of those heroes that really just explodes with net worth. He gets towards minus and he just spams level 4 Devour and he just gets all this gold, and that's when it starts getting scary for AM.
The one good thing that this Anti-Mage is doing is making sure Doom is always low on the mana, so you can't necessarily uber accelerate with the Devour. It is making life a bit more difficult for S4 than he would like, but eventually he'll get there and he'll be okay. Towards the mid lane in the river, Supreme might be in a bit of danger here as he's fighting against Chuen as well as Ponlo, but with this haste rune, himself and Respect are able to outplay Ponlo, getting a quick kill onto this young... Oh, that's a Remnant. I thought there was another haste rune in the top lane. I was going to be like, that's very bizarre. Supreme might utilize the haste rune that he has right now after killing the Snapfire to maybe go for Hanskin. Hanskin going to try use the telekinesis to save his own life. So far, not so good. Immersion, though, he might be the one that's in danger as Chuen goes in with the Rolling Thunder. Not able to get the angle for the bounce back. So that means that Hanskin gets isolated all the way in the river. He ends up dying. Chuen will get the kill, but he's in danger right now. Has to watch himself. 3 seconds until they have Searing Chains available for Supreme. Shield Crash will be there, but Chuen has himself chained up, locked up, killed up. And Supreme, in the last minute, he gets himself 3 kills, was involved in 3 kills. Excellently done by the mid Ember Spirit.
Yeah, this is probably not what Alliance had foresaw. There was just a little awkward scenario where Chuen goes up the ramp instead of bouncing off it, and Hanskin, who kind of knew, I kind of knew that he was going to be dead, but he was hoping to try and get the trade onto the Enchantress first, so he got a little bit of extra experience out of it before he went down to Supreme, but wasn't able to work out, and now Supreme is starting to have a much better start to this game than what he did in game number 2, right? Game number 1, pardon me. So he's going to be able to set a little bit of tempo for the team. He's going to be able to get moves done around him as well. And about how Alliance start to play now that they don't have this crazy lead for Charlie. And they don't start without a crazy lead for Chuen as well.
Let's see. Charlie, speaking of him, just farming away mid lane. Ponlo might die here. They don't get the Starfall damage, but Supreme will finish him off with the Slide of Fist. We do see that there might be revenge coming in from Chuen with the Rolling Thunder, but he realizes how many heroes are around him and how difficult the kill will be to attain. Doesn't want the smoke, gets himself gone. All right. Much better early game from the side of Into the Breach here.
Yeah. I think they understood that Chuen is the hero they need to try and put their emphasis towards, and he almost got the solo kill there on the Supreme with the DD rune.
big DD rune damage. Not going to be enough at the very end of the day, though. Nice rotation coming in from Respect, although Respect might end up dying for this. Chuen, how far do you want to chase for this, fam? Turns out not far enough. I suppose at this stage of the game, they're just happy defending this tier 1 tower, similar to what we saw in game number 1. But bottom might have a quick fight here. The first Doom of the game applied towards Attacker. They even brought down Charlie's Morphling. So a lot of resources committed to try and find this kill on the Anti-Mage. And so far, they will not be able to get it. The Doom duration will elapse. And they're just going to pressure the tower. Does Anti-Mage want to go back in? There's no Mana Void available, but here comes some reinforcements. Will they go for this fight? Ember Spirit is here. There will be a lot of damage being dealt onto Attacker. Attacker needs to watch himself. Arrow will miss entirely from Respect. So S4 might be able to walk himself out of this, but he's being body blocked wonderfully by the Ember Spirit. Supreme helps to kill him off and then just zips back into the mid lane as Otaka will reap the rewards of a rotation to the bottom side of the map.
Yeah. Not getting that kill there with the Doom is really rough for Alliance. They wanted to try and just convert that onto a kill, get this tier 1 tower, and just post Charlie up on the bottom side of the map, right? Just say, all right, Morphling, time for you to farm. We need you to get Lincoln Sphere. We need you to be a big fat chubby boy this time around. But still able to get the tier 1 tower. It's about what else they can convert this into, though. Ponlo.
Oh, there's a Rolling Thunder somewhere. Ponlo is going to maybe die towards the Mana Void. He's still alive for now. Here comes Rolling Thunder. They want to try and pursue this fight. They're really looking for the kill onto the Anti-Mage. For now, Supreme was also just tussling with S4 as well as Chuen inside the river. And they're not going to be able to get anybody down. A lot of heroes fall low. A lot of spells being used, but ultimately nobody ends up dying. Although the tier 1 tower middle might not be so safe. As Supreme jumps in with Shebe. They want to try to bring down Chuen and then the tower. Swashbuckler will be there, not to protect him. He was hoping for some back damage. Not going to find enough of it. S4 will beat a hasty retreat from this area as they've taken down the tower. They've gotten the kill onto Chuen. And with this meme hammer as well from Shebe, they're going to continue to pressure this lane, make sure S4 cannot play safely.
Yeah, this game set is starting to look a little unfortunate for Alliance. Chuen just hasn't been able to have the start that he wants. They're behind by about 2,000 gold, and they need to just calm their farms for a little bit, get their first set of items, try and get these fights going the way they want to. Into the breach, though, they're doing a really, really good job. They just transition. Zibe coming from that top lane in towards the mid lane. Yeah, I want to start getting some damage on these T2 towers. So that's dropping the hammers, and it's all but easy for them. And every time Chuen starts to poke his nose towards the mid lane, he gets oh so close to getting a kill. It doesn't turn out with it.
They're going to be able to find a kill onto this Dragon Knight here. Swashbuckle does miss from Chuen. So this was a bit more effort than they wanted it to. Hanskin forced to snipe away the kill with the stolen breathe fire. Alright, still it's a kill. They bounced this DK out of their own jungle for now. And they didn't have to commit the Doom. Although Morty's Kisses did have to be rained down for that one. So they have to wait a little bit of time before that's available again. Still, I guess you take it. Anything that can help slow down this Doom a little bit is probably acceptable for their lineup.
Yeah, as long as they keep this Dragon Knight in check, means they don't have to worry about, you know, like an early Blink, early BKB, all that kind of jazz, especially now that S4 is getting closer to that Hand of Midas. Once that comes up, he's going to be able to easily just start to skyrocket up in net worth, and that's when they're going to start to feel pretty good. They've got Diffusal Blade up and ready now on Chuen. So he's a little stronger when it comes to his Rolling Thunder timings. Do they have the damage to kill this Dragon Knight without Mortimer's Kisses?
We're going to find out, my friend. They're going to smoke into him. They are going to run this experiment on our behalf. The lift back coming in from Hanskin. They're going in, Rolling Thunder. Oh, it can't come out. The arrow from Respect catches onto Chuen, but he still is able to get off the Rolling Thunder. But that means that the Rolling Thunder is just for retreat, but he still dies through during it. S4 did throw out a Doom onto the Ember Spirit, but might die for his efforts. Stunned up by Shibe. The Meteor Hammer crashes in on him. And into the breach, they pick up a Maelstrom on the Ember Spirit, a Blink Dagger on the DK. And things are starting to look so much better for them. Also, speaking of DK Fluke, he has Meteor Hammer, but Doom does not. What do you make of S4's item build rushing the Midas instead of making the stopover on the Meme Hammer?
Yeah, I think, you know, him going for the Vanguard as well just means that he wants to try and go for these aura builds. He doesn't want to have to try and play around with the media hammer this time around, and plus you have Devour as well, so like your farming speed is relatively fast in comparison to something along the lines of like a Dragonite. Does have Brave Fire though, so I mean I think it's more about just the connection with the Dragon Tail more than the farming speed, but Doom has other avenues to farm really fast, so he's okay with not having the media hammer, and they've got a lot of follow-up stun and stuff as well for Alliance, so I'm happy with it. I'm not too miffed, even though the meme hammer connoisseur in me definitely wants to see more of them.
Well, I guarantee you over the course of this tour, my friend, you're going to see lots and lots of meme hammers. In the mid lane, nice fire snap cookie to allow the dodge on the arrow. Good stuff from Ponlo, and now they're going for the counterplay. Morty's Kisses raining in onto this DK. He's already down for the count. Will they be able to find another? They get themselves actually onto this Ember Spirit. Ember Spirit might die here. He's in a very precarious position, throwing in several remnants forward. Nobody chasing him has access to a Blink Dagger, so they cannot keep the full press onto the Ember. But they do demonstrate proof of concept. Supreme can indeed die if they finally chain disables. But Alliance, for the first time in a while, punch back and bounce away ITB from this side of the map.
Yeah, I think that's a good showing of force up against Into the Breach, right? Being able to kill Supreme, being able to potentially kill Supreme, but kill Zibe. And I think that's the big thing, right? The fact that they killed the Dragonite, and that means that he doesn't feel kind of invulnerable anymore. Doesn't feel like he's invincible. And Alliance show that they have definitely a lot of damage on offer, but still need to try and hit their shots, and still need to try and hit their skill shots to be able to get it to transition. And now, S4, he's going to walk into a gank unbeknownst to himself.
Well,
Dead.
This knowledge has been revealed to him right now. Dude, Respect has been taking so many of these kills. 3-0-3 on the Morana right now. And you know, weirdly enough, who's the happiest about this? It's not actually the side of ITB. It's Hanskin, who's been casually pushing out the top lane with Fade Bolt and Breathe Fire. He's like, yes, I can keep farming. Thank you. Awesome.
It's always good when you're playing Rubik and you get like one of those farmy spells. And you just like, you pick a lane, you just go, yeah, I'm going to stay here forever.
And now he has Blink as well. It's going to be so much harder for them to catch him.
Damn. Charlie now also has Lincolns, so he doesn't have to worry about being Blink Dragon Tail.
Oh my god, the outplay. Fire Snap Cookie directly onto Supreme from the high ground, but the deny from Immersion, outplaying them even further. They get a jump in from Hanskin with a nice lift back, ensuring that the Morana cannot escape. Morty's Kisses have gone in all directions, and it ends up bringing down the Ember Spirit on the north side of the fight. In the meantime, though, DK, Chibe finds himself toe-to-toe with the Morphling. And it turns out that water does indeed beat fire as they douse the Dragon Knight's flames. As Ponlo takes out Immersion, 4 heroes fall. And Alliance standing strong on their side of the map and now transitioning into a tier 1 tower push.
Bro, how did he get the deny? I didn't even see where Immersion was. He was able to get the deny nonetheless, and there was a big team fight there from Alliance, and as you said, the outplay coming in up against Supreme. And now, Alliance continuing to just farm away. Charlie's just been doing his work, hitting his creeps. Yumi's starting to slowly get bigger as well. Oh, they just don't have the follow-up there to be able to take down the Ember Spirit.
They pop drums on the side of ITB. It looks like they want to actually go and re-engage on top of this. There's a nice lift back from Hanskin, but there's still going to be roots coming in. Charlie, waveform away. Still alive for now. The chase is still ongoing from Supreme. He steals away the anti-mage form so he can get himself onto the high ground with this Blink. Will he be able to escape once more? Blink won't be in time. He ends up dead. The roots from Supreme a little bit too good. And at the same time, Hansen also finds himself falling prey to the dragon. 2 big kills. No Roche option available for them. They don't have the tools for it with their draft currently, but Alliance finding that even after taking a team fight win, they have to be very wary of the power of ITB.
Yeah, and kind of crazy they didn't just walk back towards his team as well. He got a little separated from the rest of Alliance, maybe thinking that he was a little bit more home and hosed than what he was. And nice little punish once again from Into the Breach. So checking out with our good friend, the Anti-Mage. Otsuka is Battle Furied up getting close towards a Manta style as well. I feel like this game, I really hope that we don't see the Ag Scepter again. The Blink Fragment kind of led to a really weird play style that I didn't like watching. So hopefully it's a little more in your face and getting stuff done.
I think if he goes like after the Manta, Lincoln's Butterfly feels pretty good for this game. Lincoln's Butterfly, maybe a heart at some point. That feels pretty good. We'll see what the option is going to be for him. Yep, that's the one thing he has to worry about, right? S4 jumping in on him with the Doom active. And S4, despite a somewhat rough start, he's still pretty farmed in his own right. Third on the net worth charts at the moment. Wants to just finish off BKB, get into the Blink Dagger. He might die here though. Catching a full combo from these heroes on the side of ITB. And it will take away his entire life. Dude, that chain disable is so long. Dragon Tail into Arrow, into Meteor Hammer. My goodness.
And the worst part is, it's not even that hard to hit. You blink Dragon Tail, drop Meteor Hammer, and then you Arrow in his general vicinity. You know?
Hey, what is happening?
Well,
it's like
that kill.
A+ seconds. So,
bottom though, I think they just debated Otaka. Otaka thought he could come in and help to save the tower, but Otaka's dead. Oh no, right after he dies, the Power Rangers TP stream on in, but he went too soon, Fluke. He went too soon, thought he was much more tanky than he was. However, this Morphling, by the time he arrived, Morphling was already massively into Agi. Hanskin was immediately ready with the telekinesis. They just managed to find the kill. Good stuff as well from the Blink Dagger of this Chuen Pango to get there, make sure he has no movement options. This is actually a huge kill. He was #1 net worth coming into that engagement, but all of a sudden now Charlie has time to supplant him in that position.
yeah, exactly. And I think this whole fight is super important for them. They did try and get the Lincolns to try and save Chuen there, but Charlie unfortunately wasn't fast enough fingers. So they will lose their Pangolier, but they gain the Scalp of the Anti-Mage. Pretty worth for the side here of Alliance.
Oh, Hanskin just being an annoying little pest again. Is he? Oh my god. Look, bottom. Respect. Let us show respect for respect because he got off a MLG Columbus 360 no-scope arrow. He not able to get the kill, but it was still really cool.
Did Zibe just not want a freebie? Or did he just think that Respect was able to get the kill? Because he was hitting creeps.
I think he probably thought Respect was definitely going to get the kill. He probably told him, he's like, bro, after that arrow, you deserve the kill.
Yeah. Wasn't able to convert onto the kill. So, interesting.
Gonna be a smoke through this mid lane right now. Alliance heroes posturing to try and make a move here. They've got BKB newly completed on the Doombringer. Full mech buckler on the way to the Guardian Greaves for this Snapfire, and obviously Hanskin having Blink and the 4-star. So time to try and make something happen on the map. You don't want the soft target like the Marana. You ideally want this anti-mage. But they are playing quite carefully as well on the side of ITB, and in fact they go in for their own smoke. So there's zero vision on the map for everybody. S4 though, is he gonna pop BKB? Fire Snap Quickie will be there. Hasn't gotten off the BKB just yet. Arrow will connect onto Ponlo as Chuen is trying to create space on the edge of the fight. But with this BKB duration of this Doom about to dwindle down, it is time for him to get the hell up out of here. Although the Supreme is still chasing on this Ember Spirit, they really want Doombringer and they are gonna find him. Steering chains will be there to hold him in position. Now the question is, who else is going to have the luxury of escaping? Panlo, not sure you'll be that lucky, my friend. Drums have been popped. They jump on top of him. Big impetus shot hits him out. He gets caught in by the steering chains as well. And Immersion finishes him off with another massive swipe on the impetus arrow, or the impetus spear rather. Well, that's 2 heroes dead. And Alliance yet again being forced a little bit on the back foot here.
Yeah, these last couple of fights are really starting to open up big for the side of Into the Breach. You can just see how easy it is for them to constantly chase Alliance whenever they overextend. Oh my god. Zibe, that was close. I thought he was going to be able to catch out Mr. Hardskin as he was walking out, but Into the Breach are just kind of showing that they have the same kind of tempo that we saw in that previous game from Alliance, and now Alliance are the ones who are a little bit on the back foot. They have to try and slow down and get this game going back in towards their favor if they have hope of getting this 2-0.
There's a Lincoln Sphere right now in the Ember Spirit as well, so it's even harder to try and pin down. So S4 will have to work very, very hard. Absolutely needs this Blink Dagger. He should be the one getting the priority so they get this Blink. But for the Ember, just gets more and more difficult to kill. I love that he's going in for the Gleipnir next, because he recognizes that, well, even if they go for BKBs, they have to use them so often on the side of Alliance that eventually the duration is practically nothing. Oh, S4 just walked into Supreme as well as Shibe. Will find himself in a very awkward position. He actually pops the BKB, Fluke. I don't know about this one, mate. I think he should have just tanked the L, you die. And then you still at least have the 8-second charge in the BKB, but now he's committed a full charge for this one. Doesn't have buyback either, so they're just going to stream inside the Roshan pit and try and take the first ages of the game.
Yep, now Into the Breach. Starting to get a few more fingers around the game. They are getting a pretty strong point. Supreme has found out Ponlo. He's basically by himself and he's just dead. And now Into the Breach. They are definitely in a pretty commanding position. Okay, well, they just give away a freebie.
Alright.
Fair cop, I guess.
Doesn't really matter though if they can't actually stop this Roche. A very nice stolen arrow goes in. That actually might open up the opportunity. Chuen goes in with the Rolling Thunder, unable to access the Roshan pit itself. Finally gets inside. Supreme comes inside with the 2 hero steering chains and get the jump off the direction onto this optical anti-mage. He almost dies to Charlie. Charlie though does manage to force him away from the fight. Doom does get dropped down in this engagement. And unfortunately though, it is going to get blocked off by the Lincoln Sphere, I think. And Charlie, will he end up dying here? Yes, he will. Steering chains will be there on top of him. Supreme is just going so ham in this engagement. They've locked down Chuen. They might be able to get the triple for the Ember. And they do find it. Hanskin, sorry my friend, but you are just feeding this Ember Spirit as he's maybe going to find himself an ultra kill. Couple of seconds until we have access to the slide. 3, 2, 1. Oh, doesn't actually get the slide combo, but does manage to get back this remnant. And with this ultra kill, dare we say it, Fluke? Is it happening? Are we getting the rampage? Supreme on the Ember Spirit, living up to his name, dominating Alliance around this Roshan pit. And that was after they thought they had to take a dead to right, but he escapes and Ember Spirit cleans them all up.
Yeah, I'm not sure how he was able to survive. They just didn't deal enough damage there, and almost 6,000 damage coming in from Mr. Supreme. He is carrying really, really hard here. And did you say that S4 doomed the Lincolns?
I believe so, because I heard the Doom spell, but then I looked around. I was like, there were only 3 heroes around. It was Ember, the Enchantress, and it's like, well, okay, no one is doomed. And the Lincolns was on cooldown, so the only thing that could have happened.
Sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's really unfortunate for S4, and unfortunately this is really... Okay. Yeah,
I think
unfortunate for S4 again. Just
TP out?
TP, my guy.
Okay, he's gonna do that. Doing the right thing. He's like, alright, fine, I'm out. Dude, this changes the whole game, because now they not only have this massive 9k gold lead, this Ember Spirit having access to this Gleipnir makes such a huge difference for a game like this. You committed to buying Lincoln Sphere on this Morphling. You did not buy BKB. And the BKB duration on the Doombringer is already dwindling so low. So anytime you throw out this Gleipnir, it's going to do such a huge amount of impact in the midst of these team fights.
Yeah. And it's also hard for them to play around with this because S4 has unfortunately been on a little bit of a rough go of it this time around. 0, 7, and 4 on the Doom.
Whew.
He is ever so far away from this Blink Dagger, and he's probably going to be further away now.
Well, he's not going to throw out the Doom knowing what happened last time. But Immersion will just be able to take him down. Throwing in these right clicks with the impetus shots and securing the double kill. Alliance now suddenly on the back foot here. Staring down a barrel of racks being taken away by this anti-mage. They just weren't able to connect their initial movements onto the side of the map where the AM was playing. And they tried several times, right? They tried to kill Oteka on bottom. He rebuffed them. Eventually, they try again through the mid lane. He rebuffs them. They try on the Roshan pit, and Supreme just gets a rampage. But as much as Oteka has been able to take advantage of the space, it's all been a Supreme show right here. This Ember Spirit showing us why this hero is such in vogue right now in the contemporary meta.
Yeah, and gonna try and have a fight here. See if they can take down Supreme.
Do they have the execution to do this? They do not. They do not. They're gonna still throw Morty's kisses on his face. On the bright side though, yes, they do not kill the Ember Spirit, but they do salvage the melee rack, so this will recover. It means that a lot of the work that ITB wanted to put in and ensure that this side of the map is constantly pushed in, that's not gonna happen for them, and if they want to do that, they'll have to try again.
Yeah, and something I was, you know, kind of touched on a little bit on the draft is for ITB, it's hard for them to try and kill and capture this Morphling, but very much the same here for Alliance, right? Like that, all they have is just the Doom, and if Doom's constantly dead and not being able to be strong enough and go to Lincoln's, then Supreme's gonna have a free go at it.
Alright, there's another fight starting here. Supreme is going in. They found the Doombringer. S4 dead to rights. The first casualty of this little fray. Hanskin, can he TP out? No, he cannot. He dies simultaneously as Ponlo gets brought down on the south side. 3 heroes dead in the blink of an eye. And they didn't even commit all that much for this. They went in with the Black Dragon form from Shebe, sure, but you ideally want to be in that form anyway. And now here they come for the high ground. Finish what they started a couple minutes ago. As they get the melee racks, they're finishing off the range track. Shebe is dropping down the Meteor Hammer. Fluke, I am not sure they have any counterplay options here for the side of Alliance, as they're getting rolled over right now in game 2.
Yeah, they are kind of getting a little smashed here. And I think that just kind of comes back to the fact that they just haven't been able to deal with this Ember Spirit at all. I feel like ever since this Lincoln Sphere came up for Supreme, they just weren't able to have a response. My biggest issue is S4 just not having a blink yet. Like, he has Midas, BKB, Vanguard, 32 minutes, still doesn't have a blink dagger. Like, it's very, very hard for you to play this game without a Doom and a blink, especially onto an Ember Spirit, where you are like the end-all and be-all catch. Maybe if you had this blink dagger earlier and you're able to catch him and just snowball off the fact that he needs to build like BKB and Lincolns and +1 damage item to actually be a threat, then you know, you can start playing that way. But with the Ember Spirit in the spot that he is right now, he does a bajillion damage and he's impossible to catch, and he has so much catch himself that you really need this blink dagger end-all and be-all. They at least have it now, I think. Yes.
Yeah.
So S4 does have it now, so maybe they can try and win a fight, but they're 15k down already, man. Like, Charlie's trying to keep up on Morph, but you know, it's not going to be anywhere near as successful.
To be fair to Charlie, he is disgustingly farmed on this Morphling hero. So if they ever do manage to catch these heroes and Charlie is there, I think that's also been one of the big issues. Half the time when they have this mass amount of chain disable, Charlie's not even nearby to get them in with some physical damage as well. They're going for the very early Rolling Thunder from Xuen, but I don't think they actually want to take this fight. They realize that jumping in would be an overextension, but they still want to go in right now onto the Doom. Doom gets the Doom out onto the DK. All right, that was BKB being forced. I think will he die here? Will he get denied? Will Attendants heal him up? Dude, he's not even going to die. 33 HP regen with the Attendants nearby him. And that's a BKB Doom committed from Alliance, as well as the Rolling Thunder, as well as the Morty's Kisses. All of their fighting tools are gone, so ITB, welcome to push on through this lower lane and maybe secure some mega creeps.
Yeah, this is one thing I didn't really highlight in the draft either, was the fact that they are very, very reliant on some of their cooldowns. They are reliant on Rolling Thunder, they are reliant on Doom, they are reliant on the Mortimer's Kisses, whereas for the side of Into the Breach, the only thing they really are reliant on is going with the Elder Dragon form.
Yeah. Charlie, uncontrollable blink, jumping onto him. Needs to be careful. Oteka, oh my god, they jump S4, but S4 getting pushed away. They really want to keep him alive, but 4 stars, 5 snap cookies, Greaves, all of it cannot do enough to ensure the life of our Doom. As S4 down for the count. Will they be able to stop this push from happening? Charlie steals away the anti-mage form, but I don't know if you want to be blinking into all of these heroes by yourself, my friend. The Fire Snap Cookie creates so much space for him. Chuen comes in with the Rolling Thunder. Unfortunately, the Meme Hammer stun is going to be excellently done by Shibe. Charlie's still alive somehow. Pondo, though, will eventually fall. Buyback will be there instantly coming in from the Snapfire. Artica in danger, doesn't have access to an Aegis. Will he die here? He actually might. It will cost the life of everybody, though, to bring him down. As they lose Pondo, they lose the Morphling. And Anti-Mage just buys back and says, well, if it takes them that much to kill me once, how on earth can they kill me twice?
Yeah, and now they're just going to try and deal with this final bit of raid racks. We'll be able to get it done now that Jibe is able to come back with the Black Dragon form. But again, Dream goes in.
They don't just want the racks here, Fluke. They want the game. They take down the Doombringer. S4 just came back. He's dead. No buyback. They go directly onto the Pango. The celebratory Mana Void to end out the game. And Fluke, I am sorry for your sleep schedule, sir. But today is a day of 3 game sets as ITB make the recovery and they take us to game number 3 by dismantling Alliance in game 2. Supreme, what a player. That Ember Spirit performance. Yeah. We see, we understand, we get it, bro.
Yeah, that was a standout Ember performance, and I think they put him in a really good spot to be able to get it done. And you know, just this first item Lincoln's, I mean, after the Maelstrom was a really, really good thing for Supreme to be able to come out, and then getting the Rampage towards the Roshan pit as well just means that this game gets all too hard for you. And I mean, when you're able to open up with like this Dragon Knight and this Enchantress, 2 heroes that are naturally hard to kill, but heroes that deal a lot of damage themselves, just means that Alliance already are going to start at a disadvantage of how much damage they can do. Yes, Rubik is a great hero. Yes, all these heroes coming out from Alliance are good heroes, but you need to inherently be able to kill some of these heroes, and killing Dragon Knight and Enchantress requires specific heroes doing specific things. And I liked what Alliance had, but it was just the way that these lanes started to go, and then some of these engagements really just started going way too far against them. Charlie was getting caught out after having such a great start. Chuen wasn't able to really have the kind of breakout performance that he had in that first game, where he really kind of just cracked the ball open and got that mid game going the way that he wanted to. And Supreme was able to get a couple of those extra kills, so it just meant that Chuen wasn't able to deal with some of these tankier heroes. Charlie doesn't want to deal with it just yet because he's a Morphling, and unfortunately for S4, he was just that was a rough performance from him, man. Like he got Hand of Midas BKB, and then he literally stunted in growth for like 10-15 minutes. Maybe that's a little bit of an over-exaggeration, but like 10 minutes of him not being able to finish off the Blink Dagger. Eventually gets the Blink Dagger done, but the game was finished at that point. So a rough showing there from Alliance, but you know, into the breach. I mean, coming back after a game number 1 like that and coming into this series, props to him.
It actually is not an exaggeration. It literally was 10 minutes between BKB and the Blink Dagger, which is not what you want to be seeing, especially when you have a hero like Doom that can farm the map as quickly as he generally tends to do. This time around, though, Alliance and the crew not able to do it. They fall prey to the Supreme Ember Spirit. 11-2-21. This man did 42,000 damage in this game. For context, if you combine S4's damage and Charlie's damage and Ponlo's damage, that's when you get to the amount of damage he did all by himself. Truly an insane performance from him. Like, wow. Knowing exactly when to be, where to go. His movements around the map were also pretty clutch as well. So, love to see it. And this has made us have another game for today. So, we're getting the full stretch. 9 straight games of Dota here, Fluke. Rip sleep. Gotta tank it, bro. I hope you have enough coffee in the house. But this does also mean that for Alliance, history is not in their favor right now. Because in game 1, or the first series of the day, Secret win game 1, lose the series. The second series of the day, PugChamp win game 1, lose the series. So right now, Alliance, they probably are sweating bullets because if things continue at this pace, it's going to be ITB grabbing their first victory here in the DPC. However, Alliance have shown us that they have grit and determination in the past, so let's see how far it can carry them into the third and deciding game of this series. We'll find out exactly who wins what, who loses what, and what the leaderboard will look like right after a small break. Myself, Snare, and Fluke will join you very shortly for some more Dota 2 hype. We'll see you in just a moment.
He's moving. 3 seconds left. Go. Yeah, we can chase this out. I'm close. Go run, fuck. We'll finish this guy.
Иди, я Эрл дам.
Hey, я не дамажу. Rampage.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
welcome one and all here to Division 2 in Western Europe. Today, the triple header has been a 3-for-3 day. 3 series have all gone the distance to 3 games. 9 games of Dota here. And Mr. Fluke, after all this Dota, you know, people watching at home are probably going to be like, oh, they're a bit fatigued having seen all these games. Imagine being one of the players. Imagine you're on the side of Alliance right now. Your series started 1 hour late because the previous series had to start late, because the previous series had to end late. Now you're on the cusp of winning. You lose that game too. You have to recover your mental, and it's like past midnight where you are right now. This is not going to be an easy situation to bounce back from if they want to try and get this victory and secure the 2-1 over the side of ITB.
Yeah, exactly. And I think they just need to kind of look back at why they won game number 1 the way they did. I think they drafted really well. They played really well in their lanes, and they had a lot of answers for what ITB were trying to throw at them. Game number 2, they definitely had a good draft in and of themselves. I think maybe they need to put a little bit more emphasis on giving S4 a good time to play. And I think this is kind of one of the downsides of Alliance is they can look really shaky when they have to put a lot of emphasis on making sure Chuen has a really good lane, and that's where S4 really falls by the wayside, and he can really have some of his poor performances when he kind of gets just left out on an island and they don't put too many resources in keeping him alive in the game, and then he just kind of starts to become an irrelevant hero. And especially when you're in a hero like Doom, like you can't be that far behind on net worth when you're investing in Hannah Midas as an offlane hero and utilizing things like Devour and all that kind of stuff. You need to make sure you're getting that net worth going and rolling for your team, but it just didn't work out that time around for Alliance. So maybe let's just start looking at some of these heroes for the offlane where we start, don't worry about the Doom, let's try and just get things like our Centaur, our Tide Hunters looked really good. Maybe even the Beastmaster, where we just have these heroes that are just, you can just chuck them in an island and they will be tanky and they will survive and they will be able to do their job no matter what happens to them in the game.
Also need to definitely find more answers for Supreme if he does play the Ember Spirit again. We do see Alliance. They, of course, have the first pick. They're playing with Dire side first pick because ITB, if I remember correctly, they opted to have second pick. So Alliance has first pick on Dire. Dire is one of these sides that has just been super strong of late. Also, I think another thing about the draw from last game, I really hope Alliance doesn't first pick the Rubik. Yes, it's a very generic opener, and we see a lot of teams doing it for a reason, but there's a lot of teams losing with it for a reason as well. Right now, Rubik is he's just not that guy. In the past patch, he was that hero. You could just pick him in any situation. Now, if I do see Rubik, I prefer to see him in the second phase when you have some kind of awareness of what amazing spells you can claim. In the previous game, the only great spells Hanskin got was when your best spells are Blink to escape and Breathe Fire to push out creep waves. It's like, yeah, this is not primo Rubik situation. But I think this also is a bit of an issue for Alliance, right? Because Hanskin Disruptor, even before the hero was amazing, has historically been so good throughout the years that the best 5 hero in the game right now, they'll probably never get to play because Hanskin's too good at it. Yeah,
exactly. And I think it's kind of one of those things that a lot of teams these days really don't want to play into Disruptor, because when you're starting to snowball and starting to play really well, then that hero can really just kind of pull super far ahead. It also is pretty good at punishing teams when they overextend as well, which is something that teams just don't want to play into. But Alliance, they're not going to heed your warning here, Stair. They're just going to go for the Rubik as their first pick. I do agree with you. I think he's definitely fallen into the same category as Dirge, where you just you don't want to pick it on 5. Like I think it's just it feels so. I don't know. I just feel like there's other heroes that you could pick. They could have picked Death Prophet. They could have picked Tuskar. They could have picked Enchantress. They could have picked, I don't know, Snapfire maybe. I think wouldn't have been too bad. We've seen a lot of these other first pick heroes that are really starting to come through. Doom is another one they could have just picked, but they're going to go for the Rubik, and you can just see into the breach. They instantly punish it with the Lycan, and that just means that Rubik now has one core hero that, one, he doesn't like stealing any of his spells unless it's Wolfbite, and 2, he cannot deal with him in the game either. Like, he just pops Shapeshift and runs at this Rubik, and he will just die to summons.
Yep. Across the entirety of Div 2, or Tour 2 rather, in the second tour, this includes both Div 1 games and Div 2 games, Rubik has been picked 274 times, enjoying a 48% win rate. So a lot of it has been padded up by, like in Div 2, for some reason, the hero has been doing a lot better than he was at Div 1. But nonetheless, I am terrified by this opener from ITB. Normally, you sometimes see like Beastmaster Enchantress, but Lycan Enchantress sort of fulfills a similar niche. And inside a side of the map that you should be able to quickly take over. You overwhelm the enemy team with summons. But Alliance, this is a great response here. We did see ITB banning the Naga Siren against them in game 1. And having Naga here, if there's a lane that Naga does not care about, it's playing into Lycan. This hero literally does nothing. You just chill. You have 7 armor to start with. You're absolutely unbothered by anything that Lycan can throw at you early on.
Yeah, and it also means that now they're going to have a hero that Charlie not only is extremely confident on, but it is also able to carry the game for them. So this may mean that we're able to move Hanskin and Ponlo to better positions on the map to enable players like Chuen, or maybe even just link up with Chuen to start getting some more of those kills, really be able to bring S4 into the game as well until Charlie is absolutely ready to come and fight with them. But as you said, insanely good lane up against the Lycan. Really does not care what's going on. Same thing with the Enchantress. Does make it a little bit hard for you to try and kill the Enchantress, but at the end of the day, it is hard to kill her full stop. So I'd like to see them just try and cover this Naga Siren pick with maybe, even if they're that scared of it, like a Pudge ban. I'm not sure if that's going to be something that Otaka is going to be able to play. But, you know, Leshrac, Pudge are like the 2 magic kind of cores that really do spook me if I'm ever playing a Naga Siren.
Well, Leshrac is gone right now from the side of Alliance. They've already removed the Ember Spirit as well, which is also quite a good hero into these illusion heroes Shin is. ITB, they're still fearful of this Doombringer, despite the fact that it didn't necessarily go so well for S4. They're like, Doom, good spell. It does seem to suggest they're going to pick some mid-hero, some Death Prophet, Puck, any hero that like really feels way worse when getting doomed up. But still a lot of time. I'm surprised that Death Prophet has been completely unaddressed in the draft so far. I guess it's a little bit hard for both of these squads to fit it in. Although I could see Alliance fitting in a DP here. And then you fight around the DP while the Naga is busy farming it up.
Yeah, they definitely could. Not sure how the Rubik DP lane goes. I guess DP is just one of those heroes that just wins most lanes, so you're going to be okay with it. Has been kind of surprising. I think a lot of teams have really kind of put it out of their minds now, right? Because like I don't think she's like kind of the standout greatest hero of the patch. She still is very, very good, don't get me wrong, but I think when you have a hero that is like a standout hero then goes into the next patch and it still is like kind of good, I think people just straight up just expected it to be nerfed and they just go, okay, like the hero's whatever now, and you just don't think about it.
It's so weird how Dota players are like that. We just only want to play the broken stuff. Even if things are 98% broken, still really, really good. You're like, it's not hot anymore. Then you play it like, oh wow, this is actually kind of incredible.
Yeah, it's the Toy Story meme. I don't want to play with you anymore.
I don't want to play with you anymore. ITB will still pick up again the Morana for respect. Had some incredible arrows that we saw coming out in game 2. And honestly, I think this is also somewhat of a block pick. Had they not gone for Morana, I could easily see Alliance picking up like Morana +1 hero in the mid lane that has a stun. I was thinking Primal Beast beforehand, but that hero's banned out. But either way, it would have been so nice. You have Rubik to set up arrows. You had the Naga Siren with the Ensnare to set up arrows. Now that's gone. That's removed. Rubik can steal the arrow from time to time. We saw him do it in game number 2. But I want to see them play a hero that, like, I want to see the supports play with each other, you know? Or at the very least be able to set up things to happen on the map and not just be like in game 2 where if the game plan falls apart, they don't necessarily have much counterplay options.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of a good hero for them to play. They could probably just run Hanskin on the Rubik once again. What's Paul going to be able to pick up? I mean, I wouldn't hate to see, like, if they just go, like, Snap plus Puck. Okay, Jakira. Yeah, that's another hero. I think is really, really good for them. Hanskin plays a really, really good Jakiro. I think they can also just go Puck here, and then they will have Macroplier plus Dreamcoil, but they're going to go with S4 and his Centaur War Runner. So one of the heroes that has looked really, really good for him. Blink Initiator, builds auras, has a good lane with the Rubik as well. Doesn't lose to many matchups. They've covered it well with a lot of these damage dealers they've gotten rid of. And Alliance, this gives me a lot more confidence in their Rubik first pick. with the other heroes that they've been able to build. To be fair, I think I probably would have been pretty happy with whatever four you gave me for Alliance with the 3 years that they have, but I like the way that they've drafted and been able to deal with stuff that's coming in from into the breach. Into the beach.
Into the beach. Let's go. Holiday mode.
Let's go to the beach.
I do like that they have, between the Jakiro and the Rubik, they have ways to be able to clear out waves that don't involve any of their core heroes. So you Fade Bolt, you drop Dual Breath, hell, even a Macro Pyre for a sufficiently large creep wave, and suddenly ITB can't push that side of the map. Like you mentioned, Rubik Centaur is very good. They have some kind of building damage now as well with the Jakiro. They have team fight, because you set up with the Centaur stun, it follows up with the Jakiro damage. Rubik can keep that chain stun disable going. Hell, you can even just set up with Naga to make it so much easier for you. And then you drop down the Macro Pyre first, so it's already channeling. All right, I like this from Alliance. It does seem very execution heavy though, so I need to see them playing very well. So for ITB, what is going to be the response? Now suddenly you can't pick up heroes like the Death Prophet because they just stampede away from you, making life very, very awkward. So they do need some additional catch, because right now all they have access to is Mirana Arrow. Where are we getting this catch from here, Fluke? Are we getting it from the safe lane or from the mid lane?
I think maybe they could park here for Into the Breach and then try and find a Naga counter for their last 1-2 punch. I feel like the way Alliance is drafted now is very, very hard for Into the Breach to make a good pick here. I was going to say you want to have a hero that is able to either deal with the Stampede in some way or deal with the Naga Siren. So this is like kind of a little bit in the middle, right? Like you rupture somebody and you can't Stampede away from them. Because otherwise you'll just get burned to pieces. And also you have the Blood Right and you build Maelstrom and all that kind of stuff to try and deal with the Naga Siren. But I think the way that this has worked most of the time is, I mean, the Bloodseeker is going to rupture to the Naga, and the Naga is more than happy to kind of stand still. If you're a good enough Naga player, you can always dodge the Blood Right as well by pressing the mirror image at the right time. So I don't think this is the greatest of carry-to-carry matchups. They've got very, very fast heroes and very, very mobile heroes, but I don't really see the synergy from Into the Breach right now. Like, I don't see really where this Bloodseeker is coming from outside of just trying to rupture somebody so they can't stampede away. Whereas for the side of Alliance, I can see the ideas and see the structure behind their draft.
Yeah, this Bloodseeker does feel a little bit off kilter. I suppose one of the rationales behind the Bloodseeker is that you wanna, like you said, the Rupture to just try and hold heroes in position, but still no natural setup for their other spells in the game. I suppose maybe they're anticipating that there's going to be so much early scrapping, so that Lycan and Enchantress Mirana are hopefully leaving heroes so low all the time that Bloodseeker is pretty much at max movement speed and just can like troll around his laning phase, literally run rings around the Centaur, not have to worry about him. But I don't know. This I'm also a little bit skeptical about the Bloodseeker, especially because they already banned the Pangolier and they banned Primal Beast. I suppose maybe it's because Death Prophet's still in the game and that hero kind of feels bad to play into Bloodseeker, but still a somewhat peculiar pick here for me. But we'll probably see what the plan is once they go on to their 24 pick, right?
Yeah. Hopefully it all starts to come together because, as you said, they don't have set up for arrow right now. It is literally just going to be blind arrows to try and get stuff done. Yeah, technically you could say Rupture sets up, but you can still move. So into the breach, they need somebody who gives them a good way of scaling. I think the scaling's a little rough right now up against the Naga Siren. They need a little bit more magic damage. I think they are lacking that. And they also need somebody to lock down some heroes, so maybe something along the lines of like an Invoker. I think Tinker was a relatively good ban. They still would be very, very light on the lockdown. So I think Invoker would be a pretty fair shout for Into the Breach. Whereas Alliance, I want to see Puck. I think Puck would do a lot for them. It means they don't get pucked themselves. Enables them to be able to set up Hoof Stomp, Ice Path, Macro Pyre, the Naga Siren to be able to get in there. It's hard for the Bloodseeker to play around with pre-BKB, hard for the Lycan to play around with pre-BKB. There is very little lockdown, and there it is.
Noise.
Very,
almost
very
like you do this for a living. And certainly is a excellent puck game here for all the reasons you mentioned. Some additional catch. Also, when you look at the disables coming in from ITB, no puck worth their salt should ever get caught by an arrow. You should never be hit by Blood Right. So they actually have no real disable coming into this puck. Worst case scenario, I suppose you can backtrack for a hero like Queen of Pain and then build Orchid, but the heroes that provide natural lockdown from the mid lane, most of them have been banned out in this particular series here. There's no Storm, there's no Batrider, there's no Ember, there's no DK. They go for the Tiny. All right. This is a hero that's been somewhat forgotten about in the mid lane, but he still provides quite a lot of lockdown, provides some laning prowess, provides some damage, provides mid-game timing. If there's ever gonna, this is actually a very good game for the Tiny as well, at least from the laning perspective. As the game scales later, I guess you're not a hero that minds buying BKB, and the damage output from the side of Alliance is somewhat slow. So this Tiny hero could get himself to a point where he's so difficult to kill that he does what he did in the second game. Outside of just like, in the second game he did it through mobility, now he might do it through just like raw HP. But it is still possible if they have a good enough start on the side of Alliance that they can bring him down. So, Mr. Fluke, talk to me about this. You've seen both drafts. Both of these teams need a win right now. Alliance want to make sure they keep the path going into Div 1. On the other side, ITB need to avoid the conversation about relegation. So with which draft would you prefer to be involved in right now? And which team is taking Game 3?
I think Alliance have a lot more cohesion in their draft. Their heroes complement each other really, really well. They kind of band-aid a lot of the issues that they were having as well. And I think all 5 of those heroes are, I don't want to say signature heroes, but I would associate each one of those heroes with the player that is playing it when I look at these guys and the way that they play. Whereas for Into the Breach, yeah, Supreme is a really, really good Tiny player, but the hero has started to fall off a little bit. He's going to have a good lane up against the puck. They're very light on lockdown and stun, so a Nagasaran and a puck are going to have free reign in these team fights, and I just find it... I'm not really sold on this Bloodseeker pick. I think it's not going to really be able to do that much against the Centaur. Into the Nagasaran, it's going to be a bit rough as well. They can play fast tempo. I think if they have a good start for Into the Breach, they can start to push towers down and team fight and try and go hard, but I just think that Alliance have a much more well-rounded, easy to execute draft and a very signature draft at that.
They have certainly come back for all their favorite heroes. The player-hero combinations looking much stronger for the side of Alliance. But we saw in Game 2 that if push comes to shove, Supreme can level up and go in for these Superman performances and get his team the dub here. Game 3, the decider. Let's go. Also, we've been talking about vision quite a lot throughout the course of this day, and both teams have access to some vision tools. We have Lycan Wolves on the side of ITB, we have Bloodseeker with the vision, we have Enchantress Creeps, and then for the side of Alliance, a lot of responsibility on the Naga Siren of Charlie to make sure that his team actually has vision in this game.
Yeah. And I think, not only vision, it's also about information as well, right? Like when you're pushing out certain waves, pushing into certain parts of the map, if you see people or see lack thereof people, it is very easy for you to kind of extrapolate where things are going to be going. So again, this is going to be a interesting game number 3. It is starting to get into the wee hours of the morning for some of the Europeans. So they are starting to get a little mad so that they don't get, more of their own Dota faster, but it is still a good time to be in Division 2. I've actually really been enjoying a lot of the Division 2 series. And I snare every time most broadcasters come into our season and they say this is the best season. But I honestly think that Western Europe and Western Europe Division 2 really, really impress me. Because sometimes you can come into Div 2 and you get some stinkers, but this is actually a really sick and a really, really tight region. And I mean, going into 2 or 3, I think it's anybody's game.
Certainly anybody can win this one out. Can go in any direction. That's why we watch these games. It's so much fun to watch. Mid lane, the Tiny versus this Puck matchup. Against like these Spirit style heroes, whether it be Puck, Snow Spirit, Ember, whatever, Tiny tends to come out fairly well. So it's going to be on Supreme to make sure that he can carry through that promise. And they need this hero to do well, right? You were mentioning that you were a little bit skeptical about the role of the Bloodseeker in this game. If this Tiny gets a late Blink Dagger, they are really, really slow to make moves happen across the map. So they absolutely need Supreme to perform here when he's playing up against Chuan.
Yeah, and I think, the thing for Alliance as well is they've got a lot of kind of hero combinations that can kind of work with each other, whereas for Into the Breach, it's like, I guess the Mirana and the Tiny can play with each other, but like, the Lycan doesn't really want to play with anybody. You know, the Bloodseeker again is going to sit back and farm a little bit, and Enchantress kind of just wants to walk in and smack some towers. So there are a few kind of issues for Into the Breach. Also, before we get a little bit deeper into the game, Charlie did something really cool at the start of the game. I'm not quite sure if it was intentional, but he had one of his illusions standing next to his range creep, and Immersion tried to arrow the range creep to try and get the experience, and Charlie's illusion blocked it. So it was actually a pretty cool interaction to start out laning phase.
Alright, good stuff coming in from the Naga side, and Charlie showing that he knows what's up when it comes to playing this hero. In terms of also knowing what's up when it comes to playing a hero, they go back for the S4 Centaur. I don't think ITB would be surprised by this. This probably, in some measure, explains the Bloodseeker pick. So they knew that this was going to be coming. They are prepared. And on the bright side, even if the Centaur is going to do decently well in the game, in the laning phase, Otaka doesn't really have to be scared of all that much. Like, lift Hoofstomp combo, way less scary when you have Blood Right to drop down to provide a degree of protection, and you have an edge behind you, hopefully with a Wild Wing Ripper to hurricane you out.
Yeah, exactly. And any of the... Usually a good way for Centaur to gain a massive advantage in the lane is once you get your rings up, you just start spamming out double edges, and then most carries kind of can't stand that kind of harass, whereas Bloodseeker definitely can. So, yeah, that's probably a fair shout, is they just wanted to try and have a lane counter to it. And as you said, like, a lot of these lanes have been relatively brawly as well, so Otaka is going to be able to really abuse Thirst and abuse the way that it works in the game as well, and try and just fly around and smack some people from Alliance.
So far, somewhat quiet game. I haven't had our first blood happen just yet. S4 tanking quite a few hits from the Impetus, but he has enough gold to buy himself a Ring of Health. So that's going to come back from the secret shop. He'll be okay.
Is Otaka trying to kill his career while he's getting the ring?
I think he was, but I think he realized it looked like it, right? But he was like, hemming and hawing. He was like, do I want to go behind the tower for this? Do I want to just park in front of the secret shop? Well, how far do I go for this play?
Yeah, it was kind of crazy. Oh,
wait,
S4.
Is S4 dead? Yeah, S4's dead. He's actually going to lose his life here. Blood Right's going to drop down. They try the telekinesis to at least buy space and time, but S4 will certainly die. And Respect able to claim away the first blood, bringing down the Centaur. So ITB showing some prowess here in this bottom lane. And although they picked this lane to be a bit more aggressive with the Centaur Rubik, it turns out the aggression is going in the opposite direction.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to try and tell a TI winner how to play Dota, but in this lane you cannot do that at the Bloodseeker at all, especially when he has a stick. Like, he's going to win that trade against you 99% of the time, and Bloodseeker is the type of hero that wants to have these low HP duels with you, because if he ever gets close towards the bottom, he gets stronger, and you unfortunately get weaker, and it just makes it easier for him to be able to come back. I think you need a lot more levels in the double edge and maybe the Vanguard before you're able to really abuse the Bloodseeker. But yeah, it's going to be a hard lane if S4 is constantly making himself low, especially with all the other fighting that's going across the map as well. And speaking of, Chuen is oh so low here in the mid lane.
He's super low. The question is, will he take the risk of jumping onto Supreme? He thought about it for a second, but then he was like, let's just rather go home. But this is one of the things that you often see in this tiny matchup. As bottom, we might see S4 dying again. Blood Right gets dropped down. There will be a Hoofstomp coming in, but can he escape is the question. No mana for additional impetus shots, at least not that many of them. They sent out the one. Look at the movement speed for Otaka. He realizes that, well, I could run S4 down, but that could also bring me in range of the tier 1 tower. Let's not take that risk. Let's just pick up the easy kill of this Rubik. Well, you don't want to feed the Bloodseeker, but that's what seems to be happening in this game.
Yeah, and the worst part is that you can see at the top part there's a lot of low health bars for both these two teams, but ITB is the team with the Bloodseeker on their team, so anybody who's starting to lose that HP just constantly increases towards his movement speed, and when he's able to get that final last hit, he's still able to burst back up in HP, and that's the scary part for Alliance is you just kind of can't push this hero out of lane early on, It is very hard to do so against a Bloodseeker. You need to have very specific heroes to do it. So the heroes they have right now, they kind of just have to get what they're given and be happy with it.
Bye, Ponlo. Bye, fam. Bye, homie. And he kills the courier on the way out. At least S4 picked up his Vanguard, but this is getting a little bit scary, I'll be honest here, Fluke. This lane is not going as well as it should be for the side of Alliance. Arteka is overperforming a little bit himself and the Enchantress. And they're applying pressure onto this Rubik Centaur. And to make matters worse, if we look towards this top lane as well, although this Lycan might end up dying here, he is in a little bit of trouble. Yeah, he's gonna die. Shibe, Sarsfam, you're gonna be joining the off-lane circle of death. Go back into the fountain. And although they do get this kill here, the fact remains at the end of the day that this Centaur, he's already died twice in this early game. And Centaur is not the kind of, he's not like Lycan where it's like, well, I can have a bit of a rougher time early on, can still dip back into the jungle, farm up from that direction. If Centaur starts bad, the game tends to stay bad for that hero.
Yeah, especially because he's another one of these heroes that just really needs to hit this blink timing, right? Like he needs to hit these tankier timings with blink and hood and vanguard. Whereas Lycan can always go back and farm. I mean, Feral Impulse is a very bastard passive. There's a fight that's happening in the jungle though.
It's not a fight, it's more like an assassination, my friend, as they just bring down Jakiro very, very easily. More gold into the coffers of Immersion and Supreme. And Supreme, we're seeing why they were so confident picking up the Tiny. Won the mid lane, and is now starting to apply pressure to heroes that come in to help. Has full phase boots available with his bottle and the Windlace, so fairly speedy when he's moving around the map. And Alliance, they haven't been able to make a rotation just yet with Chuen. And bringing their heroes middle, you know, when I think of heroes that rotate to the mid lane to make magic happen, I don't think of Jakiro definitely. And we've spoken about some of the difficulties that Rubik has been experiencing in recent times. So you no longer really think of him either if you don't have a massively high damage dealing mid laner. So that's not going to happen until Chuen fully decides to commit his spells onto one particular target.
Yeah, and you kind of have to just be there at like the last moment as well to just get a telekinesis grab back as they're going up to high ground to get out of vision. So I don't think anybody wants to move forward. Supreme sending his attention towards top lane, and Hanskin, he is unfortunately going to be assassinated.
Very, very dead. But here comes Chuen. They're looking for the counterplay. Big counterplay. The double hero Dream Coil. Do they have the follow-up damage is the question. The Lucio ult doesn't connect. Chuen might have to wait until he has Waning Rift. Lift back from Ponlo. Beautiful avalanche from the Tiny. Charlie also getting zoned back towards the tier 1 tower. So far, only one death in this lane. They will end up losing Ponlo as he gets run down by the Lycan Wolves and his army at the top side of the tree line. Good dodge on the avalanche, but oh no, Chuen still got caught. He's been ruptured up. Supreme brings him down. 900 gold for the Tiny, so that means we're well on our way to a Blink Dagger. As ITB really showing up in game 3 as well here, Fluke. 7-1 is the scoreline 10 minutes into this game. And all three of these lanes starting to look very, very promising for themselves as they're also about to get a tier 1 tower in the top lane.
Yeah, I think the one shining light here for Alliance is that Charlie's having a good game. He's at 62 and 6. But the net worth is starting to reflect a little bit more. Finally, with the Dream Coil comes down.
They actually get this kill. I actually don't know if he dies here, if I'm honest. Yeah, he's fine, dude. Oh. He's chilled. They don't do enough damage yet. They need time on this Alliance draft. This is a team that needs levels, and they just do not have them right now. So, ITB, literally free to do whatever the hell they want on the lane. And there's no counterplay available.
Yeah. And you can see that Chuen understands that he wants to try and get stuff done with these early Dream Coils, but they just haven't worked out for them. The rotation towards the top lane, I thought that was going to be absolutely gnarly for them. I thought that was going to be like, you know, a 3-4k come in for the puck, but the coil snaps, nobody gets gone on. They don't have the damage because Hanskin's already gone down. Same with Ponlo, they just get run down by the Lycan. And Charlie this early just doesn't do enough on the Naga Siren.
Charlie might actually die here. They hop onto him. The arrow does not connect onto the actual hero. Hit some illusions instead. Quanlo might be the one that suffers the indignity of death. He's getting ran down by a Hellbear Smasher as well as Shibe. They popped the Stampede though to get him out of dodge. Good guy S4. Might not be present in the fight, but he makes his presence known by pressing the button. And now they actually might try to aggress onto Attacker. I think they know that he's down bottom. Okay, he reveals himself. They know. Do they have reveal is the question. Hanskin does have a sentry. There will be a blood drive drop down, but there should be enough damage ultimately that Alliance collect the kill.
Yep, that's a big pickup. Be able to take down Otaka. A lot of gold going into the pocket of the Alliance members, and it was Chuen who picked it up. So he's very close to the Witchblade. This is where his damage starts to skyrocket. S4 has the Crimson Guard early on here.
Okay.
So these summons, they are trying to play against them. Oh, DD Rune bottom as well for Chuen. He's going to chuck that in his bottom and be happy about that one.
All right, let's smoke. Ponlo is nearby. Hanskin immediately buys a smoke. I think they would love to be able to make something happen. Ponlo has one in the backpack as well. But I think for now, Chuen's going to wait until somebody reveals themselves down bottom, and it's Otaka. But I don't think he wants to go all in for this one. It is a Bloodseeker, so killing him alone, a bit more of a difficult proposition than killing him with 3 heroes surrounding him. Mid lane though, they find Supreme. Yeah, they get him. That was the lift into Ice Path, into Macropyre. Quite a bit of damage supplied towards the mid lane. And they will be able to get the tier 1 tower. Chuan is the one that shows up with the DD rune. S4 clears up the tower. And they smoke. They're going bottom. They have Dream Coil. I think they want to catch out Otaka.
I think they spotted that with a ward.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They have a ward up here on the high ground.
Yeah, I see it.
You can see Otaka's just sitting behind the tier 2 tower here.
They still scan him out though. I think they really would love to be able to take this fight. But he's coming forth just to break the smoke and make sure that this Observer Ward catches vision. They just dewarded though. Like you said, they were aware it was coming.
Oh, they know he's in the crit camp.
Oh my god, they might still kill him anyway. There's the stolen avalanche. Oh my goodness. Ponlo making plays happen on this Rubik. They managed to find the kill onto Otaka. Okay. Alright, we see you. It's the last few moments of the avalanche remaining as well. So getting a key kill like that, pretty clutch for the side of Alliance.
Yeah, I think the Alliance supports are really starting to do some heavy lifting now. Be able to enable these other cores to play around the map. Chuen gets the kill, gets involved. S4 continues to push out that mid lane. Crimson Guard getting close to a Blink Dagger. So he's looking pretty good on the Centaur. And I mean, once he's picked up the Blink Dagger, that's kind of all thrusters a go, right? For Alliance, they just run in with Park. They've just got S4. He's going to be a big old beefy boy. Charlie's just going to be whacking creeps until the cows come home. And we're going to be pretty happy if you're an Alliance fan. But into the breach, they surely understand this as well. That's why they're going to hit the smoke now. We're going to try and see if they can get some Alliance kills.
They also want to reveal their own Blink Dagger on Supreme. They are aware of how this tiny hero functions. If you don't keep getting kill after kill after kill, the hero can fall off. So they're going in onto Hanskin. They find the kill. S4 runs right past them, almost daring them to chase him. And he flees beyond the reach of the tier 2 tower. And they will not chase after him. They just get a quick kill onto Hanskin. They go for him now, but the blink doesn't actually connect. This is somewhat brave from the side of ITB. Alliance not punishing this just yet. They're very happy. Just keep the pressure going down in the bottom lane with the Snarker Siren. And just keep S4 hiding behind just in case he needs to pop out with the Hoof Stomp.
Yeah, I think they realize that he's going to be pretty hard to kill. 1800 HP, full Crimson Guard, full Wand as well. Full stick, pardon me.
Okay.
Still behind him. They're going to pop the Shapeshift.
They really want this kill. They get the silence out onto S4. But here comes the final TP onto this puck. They really want to try and find some counter plays. They get the quick kill or the quick stance onto Respect. Not dead just yet. Macropyre will be dropped down. They eventually, with the small army, find the kill onto Jakiro. And Supreme with the Avalanche Toss also brings down S4. 2 heroes have fallen on the side of Alliance in exchange for this Enchantress. They were willing to commit most of their team. Alliance thought they could mount this defense with only 4. It turns out that is not the case, Fluke. Not having the Naga here means that they're lacking some critical damage.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Alliance, I don't think Charlie really wants to be a part of these fights just yet. He does have the Manta style, but yeah, as you said, just missing one of those key critical members. And I thought S4 was going to be a little tankier than that. He kind of just copped a couple avalanche toss combinations and got ruptured, and that was all she kind of wrote for S4. But you know, once he's built up this blink dagger, he's going to be a little better. Where did all his gold go?
Who, S4?
Does he only have 200 gold? Yeah.
He bought a cloak, phase boots, crimson guard.
He had like 1,700 gold last time I looked at him before he bought the cloak.
I don't know.
So
no, that probably happened. If he's losing money, he probably bought Bitcoin, man.
Got him. Shout out to all the crypto bros out there.
Crypto bros, shout out to y'all. Mid lane. Shout out to Supreme because he's going to need those shout outs. He's going to be counting them all inside the fountain. Bursted down by the side of Alliance. But yet again, we're running into a similar issue that we saw in game number 2. That for them to be able to get these kills and make these moves, they are reliant on some bigger spells and cooldowns. Erstwhile ITB, they have a much higher tempo. And we're going to see an example of this as they get the Rupture out onto the Centaur. There's no more Dream Coil. The big counter plays might not be here, but they get the Ensnare out onto this Bloodseeker. Charlie finally makes his presence known in one of these engagements. And who are they going to try and line up for next? They get the Ice Path out. It's going to get the quick start onto Immersion, but he does manage to leap away to safety first. The Lycan running in behind on everybody. They won't be able to keep this Enchantress alive, however, as she will end up losing her life to Charlie. Lift back onto Supreme. Supreme just respawned, but immediately recognizing this is not the kind of fight I want to be involved in. An Alliance. They get 2 pretty big kills here.
Yeah, they were nice little catches for them to come up with there. And the fact that now that Charlie is starting to get involved is good signs for Alliance fans out there. He's getting close to hitting, I don't want to say critical mass, but his first big power spike. Manta Orchid is a very, very scary power spike for Nagasarans to hit, because not only do they do a lot of damage, but you know, the Orchid catch in combination with the illusions around you, you can tear people to shreds, man. Like, especially when they get locked down by like the Ice Path Dream Call now.
Oh no, they found the Lycan. Shibe gets Ice Path up, way too much damage to have to deal with. And Supreme went in to try and find a counterplay.
No.
But he thought he could break up the engagement with the Avalanche. Unfortunately, he just dragged himself closer into the fight itself. As Ponlo catches him with the telekinesis, brings him into the fray and ensures that they find the kill.
Yeah, I was really starting to become worried for Alliance for, you know, maybe about 5-10 minutes ago, where they were starting to just kind of get run over. Supreme was finding kills, but now the shoe's on the other foot. Supreme has died, what, 3 times in a row now?
Yeah.
Without being able to find a kill. They've been able to constantly find Zibe as well. Yes, they haven't lost out on Otika, but still means that a lot of your other cores, who are the ones who need to try and be pretty strong in these next couple of minutes to hold on to your outer towers, just aren't going to be there, because Supreme got a decently timed Blink Dagger, right? But, I mean, you're still 500 gold away from Echo Saber, and then even then you want to try and get in towards the BKB pretty soon. Still need to build some damage, and this is the one issue that I'm having recently with these mid-tinies. Hunskin?
Hunskin is in a little bit of trouble here. Oh my goodness, the team
mega dead.
They come in to help him out. He might still die to the tree trust, but no, he's still alive. They finally are able to bring him down at the Starfall. Panda will also join him in the dead lane, but they will be able to escape with the rest of their heroes, perhaps. Respect will get Hoof Stomp up while he's trying to TP out, and will end up dead here on the ward spot. They chase pretty far for that, and although Alliance sacrificed 2 of their support heroes, you get to kill Otaka again now. That's his 4th death of the game. Supreme is also on the map farming for his Echo Saber, so he doesn't want to get involved at all. So this feels really, really good if you're on the side of Alliance, because not only do you get those kills, but they also don't take over your jungle, so you can still stack these later for the Naga to farm and have access to the Ancient Camp.
Yeah, exactly. And once they clear this tier 2 tower in the bottom sides, and they can just set their attention purely to the top half of the map, they can take back control of their own jungle, take control of the Roche Pit, take control of the triangle, And this map just gets insanely small for ITB, right? Like, even if they want to try and push out bottom, it's not safe for them. The map feels pretty dirty on that bottom side unless you start getting some vision out. Then Alliance are just doing a good job at utilizing their Naga Siren. Things were getting a little dicey there towards the early game, but now we're in a pretty comfortable spot for Alliance. They've almost got the heart online for Charlie, and I don't see how the Naga Siren dies, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. I don't see how they lock her down. I don't see how they deal with their illusions. I don't see how they deal enough damage to get through Heart Naga, who currently has 2200 HP, so she's going to have, like, what, 2600 HP and 26 armor?
Hold up. They have a Bloodseeker. They will eventually buy the Aghanim Shard. You know, that does... The percent base damage will help a lot. It's possible. It's difficult to kill her, but if they can overlay... So here's the plan, right? Supreme goes in, starts the Avalanche Toss, then they follow that up with the Arrow. Then they have like a Centaur Conqueror to show up and drop down the Hoof Stomp, or the War Stomp rather. Then they also have like a Thunderhide to frenzy up the Bloodseeker, so that during all this time, Bloodseeker is hitting with the Aghanim Shard. There we go. Easy, bro.
Yeah. Very easy. All right, ITB, go execute now.
They're trying to do so at the moment. ITB, they don't have a real read on where Alliance is at the moment. And there's that heart that you mentioned, finally complete for Charlie. He has lots and lots of HP, 2800 HP with 26 armor. Awesome. Fun and games.
Yeah, very balanced.
They have a lot of sentries down, which they're using to scout out some of these wolf movements from the Lycan. I would like to see Alliance pick up a gem. And there they go in at the Stampede. S4 doesn't connect with this Hoof Stomp. Dude, Immersion has actually been so hot with these leap charges this entire game.
He's been fast. But now they might get engaged on.
2-Hero Dreamcoil comes out with the Macropile drop down as well. They don't have a BKB for Supreme. Supreme is already dead. Ice Path drop down with the BKB. Bloodseeker is able to mop up both of these supports even through the Song of the Siren. But that does mean now that once they come back, they can just lock him down and finish him off. The first target is going to be Shebe on the Lycan. He's done and dusted. On the high ground, Xuen won't be able to cancel out the TP of Immersion. And they won't be able to catch up to Respect either. Nonetheless, though, they get two very important heroes. Shebe and Supreme, both of them taken down by the side of Alliance in a critical fight. That was also the BKB reveal for the Bloodseeker, and all he can do is bring down some support in an engagement.
And that's kind of the issue, right? Is Naga has hit this item timing where, yeah, the Bloodseeker with the shard can do a lot of work, but you see now that Oteka has to just deal with the illusions, right? He has to try and get this Mjolnir up and running, so he's not going to have the shard for another little while. And in his BKB duration, he just can't deal with the Naga Siren. There's just too much armor, there's too much HP, and Xuen just goes into the background. He's the one that's completely untouched. As long as he doesn't get arrowed or like Avatos, he's like, whatever. Goes in, blows people to pieces, and, you know, the fact that Charlie is 7,000 net worth above the next closest core means that Alliance, they are literally in the driver's seat and just trying to figure out where they want to take this puppy down.
Well, first they're gonna drive into the Roshan pit, get themselves a young souvenir for their efforts. In the meantime, though, S4 he's not dying. This is not feeding. This is Fluke. He's creating space. He's creating space. And they stole Rupture for Ponlo. Oh, hashtag space created, bro. It's all good.
Yeah, that's a mega worth. S4, big stuff going on. And now they found out a Lycan. And Zube, unfortunately, having a little bit of an S4 cosplay, dying on the opposite side of the map. But he didn't get that much space for his team, so S4 come out on top. They get an Aegis, they get a Rupture. They don't get that much map control because they need to try and control the top half of the map, but it is what it is. Your Naga Siren's big. You're ready. You're feeling good about how this game is going. And Alliance, they just need to finish it off. Hanskin. Ooh.
Oh my god, he actually escapes?
What?
Dude, they actually missed all of their spells. Avalanche missed, Arrow missed.
Bruh.
Obviously, Enchantress can't do anything about it. Oh my god.
I thought they knew exactly where he was. I thought the Enchantress creep was like right next to him.
Ah, well.
Are scanning.
Oh,
they did
boy.
not. They did not. So without that
The
knowledge,
heal.
they can't get that catch. Oh no, look middle! Supreme, they know exactly where he is as they catch him right as soon as they see the avalanche coming onto the creep wave. Ponlo blinks onto him with literally zero hesitation. And that's no buyback for the Supreme Tiny. So, okay, you know that entire spiel I had about the ways you can kill Charlie?
Yeah.
You actually need Supreme to be alive for all of that. You can't do it without the Tiny. So,
Yeah.
without him, this actually might just be a lane of Rax.
I think it's going to be. I mean, it's going to be 20 seconds for them.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
my God. They just jump in.
They jump
and
in,
obliterate
Ponlo
respect.
gets the initial grab onto respect. Immersion gets dream coiled up, but they're just gonna finish the lane of Rax and get out. Pop the drums to make this even easier. For context, this blink dagger for Ponlo was picked up 90 seconds ago, or about 2 minutes ago, and they're having this much impact on the map. And now this Naga side has a fucking butterfly, dude. How on earth? Butterfly, heart, Manta style, orchid. This is kind of ridiculous.
He's almost, he is doubling the Tiny and the Lycan.
Oh
he
my
has
God.
doubled their net worth.
Oh my god.
Like, they cannot, like, in the draft they were going to have issues with Naga. Let alone the fact that the Naga is double their net worth. You can put the two supports together and Tiny and still just be able to beat the Naga Siren's net worth.
Damn.
Like,
All right.
That's how big he is. He's almost 3 heroes on the side of Into the Breach.
And because of the strength as well as the protection of the Aegis, they just go in. Oh no, Taka!
Oh my God.
Couldn't get off BKB and he bought out for the Maelstrom, or the Mjolnir rather. He has no buyback. He straight up has no buyback. This game might just end right now. As Alliance, they're on the high ground. How on earth do they force them back? And we were talking about one of the reasons why we don't see Tiny all that often. Tiny, he did so well in the laning phase, but his scaling throughout the game is so predicated on getting as many kills as possible, and that just hasn't happened for him in this game. And in fact, he might be getting killed himself. He gets hit in with the Stream Coil. The toss was nice, sending S4 back in towards the fountain, and that enables them to bring down the Centaur. So Alliance will be bounced out of the base as a result of this. Or will they? They're faking back. They're waiting on the lip, waiting on the entrance. Ponlo hoping to try find somebody. Not going to get a primary grab. So they'll just get back. But still, this is so big. 2 lanes of Rags picked up by the side of Alliance.
Yep, they are cruising. They are cruising to try and get this one done. I'm not sure where this was for game number 2. I think they kind of just let it slip out of their hands. Maybe it was the draft for them just wasn't what they were comfortable on. But this is pure comfort to me, and this is exactly what I expected after game number 1. And sometimes when we're coming here into Division 2, much like what we say in NA, you're not really sure what you're going to get when you get here, and maybe it might be the same for Western Europe now.
I'm sure there's a lot of Ponlo, please stop it, dude.
Oh, Supreme.
Just stop it, dude. Relax, Ponlo. It's only a game of Dota, my friend. Holy smokes. Well, that is going to be a tier 1 tower falling very shortly. There's no Roshan for them to go and pick up after this, as their Aegis is just about to expire, but they can get a tier 1 and a tier 2 and then just control the map. And you were talking earlier about how farmed this Naga Siren is. Well, he is now pretty much the combined net worth of the 2 strongest heroes on the enemy team. And as they toss back respect, gonna be able to pick up yet another kill here. Charlie will find his net worth padded even further, beyond godlike on this Naga Siren.
He has almost 400 CS as well, by the way. It's 390. Like, what?
Damn.
He's huge. I mean, it obviously helps the fact that he's 10-0-4 at 30 minutes in, but, you know, just the way that he was able to play and gonna have one more fight.
Let's see what they can do here. Otaka goes in with the BKB. They have ruptured up the primary opponent here, so Naga has to stay here, but who's stuck where with whom? As now that the BKB is over, Otaka has no way to be able to play this fight. There is going to be a big hoof stomp from S4. Nice little dodge coming in from the Mirana yet again. There was a BKB pop by the Lycan. Avalanche toss onto Ponlo, and Ponlo will die. Fires back instantly though. Respect also returned immediately into the game. And they're trying to defend their final lane of Rax. We see Shibe. Oh no, Shibe is surrounded. Shibe is controlled. Shibe is dead without buyback. The same might be true soon of Immersion. He gets taken down as well. Respect comes in. Hurricane Pike into the fountain. So some decent damage going on to center, but certainly not enough. Supreme dies at the very feet of the fountain itself. And now they invade the fountain to ensure they can get the further kills. They get the invasion. They get the lane of Rax. But more importantly, they get the GG call as ITB throw in the towel, granting an ultra kill to Charlie and the 2-1 victory to the team of Alliance.
Yeah, that was dominance from Alliance, and I think that gives me a lot of faith in these guys for the remainder of the tour to kind of pull it out, because I think they tried to go something a little bit out of their comfort zone for game number 2. Really didn't work out for them, but game 1 and game 3, that was all Alliance and that was all comfort. They had a standout performance from Chuen in that first map, and they had a standout performance from Charlie in that third map. And I think this really goes to show that these guys have worked on a lot in this past couple of months from Tour 1 into Tour 2. They still do have some hiccups and some issues, but at the end of the day, everyone is not extremely perfect. So I like the way that Alliance are playing. And when they play their comfort and play their heroes, they look really, really good. This game wasn't all sunshine and rainbows from the start of the game, to be fair. Like, Supreme was walking around, avatossing everybody, looking really good with this Blink Dagger. But Alliance understood that as soon as Charlie got to a point that he was a strong hero, they just hit the accelerator, man. Like, they just got Orchid and they just went and fought whenever they had Dream Coil. And every single time they caught a big member in either Supreme, they're either able to catch Zibe or they're able to take out Otaka. And as soon as they were able to get those core kills onto Charlie, he just ballooned out and got fatter and fatter by the second. And it was all Alliance ever since, Charlie decided to join the fight.
Yeah, very good communication from the side of Alliance to know when to involve Charlie in these engagements. Because like you mentioned earlier, he was biding his time, just chilling, getting his items. And then once he had Orchid Manta, or actually he just had Manta when he joined his first fight. And then from there, the snowball effect started. I really hate to do it. It breaks my heart. But we have to give a Naga Siren an actual carry. Not just any carry. Yeah. A damn Naga. I have to give a Naga MVP? Are you kidding me? Game is hard. What can you do?
It is what it is. It is
amazing
what it is,
performance,
especially with the way that he played. And I think it's just goes to show that, when you talk about these teams and coming back from series and games where you probably think they should win, I think comfort and just kind of asking them what they want to play is exactly what you need to do. And Charlie putting the Naga Siren into his hands, I mean, it was a perfect decision. And I think all of the players had comfort throughout this third game. And it just goes to show that what happens when a lot of the things that you need to do just become muscle memory, and you're able to play these heroes kind of cerebrally and deal with other stuff with the better part of your brain, then it just means that it just becomes a lot easier and far superior win as well for Alliance. 14-0 and 5 on Charlie.
Damn.
Yeah, what a Naga Siren.
What a Naga Siren he did. The second most amount of hero damage in the game. 73% kill participation for me is very impressive on a Naga, but also obviously did the most amount of building damage. If you combined all the damage everybody else did in this game to buildings, everybody, I don't just mean his team, all 9 other heroes, you would have to double it before you even get close to the damage he did alone. Just truly stellar performance, incredible amount of loss hits, 0 deaths throughout the entire game, and like going 19-0 basically on the KDA doesn't necessarily seem that impressive given some of the real highlights we've seen across the regions, but when it's a performance this dominant, you're like, yeah. And when it's so singular, right? Because there's 2 distinct parts of this game. There's before Charlie got involved, where ITB looked like they honestly might win the game. And then there's after Charlie gets involved, where they don't seem like they have a chance at all. So it's like, yeah, all right. Mans did exactly what he needed to do on this Naga to get the W. With this, you were saying that you feel much more confident in the side of Alliance because of their victory. I also feel a lot more confident, but I'm sure that they feel a lot happier and relieved after this victory. And to find out how happy and relieved they are, we have Hanskin to talk to on the side of Alliance. Good sir, thank you for joining us. Thank you for giving us our time. Are you all relieved? Were you a bit stressed after what happened in game number 2?
I mean, actually, no, not really. I think we were a bit upset that we lost the game, but stressed, I wouldn't say so. I felt like we were the better team. I think we played pretty solid in the game too. It was just a hard game. Yeah, we were happy with our prep and everything going into game 3. We were still confident, so yeah.
Okay. Speaking of preparation, actually, something that I remember when we spoke to S4 last time around in 201, and one of the things he mentioned was that you guys came together with the squad, not just for the sake of winning the tour or going to Div 1 or even about the Lima Major. It was all about the full year, the full stretch. And you're one of the teams that you're the only team in Div 2 that made 0 roster changes. You stuck with the original team. How did y'all resist the temptation? Because I'm sure you saw some people, you're like, hey, there's a free agent there, here and there. So what is the conversation within the Alliance camp to make sure that you were all still on the same page about staying together long term?
I mean, yeah, like you said, I think we were all in this long-term, with a long-term mindset from the start. Like, I don't think replacing or changing anything was even a consideration from management or the team, or like at all. I think we had a very slow start. You know, like we have 3 people coming in from Southeast Asia joining this squad. We had a really slow start to last tour. We lost to, I think, Monaspa and Ordo, and then we beat everybody else, and those were the teams that ended up going to Div 1, with us being like less than a week of practice. So it's like, it's a pretty unforgiving format, and we have our sights, our eyes on, you know, the future.
Okay. Fluke, what you got for the man, since we have the legend Hanskin with us for a sec?
Yeah, I have a question regarding your series a little bit earlier in the week up against Secrets. Obviously, you guys have, in my eyes, I think, improved quite a lot going in from Tour 1 to Tour 2. You guys unfortunately go down to Team Secret. Did you learn much from that series to be able to try and go the extra step this time around and get back towards Division 1?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's always a bit interesting when you play, you know, right now there's some really strong teams in Div 2, and I think that in our situation, where we're a team that we're not participating in Dream League or the major stuff like that, we spend a lot of time practicing, and that means that sometimes your strategies and your ideas don't get tested to the full extent. So I think Secret definitely were able to punish us in some ways, and we learned a lot from that. I don't want to go into too much detail, but yeah, I think it helped us a lot.
My man's out here saving strats for the next tournament. Something else I'm very curious about, actually, regarding where Alliance is at the moment. Like you said, Division 2 right now in Europe is quite strong. There's a lot of pretty stacked teams that are here. Once you get into Div 1, because we've seen this pattern happen before, even with the Alliance organization, of getting into Div 1 and then not being able to stay there, is there anything that you guys are preparing specifically in order to be able to not just beat this particular region, but make sure that you don't come back if you do get promoted?
I mean, yeah, obviously we don't want to get relegated if we end up going to the Div 1. There's a bunch of teams that are doing that. They go up and down, basically, like into the breach. Monaspa Alliance has been one of them in the past. It's like, but I think the focus for us is just about being like the best Dota team we can. If we just keep improving every day, we become stronger, we improve our strategies, we improve our teamwork, everything. It's kind of going to be inevitable that we're going to be a team that is playing for majors eventually, you know what I mean? As long as we stick to that and we don't stop working and we believe in ourselves. So, I mean, I wouldn't say there's like a cure for not being relegated, if you know what I mean. It's just about being good at Dota in the end.
That's the confidence we like to hear. Before we let you go, I have one last thing for you, fam. Recommend us an album. Put us in the mind of Hanskin. What does Hanskin listen to when he's busy preparing for some games, getting in the zone for some Dota 2?
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. I would say Rodeo by Travis Scott.
Oh, my God.
Okay.
Yes. My man. That's what we're trying to hear.
My man.
My man.
Yeah.
Radio. That is... Honestly, the first time I heard Rodeo, I knew I was going to love that album just from track 1. When I heard Pornography, I was like, yeah, put me in. Plug me in here. This is amazing.
It's some good shit for sure.
It really is the best. Alliance has been looking, certainly, we love seeing the journey and the fact that y'all are improving definitely, visibly, game in, game out. So thank you for giving us your time. Thank you for giving us your games. And we hope to see you at a major this year, Hanskin.
Thank you very much and have a good night.
Have a good night, OG. That is, of course, Hanskin. Funnily enough, Luke, actually, not the first time I ever heard Hanskin's voice properly, like in an interview, was an interview you did. 2020. Really? Yeah, there's some ESL event you did in 2020. And y'all interviewed Hanskin. I think it was Germany. I don't remember. But I definitely remember. I remember the interview and I was like, who is this Fluke guy? what the hell's going on here? But
I actually remember that interview as well because Hanskin, he had like curtains that was like going over his kitchen, and I asked him about like the floral thing that he had. Yeah, I remember that interview too, actually.
That was good time. So of course that was Hanskin, the extraordinary player from the side of Alliance, and they have now gotten themselves a 2-1 victory over the side here of a very, very, very sad and very unfortunate Into the Breach team. That does mean that the day of Dota is done. It's been a 2-1 affair pretty much the entire time through. We started with D2 Hustlers taking down Team Secret 2-1. Then we moved on to Ivy taking down PuckChamp 2-1. And now we see Alliance bringing down Into the Breach in a 2-1 fashion. It's been this is also interesting, this series here, Fluke, because Alliance is the only team today to have won Game 1 and Game 3. Usually, it's the opposite. You win Game 1, you lose the series. So they're the only ones that have sort of bucked that trend in this day of Dota.
Yeah, and I think even as Hanskin said as well, he said that they were pretty disappointed to not win Game 2. There definitely were moments that they could have won that game and been able to bring it back. I think there were just a few issues where sometimes it just got a little bit too hard with how some of the net worth was going and all that kind of stuff. So definitely Alliance could have made that a 2-0. I think after their Game 1 performance, they probably should have made it a 2-0, to be perfectly honest. But even as he said, still learning, and sometimes when you practice so much that sometimes your ideas don't get tested completely and you have some wrong ideas, or not even just wrong ideas, but sometimes your ideas just might not work out the way that you expect them to, or how they work out in practice. So I think Alliance are definitely on the come up here, and especially with teams floating around from Dream League, I bet you they're getting a whole boatload of experience from those guys as well, and I really hope to see them in Division 1 next year. It's
pretty much, there's some fighters that have said that it's not enough to just be training in the gym. You actually have to get in the ring, throw a few punches, and see exactly if the strategies match up. So right now, Alliance, not only do they claim a 2-1 win, they're also in an interesting position when it comes to the leaderboard. At the very top of the leaderboard do sit teams that haven't lost just yet. However, those two teams haven't played each other. They haven't played any other squads that are in the top 4. So Ancient Tribes on 3-0. D2 Hustlers just defeated Team Secret earlier today to be in 3-0. And Alliance have put themselves in 3rd place with 2-1. Secret right beneath them. Pretty much the same since Secret did beat Alliance. Down in the bottom though, we did see Ivy managing to get their first win today, going up to a 1-2 scoreline. Old G, who we broadcast the other day, they're still sitting on 1-2 themselves, not feeling particularly hot about their record at the moment. And of course, Into the Breach and PuckChamp, they have to now have the very dreadful conversation about relegation and how do we make sure that we stay in the division, because being 0-3, woof. Yeah, it's tough. And these are the kind of situations that can cascade, right? It's not just being 0-3. It's the fact that your first 3 games are losses. You start to get into your own head. It's very easy for 1 loss to turn into 2, to turn into 3, to turn into 4. Somebody's very upset by game number 5. Somebody wants to leave the team by game 6, and then it all just falls apart. So this is, for them, probably their next series. I think if they don't win those series, yeah, then we can, you would say it's a bit premature to put the strike through their name, but if they lose either their next series for ITP or PuckChamp, yeah, we might have to have that conversation actually.
Yeah, especially when you're looking at like Old G and Ivy, all it takes is for them to get like a series victory or 2, and then they put themselves onto like score 3, and then it's not mathematically impossible, but it is a very hard road for those teams to be able to come off the bottom. And then even when you go into 2 or 3 for these teams that are staying in this tour, we've got some big names that are dropping down into Division 2 again. So like if you say you're like one of these teams like Ancient Tribe or maybe even like Old G or Alliance, and you finish 3rd this division, your next tour, it's not getting easier, bud. It's going to get just as hard. So I think this tour is all important for these teams to get into Division 1 as quickly as they possibly can, so they can have a shot at the major, so they can have a shot at some more DPC points, so they can have a shot at TI towards the end of the year. And yeah, this is where I think all these series are going to be super important for Western Europe.
Western Europe is clearly a very competitive region right now. We've just finished the first day of the 2nd week of broadcast action. Let's take a quick look at what Friday is going to look like, because, as mentioned, these games don't get any easier as time goes on. We have Old G taking on the side of Ivy. For Ivy, yeah, congratulations, you beat PuckChamp today. Good luck. Now go play some TI champions. Good luck, have fun, enjoy yourself. Although, Old G has been shaky, let us be completely honest. So it's not like Ivy can't win this particular game. It just means they'll have to try really, really hard to make it happen.
Yeah, and for both of those two teams sitting on 1 and 2 right now. So one of them will go onto a 2 and 2 scoreline, one of them will go down to 1 and 3. And looking at the other series as well, I think Into the Breach versus Ancient Tribe. Ancient Tribe have looked very, very good so far, but haven't had to deal with all too many of the top 4 teams, so maybe that might be another 2-1 series of Into the Breach can figure out some stuff. But I think Secret versus PuckChamp. I'm sorry, PuckChamp fans. I think this is just going to be Secret with a 2-0 to finish that one off. Secret look very strong right now, and unfortunately for PuckChamp, they have far too many issues to try and take over Secret. But hey, at the end of the day, who really knows when it comes to Dota? Anything can happen. You can draft weird stuff. Who knows? Maybe Puppy gets sick, loses an eye, or chops his hand off or something. I don't really know.
He might be like How the Hand Cutter back in the day. For those of you who don't know, go Google How the Hand Cutter, the story, the Chinese player How. It's a pretty hilarious tale. With that though, we are going to be done and dusted for this particular day of Dota. 9 games of Dota were played today, upsets all across the wazoo, and of course, excellent Dota that inspires us coming from every single series. That does mean that there's only one more day, or 2 more days this week, so make sure that you're tuned in for each one of those days. Make sure that you are following my boy Fluke here at Fluke Oz. Make sure that you're following PGL Dota, and more importantly, the most important thing, make sure that you are hydrated and make sure that you show the love towards yourself that you show towards this game, and come back and share that love of both yourself and the game on the next day of Dota 2 action here at the PGL studios. We are doing Western Europe Division 2 action. This is Snare, this is Fluke, this is PGL, and this is you giving us your time and attention. So until next time, we love y'all. Please get some sleep and water, and please say good night to Fluke because he's been awake for a very long time. Bye.
Bye, chat.